Hello everyone and welcome to the ups and downs for Star Trek The Motion Picture. I'm actually really excited to start this series of retro ups and downs for a number of reasons. One is that I have so much cosplay that I'm just dying to wear. The other is that, it's the Star Trek films. What's not to love? We knew that we were going to start after Section 31 came out because what better time to kind of get cracking on the Star Trek film series with the release of a Star Trek film. Obviously, the ups and downs for Section 31 are available on the channel, so check that out at your leisure. We are going to be going through each of the films in sequence. Maybe there'll be a surprise in there, who knows? I don't want to say. Grab your full orchestra, get ready to dive back into the 1970s, and would you take a journey with me to the Enterprise 1701? The first up in Star Trek The Motion Picture comes before the film even starts. The overture that plays before even the Paramount logo it's like a beautiful ask of the audience. Let's enjoy this together. Let's fly through this starfield and let's enjoy this gorgeous piece of music that is aptly called Ilia's theme. Keeping in mind, this came at a time in particularly sci-fi cinema when Star Wars had just exploded onto our screens. As you know the Star Wars theme. I think it's safe for me to assume that. That was a way of kicking you straight in the side of the head and going, right, we're doing sci-fi fantasy, we're gonna go explosions, the whole lot. They knew when putting together Star Trek The Motion Picture that they didn't want to just repeat Star Wars. So this was, I think, a sort of a tip of the hat to be like, yep, we know that started with music. We're starting with music. We're doing it gently because this is a different kind of film. Which is not to say, of course, that there isn't some action in this film. So after the Paramount logo and the motion picture theme tune, which, by the way, I'm going to come back to, I'm going to talk about Jerry Goldsmith. Don't worry, but if I upped every single musical cue that he put into this film, the up counter would be at like 1 million. So just don't worry, I'm not forgetting Jerry as I go through this, okay? Lovely, lovely, love that opening theme, plays over the credits, brilliant. It's the Klingon battle that gets the next up in these ups and downs. I don't think I've made any secret of the fact that my favorite Klingon ship of them all has always been both, sort of even Stevens, the Katinga, which is introduced, of course, in the motion picture, and the D7 battle cruiser for the Klingons. I've loved it. It is my favorite design easily. We get 3 of them, and not only that, but take another up for that absolutely flipping glorious pan in, up and over the bridge of the Katinga, and we see it flying off that way as well. I love it. I love it. What I don't love is the look of the Klingons in this. Now that might seem a little bit controversial because of course this was the jumping off point from which the Klingons that we came to know in The Next Generation up until Discovery. I've no issue with the redesign themselves. It's the fact that they've got that facial. It makes them all look like those colonial hunters, like the ones you see in Tarzan. Yeah, I just don't really love the look, if I'm honest with you. I think they refined it and it looks an awful lot better in The Next Generation. What is hard not to love, however, is the inclusion of Mark Leonard in this scene. Now he's under all that makeup, so you'd be forgiven for not knowing that you're looking at Sarek, who is captaining this Klingon ship, but it's him. So that makes him the first Romulan seen by the Federation. It makes him the first of these new Klingons seen on screen. And of course he played a mildly important Vulcan as well. So do you know what? I probably should leave this to temporal observations, but I'm still just gonna go. I've got to give an up for Mark Leonard here. There are bits of this scene which become so important in Star Trek's lore overall. That is something I will discuss in temporal observations. But for here, the 3 Klingon battlecruisers, or one of them, they go up against this big cloud in the sky, and they don't fare too well, do they? We get the first appearance of the Epsilon 9 station as well as we cut to that. Now, this is a Starfleet station. It is absolutely gorgeous. It does, of course, look like a big cracker in space, which I do not hate. And they are watching. There's a lot of watching people doing things. They watch the Klingons engage with the big cloud that we'll get a name in a while. They see that the Klingons don't fare too well. We will return to Epsilon 9 for a happy ending. Let's cut, shall we, to the next up, which is Vulcan. I should make it clear at this point that I am reviewing the remastered director's edition of the motion picture, and I probably should have opened with that, but the reason I'm doing that specifically is not just because, you know, I'm not just a snob for a remaster. I would totally understand if you did think that, but no, it's because this, with all of the work done and all of the love put into it, is how the film was supposed to be seen. Now, in 1979, and well, 77 and 78 into the production of this film, there was rather a few blockades to stop a version of the film more closely resembling this, making it to theaters. This is how it was always meant to be seen. So if you're in a position to, I say, please, by all means, pick up the disc if you can. It is available on Paramount Plus as well. You know, if you're able to get your hands on this, you will not regret it. This film is gorgeous. We obviously did a previous ups and downs that compared the theatrical to the director's edition, particularly the remastered director's edition. In case anyone was going, haven't you done the ups and downs for motion pictures already? No. The scale, the scope, everything, it makes you feel like, yes, Vulcan is just this arid landscape. You understand when you then learn later on that, you know, Vulcans are able to operate in lower oxygen levels. They have, you know, a second set of eyelids that we learned. That's how Spock didn't go mad from seeing a Medusan without the visor. When you see Vulcan like this, you can kind of understand that. When you think of perhaps Amok Time, when Vulcan was, and hey, listen, it was a TV show in the 60s, they did great work. It was effectively a red backdrop. You know, at least the remaster of the original series goes a bit toward helping that scope. Returning Leonard Nimoy, lovely to see him, is there trying to achieve the Kolinar, which is the ceremony to celebrate his achievement of pure logic. But before he can be presented with the Kolinar medallion, he pauses because he hears a call from across the cosmos. Spock is told that he will not seek what he finds on Vulcan, and it's quite abrupt. It's not particularly friendly, but it is exactly how I would expect purely logical Vulcans to act. This then booms again into Jerry Goldsmith's theme for the motion picture as we are transported to San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge, and Starfleet headquarters. Up, because I've always loved this scene in either version of the film. You know, the earlier theatrical edition, this nice cleaned up version, gorgeous. Love the air tram, love everything about it. And I will also give a special shout out to the 70s threads. I love it. It's so 70s. Like this film really feels of its time. And that can be a negative. As you know, sometimes things are so dated in the moment. You're like, oh, okay. And there is no arguing that Star Trek the Motion Picture is a 70s film, which makes it, like, you know, with the exception, of course, of the animated series, which is an extension of the original series, it makes it really the only 70s Star Trek. I am going to catch hell for saying that because, again, as I said, animated series, but was always an extension of the original series. So it's quite unique in that respect. I really dig it. Someone who doesn't seem very happy is Admiral Kirk. William Shatner bursts onto our screens with that gorgeous Admiral's uniform, which I really like, I'm not going to lie to you. And we meet our new Vulcan science officer, Sonak, who gets a very large part in this film and in the ongoing franchise. This dialogue sets up the threat that is the, as we currently understand it, big cloud that destroys Klingons, and that it's on a direct course to Earth, which we heard from Epsilon 9, and the Enterprise is, naturally, it was the 70s, the only ship in space, whatevs. Kirk is going to be aboard the Enterprise, that's his plan. He can't beam there, so he beams to the orbital office. Up. We've seen this appear again and again in Star Trek, but this was its first appearance. And I have to say, I've always dug this design particularly with those copper tubes that are coming out the top of it in the motion picture. Again, a funny thing for temporal observations. But then Kirk beams up aboard this office. Who do we meet? Well, it's only a mustachioed Scotty. He doesn't have a beard, so we can't really use the beard watch graphic here. I do apologize. Before I got on to I do have to put a quick down in for this scene, because this is something that it's been in every version of the film, including the remaster. So I have to give a down for that projection of Kirk and Scotty in the window of the travel pod. Unfortunately, the dimensions, the way it actually looks, it's always just that moment. I know it's coming now, but it takes me out of the film. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, it's never quite looked good. And I presume at this point, it's as good as it's ever going to look. I say I have to get that out of the way because if you're new to this channel, fair enough. You won't know this about me. If you have spent any time on this channel whatsoever, you know that my favorite sequence from Star Trek, and I mean from the cage right up until section 31, is the reveal of the new Enterprise in dry dock. It's my dilithium up. It's so good because at the time, this was the longest special effects sequence ever. There's many things about Star Trek the Motion Picture that today are surprising because enough time has gone by that, a lot of the behind the scenes detail have been released. We're aware of things now that, you would never have been aware of when you were going to view a film for the first time. So I can only imagine what it was like to sit in that cinema and just be blown away by this gorgeous, and I do hear the critique of people saying, slow. I hear that, I do. This was a game changer. This was new. I suppose, although it's much shorter, a comparative is maybe the camera running underneath that Star Destroyer in that opening section of Star Wars. The difference here being it's about a 7 or 8 minute sequence. This, I think, is emblematic. We must, of course, speak of Star Trek The Motionless Picture. This is emblematic of, I think, a lot of the issues at the time were, what's this film doing? Where's it going? Why am I checking my watch? I'm not ignorant. I know these things. And I'm very aware that I am reviewing this film, having seen it dozens of times and in a 2025 lens. So I know going into this film that it's slow. I know there are pacing issues. And I know that we're not going to get a big, I mentioned action. There's a bit more, but it's not that film. And I know all that going in. I can appreciate going into the theaters in 1979 and going, that was 2 hours, that was. Almost every film that followed the motion picture, in fact, do you know what I will say? Every film that followed the motion picture in the Star Trek franchise dialed up the action. I do think there are some films that really balance the action very well, and there are some that don't. None would ever be as static as the motion picture again. I can't lie to you. I have bias. I love this film. But okay, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to give it down to Star Trek The Motionless Picture. I think it would be disingenuous of me not to. You have to address the pacing of this film. It feels weird to give it with the new Enterprise. But listen, it is what it is, and fair is fair. So as we're flying over this ship and this gorgeous scene put together by Doug Trumbull and his team, which itself is a whole section of just the behind the scenes kerfluffery that went into making this film, I feel it was an absolute triumph. And it's completely self-indulgent. Again, that is something that comes up in this film an awful lot. Is it self-indulgent? Yes, it is. Do I enjoy the fact it's self-indulgent? Yes, I do. I do have one more up before we leave the sequence altogether. Kirk and Scotty. I have down how it looks in the shuttle, but there's an exchange in there that I really like. Kirk says, Nagora gave her back to us. They gave her back to me, Scotty. I doubt it was that easy with Nagora. You're right. That feels very comfortable. That feels like this is two old mates. And at this stage, it's well documented that William Shatner and the cast of Star Trek were not exactly the best of buddies. But there's a familiarity, and that was an up for me. Kirk boards the Enterprise, and you can see a little bit of, I guess, bravado? This isn't his Enterprise. It is, but it isn't. It's been gutted out from stem to stern, and he doesn't know his way around anymore, as evidenced by, he is offered help by this, this ensign that's like, oh, if you'll follow me, I can find my way around. Sure, I get you want to save face. Are you being rude, or are you being, professional? But it's a very, very new look of Enterprise, and he does make it to the bridge. That floating platform has freaked me out every single time that I've seen it in this film. I'm just like, oh my god. All it takes is a slight lean in either side, and he's gone face first into that captain's chair. Up for Uhura, up for Chekov, up for Sulu. And you're like, but Sean, you didn't give Spock an up. Do you not think they're coming? Great to see. I think we're nearly here now at this stage, obviously, an exception, but we nearly have the whole team back together again. And again, I can only imagine what that was like in 1979. For me, watching it in 2025, I get this sense of warmth when I see them. It's not to say that they're used fantastically in this film. I'll copy and paste that statement for several more films in the Star Trek film series, but it is nice to see them. And particularly Nichelle Nichols, who I think of the three of them gets the most to do in this film. Director Robert Wise, who was no slouch when it came to, he's made some big films. He made The Andromeda Strain, he made The Day the Earth Stood Still, and that's just two out of a pretty impressive, CV. You ever heard of West Side Story? Nah, me neither. So he directs this film, and there's so much going on, as I say, behind the scenes, but I do want to get something, I guess, out of the way, if you like. It's a down. There's some interesting focus choices made with the camera work. For example, when Kirk is talking to Sulu, the choice is made to keep the pair of them and the captain's chair in sharp focus, which makes perfect sense in theme with what they're talking about. But the way the rest of that shot is blurred, and again, as I say, if I'm looking at it in the remastered version, we know this was a deliberate choice that's been kept up to today, and it really looks odd, I have to say. And another one of the things, but not to overuse a phrase, but takes me out of the film. It's a very strange composition of a shot. I have to say, I don't love that. And I do like an awful lot of what Robert Wise does with this film. I guess on that, and up, is we're going to go down to engineering now, and the entire engineering set is just beautiful. If you've watched any Star Trek since then, you can see what a blueprint it became for engineering in Star Trek, because it's quite different from the original series. And that came at a cost, because, so the story goes, Robert Wise arrived after production on the Phase 2 series had begun, after which models and sets had been built, and effectively said, doesn't work for me, let's do new ones. So, the finance people were tearing their hair out, but it's hard to complain when we get a set like engineering. Kirk has gone down for the specific reason of effectively introducing himself in this film, they've met previously, to Captain Willard Decker. It is impossible for me to discuss the character of Decker without discussing the actor Stephen Collins. And I just want to say that this might be quite triggering for some people watching, so I will totally understand if you want to jump forward a couple of minutes, because this is quite a serious topic, obviously. So I think there might be a timestamp under me right now. If there isn't, just jump forward maybe 3 or 4 minutes to move past this. I will be attributing ups to the character of Decker in this film because he plays such an important role in Star Trek the Motion Picture. Actor Stephen Collins was investigated in 2014 for allegations including inappropriate touching and molestation of underage girls years previously. He subsequently admitted his guilt. In a way, I would just as soon not discuss him in this film, but he is, or should I say Decker, is such a large role in Star Trek the Motion Picture. Decker and Ilia become the template for Will Riker and Deanna Troi. They are very much ingrained in the plot of this film. When I'm assigning ups to Decker, I want it to be very clear that that is for the character. And that is for the writing and the direction involved in the scenes in which the character appears. I will probably leave it at that. If this is something you were not aware of previous to this, all of the information is online. I will not be discussing Stephen Collins any further in this video. Kirk informs Decker that he is taking command of the Enterprise, and there is a back and forth between them that does highlight the fact that Kirk you know, sure, he's James T. Kirk, but he's also been sat behind a desk for 2.5 years, and he is not familiar with this version of the Enterprise. This is something that will become a theme throughout the rest of the film. This is distracted somewhat by the fact that, remember those transporters weren't working? You probably shouldn't be using them then. So there is a sort of an electrical shorting out in engineering, and though Kirk and Scotty try to stop the transporter signal from connecting, it does. So it's a really odd time for me to say, up! It's lovely to see Grace Lee Whitney back as Janice Rand. I just wish it was in a different scene. The transporter accident is a shocking, horrific scene in Star Trek The Motion Picture. Like, it's one of those things where you catch yourself laughing, but more out of surprise than it's not funny at all. Both characters suffer a horrific fate, one of whom is Commander Sonak, who was to be the new Spock, if you like, because, you know, Spock on Vulcan doing the Kolinar. He was the Vulcan science officer. Well, not anymore, because there's that chilling line. Oh, the transporter is engaged, and Rand says, oh no, they're forming. And you hear that echoing scream, then they vanish. Kirk speaks to Starfleet headquarters and says, do you have them? And just that response of, what we got back didn't live long, thankfully. Oh, Jesus, Star Trek. There's a moment then with Kirk where, again, you see this, it's not lack of experience, but he's definitely a bit rusty. I mean, on his, not even his first day, his first hour back in service, he's lost 2 crewmen. He takes a moment to say, it wasn't your fault, Rand, there was nothing you could do. And then when he leaves, he seems genuinely lost. And not just obviously in terms of his bearings, but is he in over his head? We get then the scene on the recreation deck, which I love. This is a up for me. You know, you get so many cameos of people who were very involved in Star Trek behind the scenes. You see aliens who are introduced in this scene, they are brought back in this scene. And also what I really like about it is it shows you the scale of the Enterprise. When working in a 1960s budget and sets, you don't really get the opportunity, outside of engineering, which was pretty impressive, to do the true scale of the Enterprise. Here, you've got a room that's almost 3 stories tall, and you've got a cast of extras that fill it. It finally looks like you've got a bustling, busy, large spaceship. It's quite funny when I say large and then I think of like the Enterprise F or the Enterprise J, where this like fits into a room. But anyway, still, I really like this recreation set. We contact Epsilon 9 station, and I feel bad saying up to the destruction of Epsilon 9. Like, you're like, oh, Sean, okay, so you're a monster. Sweet. But yes, we get the destruction of Epsilon 9. It gets absorbed into the big cloud. We see David Gattro, who was gonna be Zon, but then he wasn't. Temporal observations. Again, we get another scene of Kirk looking very, oh my God. You know, in front of the entire crew, he's at a loss for words. That's an up. What's it down is the jaunty musical tune that follows immediately from this scene. Did anyone else find that cue just a little bit oddly placed? We now meet Ilia. Persis Kambata, who is obviously an up, arrives as the new navigator, Lieutenant Ilia. We immediately see that there is a backstory between Ilia and Decker. Again, think Will, Riker and Troy. As presented, my oath of celibacy is on record, is a down. There's a lot of talking about, oh, she's a Deltan, she's a Deltan, she's a Deltan. There's nothing in the script that actually gives context to that. Quite frankly, and, you know, duck for cover, but Section 31 gave more context to what a Deltan can do. Obviously, Star Trek Picard Season 2 did a little bit as well. But here, as brilliant as Persis is in the role, we just know that everyone likes them, and she's celibate. And we felt the need to include this in a multi-million-dollar film. You know what I mean? More on Ilia coming. Taken up, Disco McCoy. Oh my God, DeForest Kelley coming back for this film, sporting the, can we do it now? Can we do Beard Watch now? Beard Watch. Sporting the most epic beard. He's obviously been working on that for a while. I mean, look at mine. Look at mine. He's been working on that one for a while with the turned up mustache and everything. But anyway, oh, just how great is this scene? You know, just a damn minute, Admiral. They drafted me. He plays it perfectly. He's exactly what you want McCoy to be, beaming back up. He's grumbling. He also delivers some pretty important exposition. We learn that Nurse Christine Chapel is Dr. Christine Chapel now. Well done. And this finally leads us to getting out of Earth. We get that wonderful leaving dry dock section, and then the one I really want to highlight is that flying past Jupiter has always looked gorgeous to me, which leads into our gorgeous warp effect and then our not gorgeous wormhole sequence. It's way too long. In a film with pacing issues, I would use this as the example. Obviously because bias because of the new Enterprise. It's set up to obviously highlight Kirk's inexperience, highlight the new issues and strengths of the Enterprise. It's a holdover from some of the visual effects nightmare that this film went through in its production. There's logical issues, but really, I every time I watch it, I catch myself checking the time. I do like that rainbow effect as people slow down. That's something that's obviously been used again and again in Star Trek since, you know, Lower Decks did it, Discovery did it. But here, and slowing down the dialogue like you're turning to the tempo, it's a slog. It does set up that Decker knows the Enterprise more than Kirk does, but another down, why wouldn't Chekov be aware of the fact that he couldn't fire phasers? The scene is written in such a way that Decker is going to countermand Kirk, they'll have their scene in the quarters, but to do that, you have to dumb Chekov down, because as the weapons officer, would he not be the most qualified to know that he wouldn't be able to fire phasers? He would just fire torpedoes instead. So this whole sequence, to me, too long, and there's a bit of logical fallacy. Kirk's not very happy that he got countermanded, so he drags Decker to his quarters once everything's sorted and says, why was my orders countermanded? Decker's honesty with them works. I like it. You know, he doesn't just stand there. It's still respectful. It's still, you know, Admiral / Captain while he's serving as the captain of a starship and commander. That doesn't stop, but Kirk needs to hear some of this. And McCoy calls him out as well. Going from slow pacing to feeling like we're kind of hitting fast forward, the Vulcan shuttle Sybok arrives, taken up. I've loved that design forever. And of course, we get Spock back on the Enterprise, taken up, taken down. Did Chekov beam to the bridge? Because how did he go from being behind Spock at the porthole? Spock arrives alone on the turbo lift and Chekov is standing on the bridge. Now, we are glad that Spock does make it back because he knows how to fix the engines, because Enterprise has been communicating with Starfleet on an open channel and everyone can just have a listen in. I suppose when you're the only ship in the quadrant, that's not as much of an issue back then. We get that scene where McCoy, Kirk and Spock have a bit of a catch-up and we're like, oh, Spock, crack a smile, will you? Sets up everything we need to know. Spock's kind of here for himself, but it will benefit the ship as well. McCoy quite fairly says, how do we know we can trust him? And Kirk quite fairly says, I don't think he'd ever put us at risk. I do have another down. It's another blurring issue. Even just standing in front of that starfield, their heads are kind of out of focus the whole time as well. It was a bit awkward. Spock's help does get them to intercept V'ger when it's still more than... Oh, did I say V'ger? Anyway, still more than a day away from Earth. My last down for a second is, what's the point of having Decker there if all you're going to do is disagree with every single thing he says? You know, he thinks taking the ship into the cloud is an unwarranted risk. Frankly, yes, there is that conversation of it's his job to offer other opinions, sure, but it's very, at this point in the film, it's a bit like, would you come on, naively thinking that we've only got half an hour left. So we go into the 9th hour, no, I'm not kidding. What I do love, and I cannot get over the gorgeous beauty of, is the cloud. Flying through that cloud, I've always loved it. I get it if it's as dull as dishwater, but for me, I just kind of lie back and go, oh, this was meant to be experienced on a big screen. This has definite shades of 2001: A Space Odyssey and the Stargate sequence. A little bit less LDS heavy, but still gorgeous. It brings us to the scale and the scope of what's inside the cloud. And again, take an up. This might not be the most exciting film, but this is a feast for the eyes. And scenes like this really highlight that. We then get the probe on the bridge. And for me, visually, this is the worst scene in the film. It has never looked great. and I want to be kind, 1979, but they're reacting to a very bright light, fine, I've no issue with that. They're not really reacting though. I will say, right, down for the probe scene, I will give an up to Chekov. They're like, don't interfere with it. Absolutely, I will not interfere. Okay, in fairness, Walter Koenig, you nailed that line. What are we reacting to? What's over there? Even the remaster couldn't save this scene, I have to be honest. And we also have a continuity error. Spock goes and smashes the console. 1 second later, it's completely repaired and we don't deal with it again for the rest of the film. Take it down. And then, of course, we lose Ilia. What? And while I will put Ilia aside for a second, because it's not the last we see of Persis, of course, it's all a bit, well, that happened. I will give Decker's response a pass because we don't know at this stage what's happened to Ilia. From their point of view, she might have just been beamed off. She hasn't been. The Enterprise has got a tractor beam and it's pulled closer and closer into this massive vessel at the heart of the cloud. And there's a fun line where Kirk goes, now we've got them right where they want us. I really like that line. And I like the delivery as well. That's an up from me. Then you get the introduction of the Ilia probe. So it's the iconic, the sonic shower reveal. You get the, I guess it's a dressing gown, like a bathing robe. Why she's wearing heels, God only knows. It's 1979, that's your answer. This is a funny one because it seems like they're taking it seriously. I guess in a way I want to get it down out of the way because I think this is valid. They're all a bit like, oh yeah, it's bad, isn't it? Yeah, tough luck. She's that carbon unit's no longer functioning. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's talk to this probe. Sorry, Ilia's dead. Right, okay, that was a bit offhand, wasn't it? But what I do want to give an up to is the interactions with this probe. They quickly establish the fact that this probe is a reconstitution of what Ilia was, including her memories. And I think they walk a fine line of, let's try and engage it on an emotional level. But at no point is it played like, oh, well, because it's impersonating a female, we can, females are more emotional or anything. If anything, Decker is the most emotional person in this film. The only thing being, it gets better, but even he's a bit like, yeah, that's bad, isn't it? I'm annoyed that Ilia's gone. Yeah, well, tell your face that. While this is happening, Spock decides he's kind of done having a chat with a probe. So he's going to nip out on a spacewalk. And I want to give an up to that extra with the porn mustache who went absolutely all the way to make sure I've remembered him every single time I've seen this film. I've never seen someone react to a Vulcan neck pinch with quite the, I'm having my moment. And you know what? You earned it. That's an up from me. Spock's nipping out on a spacewalk and he's going to go through that aperture and I really like that sequence. While that's happening, you've got Persis Khambatta as the probe is, I think, one of the underappreciated gems of this film. Like, she's so good. From simple facial expressions to her inflection of tone to the way that she moves. I think what a thankless, difficult job it must be you have to be completely emotionless. You are a robot. But you don't even get like data levels of interactions. And she nails it. It is absolutely an up from me. Spock is floating through the holograms and the reproductions of everything that the, I can call it V'ger now. Okay, great, cool. Yeah, Ilia probe calls it V'ger. V'ger. So all of these reproductions, and this leads him to attempt a Vulcan mind meld with the equivalent for the sensor node on the Ilia probe. I had to think are you able to do a mind meld if you're wearing gloves? But then the sheer overwhelming power of V'ger's mind, be it sentient or not, yeah, okay, I think that's going to get through some gloves, so I'm fine with that. What I don't like is what is the point of Kirk doing a spacewalk? Just beam him back. That was clearly we'd built 2 suits, we're using them. A critical scene in this film then occurs, and it's Spock in sickbay. You think Spock, do you think of Spock laughing? And these smiles and simple feelings? You kind of don't in a way, but also here it is. For every criticism about Ethan Peck's Spock, showing emotion, about Zachary Quinto's Spock showing emotion. Here it was, the blueprint, and I'm not talking about that laugh at the end of Amok Time, which is both great and played for comedy. This is serious. This is treated so, it is absolute up from me, because Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner sell it as well as they do, which is why years later, in 2024, in fact, when Otoy produced their unification short film, they attempted to evoke memories of this simple feeling with the two of them holding hands on Spock's deathbed, because it worked. Spock explains that he has learned that V'ger, as coldly logical as it is, cannot comprehend human emotion. And that's a problem. McCoy is the one to then, when they're on the bridge again, suggest that if this version of V'ger is, if you like, a child in terms of understanding, perhaps they treat it like a child. So Kirk decides, we won't comply. Let's get everyone off the bridge. Ignore them. No, we won't bow to your wishes. This is after V'ger has arrived in Earth's orbit and deployed some very dangerous weapons at equidistant points across the Earth. Equidistant. V'ger then says, well, hang on. I'll comply if you comply, because they're looking for the creator. But again, just up Persis Combata, Kirk unit. Kirk unit. Just that little change. Oh, chills every time. Every time. This leads to our scene on the Giant's Causeway. V'ger spacewalk, basically. Right, that's enough for me, because it's gorgeous. And I say Giant's Causeway. If you're familiar with the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland, you can see what I mean. It's these hexagonal, or these shapes slot into each other to make this walkway to get to Voyager 6. The great philosophical ending of this film is, it's fascinating, it's beautiful, it's mildly frustrating, but all in positive ways. It is revealed that V'ger is in fact an Earth probe that was launched in, we find out, 1999. It fell through a black hole and arrived at the other side of the galaxy, where it then melded with these machine creatures who created V'ger to send it back home again. It has to deliver its mission. Its mission is to transport information back to Earth. It cannot comprehend that the carbon units infesting Enterprise and Earth are those that created V'ger. V'ger needs to join with its creator. This is where the film, I think, it hangs on a dime here. If this doesn't work, the film doesn't work. If you don't feel for this scene, I wouldn't blame you for thinking that this film is, it's just, look, it's not for you. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't blame you. I feel, I have to be honest, I think that the philosophical question posed by, is this all that I am? Is there nothing more? I think it's handled well. This is long before there was ever questions of, what is God in Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, and, what is God, technically, in terms of the emissary and the emissary of the prophets. Long before any of that. The God thing, in thy image, all of that came together, and I think it's very, very well. So for me, the creator joining with V'ger, the idea of it is an up, as in fact is Decker's evolution. I think it's pretty clear that Decker was never going to be in the sequel. As the film goes along, I don't think the character is written in such a way. It's too combative. It's too, I don't think he and Kirk would ever really work well together. And of course, it was always Decker and Ilia. And as Decker keys in that final sequence and he joins with what's left of Ilia, with V'ger, with the probe, it works. And it's very sci-fi. It's very all good things. It's not about the bangs and the whistles. It's about expanding the human consciousness and beyond. And it's an up from me. This film, if somebody was to say, what is Star Trek? I would say Star Trek the Motion Picture. There is more. But if you're looking for the purest version of Star Trek, exploring the cosmos and exploring the possibilities of humanity and beyond, I would say stick on the motion picture. And before we go anywhere, before we take that trip to Temporal Observations, Jerry Goldsmith. A large reason of why this film works as well as I think it does is Jerry Goldsmith's music. It is, obviously, it's an up. But from the opening overture to those opening credits, to that now infamous theme, which we would then go on to hear in The Next Generation and beyond, to the, the reuse of some of Alexander Courage's opening theme for the original series. Fun fact, the opening fanfare, dun, 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 not in this film. The New Enterprise, which itself is a story as how that came together. An instrument was crafted for this film. Craig Huxley helped develop the blaster beam that was used so often in this film. I don't think this will be a shock to anyone that my latinum up of the film is Jerry Goldsmith and his music. Now, would you join me, please, at Temporal Observations? Star Trek the Motion Picture is in many ways the blueprint for what Star Trek is, both, from The Wrath of Khan onwards, but right up until today. While it, of course, was inspired so much by, the original series and the work that had been laid for Star Trek Phase 2, it would solidify, I think, what the look of Star Trek would become for a long time to follow. You can see that the bridge, which of course is inspired by the original series bridge, would go on to inspire rather a lot of what was to come. The look of the Enterprise itself, the Aztecing, for example, that was added to this version of the Enterprise, which had been missing from Matt Jeffrey's original design for the original series Enterprise. I mean, they're still using Aztecing today, even now that we've moved to pretty much exclusively CGI models. Think of the leaving dry dock sequence. How many times has that been replicated in Star Trek in the years that had followed? And in fact, if you think as recently as Star Trek Picard's 3rd season, the Titan A is very much inspired, thanks to Bill Krause's Shangri-La class, the Neo-Constitution, of course inspired by this version of the Enterprise. And, the leaving dry dock sequence, very, 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 you can see that echoed in Leaving Space Dock. Of course, it borrows from other films as well, which we'll come to in due time. The motion picture brings Jerry Goldsmith into the Star Trek family. I would argue that with the exception of Alexander Courage's fanfare, Jerry Goldsmith has become, if you like, the most instantly recognizable sound of Star Trek. I mean, the motion picture march that would go on to become the theme from The Next Generation. Think of, again, to bring back Star Trek Picard's 3rd season, how composers Stephen Barton and Freddie Wiedemann were inspired by the work Jerry Goldsmith did for First Contact, which drew on themes from the motion picture. So you can see, hourly, how the motion picture still plays into what we hear today in Star Trek. The big questions of the film: is this all that I am? Is there nothing more? When Star Trek is perhaps at its purest, it's asking questions like these. Think of Next Generation's All Good Things. The crisis is not that the ship is going to explode, and it's not even, if you like, the fact that Picard is hopping through time. The notion is opening yourself, or the question, is opening yourself up to more than the 3 dimensions one sees around you. It's what Q says. It's opening up the possibility of the human mind and the capacity and the potential. If you like, the entire end of this film, The Human Adventure is Just Beginning, is very much that in another form. There are, of course, other things which are slightly more direct. The Kolinar would be revisited many more times in Star Trek. Redesigning Klingons. It's the only time it's ever happened, and it never happened again in Star Trek. And the redesign that occurred in the motion picture happened so that later redesigns could happen as well. Also, this redesign allowed, in a roundabout way, for the gag in Deep Space Nine's Trials and Tribulations that you had Worf, who was a product of the motion picture redesign, standing in a room with original series Klingons. It allowed for that joke. The motion picture had to happen for that to happen. In this scene, we get the first utterance of Klingon language, which was a combination of people went into making that. Obviously, Mark Okrand would go on to write the Klingon dictionary, but you had James Doohan, you had Jimmy Povell, you had a few people went into actually making these sounds. Mark Leonard obviously then speaks them. I could do an entire video where I just play with a model of a Katinga-class battlecruiser and I would be happy. Chris will be like, Sean, this not going to get any views. But you know what? I would make that sacrifice. The Katinga-class ship, of course, appearing again and again through Star Trek. The one thing I will say, which is I've never disappointed to see a Katinga-class battlecruiser. Confused, Enterprise looking at you, it did end up effectively replacing the D7, which I also look for all of its monotonous, I think maybe description, probably the wrong word, but for all of that, it did replace it a little bit, and I like both. And the one I'm thinking of specifically is that episode of Voyager, Prophecy, where a D7 decloaks and starts attacking the Voyager. I mean, come on, that's a Katinga. That's a Katinga. The whole point of the D7 is it's as smooth as anything. Anyway, listen, not the end of the world. The warp effect, I know I downed the scene overall, but that effect when they go through the wormhole was evoked as recently as Discovery, the end of the second season. You know, I do like playing with that rainbow colour of lights. I enjoy that. Shock, Sean enjoys the rainbow. I know. Control your surprise. But also, I do like that visual cue, which we have seen since. We saw it in Lower Decks as well. The Epsilon 9 model, although it's only in the film for a kind of a short amount of time, it would reappear in Star Trek III, The Search for Spock, which of course I will talk about while we do that. You hear someone calling for Commodore Probert in Epsilon 9. Andy Probert was of course involved in some of the redesign. He did an awful lot for this film, helped redesign the Enterprise itself. Commander Branch of Epsilon 9 was played by David Gattro, as I said. Now, he was originally going to play a character called Zon on Star Trek Phase 2. When that series ended up not happening, they threw him a bone and said, hey, be in the film. I mean, they could have let him live, but sure, listen, here we are. The Vulcan practice of Kolinar would be returned to many times in Star Trek, as of course would Vulcan itself. This would serve as the real template for what we would understand Vulcan iconography and language, similar situation again from the Klingon language, to be from this point on. This idea of V'ger calling to Spock across the cosmos, well, we'd sort of seen that before in the Immunity Syndrome when he realizes that, you know, a ship full of Vulcans are suddenly snuffed out. And this sort of, I guess, telepathy that Vulcans are equipped with, but particularly Spock and his human side. Spock's duality is a theme that has been explored almost as many times as Spock himself has appeared in Star Trek. Most recently, again, in Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Starfleet headquarters, that template exists right up until today. Picard and Strange New Worlds and Discovery all shared that template of San Francisco. Also, looks like right up until the 32nd century, San Francisco is going to remain the headquarters there. The Orbital Office, as I mentioned, that will turn up again in the next film as Regula 1, but then it would turn up again in shows like Deep Space Nine, for example. It might lose the copper pieces at the bottom of it, but we would see the top half at Starbase 375. We would see it in the episode A Matter of Perspective of the Next Generation as well. Some reused footage going on, but still looks nice. A shout out for the director's edition. They fixed something in this scene. Back in the day, what there was not at the station was the shuttle pod that Kirk and Scotty fly over in. That was fixed and added back in for the director's edition. Billy Van Zandt plays a Randarite. This is the big-lobed, yellow-eyed alien on the bridge. They would turn up, they would be discussed, if you like, as Star Trek would go on. There was an image of one in the Stranger Worlds episode, Ad Astra per Aspera. The character of Decker is the son of Commodore Matt Decker. That's something that's confirmed in the novelization of this film. In fact, a lot of the information that is not on screen is confirmed in that film. For example, the identity of the second person in the transporter accident. Vice Admiral Laurie Sienna was assigned there by Admiral Nagora to effectively keep Kirk in check. And, well, thanks Nagora, appreciate that. We find out through the Gene Roddenberry penned novelization, I should add, that she was an ex-lover of Kirk's, because bloody everyone was. At one point in the novel, I think the Enterprise is. The rec room scene is fun because, like I said, it's full of little cameos as well. Like, for example, you can see Bjo Trimble up there because, of course, she and John Trimble were instrumental in saving Star Trek from cancellation between its second and third seasons. We know that Michael and Denise Okuda are in this scene as well. In fact, many of the people who were massive Trekkies were in this scene. Many of them didn't cash their checks just to be in it. But not only that, we get introduced to, for example, Saurians first appear in Star Trek in this scene. We have 2 Indigenous American people as well, which is after, for example, the animated series episode, How Sharper Than a Serpent's Tooth. It was a nice reminder that, yes, Indigenous Americans still very much exist in the, although it's not confirmed in this film, in the 23rd century. We also see a Betelgeusian, first instance of them, and they would of course return in Star Trek Discovery in the form of Lieutenant Yor, who would then return again in Otoy's unification video. Chris and Montgomery Doohan, the twin sons of Jimmy Doohan, are in this scene as well. We also see here 2 Vulcans. We see some aliens that would pop up throughout the rest of the series. We see Dr. Christine Chapel for the first time in the film in this scene. Also crucial as well is the portraits of the ships named Enterprise that are there. There was discussion when the 2001 director's cut of this film was coming out. Would one of those ships be replaced by the Doug Drexler NX-01 design? And they decided against it. In terms of how things fit into the timeline, I guess it doesn't make sense not to have it there. Of course, this film was made in 1979. They had no idea what an NX-01 was going to be. I do like the fact that the ring ship, this is our, although it had been designed by Matt Jeffries for the original series, obviously they ended up not using it. Nice to see it here. And the sailing ship, and of course the space shuttle, and the aircraft, and the warship as well, sorry. For a bit of context, when Dr. McCoy beams on, there is a scene where Kirk and Rand are together in the transport room, and Grace Lee Whitney has this big smile on her face. If you get a chance, I seriously recommend reading her autobiography, The Longest Trek, My Tour of the Galaxy, where she says it was DeForest Kelley who effectively saved her from unemployment, by which I mean he spotted her in an unemployment line, asked, where are you? Come back to Star Trek. And she's like, well, Star Trek's off the air. This was in the early 70s, or the mid 70s, excuse me. And he's like, yeah, but the conventions, people are asking for you. And with that completely chance encounter, that led to her appearance in this film, The Search for Spock, The Voyage Home, and The Undiscovered Country. I've never found anyone with a bad word to say about DeForest Kelley. So that big, massive smile on Grace Lee Whitney's face was mirrored, I think, by so many people in the audience. Although I love the costumes, I get why they weren't universally loved. And of course, when we discuss The Wrath of Khan, we're going to get on to my favourite uniforms. Hello, my friends, how are you? And welcome to the ups and downs for Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. I mean, what can we say about this film? Well, hopefully quite a bit, because that's why you've joined us for this video. But what a film. This is one of the most acclaimed Star Trek films of them all. It's also a highly acclaimed sci-fi film in general. I think those of us in our Star Trek community, we know that sometimes Trek can get sort of relegated into its own little spot in history. I have been told to my face, oh yeah, but that's good for Star Trek. And despite how I might feel about that, yeah, that's true. A lot of people do see Star Trek as its own little bubble. The Wrath of Khan was one of those films that I think burst that bubble. It arrived on the scene in 1982, in a year that was already incredible for the amount of films that were being released of such a high quality, and it really made its mark. This was following on from films like The Empire Strikes Back, which came out in 1980, which is again frequently cited as one of the best sci-fi films in the genre, let alone being a great Star Wars film as well. And although I love Star Trek the Motion Picture, that first film had left some a little cold. They had seen a film that was quintessentially Star Trek, but it wasn't very action heavy. Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan was the answer to that. Will you join me as I go through all of the ups and the downs for Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan? As ever, I will spend time in the temporal observations talking about both what this film references and the impact of this film as well. But the very first up that I want to give to this film has to go to James Horner. Jerry Goldsmith, as you know, had delivered a amazing score for Star Trek the Motion Picture. It remains one of my favorite movie soundtracks to this day. But he was not back for the second film. A then unknown composer, James Horner, was hired to come on and craft this new sound to go with new director Nicholas Meyer. Oh, we will be coming back to him. His vision of the 23rd century. James Horner's score it's timeless. It's much more evocative of the nautical, the Navy theme that goes along with the Wrath of Khan, as opposed to the space themes of the motion picture. I think they're almost like chalk and cheese. They are two stunning scores for two very different versions of Star Trek. For reasons that will become obvious, there's quite an interesting juxtaposition of the two. The second up, as I mentioned there, the 23rd century, taken up to that because this is the first Star Trek piece of media, on screen I should say, that locks it into a time. In the 23rd century, well, it was fairly known before that the events of the original series and indeed the motion picture had taken place in the 2200s, but that's not actually confirmed until this film. So thank you very much 23rd century for confirming that. The next up that I must give to this film, and I know Chris's eye is twitching as I do this, is to the introduction of the Kobayashi Maru test. Now, if you're new to this channel, you will know that we have a bit of an ongoing love-hate with the frequency at which the Kobayashi Maru has been referenced in recent years. It's become a little bit of a hey, we're Star Trek too, but like anything, you use something too much, it loses its impact. Here, completely fresh, completely new, we see the Enterprise being commanded by someone other than Kirk or Spock, going into a battle that it looks like they have no chance at all of winning. We see the whole crew, sans Kirk, die. I will say on that's a down, and it's a logical down, that maybe one of them might be free for helping a cadet do their Kobayashi Maru test, sure, but it's a little bit of a logical stretch to have the entire main crew, including the chief medical officer, on the bridge for the Kobayashi Maru test. Always struck me as a little odd. Saying that, I mean the down stands, saying that, I know why they're there, and it's to play with the audience temporal observations. This scene contains the first of the reused footage that would occur a lot in The Wrath of Khan. Now bear with me, because I'm going to give it an up and I'm going to give it a down. The down is for, they've taken very iconic moments of the motion picture, scenes that quite frankly you know, and they've just sort of plopped them into this film. The 3 Klingon ships during the Kobayashi Maru test, of course. I mean, that opening scene is so iconic in the motion picture. To just repeat it here, and I know why, but to just repeat it here is a bit of a stretch to ask your audience to be like, hey, this is new. Where the up comes from is that the fallout of the motion picture, really quick, the fallout of the motion picture being such that they needed to make The Wrath of Khan cheaper. This was one of the ways they did that, and particularly with some of the musical switches that would come later on, I think they got away and highlighted and maybe heightened some, not all, some of the reused footage from the motion picture. So I want to give it its credit. The Kobayashi Maru being what it is, Sybok fails the test or passes, whatever way you want to look at it. That front of the simulator opens, Spock rises from the dead, and Admiral Kirk walks onto the bridge holding a copy of A Tale of Two Cities, advising Sybok to pray as the Klingons don't take prisoners. This entire scene sets up where we are now with this crew. Admiral Kirk is back at the Academy. The Enterprise is, it's effectively a training ship at this point. Because, the Enterprise has been going for a while. Some time has obviously passed between the motion picture and now as well. And that's really brought home with one of the lines in this scene, which is when Kirk says, gallivanting around the cosmos is a game for the young. Up. This, combined with the scene in Admiral Kirk's quarters, shows a very smart decision that they've made for the Wrath of Khan. Just really quickly as well, love the scene between Spock and Kirk in the hallway where they are celebrating his birthday, Spock being quite naturally Spock. Deeper meaning Spock? None that I'm aware of, Admiral. Except, of course, happy birthday. Love it. Take it up for that. This scene in Admiral Kirk's quarters is sort of a crucial moment in this film. McCoy arrives with the Romulan ale that would, of course, become so prevalent in many of my nights out, but that's a different story altogether, and brings Kirk a pair of glasses. McCoy, trying to celebrate Kirk's birthday, becomes frustrated because, as in his words, damn it, Jim, everyone has birthdays, why we're treating yours like a funeral. The theme of age in The Wrath of Khan was an excellent inclusion, because the motion picture, I feel, struggled a little bit with trying to make everyone a little bit younger than they were. Listen, I get Hollywood. I know why they were trying to do that. The Wrath of Khan takes this theme and owns it. And of course, this whole theme of youth, age, life, death is crucial to why The Wrath of Khan works as well as it does. If Kirk wasn't feeling his age, if he wasn't feeling the wear and tear of all of these years in the service, would we really believe him to be as experienced as he was as we go forward in the film? In fact, you could argue that the motion picture, I don't know how deliberate this was, but in trying to portray him as younger than he actually was, and then depicting that he didn't know things as well as he did, was that perhaps a little nod, or maybe the beginnings, the seeds of what Meyer would pick up on from Robert Wise's version of Kirk? Who is to say? This scene, however, is a blinder. The pair of them play it fantastically. It is most definitely an up. We get our first new Starfleet ship in a very long time, because we are going to count the animated series, of course, why wouldn't you? But in live action, this was the first new Starfleet vessel introduced. So, taken up to the Miranda-class USS Reliant, NCC 1864. Who's serving aboard this ship? Why, it's only Chekov. Lovely to see him. Great that he gets lines. There's a whopper of a down with the logic here. And no, I'm not talking about the thing you might be already thinking of. I'm thinking first of all about, they fly into a system. They are expecting to find SETI Alpha 6. Assumedly, that means there are 5 other planets in this system. Would they not have detected, 4 other planets and a fairly large amount of space debris? About a planet's worth. Look, they had to get them onto SETI Alpha 5 somehow. I feel they could have done a slightly better job of doing that. I feel as well, of course, the idea of depicting SETI Alpha 5 as this barren wasteland, look, it works for cinema. And of course you have to go, well, how did all of Khan's people suffer the way that they did? Well, the existence of the SETI eel. They did it in the original series, The Apple, have this idea of the Garden of Eden, but full of things that can kill you. Part of me was saying, well, okay, don't repeat ideas. But the other part of me is like, this is literally a sequel to an original series episode. So, for me, personally, I think the logic is a bit stretched to get people where they need to be. If it's your favorite part about the movie, have an up for it, sure. Do you know who's definitely getting an up? All right, Kyle, how are you getting on? I like him. So yeah, he's getting it up. On their mission, they have to find out if there's any life forms whatsoever on board these planets. Now, this version of the 23rd century, let's just say sensors are a bit more rudimentary than they would become. They know that there is life on the planet, but they can't identify what it is. So they have to contact the head of Project Genesis, a certain Carol Marcus, Dr. Carol Marcus, who, by the way, BB Besh, up, to ask if they can transplant it. The entire setup of Project Genesis is, I think, one of the stronger elements of The Wrath of Khan, because there's an awful lot of discussion as to the devastating potential of the Genesis torpedo. You have to address that, and they do very, very well. And the hesitation, the worry, and the respect that Marcus, David Marcus, and of course those working for Project Genesis attached to this device, that no, they will not be flippant about it. And the fact that long before we know anything about Khan, they are making sure Starfleet is aware of that. And I think this was just such a strength of this film. Although Starfleet is depicted a lot more militaristically in this version of Star Trek, they're grown-ups. They're not treated as, you know, meatheads. They're not treated as, oh, they're just soldiers. There's none of that. There's none of that here. And I think it is such a strength of this film. But anyway, Dr. Carol Marcus is an up. I have given my down already to reused footage. That's done. So I am giving an up to the reused spacesuits from the motion picture, because completely extraneous scene having Kirk do a spacewalk. However, having two suits meant Captain Terrell and Chekov could beam down to the planet. That's an up from me. The entire scene as they enter the cargo containers of a ship that has no name. First of all, look, I get it. People go on away missions all the time. They're curious, but like, you might let your ship know. Maybe. They go inside and, you know, they start having a route around. They see an awful lot of concerning things, like a book collection's pretty concerning when it's just that amount of books. And then you get Chekov going, Botany Bay. Botany Bay. Damn. I love it. Look, Botany Bay gets it up from me. Should Chekov know about it? No, he shouldn't. It is a well-worn point at this point. Chekov wasn't on the Enterprise during Space Seed, or was he? I'll come back to that in Temporal Observations. Given a flippin' down. We've lost contact with our captain. We can't get through. We'll give him a bit more time. Send someone! This is why captains shouldn't go on away missions. Another reason why captains shouldn't go on away missions is up. Ricardo Montalban, have a latinum up, sir. That chest, which is real, by the way, everything about it, the hair, the depiction, the one glove, very Michael Jackson. We've got that, you know, the kind of, you know, the cracked version of this that turns up a little bit later on in the film, but still, everything about the look just works. And he's playing a king. I think that's maybe the best description. It's not just that he is the Superman and he is full of rage and everything. He is a king without a kingdom. He has loyal subjects, but there's nothing that he can do. And he does say that thanks to his intellect, he kept his people alive. And if that wasteland is as barren as it looks, one has to wonder how they did that. The crew of the Botany Bay has been whittled down to the survivors that you see. Doesn't go into like over specifics. One has to wonder what happened between the crew as well. He does reference his beloved wife. Temporal Observations there as well. The entire introduction scene is perfect. You know, we have, of course, you know, I don't know you, but I never forget a face. Grand. I love it. Everyone, look, by the time this is being filmed, people knew. Well, maybe not by the time it was being filmed, but people knew. And they just went, oh, we'll just go with it. You know, it was too complicated to change it. I love the bit where Khan just lifts Chekov up by the handle. Like, that handle was there in the motion picture, so I think it was used so well here. I am giving an up to the SETI eel. Those little larvae dropping on their faces and calling toward their ears. Who hurt you, Nicholas Meyer? Once the screaming stops, Khan asks quite calmly for all of the knowledge on Project Genesis and also where he may find Admiral Kirk. Admiral Kirk is currently... I have to give an up to this scene. So Kirk is en route to the Enterprise, a combination of reused footage and new footage, of course, and Sulu is piloting the travel pod. Of course, we all remember how much I waxed lyrical about the approach to the Enterprise in the motion picture. Can I just give an up to the sheer acting going on here? That you have Sulu and Kirk, who seem generally happy to see each other, when George Takei and William Shatner were probably imagining just the worst possible things that could happen to each other. Whenever. Admiral Kirk is coming aboard the Enterprise for an inspection for its new training crew. It's a fun scene. We get that whistle. Kirk comes on board. We get that little reference to Scotty's wee bout. And it's just fun. It's just fun. We see the return of Sybok again. Sybok ends up effectively commanding the ship out of dry dock. So this dry dock scene, the approach, there is, for me, as you know, no better scene than, panning over the Enterprise in dry dock in the motion picture. Leaving dry dock, I've got to give it to the Wrath of Khan for this one. Thanks primarily to James Horner's music. Yeah, they smashed it. Well done. And Sybok pilots them out. So let's spend a minute on Sybok. I'm going to give it up here to Sybok and to Kirstie Alley, who brought the role to life. Fun fact, as I was growing up, I saw the films, because I was only wee, I saw them out of order. So I saw The Search for Spock before I had seen The Wrath of Khan. So for me it was, I didn't say it, like I was too young to realise, but I kind of went, Robin Curtis looks different. Because I had been introduced to that version of Sybok. Kirstie Alley walks such a fine line in this role. There is so much emotion, but it's also so restrained. She is so Vulcan, even though I think at this stage now it's fairly well known that the original idea had been she'd be half Romulan. This was dropped altogether. It never even, there were no scenes even filmed suggesting she was Romulan, other than the emotion that she shows. I think it adds a lot to the character, and I think she plays that, because she is Vulcan. I mean, that scene where she speaks with Spock in the Vulcan language, he's so human. Well, nobody's perfect. It's just these little jokes just really land for me. They really work. I think it is a shame. I love Robin Curtis, and I love her Sybok as well. I do think it's a shame that this is the only Kirstie Alley Sybok we ever got. There is another Temporal Observations to make about that. Listen, stick around for Temporal Observations. I've got stuff to go through. Meanwhile, Khan has taken control of the Reliant. He has Chekov contact Regular One and let Dr. Marcus know that they're coming to take Project Genesis. Carol, bloody rightly, gets on the phone to Kirk. I like people who are smart. And although it's being jammed at the source, which is of course, the first indication of something's not right here, the Enterprise is about to set sail, a little bit to get through first, but about to set sail for Regular One. But just hearing that Admiral Kirk gave the order to take Genesis, she checks. That's something that's missing from so many films. It's like, check your sources, folks. Anyway, yeah, up. There's also a great exchange where the two Doctors Marcus, Carol and David, discuss their differing opinions of Starfleet, whether it's a military or not. And it's set against the backdrop that the Reliant is on the way to come and get Genesis. But Carol Marcus stubbornly maintains that Kirk is not the soldier that David Marcus thinks that he is. They do have earlier they had a sweet exchange about, Kirk being an old Boy Scout, which, as she said, he never was. But, this idea that Starfleet is just the military wing of the Federation is inaccurate. And I like it because it's an early depiction of life outside of Starfleet and how it might look at Starfleet looking in. Kirk goes to Spock's quarters. Spock is there meditating, and we get the first utterance of one of the most immortal lines in Star Trek. I have been and ever shall be your friend. Slightly paraphrased, but up, obviously. Because Kirk is there to let him know that he has to divert to the Mutara sector. And Spock, as Spock would, says, I know you're trying to protect my ego here, but I don't have one. You're the flag officer, you're in command. And it's just so simple, and there's no... Obviously, so much of the motion picture was about Decker and Kirk bumping heads with each other. We don't get any of that here. Again, it suits the film perfectly, a strength of the film and the script. Kirk's speech to the cadets on board as well, asking them to grow up a little early. Again, I like, he is respecting that they are able to handle this, or at least what he thinks is coming. And he is also saying, I understand as well that you were not expecting this to be your first mission. It's just little things like that. Cutting back to Khan aboard the Reliant, well, we get one of the scenes, don't we? You get Joaquin, played by Judson Scott, although he wouldn't have known that at the time, congratulating Khan on his victory, but also asking him, is it necessary to go after Kirk. I mean, after all, he's got the ship, he's got Genesis. He's got everything he needs to make a new life. Does he really need to kill Kirk? And Khan, of course, goes, he tasks me. He tasks me and I shall have him. I will chase him around the moons of Nibia and around the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up. Pale imitation, clearly, but Ricardo Montalban guessing up for that scene. Because, I mean, what a scene. At this point, Kirk feels the need to clue Spock and McCoy in to why they're going to Regula 1. And I have to be honest, we get it down here, and it's for that slightly odd shot where Kirk has to do a retinal scan to prove that he is himself to access the files on Genesis. And it really cuts to him looking very kind of like, yeah, I've never warmed to that scene. But then we get what is one of the most impressive scenes in cinema in 1982. And if you're watching this for the first time in 2025, you're going, Sean, you're having me on here. But no, the demonstration of the Genesis torpedo and the Genesis wave in this scene was the first CGI sequence in movies. Special effects is sort of a wider term, but you know, the particle patterns that were used here, this was the first. Take it up. Well done, Star Trek, with your innovations there. Explaining what Genesis is to these people leads to McCoy, and I think quite fairly, vocalizing the potential dangers of this torpedo. And again, it's a little bit of an echo of what we got earlier with the Genesis crew themselves. You know, they knew the destructive power that this could potentially have. And as McCoy says, you know, he's horrified with the idea that, you know, something will be reconstituted for its new matrix. You know, well, you know, God made the world in, 7 days. Here comes Genesis, we'll do it in 7 minutes, or 6 days or 7 minutes, And Spock goes, calm yourself, Doctor. But I think McCoy raises incredible points here. That is an up from me. This needs to be vocalized. We need to know the stakes. The stakes are only confirmed when we get our first dogfight of the film. Now, the Reliant versus the Enterprise, this entire sequence, of course, this is an up from me. All new footage using the beautiful ship models constructed for the Wrath of Khan. On screen, it was the first Starfleet versus Starfleet vessel. I know back in the Ultimate Computer, the M5 computer takes over the Enterprise, which leads to the attack on the other Constitution class ships. But with the greatest of the love to the 1960s, this looks a little bit better. Seeing the Reliant fire on the Enterprise the way that it does, and with those pulse phasers that they use, I mean, this thing looks sore. The Enterprise looks like it's got the absolute crap kicked out of it. I remember reading about the motion picture where there was a initial, very, very, very earliest days, there was talk of, oh, can we redesign the Enterprise because it's so badly designed for flying through space. First of all, I'm so glad they didn't, but second of all, so much of it is exposed, and that is highlighted here in this film. They hit the main energizers, they frankly knock the crap out of the Enterprise. We see chaos throughout engineering other parts of the ship. I mean, it's bad. It's bad. And also, this is the Enterprise. It hurts in our hearts seeing it attacked the way that it is. And at this stage, no one knows why. Kirk is naturally kicking himself for not taking the advice of raising the shields. Fair play, Sybok, for of course quoting regulations. The reveal of Khan. Up, and to address a long-running question about this film is it as strong? Because our main hero and our main villain never meet. Kirk and Khan are never in the same room in this film. I believe it's a strength. If it ever came down to fisticuffs, which it often does in Star Trek, I know Kirk won the fight in Space Seed. I feel this Khan would cripple him, and I feel it would be short. And that is not a knock on Admiral Kirk in this film, nor is it a knock on William Shatner. But this Khan was power and strength and poise, and he was never going to lose a physical fight with Kirk. And I'm glad they didn't even hint at going in that direction. This was about expertise and intellect. That's what this film is about. So having them face off this way is Such a smart decision, such a strength of the Wrath of Khan. Seeing them bounce back and forth, Khan is there for a couple of very simple reasons. One is to kill Kirk, but also he wants more information on Genesis, and we get that back and forth. Genesis, what's that? Don't insult my intelligence, Kirk. We're not gonna have, it's no grandstanding, it's nothing like that. It's, this guy means business, and do I believe he would destroy the Enterprise? Yes, I do. This gives us our chance to see the difference of expertise. Kirk is able to pull up the prefix code for the Reliant. Now, while this was something that was just introduced for this film, I do think it's a strength. And the fact that, spoiler I guess, we don't see it again, a strength because it was used to such effect. It is an up for me. They needed something to help them win that fight. And it was our first real example of Khan, as powerful as he is, when it comes to commanding a starship, is woefully on the back foot. Joaquin is able to let Khan take a breather, if you like, because Khan wants to destroy them right away. But as Joaquin highlights, the Enterprise is not going anywhere. And then we get that beautiful scene of the Reliant flying up and over the Enterprise, which is absolutely an up from me. And then in all of the confusion and all of the damage, we get it down. Scotty, why on earth did you bring Peter Preston to the bridge and not straight to sickbay? It's never addressed in the film, but Peter Preston, who is Scotty's nephew, it's a very sad scene. There was no need to bring him to the bridge. We then get that very affecting scene afterwards where, just as he's dying, Peter says, you know, highlighting a scene from earlier on, is the word given, Admiral? The word is given. And he dies, and it's very sad, and it works. He might have lived if you brought him to the sickbay, but sure, listen. The Enterprise limps to the Mutara section where it finally arrives at Regular 1. Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and Sybok beam over, and we get the horrific discovery of most of the regular staff with their throats slit, hung upside down, up for the abject horror of that scene. It's truly rough. And McCoy, like DeForest Kelley, sells it with his reaction. Ugh. Ugh. They then discover Tyrell and Chekov stuffed in a cupboard, and Tyrell tells just enough of the truth to let them believe the lie. The lie, of course, being that, you know, they're sort of back to normal and back working with them again. You know, it works because we as the audience are going, yes, that happened, yes, that happened, yes, that happened. Okay, all right, he's telling Kirk what happened. I believe him. They see that the transporter has been left on and that the coordinates are deep within the planetoid beside it. So, naturally, what are they going to do? Beam inside? We get that exchange where McCoy says, well, suppose they beam to nowhere. And Kirk says, well, it will be your chance to get away from it all. I could argue that, really, we're doing jokes at this time, but I think it's delivered fine enough. They beam down, discover Doctors Marcus, Carol, and David, and the greatest scientist who ever lived, Jeddah. Jeddah does not get talked about enough. It's just not fair. He was part of the Project Genesis team, presumably a genius for being able to work on it, and only for the fact that bloody Marcus knocks somebody out of the way. He gets vaporized by Tyrell, and that's why our dilithium up goes to, all right, no, I can't give it to Jeddah, sorry, but, oh man. Well, you had to have a red shirt, didn't you? But yes, this reveals that, no, Tyrell and Chekov are not quite as on the level as they appeared to be. Tyrell pulling out the phaser that had originated in the motion picture, which I always forget. Keep thinking it was introduced in this one, but no, it was there in the motion picture. Tyrell gives the coordinates for the Genesis torpedo to Khan, who has of course been listening to everything, but he can't bring himself to kill Kirk. In an act of horrific bravery, he turns the phaser on himself, knowing he can't quite overpower the larva of the SETI eel in his brain, but he can't bring himself to kill Kirk either. Oh, this film has some dark moments in it. And the scene where the SETI eel burrows its way out of Chekov's ear. There is something to be said for had Tyrell waited 5 minutes, but still. They then, you know, we get the infamous scene, which is Kirk speaking to Khan, where he says, you'll have to come down. You know, you don't have me, Khan. You have to come get me. I've done far worse than kill you, Admiral. I've hurt you, and I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me, is what Kirk calmly says following that. In a scene that is so infamous, it should never be ever remade or done by another actor again. Don't you agree? Well, with all that excitement, Kirk gets a chance to chat to Krall, and they have a bit of a discussion to have, don't they? Explain, David? Yeah, David Marcus is, of course, Kirk's son. I love Krall Marcus in this film. I love BB Besh. And I have to say, I love Merritt Buttrick in the role as well. He gets less to do, and he's kind of hampered by he has to be a bit gruff with his dad. Wouldn't you be? Because from his point of view, his dad just wasn't around. But there's more context to it than that. It's grown up, is what it is. And it comes across really well. No one is the bad guy. And it's a definite up from me, because you can find revelations of, oh, the secret child you never knew you had. And sometimes it can be good, and sometimes it can be not good. I feel that Picard's third season was very much an homage to this. I actually think, again, largely because of the performances. I think Patrick Stewart and Gates McFadden played that scene like a blinder. So I think as homages go, it's pretty good. But I love Krall and Jim in this scene. They talk about how they're feeling, and we get, Kirk saying he feels old. And Krall says, well, why don't I show you something that will make you feel young as when the Earth was new again? Down to the Genesis cave. It doesn't look great. It's been cleaned up, I think, as well as it's going to be. I just think that the initial construction of it wasn't fantastic. It looks a little bit too fake. But it is here in this cave that we find out why he is the way he is. There was discussion behind the scenes of, is it a good idea or not to have Kirk cheat on his Kobayashi Maru test? Is this what we want in our leading man, to find out that he's a cheat? But director Nicholas Meyer argued that it's the flaws that make the man. Knowing that he cheated, that he never faced the no-win scenario. He changed the parameters of the test so that he was able to win. It's cheating. Just because he got complimented on his original thinking doesn't mean he ever really took the test. And that is, again, a critical thing in this film, which is why the revelation is an up from me. This, of course, leads to the revelation that, again, experience. If there's open communication, I'm not going to give you my PIN code, am I? So they knew Khan was listening, so Spock exaggerated the amount of time it would take to repair the Enterprise. The whole beam up sequence and the revelation that, not much is working, but we've got some stuff back, is brilliant. It's a good bait and switch, because also you don't expect it from Spock. As, Saavik asks him, you told a lie, I exaggerated. And this leads then to the Enterprise heading toward the Mutara Nebula and our big final act of the film. There's actually one part of the ship I really want to give a special shout out to, and that's the torpedo bay that was adapted from the Klingon bridge of the motion picture and rebuilt into the bay as we see it for this film. Now, for a very heartbreaking reason later on, but just you get this sense of real activity, all right, party is like, it's gonna take you a while to load a torpedo. It's not great in the middle of a battle, but at the same time, it looks like, yeah, that's functional. And that is an up from me. The chase to the nebula itself, Kirk has to really bait Khan into following. Because once you go into the nebula, you lose your sensors, you can't see where the other ship is going. Also, it's, your shields are going to be down. It levels the playing field. So getting the Reliant in there means, at least technologically, they're going to be on the same page. And this is really where experience comes into play. The nebula itself, I think, is a beautiful creation. Effectively, it's a cloud tank. It's a relatively simple, for the people who know what they're doing, I'm not saying I could do it, but it's a relatively simple effect. It's gorgeous and gets reused in Star Trek a lot to show you how good it is. It's not exactly a slam dunk for the Enterprise. They get hit, and they get hit hard. That flame effect in the torpedo bay, why do you think I brought it up a second ago? Because taken up to that torpedo and that exploding effect, fair play to that stuntman. Kirk's response deals a lot of damage to the Reliant and leads to the death of Joaquin. He's been there throughout, and There's a real sense of, you know, he will follow him to the end, which of course he does follow him to the end. It's sort of a funny behind the scenes story, because you won't see Judson Scott's name anywhere in The Wrath of Khan. Long story medium, there was a bit of a back and forth between his agents and, you know, the film's producers. They wanted him to have billing alongside the returning cast of the original series, which they said, look, you're not going to get that. We'll offer you lower billing. To which they said, oh no, we don't want that. They effectively said, we'll waive billing, which Judson Scott inferred to mean, oh, I'll just be in the end credits then. Well, no, he's not in the end credits either. So, whoops. It was a bit of a kerfuffle. He did get over it because he comes back. He's in more Star Trek as the years go by. But yeah, so Judson Scott is the actor's name, just in case you were wondering. Anyway, he dies well, and Khan swears to avenge him. Chekov, who's feeling a bit better, comes up to the bridge and he fires the torpedoes that effectively cripple the Reliant. It blows off a nacelle, it destroys the torpedo bay because Kirk had the wherewithal to go, space is 3D. So he drops the ship, we get those gorgeous shots. It's a submarine battle. It really is. When it rises up behind the Reliant, it's such a powerful scene. It leads to, effectively, everyone but Khan is now dead on the Reliant, and the scene of him activating the Genesis. The music really dials it back during this. In fact, I think while he's activating the torpedo, it's gone altogether, and it's just Khan turning it on. And this is him, turning on the nuke that will destroy the forest. You know, you can run, but are you going to get away from it? The Enterprise senses what's happening. Is it too late? Up. Khan watches the Enterprise try and get away. Sulu is the one to vocalize, we're not going to make it, are we? And then you have just that little head shake from David Marcus, who's on the bridge. It's just played perfectly. The tension is so high. Up. Spock's nipped off the bridge. We'll come back to that. We get Khan's last words, and they are a quote from Moby Dick. From hell's heart, I stab at thee. For hate's sake, I spit my last breath at thee. Ricardo Montalban. Up. The Enterprise is in trouble, but thankfully, they have Spock. Spock goes down to engineering because he knows he can get the engines back online, but it's going to take going into that irradiated chamber. We get that quick scene of the Vulcan nerve pinch and very quick mind meld, which was added later on. In he goes, and being blasted by radiation, he gets the main energizer back online. They're able to go to warp, which means we get that gorgeous warp effect of the Enterprise flying out of there. The Genesis torpedo explodes, it consumes the Reliant and the matter in the Mutara Nebula, beginning the formation of the Genesis planet. But this is all in, if you like, the orbit of the death of Spock. The death of Spock is enough, not because he died, but it has taken on a life of its own at this stage. It was shocking at the time for a couple of reasons, and the performances, everything about it. I couldn't not make this our dilithium up of the film. It is done pitch perfect. Leonard Nimoy standing blinded, tugging his shirt so that it's all straight and without a crease. Kirk, William Shatner, the pair of them sliding down, the glass separating them. Everything about it is perfect. The funeral scene that follows, taken up, is perfect. Everything from Scotty on the bagpipes to Savik's single tear. Just... It takes death sometimes for people to appreciate life. So when Dr. Carol Marcus asks Kirk on the bridge, watching the new planet form, how he feels, he confesses he feels young. Spock sacrificed himself to save the Enterprise, but so many have survived, so many are alive, that there is hope in this ending. Now, of course, we would know that it would not be the ending. We get Leonard Nimoy delivering Space, the Final Frontier, and then we get, which of course is an up, and that shot of the torpedo tube coming to a rest on the Genesis planet, which is an up. And now I think it's time to go to temporal observations. The reused footage in this film, of course, I've talked about it already. It's done quite well. It would also be done again, funnily enough, after this. Let's talk about the big Spock's death in the room. So Spock dies in the Kobayashi Maru sequence because the death of Spock had been leaked long before the film hit the theaters, allegedly by a disgruntled Gene Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry had very little to do with this film. He effectively, right or wrong, got blamed for the perceived financial failure of the motion picture. It did, the budget effectively ballooned on the motion picture, and because his name was on, the producers list, that sort of fell at his feet. Nicholas Meyer was brought in to direct this film. Now I have to give an up to Nicholas Meyer for the job that he did on Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, because for all the reasons we've just gone through, really. But one of the things allegedly that Roddenberry hated was the idea of killing Spock. And there's so many theories behind the things. Leonard Nimoy wanted out, and then he changed his mind, and that's what the mind meld at the end. Remember, that's what that was included, so that Nimoy could come back. I'll discuss that a bit more when we're going through the search for Spock. This idea that Spock was going to die was already leaked out there, so they killed him in the beginning. And then, haha, you got a death scene, there it is, to sort of pack a punch for the ending as well. Nicholas Meyer was the one who created the character of Sybok. Sybok there's just so much about Sybok in Star Trek's history. So obviously the character returns in The Search for Spock and The Voyage Home, and most recently in Otoy's Unification, which I'll come back to that in a moment. The idea of Sybok being half Romulan was dropped almost immediately. So as I say, it's not discussed in this film, and Robin Curtis's portrayal, it's specifically much more Vulcan, much more logical, much less emotional than Kirstie Alley's. When it came to the undiscovered country, originally it was going to be Sybok who was going to turn out to be the traitor, and now there was uproar over that one. Again, you had Nicholas Meyer, who was returning to direct the undiscovered country, butting heads rather severely with Gene Roddenberry on that one, and making the fair point that Sybok was his creation. He could do whatever he wanted. This version of Sybok appears only once. There was almost an appearance by Sybok in The Next Generation. In Cause and Effect, when the Bozeman comes through that rift, obviously you have Kelsey Grammer's Morgan Bateson captaining that ship. Well, there was a gag that they were going to have a Cheers revival, and Sybok, played by Kirstie Alley, was going to be standing on the bridge behind him. They couldn't make it work, so that's why the character who's standing behind him doesn't speak, but looks fairly Sybok-esque. The half-Romulan idea, the rumor would be that it was going to be used for T'Pol's storyline in the never-produced 5th season of Star Trek Enterprise. Carol and David. Now, this will be the only appearance of B.B. Besh's Carol Marcus, but David Marcus would appear in The Search for Spock, played again by Merritt Buttrick, and, well, via a photo in The Undiscovered Country, because sadly Merritt Buttrick had passed away at that point. Carol Marcus, the character, would appear in Star Trek Into Darkness, played by Alice Eve, and has been mentioned by name in Star Trek Strange New Worlds. There's a deleted section of dialogue from the script in the scene where Kirk, Sulu, Uhura, and McCoy are en route to the Enterprise. Here, in the script, and in fact recorded, but just deleted from the film, was that Sulu was going to get his new command within a month, and it was the USS Excelsior. So, although by name only, the Excelsior was in the Wrath of Khan. We'll come back to that with Search for Spock. Now, Khan himself, we have the returning Khan from Space Seed, Ricardo Montalban. The discussion, it was quite funny because, at the time, this is 1980, well, when they're filming, 1981, It's not like he can just pull up Netflix and watch the episode again, is it? So he had to request tapes be sent to him of this thing he'd filmed 16 years earlier. You know what I mean? Or maybe not exactly 16, but you know, it was not yesterday that he had filmed this thing. And he said his first few takes of the character were much like Mr. Rourke from Fantasy Island, which he was then famous for playing. He did obviously get back to it there, and Khan has gone on to become one of the most iconic Star Trek villains of them all, to the point where you can't bloody name a Star Trek villain without going, but Khan. Khan, the character, has appeared again in Star Trek Into Darkness again, played now by Benedict Cumberbatch, and as a child in Star Trek Strange New Worlds, in one of the more interesting jiggery-pokeries when it comes to the timeline. One person who does not return for this film is Madeleine Roux, who played Marla McGivers in Space Seed. Now, they fell madly in love at the end of the episode, and away she went with Khan. They got married and, you know, ostensibly to live happily ever after. Well, sadly, that didn't happen. Madeleine Roux was battling MS at this point in her life and was unable to play Marla McGivers if indeed they had, you know, tried to get her to return. So they address that in the film by saying that at this point, Marla McGivers, although not named, it's Marla, has died because of the SETI eels, which is a particularly gruesome way to go. That nebula has appeared how many times in Star Trek at this point? The Reliant and the Miranda classes, well sure, they're still in service right through to the late 24th century. Between them and the Excelsior class, they're like the workhorses of Starfleet. There's a whole story about how the Reliant was originally shown with the nacelles above, but then they flipped it so it would look quite different from the Enterprise. And I think, you know, having seen where they end, I think they made the right choice. The Kobayashi Maru gets mentioned every other Tuesday now in Star Trek. The one big difference about this Project Genesis is that it doesn't come with a paywall. Prefix codes never get mentioned again, and probably for the best. That whole scene of the mind meld with Remember put in, that was basically there so that Leonard Nimoy would have the option of returning. And, you know, as the next film ended up being called The Search for Spock, I think it worked. It also introduces, although not by name at this point, it introduces the Katra that will become so important in The Search for Spock and beyond. I mean, in Enterprise you had Surak's Katra as well. There's entire play on this scene of Spock saving the ship in the Lower Decks episode I Excretus, with Rutherford effectively playing the role of Spock. Anyway, it doesn't go very well, and we see the Constitution class explode. It makes me sad. Did you really think I wasn't going to talk about the uniforms? Up for the Monster Maroons. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? Listen, I'm not a hater of the motion picture uniforms, but I'm so glad they changed them up for this one. It suits the more militaristic, although they are not military, it does suit the more militaristic tone of this film. The Monster Maroons are, in my opinion, they are the greatest of all of the Star Trek uniforms. Do you hear that, Katie? I think they're gorgeous, I think they're beautiful, and with, you know, the away jacket as well, it was a heck of a visual change. You know, like, okay, you had those kind of beige and white and blues of the motion picture, but you also had the gold, the blue, and the red of the original series. Now, while we did have the suggestion with the undershirts, these were different. Now, I'd say they were melting in them because they were wool. They're also really hard to replicate, as any other cosplayer will know. They are absolutely flipping stunning. Leonard Nimoy is the first actor other than the captain to say the Space, the Final Frontier pledge that happens in this film. Now, of course, as the next generation would come, we would have, you know, Patrick Stewart would go on and say it, and so on. Obviously, Anson Mount says it now as well. But this was the first time. James Horner's score, well, he would return himself, of course, for The Search for Spock, but his own score would get evoked as time goes on. You can hear a lot of references to it, particularly in Lower Decks as well. The film was released in 1982, which people know is one of the big years for sci-fi. But a special whopper shout just to Nicholas Meyer. Of course, it's not just an up, though of course it's an up. It's the fact that he directed this film so well, he co-wrote The Voyage Home, and then came back to direct The Undiscovered Country. I've mentioned a few times in these lists that I actually watched the Star Trek movies out of order when I was much younger and had very little control over these things. Just saying, nobody's fault, Dad. I actually saw Star Trek 3, I believe, before I saw Star Trek 2 or even Star Trek the Motion Picture. So I tend to look at this film as my introduction to the Star Trek film universe. I certainly have very clear memories of several scenes in this film, earlier, I think, than some of the ones that followed. I do have funny stories, though, about The Final Frontier, which we will get to when we're covering that film in a couple of weeks. Thank you everyone so far, by the way, who's given such lovely feedback on the ups and downs. We're really enjoying doing these. It's been a long time coming. Had so much fun with the motion picture, so much fun with the Wrath of Khan. Thank you very much for people who complimented my jacket. I'm not going to lie, it has shrunk. That's what I'm going to say. I most certainly have not changed shape at all. It shrunk, so it was nice to wear it again for that video. So thank you very much. Before we go anywhere, please make sure that you are hitting the like and subscribe buttons. It makes such a difference when you do, honestly now. It's because of people who subscribe and like that we get to do these videos. Right, I've said me piece. Shall we have a look at Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock? Where did we leave our plucky heroes? Well, we had a new planet, but it cost us a Spock to get there. We had a crew that was a little bit shell-shocked. We had a chief engineer who'd lost a nephew, but we had an admiral who'd gained a son. So there was an awful lot going on, really, in the Wrath of Khan. As we go into the search for Spock, we start with a little bit of a recap. That entire final scene, really, of Spock in engineering, slowly dying, that little bit of the funeral as well. And I'm actually going to come in with a bit of a down. And that down is chopping Kirstie Alley out of this recap. There's a reason, of course, which I will discuss in a moment. Pretty obvious reason, to be fair. Oh, I've always just this little scene, because it is direct lifting footage from The Wrath of Khan. It's like, oh, would have been nice to see her again. The fact that the character returns in this one, please, have we not had more confusing moments in Star Trek than that? So yeah, that's a little down for me. We kick off right away, and of course accompanies us all the way through, is Taken Up, James Horner. James Horner returns to score Star Trek 3 The Search for Spock, having joined Star Trek with Star Trek 2 The Wrath of Khan. He reuses some of his themes, that is something that will be a part of his career, and also creates new lush themes. Particularly this opening prelude is just beautiful as it plays over the recap, but then goes into the opening credits as we pan through the Genesis planet. There are some musical moments in this score, for example, pretty much everything to do with Space Dock, which is up there with my favorite musical moments from the entire franchise. I am gonna tease him a little bit as the film goes on, you'll see when, but genuinely, what a beautiful score that this is for this film. The next up is going to go to that lovely beauty shot of the Enterprise. Now, I mean, the poor thing has had 7 levels of hell kicked out of it by the Reliant, but we still get that gorgeous, gorgeous approach. Funnily enough now, so there's now a 4K remaster for the 40th anniversary of Star Trek The Search for Spock, which was released last year, which, I mean, much like I was plugging the 4K director's remaster of, the 4K remaster of the director's cut of the motion picture. Sorry, to get that one accurate. I'm probably going to do the same for The Search for Spock, but I've seen this film so many times, and honestly, I think it's always looked good. There are definitely moments where it shows its age, things that have been cleaned up in the remaster, but Leonard Nimoy, director, you put together a good team, I won't lie to you. I do, however, have a down. So as this beauty shot comes along, we see some of the damage that the Enterprise incurred in the battle with the Reliant. Then we go into Admiral Kirk's captain's log. Monologues on the brain. And he talks about some of the crew being reassigned, that they're on their way home, and just how long has it been? My down is that this film confuses time rather a lot. There's an awful lot of sort of throwaway comments which suggests things either have taken an awful lot longer to happen or have taken no time at all. For example, it's inferred that the Enterprise is flying home from the Mutara sector at this point, right? I think that's the general understanding we have, but that the crew's all been reassigned. But he specifically says the ship feels empty, which means presumably another ship rendezvoused with the Enterprise and left it to limp home. And I guess that doesn't stretch credulity, but it just introduces that first question of, how long has it been? It's obviously long enough that Genesis has become such a hot button topic, that another ship has been assigned to study it, that David Marcus has had a chance to get home and get back on the Grissom. Do you know what I mean? And then of course there's the big one that comes with Fleet Admiral Morrow's debrief of the crew. Before we get anywhere near Fleet Admiral Morrow though, I will give an up to Scotty and how he plays with time. You know, because he says the refit will take 8 weeks, but he doesn't have 8 weeks, so I'll do it for you in 2. I love it. Again, I'm noticing on this rewatch specifically how Shatner and James Doohan tended to bounce off each other very well. When we think of the original series, at least speaking for myself, I tend to think of the big 3 in terms of relationships. But it's there with all of them, particularly with Shatner and Doohan, and I really like them in this film together. The next scene takes us to the Merchantman. Now, I really like this little ship. It is, you know, basically it's gorgeous. It is a model that would get reused throughout Star Trek again. It is a model that, thanks to Eagle Moss, I now have one of in my house. It's simple, it's both ugly and not. It kind of looks like one of those horseshoe crabs, and I'm here for it. I also want to give an up to Valkyris, who is the first Klingon woman that we've seen since the original series episode, The Day of the Dove, which of course featured Kara. She holds herself with such poise and such grace, and yet also, she's not Lursa and B'Etor. Oh, I don't know what the best word is for it. Maybe I've used it already. Poise and grace. Poise and grace. Ooh, Freudian slip. Where does that come from? Okay, well, she obviously has a very good relationship with Christopher Lloyd's Krug. Now, I think the entire destruction of Genesis at the end of this film was because Christopher Lloyd was chewing the scenery so much there was just nothing left. He is clearly having a ball in this film, and he's fun because he commits as hard as he does. I think it's part of the fun. Now, before we get anywhere near there, he does something that's pretty much not fun. You know? Valkyris was great. Bye, Valkyris. She transmits this stolen Genesis data over to Krug, which then results in the introduction of the Klingon bird of prey. It's such a well-known ship now, it's been in so many iterations of Star Trek and appeared so many times, that it's sometimes funny to remember this is the film in which it appeared for the very first time. And it wasn't even a Klingon ship. Many people will know the story behind the Klingon bird of prey, and some people won't. So what I will say, stick around for temporal observations, because there is a cool story behind the design of this iconic Klingon ship. We see in this first introduction as well the fact that it can change wing positions, because as it decloaks, it's in flight mode, which is the wings out horizontal. It then swings around and drops the wings down into attack mode, which is, you know, it goes from that to that. You know, that's probably the image of the bird of prey you're probably well known. Now, while we, the audience, might enjoy seeing it, people on the Merchantman don't, because this is just after Kirk realizes Valkyris is party to the secret of Genesis, which he can't have. So he swings about and destroys the Merchantman. You're some prick, Krug, to be honest now. He is, but he's also an animal lover. You know, after he does express some sadness over having to kill Valkyris, we get, you know, Qapla', for example. He then destroys the ship, and as he goes, his demon dog. So there's been a discussion, is this a Targ or not? And if it is, this is a Targ who's seen better days. I will say jury's out. If it's a Targ, it's a Targ. If it's not a Targ, well, it doesn't look like any Targ I've ever seen. It looks like it's been skinned, frankly. It was also operated by somebody sitting under the floor. Like, this is puppet operation. I love the 80s and practical effects. I'm giving the demon dog an up. If you know me, you know that I like an L docking sequence. All right, up the entire docking sequence as the Enterprise arrives home. That up is all-encompassing. James Horner's music, the shots of the Enterprise, the introduction of Space Dock, which I love, love, love. That big old mushroom in the sky. It was one of the Eagle Moss models that I probably would have pushed my mother down a flight of stairs to get. No, I wouldn't. Geraldine Ferrick will kill me if I say that. And also, it's just the construction of it is beautiful. And it's one of the things of this film that lends a sense of scale to Starfleet. V'ger certainly came with scale. V'ger was big, okay? Like, motion picture did it well, but Dry Dock and the orbital office, as beautiful as they are, you kind of get that feeling of, are they not a bit small to be like Earth orbit? Space dock, I think, was the answer to that. I mean, this thing is flipping enormous. You could easily see this from the ground looking up at the stars. So as it flies through, those giant sexy doors open, the Enterprise goes in, we get more shots of the damage that it incurred in the Battle of the Mutara Nebula. We get that lovely, lovely shot of it flying by the officer's mess or the bar, taken up. Cameo from Grace Lee Whitney. Nice to see you again, Rand. It's just a fantastic sequence altogether. In this sequence, there's more temporal observations as well, but we also get taken up. Would you look at that? She's rumored to have transwarp drive. Aye, that if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a wagon. By which I say, I love the USS Excelsior. I love the Excelsior so much. It's so pretty. I love it. Did I tell you that I love the Excelsior? I really love the Excelsior. I love the curves on it. I love the shape of it. I love that it's clearly a next step in the evolution from the Constitution class. If the Miranda was a sidestep, and that's not shade, I love the Miranda class, the Excelsior is the next step up. And obviously the design would prove to be so enduring that we would see it well into DS9 and Voyager. I mean, this thing is in service for well over 100 years. It is gorgeous. And even the redesign, I know I'm on a tangent, but even the redesign in Star Trek Picard as well, still so evocative of this original Nilo Rodus design. Once the Enterprise is docked, we then get this security warning. Someone has forced the doors to Spock's quarters. And I actually have a down here. So Chekov is manning Spock's station, but he's also, in this film, I think he's security chief as well. Honestly, you can play a game of what job does Chekov have in this film? The display that he's looking at, that's showing that flashing beacon to say someone has forced Spock's doors, it's of the original series Enterprise design. Now, this may be sacrilege for me to say. Why are they showing the ship as it was something like 10 or 11 years previously? I had a good conversation actually with a friend recently where the motion picture, it's about 2271, because it's Kirk had his 5-year mission aboard the Enterprise, and then we had 18 months of redesign, and then the motion picture happens. Whereas this film is confirmed, it took a while, but it's confirmed 2285. So effectively, you're looking at a schematic of a 20-year-old ship. I will come to it, don't worry. For me, that was a down. It just felt like they hadn't done a schematic of the Constitution 2, the refit Constitution. Chekov reports that there is a life form in Spock's quarters, and he's quite perturbed because he sealed the doors himself. And as Admiral Kirk is a bit frustrated, he goes off saying this entire crew is on the verge of hysteria regarding Spock. So, away he goes. And Chekov is not very happy. When Scotty comes over to look at the display, Yane Sumoshechi, no vote. We get the very strange inclusion of a line in Russian. Now, it's not strange that Chekov would speak Russian, it's just everyone else has been speaking English for quite a while. Did the universal translator suddenly stop working? Anyway, roughly translated, he says, I'm not crazy, look. I just think it's a fun scene. Kirk arrives at the door of Spock's quarters where he's greeted by those two security guards. Now, the general attire that they're wearing seems to be at least a hybrid of what we saw in Star Trek the Motion Picture. But what we do get is the introduction of the Star Trek 3 phaser. I really like this phaser. I'm not going to tell you what I spent to get one of these because it was too much. I am not to be trusted with money. But yeah, no, I really, really like this phaser. For me, I think this is closer in design to the original series phaser. I don't love the one from The Wrath of Khan. And I know it makes a return. It is quite sad that it only appears in The Search for Spock. It doesn't then appear, there's a tiny caveat for that. It appears in one episode of The Next Generation. But in terms of regular use, it doesn't appear again. So I just wanted to give it its moment. Star Trek 3 phaser. Up. We then get the scene of Kirk and McCoy in Spock's quarters. This is an up from me. DeForest Kelley is excellent in this film. He manages to play that role, and it's a difficult role. Like, how do you play someone who's possessed but also themselves, but, takes it as seriously as they do while still keeping the sort of light-hearted Star Trek fare of it all? I think DeForest Kelley nails this part. This whole scene, remember all of it, that is an up from me. We then get our scene of Fleet Admiral Morrow doing a sort of a quick debrief of the crew. I want to give an up to the fact that Scotty gets his promotion to Captain of Engineering on the Excelsior, even though it's not under the best of circumstances. Now, I want to pick up on just an earlier down, and it's this idea of time. So this scene is sort of infamous in its own way because Morrow says the Enterprise is being decommissioned because it's 20 years old. This film being set in 2285, yes, that would track. The original series was 20 years in universe, and well, almost in real life as well. However, Kirk was not the first captain of the Enterprise, nor was he in the original series. Obviously, we met Pike in both The Cage, but although we shouldn't discount The Cage, let's say you want to discount The Cage, there's still the Menagerie. So Pike is very much there as a preceding captain. And then thanks to the animated series and, you know, general writings about it, we know that Robert April was the captain under whom the Enterprise was launched. In fact, the Enterprise is nearly 40 years old in Star Trek: The Search for Spock. To me, this has always puzzled me. Is this a simple continuity error? Is it a research error? Was it a slip of the tongue? You know, Morrow, he knew what he was saying. I don't really know. The problem is that it stands out. And although, of course, in the 1980s, they weren't planning on Strange New Worlds being a series, with Strange New Worlds, it's only aged a little bit worse. This scene does give us some good exposition though. We rapidly find out Genesis off limits, bit of a hot button topic, you know, there's not going to be a refit. You kind of get the cliff notes. And then you get, I'm giving it up to the Grissom. I will not stand for the hate the Oberth class gets. I won't stand for it. I've loved that ship since I first saw this film. Does it make sense? Kinda. It's effectively a flying sled with a cargo container underneath it. Right, so yeah, okay, well, I mean, it's not aerodynamic, but space. I don't know. And nor was it ever meant to be a warship, as was demonstrated in this film, but also, like, I've always thought it was really odd. You know, they sent a fleet of starships against Wolf 359, including the Bonestall, which was an Oberth class ship. So I'm sorry, did that crew piss you off and you just wanted to kill them all? Anyway, I like the Grissom. This leads to the introduction of Robin Curtis as Sybok. Not to belabor a point, having watched the films out of order, Robin Curtis was my first Sybok. So she was the template, if you like, for how I understood the character. And she, in this film, I think does so much with a much more restrained performance. Because this Sybok, she's nowhere near as outwardly emotional as Kirstie Alley's Sybok was. And there's a couple of behind-the-scenes reasons for this, temporal observations, but I think she does so much within that restriction. I think it's a performance that has absolutely stood the test of time. Nice as well to see Merritt Buttrick back as David. I'm sure he has a happy ending. I'm giving it down for Captain J.T. Esteban, who, how on earth did he become a captain? For the hate that John Harriman gets as captain of the Enterprise B, I don't understand why J.T. Esteban doesn't get equal or more hate. Yeah, I'm going to use the word hate. Because he's useless. He's a walking textbook. Honestly. At least he doesn't have to worry about it for very long. Back on Earth, this film made the excellent decision of bringing Mark Lenard back. I know the motion picture did it, but as Sarek taken up. This is Sarek's first appearance since the animated series episode Yesteryear. Mark Lenard was one of the very few original series guest stars who came back in the animated series. Roger C. Carmel would come back as Harry Mudd as well. He brings a gravitas to this scene. I don't know, I just think it's pitch perfect. I also want to give an absolute up to William Shatner in the scene with the mind meld as well. They play off each other very well. You know, you know that the idea of a mind meld can come across quite silly. And there has been times it's been played for comedy. There's been other times, which I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, that we will get to on the retro ups and downs, where it has absolutely not been played for comedy. This one, I think, is pitch perfect. The way it's shot, the way it's lit, the way they act it, such an outstanding scene. They establish the fact that Spock might not be quite as dead as we might have thought so. And almost to prove a point, back on the Genesis planet, David and Sybok have beamed down, best thing they ever did in terms of staying alive for a while. They find Spock's casket surrounded by, well, as they were microbes, now they're slugs. And then David does something really odd. He just opens Spock's casket. Down. What were you expecting to find, David? You know, your scan showed life. You found your life. It's sitting there all over the ground. We know. Hi, we're going to see Spock again. But I've always thought that was such an odd decision. I respect that it does set up an awful lot of what's coming, because then, of course, we hear that cry over the horizon. But yeah, leave his casket alone, you weirdo. Everything's more or less in motion now. We can infer Spock's alive. Sybok and David are looking for him. Grissom's floating overhead. We know that there's a Klingon ship that is now well aware of the Genesis planet. They're on their way. We also know that Kirk is now aware that Spock's body must be brought to Vulcan, because possibly it can be recombined with his Katra, which is within McCoy. All right, all of the pieces are on the board. I have to give an up to Maru, right? Because from his point of view, Kirk makes the statement, you don't have to believe. But he's not about to just turn over a starship to go and break all sorts of galactic treaties, to go on, from his point of view, a wild goose chase to Genesis. Maru did nothing wrong. Not that I disagree with Kirk going to Genesis, but yeah, I just want to give like an up there, because I think he as well kind of gets this bit of a reputation as a bit of a pencil pusher, a bit of a, oh sure, we couldn't possibly do that, it's a Tuesday. No, there's none of that. I like their interaction in this scene, and they play off each other very well. Having said that, I still really like, Kirk going, the word is no, I am therefore going anyway. That's an up. McCoy at the alien bar, the whole scene. It's an up. Now, I will say, McCoy's good old-fashioned racism pops up its head again, as it tended to do. Look, McCoy is a complicated character. As beloved as he is, he was a product of his time, shall we say. Slagging off the aliens' ears. Don't do that. It's a part of his physiology. Do you know what I mean? But I like how he plays that, to expect one to order poison would not be logical. I don't know, and that whole trying to Vulcan nerve pinch the security officer. The exchange with the unnamed alien, I really like it all. It's a fun scene. Fashion has aged well. I'm not gonna lie, I want to see at least one person dressed as that waitress at the next convention I go to, because where did you get that amount of Christmas lights? Back on the Genesis planet, you got Sybok and David Marcus, who are walking through these different landscapes before they find the Vulcan child. I have to give it down. This is one of those scenes where Search for Spock is kind of showing its age. These are all clearly sound stages. They're beautiful matte paintings, but they're very obviously matte paintings. And it is something that Star Trek would run into trouble with as time went on. They signal up to the Grissom that they've found a Vulcan, and no, they're not beaming up. Again, excellent decision to stay alive for a while. We then get what is easily one of my favorite sequences in the film. McCoy has been arrested, and Admiral Kirk goes to see him before he's transferred and does the, how many fingers am I holding up? That's not very damn funny. Up. Sulu just tries to shoot the breeze with that security officer, who yawns, and he says, keeping you busy? There's the guy, for no reason at all, stands up, towers over him and says, don't get smart with me, Tiny. I'm delighted to see that. Sulu puts him in his place, slams his face against a wall, and tosses him on the ground. Don't call me Tiny. Up. On the Excelsior, Scotty's packing it in for the night. Captain Styles says he looks forward to breaking some of the Enterprise's speed records tomorrow. And as Scotty gets into the elevator, asks for floor, please. Thank you. Up your shaft. Up. Yes, stick around for Temporal observations for that one. One character who is sadly shortchanged in the search for Spock is Uhura. She gets great stuff, just not very much of it. So when we get to her transporter room, I love the exchange with her and Mr. Adventure. He turns around to Uhura, first of all accuses her of in the twilight of her career. Good luck with that, mate. And then says, what, have you lost all sense of reality? And then Nichelle Nichols, but this isn't reality. This is fantasy. Yeah, how's that feel? The old heart pumping there? Get in the closet. Sorry, I wanted to show the phaser again. But I love this scene. Uhura manages to beam them over to the Enterprise, and she plays a critical role in the novelization. Up for Uhura in this scene, Nichelle Nichols. We don't get very much of her, but what we do is brilliant. And last time I'll say this, stick around for the temporal observations. There's a lot to get through. Vonda McIntyre did a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to the story of the search for Spock. We're then standing on the bridge of the Enterprise, and I think one of the greatest crimes in Star Trek history occurs here. What on earth is Chekov wearing in this scene? Down. What in the puritanical collared nonsense? Ugh. Right, anyway, they start to boot up the Enterprise, and we get that great sequence then of Captain Styles over on the Excelsior, played by the late, great James B. Sicking, who is sitting there, he's doing his nails. How can you have a yellow alertance? For as much of a smarmy git as he is, take it up, Captain Styles. Beginning the reversing of the Enterprise out of space. I mean, come on. The whole scene is an up. I just love it. You know, we're reversing the Enterprise. The Excelsior is powering up with orders to pursue. Space doors are closed. The whole thing is just brilliant. You have more great Kirk and Scotty. It's like, and now, sir, the doors, Scotty, the doors. Aye, sir, I'm working on it. Latinum up for this film is the entire stealing the Enterprise sequence. And then reversing through those doors by a hair's breadth, we get that gorgeous overhead shot of the Enterprise backing out with James Horner's returning Wrath of Khan theme playing over that. Then we have the Excelsior coming out too. It's just so good. And then Styles is, Kirk, you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's chair again. Warp speed. Enterprise warps off, the Excelsior gets ready to pursue and breaks down. Good morning, Captain. I do want to give a little up as well to that cameo from Miguel Ferrer. Many people will know him from many different things. I personally know him from the TV series adaptation of Stephen King's The Stand. He was brilliant as Lloyd Henreid and has his little cameo here. I'm sure there's people screaming at the screen going, but RoboCop. I hear you. But away they go, and Scotty dropping those little bits of the Excelsior's core into McCoy's hand. There you are, Doctor, from one surgeon to another. The more they complicate the plumbing, the more easier it is to stop up the drain. Nailed it. Back to where we will spend a large chunk of the rest of the film now, which is over the Genesis planet. And the Grissom finally realizes that they're not alone. They're being jammed, and a Klingon bird of prey decloaks. Up to the greatest extra, or supporting cast, or I would argue star of the film, Gene Maury. If you look at that extended reaction shot, genuinely, she's always stood out for me in this film. Just as the Klingon ship is about to, destroy the Grissom. Like, unbelievable. I've always loved that eye roll. And then, bye-bye Grissom. Some people are very happy to see it blow up. I wasn't. Maybe Esteban, but not the rest of the crew. It was not their fault. We then get a scene which is so strange, and it's down from me. And it's Krug and his two cronies beaming down to the planet. And that scene where, he allows the microbe to wrap itself around him. And I know it's sort of, because he kind of seems sad almost to kill this thing. It's like it's adding on from that. He's an animal lover and he's sad to do this, but it's such a strangely paced scene. So yeah, that was always down to me. And up for me, however, is Sybok cutting straight to the core of David. This is where we get the revelation that David Marcus used protomatter in the Genesis Matrix, which is why the planet is aging in chunks. And, Spock along with it. Oops, we're not supposed to say his name yet. Anyway, Spock along with it. It's because he cheated, as Sybok says. And as she also says, is how many will pay the price for your impatience? How many have died? And what is yet to come? It's such a powerful scene. And again, Robin Curtis nails this moment. David, full of guilt, they see that there's 3 lights off on the very real landscape, and he goes off to confront them. That'll go well. While he's gone... Oh, I'm not allowed to say that. Ponfar, baby. Poor Spock, of course, is aging in chunks and reaches Ponfar. Sybok is able to help him through it. in Hollywood, in cinema, there is this propensity for just throwing in a random sex scene. There you go, that'll go in the trailer. Brilliant. This is so not that. They come up with this idea of, well, they didn't, sorry, Mark Leonard came up with the idea of touching fingers back in Journey to Babel, but they expand on it and they're able to do this, sorry, I don't know if this needs to be censored, by the way, but they're able to do this Ponfar scene. And of course there is way down the line, there is fallout from this, but it's actually so beautifully filmed between the two of them. It's, I think, carefully done as well. There is a very strange moment just before it, and it's a continuity error that's always bugged me, to the point that it's a down. As the Earth shakes and Sybok wakes up, just before all this, there's clearly a Klingon officer, or at least his uniform, in that tree. Has anyone else noticed this? Well, after Ponfar is assuaged, Sybok and Spock are thrust to their knees beside a beaten David. And it's very clear that he was quite ineffectual against the Klingons. I suppose, in fairness to David, he's a scientist, they're 3 trained warriors. I'll give him a pass on that one. Up above, the Enterprise has entered the Mutara system, I guess? Mutara system? Mutara sector? Genesis system? Enterprise is here. They're looking for the Grissom. Of course, the Klingon bird of prey knows the Grissom isn't there. What they see is a Federation battle cruiser, not often it's called that, approaching. Krug is beamed up to his ship, and there follows such an underwhelming battle. Down. As Scotty seems to be speaking for the script here when he says, "I did not expect to take it into battle." Yeah, clearly. Listen, I'm being a bit harsh because what it sets up. But we get, it fires a torpedo at the Klingon ship as it decloaks. The Klingon ship then fires and hits the main energizer. And you've got 2 ships which are pretty much floating in space. That's it. That's the ship action in this film. Star Trek: The Search for Spock, for as much as I love it, will never go down as one of the most exciting space battle films ever made. Where I think it succeeds is in the characters. And we get, it's quite a rapid succession of scenes which are so powerful. The casual brutality, which is an up of Krug saying, "I will kill one of the prisoners just to show my intent." The f***ing hell? Casual brutality that Krug displays to show his intent that he will just have one of the prisoners killed. And although there is that exchange of Kirk going, "How dare you take prisoners?" I believe it. I do believe Krug in this scene. And it does give one of, I think, how it's shot, with no music as well, works. David goes out a hero. David had to be the one to die. One is you couldn't kill Sybok, and also you were hardly going to kill Spock. So it had to be David, but it's this loss that Kirk has to go through, to endure, to save Spock, but also David is atoning for his use of the protomatter. He is, however inadvertently, responsible for an awful lot of what's happening. I think he goes out a hero. He saves Sybok. It is something that we will revisit, however, briefly in 2 of the upcoming Ups and Downs. The scene that follows, Shatner as Kirk, "You Klingon bastards, you've killed my son." I'm not going to beat around the bush, folks. My dilithium up with the film. Shatner nails it. Absolutely nails it. You believe him in this. He stumbles backwards. This is Admiral Kirk. The be-all, the end-all. He is affected. He is hurt. You can believe here why he feels the way that he does about Klingons from this point forward. Now, whether you agree or not is a different story. And that McCoy goes over to him. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Kirk's solution to what happens next is, of course, iconic. "Goodbye, old girl, we hardly knew you." Actually, we knew you quite well. Well, we might have known you for 20 years or 40 years. The self-destruct sequence of the USS Enterprise is iconic. The story goes that they tried so hard to keep this a secret going into the film, and the marketing team said, no, we're putting that in the trailer. Producer Harv Bennett fought them and lost. So this film was bloody advertised as the final journey of the USS Enterprise, with footage of this scene included in the trailer. You absolute morons. Why would you do that? Sorry, up to the entire sequence, not up to the people who cut that trailer. I hope you still feel guilty. It's heart-wrenching. It's, the way the music swells, the way they run through to the transporter room, the fact that at this point there still takes 3 people to start a destruct sequence. Okay, Star Trek Picard, that's something you obviously did away with. It just pitch perfect. Pitch perfect, pitch perfect, pitch perfect. And that scene where the Klingons walk onto the bridge, it seems to be run by computer. It is the only thing speaking. 4, 3, get out of there! Followed by the crew down on the Genesis planet, watching the flaming wreckage of the Enterprise crashing down into this planet of new life. My God, Bones, what have I done? What you had to do, what you always do. Turn death into a fighting chance to live. Up. They arrive, they save. They save Sybok and Spock. Spock at this point is now back to, physically normal. Kirk shoots that one Klingon, goes flying. Always kind of like that scene. Krug beams down after Kirk signals to the bird of prey to say that, sorry your crew's gone, but we're down here. He orders for almost everyone to be beamed up as prisoners, leaving Spock on the planet because, as Krug says, because you wish it. I've actually quite liked that exchange. What I do not like, in any way, down. This is a fight sequence worthy of the Gorn. It's a bit rough, isn't it? And I mean, there's reasons behind it. There's, there was supposed to be, rocks pushing up out of the ground. They did manage to get one of those out of several that were meant to be there. I do like the dissolution or dissolving, dissolution. I like how the planet is breaking up around them, but I mean, anyway, it's not aged very well. And also, I mean, frankly, Kirk shouldn't have stood a chance against Krug. Klingons are naturally stronger. We get the, I have had enough of you, and then falls down into the lava. It's all a little bit silly. Considering it's the climactic fight, Kirk manages to pick up Spock, and he signals up to Maltz, or taken up, John Larroquette, nice to see you, beam up onto the bird of prey, and there we go. We're off the planet, which is exploding around them. That looks mostly good. The bit where the planet blows its rocks out into space, I think you can kind of see the Force perspective just a little bit much, but that scene where the sun is over the horizon of just lava, it's very biblical. It's very Book of Revelations, and I'm very much here for that. I think that was beautifully shot. Also a scene gorgeous is the Klingon bird of prey landing on Vulcan, leading into that entire sequence, taken up Dame Judith Anderson, taking this as serious as an absolute seizure. The entire scene, it's beautiful, it's, ceremonial, it swells with emotion. And when I found out that Nimoy had to fight to keep this scene in the film, it makes it all the better for me. Everything about it works, even Sarek commiserating with Kirk about the loss of the Enterprise and David. Everything works. Story goes, there's some deleted scenes which extended this. George Takei spoke about how there was a footage shot of them ascending to Mount Seleia. I do understand, honestly, why they cut that, because the scene itself, I think the pacing works. I think to add more to it would slow it down just a little bit too much. Plus, they'd have to carry a body up a lot of stairs. I've always wondered about that one. That was not an anti-grav platform. The sequence, gorgeous. Love the ceremony. And, I mean, Jim. Your name is Jim. Up. Spock is back. He's part of the crew. Everyone's happy to see him. I think we even get a smile from Sybok there as well, which I think well earned. And it ends, for as dark as this film was in parts, it ends on such an uplifting note, especially when it effectively says in that, the text at the end, haha, stick around for the sequel, which we will of course cover next week. But before we get there, will you take a jaunt with me to temporal observations? Robin Curtis is introduced in this film. Now, she would of course return as Sybok in The Voyage Home. She would then return not as Sybok, but in the Next Generation episodes, Gambit Parts 1 and 2. There is a story, I'll cover it more when we get to the Undiscovered Country, but there is a story about, was this going to be Sybok? Yes, it was going to be Sybok. Who was going to come back? Robin Curtis herself said she was never approached to reprise the role of Sybok in The Undiscovered Country. However, she does appear in the Otoi Unification short film that was released last year. This is incredibly important because what it does is confirm what was written into the script of The Voyage Home, which is that she was pregnant with Spock's child after this Pon farr. She gives birth to his child, who is then in the Unification short film. So it's a pretty important, Robin Curtis is a very important Sybok. That's all I'm saying. Nilo Rodis designed just so much for this film. We have the Excelsior, we've got Space Dock, we've got the Grissom. As the Enterprise is actually pulling into Space Dock, if you look to the left-hand side of the screen, what you will see is one of the original mock-up models of the Enterprise that was planned for Planet of the Titans, which eventually became the motion picture. So actually there's two Enterprises in this scene as opposed to just one. Space Dock itself was just a beautiful marvel of a model. The whole thing, the big filming model exterior, was constructed with plexiglass and it was filled with blue neon lights. Rather than create a whole ton of windows, what they did is they painted directly onto the plexiglass and scratched off the windows so that the light would shine through, which I think is just really, really clever. And then interior, that was like a 20-foot sized model. I mean, that was a big, big model. So I'm glad that we do get to see more of Space Dock as the films go along. Introduced here is the Bird of Prey. Right, I've teased you with this story. So if you know this story already, feel free to let your attention wander. The Romulans were originally the antagonists of this film. In fact, according to an article on IO9 written by Robert Meyer Burnett, one of the early Harve Bennett ideas for the story — Harve Bennett was the producer who joined with Wrath of Khan and stayed through to Final Frontier — was that the Romulans would have discovered the Genesis planet, which was rich in dilithium. They would have set up a mining colony on the planet, and they, not the Klingons, they had the Bird of Prey. Now, if you think about it, it makes sense. The Romulan Bird of Prey was introduced in the original series Balance of Terror, where it was always the Klingon battle cruiser. Think of the motion picture. It's the Katinga battle cruiser that the Klingons then used. This, with the bird pattern underneath it as well, it was Romulan in design originally. I love that when they were designing it, basically Nemo goes, "Can you do something like this?" Sort of based on a linebacker, I believe. Yes, I know the foot of balls. In fact, as the story went along, basically they went, yeah, but the Klingons have already been in the films, so let's just go with the Klingons. Which I think is such a shame. But this will forever be a Klingon Bird of Prey. There's also a version of the story where the Klingons stole this ship, and it was always a Romulan Bird of Prey, but that never made it to screen. Another version, just really quick, another version of that story said that when the Vulcans discovered that the Federation had created this Genesis torpedo, this thing with ultimate power, was that the Vulcans decided to secede, or we're talking about seceding from the Federation, an idea that seems to have been picked up for Star Trek Discovery's 3rd season when they seceded after the burn. The notion of a Vulcan Katra is introduced in this film. That would be used many more times, most recently, in fact, in Lower Decks' final season, when T'Pol manages to take in the Trill equivalent of the Katra from the dying Curzon Dax. Sarek returns, as I mentioned. He is one of the few guest stars who appeared in the original series, the animated series, and now in the movies as the same character as well, Mark Leonard. Phil Morris makes a little cameo here as the officer who asks Admiral Kirk if there's going to be a reception when they get home. He had previously appeared in the episode Miri and would go on to appear in the Voyager episode One Small Step. I want to talk about the odd-numbered films curse for a second. Now, for years and years and years, there was that, sort of common joke that the odd number films were pants and the even number films were good. So if you look at it, you got Motion Picture, Search for Spock, Final Frontier, odd number films, Wrath of Khan, Voyage Home, Undiscovered Country, even numbered films. I will be the first one to say the even-numbered ones are probably more enjoyable, not gonna lie. But also, I think that's been exaggerated as the years have gone on, and I think there's enough proofs that has sort of been done away with. I'm not just saying that because I really love this film, I really do. The Epsilon 9 station from the motion picture makes a cameo. It's sitting on the wall in the officer's mess behind Maru and Kirk. As I mentioned, that Planet of the Titans model is in space dock as the Enterprise pulls in. Now, Vonda McIntyre, the novelization for this film, does a lot of heavy lifting, particularly for Uhura's story. So, as you watch in the film, where did Uhura go? She's sitting in the transporter room, they beam off, the menfolk beam off onto the Enterprise, they fly off to Genesis, they have their adventure, and then Uhura just meets them on Vulcan. Well, the novelization fleshes this out. She, in fact, has an incredibly important job. She is effectively jamming any signal where their theft of the Enterprise is being reported to Starfleet. Because if you think about it, they do tend to get away pretty easily. She also manages to block any signal from the Excelsior back to space dock as well, reporting that they've broken down. This is a double-edged thing. It's both that she wants the Enterprise to escape, but also Styles, who is the captain of the Excelsior, became captain of the Excelsior over Sulu. Now, as I mentioned in the retro ups and downs for The Wrath of Khan, it was scripted that Sulu would become captain of the Excelsior in less than a month. Again, there's that issue of time, because here in the novelization, Sulu is informed that because he was away off on the Enterprise, he lost his window to command the Excelsior. Thus, Styles is sort of described as stealing the ship from him. Uhura gets her revenge for Sulu by effectively stranding Styles in space for a while. And considering this is the only time we ever see him, I don't think it was very good for his career. After this, she flees to the Vulcan embassy, where she asks Sarek for asylum while being pursued by guards. Sarek grants her asylum. That then leads to Sarek and Uhura being on Vulcan at the end. Tribbles turn up in this film in the bar. Best of luck for any bar treats, because they're going straight in the Tribbles' mouths. We get that Arcanus Lager sign, which is on the wall. That would turn up again in Guinan's 10 Forward in Star Trek Picard. I've discussed the issue of time in this film. The Klingon Daktag? I always get that wrong. Anyway, the Klingon knife with its little poppy out blades makes its first appearance in this film. Christopher Lloyd, who is just so much fun in this film, was not the first choice of casting for Krug. In fact, Leonard Nimoy wanted to cast Edward James Olmos. Now, he would have recently appeared in Ridley Scott's Blade Runner. The studio turned him down. Thankfully, Edward James Olmos, although he wouldn't appear in Star Trek in the future, he would work with an awful lot of Star Trek alum as Commander William Adama in the reimagined Battlestar Galactica series. Now, that would be an interesting Klingon to see. I have already given out to the people who cut the trailer, and I'm going to do it again. Don't put the destruction of your ship in the flipping trailer of the film. The studio executives didn't understand why Vulcan would be so important for the fans. So when the script came in, it was on Mount Seleia and Vulcan, they were like, nah, just do it on the Klingon ship at the end. Have McCoy do a little thingy, bring Spock back, put his mind in, happy out. Thankfully, Leonard Nimoy, I'm paraphrasing here, said, yeah, shut up. And fought and fought and fought for it. And in fact, he said that after this conversation with the script, the next time they were consulted was after he showed them the first cut of the film. Obviously, so happy that Nimoy fought for this ending, because not only, of course, does it set up the voyage home, but also, if you're going to have this big, massive Vulcan ceremony, do it on Vulcan. Now, thankfully, it would be the last time that executives would make any decision that would affect Star Trek in any way. Finally, then President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, apparently screened the search for Spock, and in his diaries recorded, it wasn't that good. Thankfully, he wasn't a particularly good president, so I think that balances out, don't you? Thank you so much, everyone who is joining us for this series. Do you know what? I'm having so much fun going through the movies. We started with Section 31 and then jumped all the way back to the motion picture. We've done The Wrath of Khan, we did The Search for Spock, and of course, this time, it's one I've really been looking forward to. So much so that this is one of those ones I want to share with my friends. So it won't just be me this week doing the ups and downs for Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. After all, it is the one with the whales. is right, George and Gracie are going to join me here for the ups and downs. It was the lightness that we needed after the very heavy Wrath of Khan and the not as heavy but not exactly a chin tickler Search for Spock. Or is it stomach tickler? I can never remember what that phrase is. Whereas this time we really come out the gate with a bit of smiling going on, and it needed it. You know, the tone of this film is one that is absolutely timeless. The message of this film is, I think, even more prescient today. We need to look after our planet. Of course, there's a very large Greenpeace and environmentalism message behind this film. After all, it's about saving whales from extinction, you know? People have kind of missed that little bit throughout the years. No, this is about looking after our planet. I mean, come on. You don't want George and Gracie to get hurt, do you? Look at them. All right, the first up of this video is going to the dedication for the Challenger. That's right at the very beginning. On the 28th of January 1986, which was roughly about 10 months before the film released, the shuttle Challenger exploded just after launch. Now, this was one of those country-stopping disasters that was as horrific as it was live. A lot of children were watching the Challenger take off, and therefore a lot of children watched it explode. This film being what it was, being sci-fi, being Star Trek, being about striving toward a better future by looking at our present, I think the inclusion of this dedication was a classy move on the part of director Leonard Nimoy. The second up of the film goes to Leonard Rosenman. Now, we have a new composer joining the film series. So we had Jerry Goldsmith for the motion picture, and then James Horner, who looked after The Wrath of Khan and The Search for Spock. Leonard Rosenman, who was in fact a friend of Leonard Nimoy, joined at the director's request. And you know what? He brought a unique, different style to the music. That, of course, suits the lighter tone, but more than that, it stands out. Like, I can immediately recognize the music from The Voyage Home over so much of the rest of the music of Star Trek. It's very, I think I've said unique already. I'm going to say it again. It's very, very unique. It's also, it's away from that, the lush space opera of the motion picture and the naval-inspired music of the second and third films. Plus, it's got, you know, Hospital Chase and Chekov's Run and that opening credit. Look, I'm not going to lie. This score's a banger. The film opens with the arrival of the Cetacean probe, and the USS Saratoga is the first ship to encounter it, or the first that we see on screen. Saratoga, of course, being a repaint of the USS Reliant model, or what was left of it after the explosion. But the up here I'm giving to Madge Sinclair, who is the first on-screen female captain of a Starfleet starship. This is a big moment for Star Trek. Of course, now we've since gone on to see Rachel Garrett, we've had Captain Janeway, we've had Captain Burnham, we've had Captain Georgiou. You know, we've had a lot of female captains. Not to forget Captain Battelle from Strange New Worlds as well. Look, there's a lot of female captains now. In 1986, this was a big deal, and the fact that she was a person of color was just as important. I would be completely remiss not to give her an up there, especially because she went on to be the mother of Geordi LaForge. Different character, but that doesn't really matter right now. This establishes the scale of the Cetacean probe, but back on Earth, they've got other things to deal with because they're looking at the footage that is just straight up reused footage from Star Trek: The Search for Spock, and I gotta be honest, giving it a down. How on earth did they get that footage? They do, when you're showing the interior, they do make it look like it's from the black box, right? We then just get straight up scenes of the Enterprise self-destructing and going toward the Genesis planet. And yes, okay, you could argue that the Bird of Prey did capture this footage because there is included a message from Admiral Kirk as well, but listen, it's a bit noticeable, isn't it? One thing that's also noticeable, but for all the right reasons, is John Shook taken up, playing the Klingon ambassador. He is such a standout in this film with arguably very little to do. He would of course return in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, but the way that he delivers his lines, and also quite frankly, the argument he has with Mark Lenard's Sarek is, yeah, you know, he's compelling. I don't agree with his stance. In fact, taken up Sarek, Mark Lenard, for his delivery of "they have the right to commit murder." You know, it's a good scene. Sometimes you can have these argument scenes between politicians and between, you know, dignitaries giving out to each other and butting heads, and it can be dull. That is not true of the voyage home. It sets up the fact that the Klingon Empire blames Kirk for the theft of the Klingon ship, which is, fair, and the death of the Klingon crew. It was a battle, so, I don't know if that's entirely fair. But the Klingons and Kirk once again being established as effectively mortal enemies. We don't really go into the depths of that in this film, but oh boy howdy will we revisit it in a couple of weeks. Speaking of the theft of a Klingon ship, taken up HMS Bounty. So the HMS Bounty, a little side story for me, was that I used to collect the Star Trek micro machines, and the HMS Bounty was released as a micro machine with the posable wings, and they had a tiny little HMS Bounty on the side of it. And I'm gonna say I was like 8 or 9 when I started getting the micro machines, and I was 18 when I got the HMS Bounty, because it's a bloody hard one to find, and that was when I discovered eBay, and that's when the credit card companies started to come for me. But yeah, finally got it, because it's a gorgeous ship and I wanted to have it. And I love the, historical joke, Mutiny on the Bounty. I love it. But it's also just a gorgeous, gorgeous scene. That image of the landed Klingon ship on the surface of Vulcan. Love the interaction between Kirk and the crew. They've all elected to go back and face the music. Well, most of them have elected to go, well, okay, no, all of the ones who would have to face the music have elected to go back and face the music. I think that's the fairest way of putting it. We then get, of course, my old stomping grounds, taken up for the Vasquez Rocks. I know technically it's like, Sean, really, you're giving an up to a location? Yeah. Anyway, Spock continues on with his sort of re-education. His Katra has been bonded back with his body, but there's a few steps left to go to really become the Spock that he was before. We get that great scene where he's doing all of the tests at once, which culminates in, how do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? And that phraseology, that, statement of that has been burned into my memory since I first saw this film. And as fun as that is, my up for the scene must go to Jane Wyatt. Reprising the role of Amanda Grayson that she originated in Journey to Babel, Jane Wyatt makes her final appearance as Spock's mother here in this scene. She sets up, of course, something that becomes much more a bigger thing at the end of the film, if you will. It's really sweet, it's really nice, and I'm really glad they chose to include this in the film. Obviously, Nimoy directed this film. I don't know if he was the one who said we must include her, or if it just became a natural part of the scripting process. But having Amanda in this scene is just that little reminder that behind all of the logic, there is still at least a half-human heart. The cetacean probe is starting to show its effects. The Saratoga has been shut down, as have several other ships, sadly, so does Space Dock. We get that great shot of Space Dock effectively turning off all of the lights. Inside Space Dock, we see the Excelsior still bearing the NX-2000 registry. Not important for this film, I just like it. There's also a Miranda-class ship in Space Dock as well. We get the introduction of that little Space Dock shuttle too, which I really, really like. That's of course down on the surface, down in San Francisco as well. But as I sort of fly through that, what we get is the introduction of Admiral Cartwright. Brock Peters, you taken up, sir. He was fantastic in everything he ever did. Of course, we might know him best as Joseph Sisko, but this was his first appearance in Star Trek. Admiral Cartwright would of course return in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, which I'll talk more about when we get to that. But here in this light film, he gets some fairly heavy moments. He is there looking after all of Starfleet while Earth is being switched off by the probe. We get that scene then in Starfleet headquarters of them scrambling and trying to keep the power on, and the oceans start being vaporized. Have a word, will yous? But yes, Brock Peters, always an up from me. Trying to figure out what's happening, they contact the Yorktown. I'm going to give this a down. And the down is the implication, and I'm putting this one directly at Gene Roddenberry's feet, because he said the Enterprise A, spoiler, is a rechristened USS Yorktown. But somewhere along the way, the story became that the Yorktown did lose all power, and Captain Joel Randolph didn't manage to keep the power going with his solar sail. So actually it was a coffin ship, which makes the legacy of the Enterprise A just a little bit dark. Nice to include the name Yorktown, I guess. Cutting back to Vulcan, the HMS Bounty is just about ready to take off, and then we get what is my next down. of the film, and it's how Sybok is basically told, thanks, bye. Scripted, but not included in the film, was the revelation that Sybok stayed behind on Vulcan because she was pregnant with Spock's child. I will discuss that a little bit more when we come to temporal observations, but in the film as presented, all we got was Sybok going, bye. Well, she does take a second, of course, to tell Kirk how brave David was when he died. And it is the one mention we get of David Marcus in this film, which I do like that. I just love Sybok as a character, and to have her so, I guess, unceremoniously written out like this just feels like a bit of a disservice. It's also, sadly, the very last time, for a very long time, that we would see Robin Curtis as Sybok, or in general. Robin would return in the next generation, but Sybok wouldn't return for 30 odd years after this, nearly 40 years after this. So to have this be the last scene is a down from me. With Space Dock in orbit over the Earth, Sarek is the one to then advise the president on what to do next. He advises a message that has become immortalized in Star Trek history, which is to warn people to stay away from Earth. I'll come back to that in a moment, but it's just a great scene between Mark Lenard, Robert Ellenstein, and Brock Peters here. Yeah, there's so many great just side characters in this film. The Bounty is warping its way toward Earth, and before it starts to pick up distress signals, Spock and McCoy have a little talk. Well, I should say McCoy tries to have a little talk with Spock, because think about it, they're pretty close now. They've been friends for years. Okay, friends might be a loose interpretation of the word, but they've been close colleagues for years, and now McCoy has shared his body with Spock's mind. So he sits down to see if he can get a little bit of a talk about, as he describes it, where no man has gone before, but Spock replies with, it would be impossible to discuss without a common frame of reference. And as McCoy says, you're saying I have to die to talk about death? And we get this great moment as well where McCoy says, you know, happy you're back. You know, I could fill your seat, but I wouldn't want to fill your shoes. My shoes, Doctor. Just Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelley, just fun together, and showing that grumpy McCoy that we all know and love, and sort of the Spock that we all know and love. Still a little rusty, you know, still not quite where he had gotten to by Wrath of Khan, but give him time. He distracts McCoy by saying he is picking up many distress signals. We go over to Uhura, who says she's getting a distress signal from Earth itself. And we get that great warning delivered by Federation President, played by Robert Ellenstein, I just like the name, that tells people to avoid the planet Earth at all costs. I've always enjoyed this warning, the way it's delivered, the way it comes across, the way it sets the stakes, and also the way it was honored an awful lot later in Star Trek. The scene is set. What are we gonna do? I know what we'll do. Well, we listen to a message. Spock is the one to figure out that with the message being directed at Earth's oceans, it should be listened to as if one were underwater. Uhura, because she is a genius, manages to make it sound like that. Spock goes, fascinating, and away he goes off to the little antechamber away from the very redesigned looking Klingon bridge, I should add. And that is where he figures out that, yes, one of my friends here, the message is targeted at humpback whales. Now there's a little bit of discussion over this where, you know, McCoy is trying to figure out who the message is for, and Spock delivers the immortal, only human arrogance would presume the message must be meant for man. Taken up. This movie is not subtle. I will say that. For all of the, I guess, critiques about Star Trek in recent years being as subtle as a brick to the face, Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home is as subtle as a ton of bricks to all of our faces. This is about what we did to the planet back then. And I love it. Kirk figures that the way to get two extinct animals is quite simple. Fly back in time. And it's in fact McCoy who says, sure, slingshot around the sun, pick up enough speed, you're in time warp. Don't, and you're toast. I love how just matter of fact it is. Because they did it before, and, you know, people will do it again afterwards. It's kind of the silliness I love about Star Trek. It's like, we're going to travel through time. Yeah, okay, it's Tuesday. Do you know, back on Earth, we got a couple of quick cameos. Taken up. Majel Barrett returning as Christine Chapel for the first time since Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and taken up. Grace Lee Whitney returning as Commander Rand Is she a lieutenant in this film? She might be a lieutenant in this film. But yes, we get 2 original series cast members here. I'll discuss them a little bit later on in the episode because their appearance is more important than you might initially think. But we get a sort of a blink and you miss it cameo. Chapel is trying to get the power switched on for all the medical. Rand is trying to make sure communications stay online. But yeah, great to see them. Kirk, McCoy, and Spock, without a word of context, I might add, ask if Scotty can transform the cargo bay to hold a lot of water and a couple of humpbacks. Humpback people, sir? Up! Whales, Scotty, whales! Oh, this film, it's starting to get toward the outright comedy, okay? But before they can do that, they send a message to Earth. Now, back down at Starfleet headquarters, they get this message from Kirk, who says they're going to go back in time, try and get 2 humpback whales. They're going to attempt time warp at this time. Taken up. I didn't think that a distorted message could leave such an impression as it does, but I don't know why. I just really liked that moment. And then, of course, you get Brock Peters, get him back, and the window breaks, and then we cut. Because we can't see any more of that scene yet, at least not for a while. The bird of prey warps toward the sun, and honestly, can someone explain the idea of speed to me? This scene gets a pass for me because it's not established that the bird of prey is near Earth, because, well, if it was, it would be powered down by the cetacean probe. But, like, the bird of prey gets up over warp 8, and it still takes a few moments and a few seconds to reach our sun? Like, where are they flying from? Because if they're inside our solar system, you would think that they would get there a bit faster, but that wouldn't be dramatic, now would it? And Sulu wouldn't get to do warp 8, warp 8.1, 8.2. I'm so sorry to George Takei for that impression there. But yeah, but then we get time warp. And look, down, what were they taking when they designed the time warp scene? I know this is going to be a controversial one. I can hear the comments already. Was there a little bit of LDS being taken? Because this is trippy as. What is cool is those heads are actually styrofoam. Look, yeah, there's a bit of CGI obviously added around it, but they did build those heads from molds of the series cast, which was a bit cool. But then you get like, the whale thing, and then there's a body falling down, and then you're looking at a lake for some reason, and it's all a bit like, aha. We're gonna cut to Kirk asleep in his chair. Everyone's okay, that's fine. They figure out where they are. They're on orbit of Earth in the late 20th century. It's 1986, by the way. Spock having the wherewithal to be like, we're probably visible to the scanning devices at the time, and remembering to cloak. Taken up. In that scene as well, we set some more stakes because Scotty goes, whoops, the dilithium crystals are burned out. You know, we can't recrystallize them, not even in the 23rd century. You know, it's like, oh, that's a problem. Some stakes, you say? I'll take it. What they need to do is factor in on some whales. They do factor in on some whale song, and it happens to be coming from San Francisco. Taken up. To my horror, I have yet to visit San Francisco, considering how much I love this film and Star Trek in general. Closest I've been is I've flown through the airport. There you are now. Yeah, I really want to see San Francisco, and I want to go across the bay to Alameda, and I want to go to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. I want to do all of these things, but I have not yet. But it's getting it up for me because it's just gorge. The assignments are being handed out to each of the crew. McCoy is going to be part of the team that puts together the whale tank. Oh, joy. Oh, only DeForest Kelley can pronounce a word with such disdain, lack of hope, and cynicism, and still make us love him. They also then realize that in the late 20th century, you know, it was a foregone conclusion that none of these humans had ever seen an alien being before. So Spock rips a long strip from his robe and covers his eyebrows and ears. Perhaps he took direction from Carl Douglas's 1974 hit Kung Fu Fighting. I don't really know. All I know is that this image has kind of gone down as one of the funniest images in Star Trek history. Taken up. Everything about the landing scene gets an up from me. The fact that they go down in Golden Gate Park, the fact that those 2 bin men get caught up in the downstream, the fact that she wants a damn toaster oven, just the laughter starts here and doesn't really stop for me. You know, oh my God, did you see that? No, and neither did you, so shut up. Love it. I love this scene. Like, there's so many contenders for Latin 'em up for this film. This was close. Good God. We then get the very UFO-esque, you know, kind of something arrives from the middle of the air, the light is behind it, they drive off. Really, it's just our crew walking down the landing tunnel. Landing tunnel? Landing strut. What is the word I'm looking for? When we get the immortal Everyone remember where we parked. True story, my dad has said that every time he's parked a car with me since this film was released. Every time. Well, since I've been alive anyway. So yeah, that's an up. That's a part of Ferric history right there. The music subtly changes. And we're here, we're in the mid-1980s in San Francisco, and we get the beginnings of some colourful metaphors. Up, well, double dumbass on you. And even, if you look closely, do you see Sulu? It's a bit like, he does that thing where he's kind of like, he points and follows the car along. I'm more afraid of him than I am of anyone else in this film, because if he wants to, I reckon he can mess you up. Remember that tall security guard from Star Trek 3? Sulu does. They then realize very quickly that this is a cash-based economy, so they're going to need to get some money. So Kirk and Spock go to an antique store, where Kirk has the wherewithal to think, hold on, I have an antique on me. It's the glasses that McCoy gave him for his birthday back in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. He gets them appraised, and, they're worth about $100. He goes, is that a lot? And to which the appraiser goes, it's enough. And you get this moment of, forgive me, Admiral, but weren't those a birthday present from Dr. McCoy? And there will be again, that's the beauty of it. Up. Now, they dispense the money, everyone is sent on their various tasks, and Kirk and Spock need to find the whales. Spock decides he will make use of this map that is here, and then a bus pulls up. I think what we'll find at the Cetacean Institute in Sausalito, a pair of humpback whales named George and Gracie. Admiral, how could you possibly know this? Simple logic. They then board the bus. What does it mean? Exact change only. Up. Oh my god, up. Just up. That entire exchange. Yes, it isn't up. Yes, it is. Sulu, McCoy, and Scotty, who are in charge of building the whale tank, walk by the Pacific Bell Yellow Pages. Right, taken up, but this is something that, of course the whole film is dated, but this really dates the film because, yeah, this is something that sort of becomes less and less timely as time goes on. Did you know, in fact, that, the phone you are possibly watching this on while sitting on the toilet, phones used to be attached to the wall and used to have a cord coming out of them, so you couldn't just take them away with you. And a lot of times you wouldn't be able to save your number into telephones. You would have to use a book. Well, the Yellow Pages was a book that had all of the numbers of businesses and the like, and yeah, I remember having a few of them as I was growing up, and they certainly were all the rage. Chekov and Uhura, they're in charge of finding a way to recrystallize the dilithium crystals, the Klingon ones. To do that, they need nuclear power. Of course, nuclear power was being used a lot in the American military and their ships at the time. Is the message sinking in yet? Sorry, subtlety. And then we get the immortal scene of Chekov and Uhura stopping random passers-by and a cop looking for the nuclear vessels. We're looking for the naval base in Alameda. Nuclear vessels. Up. Latinum up. Nuclear vessels is my Latinum up of the film. Are you kidding me? This is where the film stops taking any attempt to take itself seriously. And I'm so here for it. Just so here for it. In fact, the passerby that stops and speaks to them, stick around for temporal observations because that's a funny story in itself. On their way to the Cetacean Institute, Kirk and Spock finally manage to board a bus, and we get, of course, Kirk Thatcher taken up, will ya? The punk on the bus is just one of those stupidly, sillily, brilliantly scenes in Star Trek. He wrote the music, he was working on the film already, he was so much fun, and the film is better with the scene than without it. Spock giving him the Vulcan nerve pinch, he, falls forward and turns the boombox off, they get a round of applause. I mean, what do you want me to say about this? It's just gas. The next up is the Cetacean Institute itself. This was of course played by the real-life Monterey Bay Aquarium, and quite frankly, they didn't change much. They changed the logo on the outside, sure, but otherwise the building is pretty identical. The only thing I recently discovered, which makes me a bit sad, is they don't have a plaque commemorating Star Trek IV, which I really thought they would, but anyway, we'll remember them. But yeah, that is an up from me because it looks like a gorgeous place to visit. I'll get there eventually. But Gillian Taylor, Catherine Hicks, will you take an up from me? She's brilliant. She's the smart, out-of-time, well, sort of out-of-time person, but dealing with people from another time, I should say, character in this film that it needs. The balance is great. She has such great chemistry with William Shatner. Everything works. In fact, if I'd one regret, it's that we don't see her again after this film. Oh, she lives. Yeah, spoiler, no spoiler. I'm presuming you've seen the film if you're watching this. She's very much alive at the end of this film, so it is a shame we didn't see her again, but, you know, as a contained story, brilliant. She holds people to task. She doesn't take any crap from anyone. She is not, you know, there's no kind of like, oh my god, you're spacemen from the future. There's no kind of, you know, when she sees Spock, you know, unmasked, there's no, oh, an alien, ooh. Sorry, because that's probably how I would react if I saw an alien. I'd like to think that I wouldn't, but sure, you never know. And when she's talking about the plight of the whales, she sells it. Now, I don't know if Catherine Hicks herself was as passionate about whales as Gillian Taylor is, but to say that I believed her in this role, love it. For example, the way she delivers, whoever said the human race was logical. It seems like such a rebuke, but also an agreement with the lack of common sense that humanity has, without being hopeless either. You know, she speaks with great care about George and Gracie and about what they can do as an institute to help whales. And again, not for me to belabor the point, but this is one of the clever things about this film, that it includes footage of whaling. It sort of snuck its way into audiences who may not have been expecting this, and delivers its message quite on the nose, but in such a way that I think really, really works. But of course, all of that wouldn't have worked if Gillian Taylor didn't work as a character, and she absolutely does. An alien, ooh. She brings them down to the underground, well, not the underground, she brings them underground to see through the water tanks. And, you know, Kirk is standing there, and Gillian is talking about whale song. You know, we're hearing recorded whale song, and Kirk's looking for Spock, because Spock's decided to go for a little swim. William Shatner sells the heck out of this whole scene, and just the way that lady delivers, maybe he's singing to that man. Up. We turn around and see Leonard Nimoy going for a swim there. It's so funny. It's so fun. And also, it's very thematic, you know? It's both funny and yeah, it's exactly what Spock would do. So Gillian and Kirk run upstairs and, you know, she greets him with, what the hell? Or she says, what the hell? You know, I want to know why you've been messing with my whales. And Kirk goes, yeah, speak up. And Spock's like, anyway, Admiral, if we assumed that we could do whatever we please with those whales, we would be just as guilty as those who caused their extinction. I know I've probably misphrased that a little bit, but it's succinct, it's to the point, and it's enough to burn into Gillian's memory. She figures out that they're a couple of kooks, and she has them thrown out of the aquarium. But they're not too upset by this, because they now know there's a male and female whale in captivity in an enclosed space that they can just beam up together. Not only that, but Gillian explained that they're due to be released into the wild. It all works. It all works well. We get the introduction of Bob. I'll discuss Bob in a moment. As Kirk and Spock are walking along with that glorious shot of the Golden Gate Bridge behind them, you know that's an up from me. Chekov and Uhura signal because they have found the ship from which the nuclear power is emanating. And Admiral, it is the Enterprise. I mean, it wasn't the Enterprise, but that's fine. That's fine. It's just lovely. It's fun. We also spend more time on this Enterprise than we do on any other. I'll get to it. Guess who drives by? Sure, it's only Gillian driving in her truck alongside Robin Hood and Friar Tuck. She offers to give them a lift, but warns them she's got a tire iron right where she can get at it. And they have the infamous scene where, you know, Spock did a little bit he was in Berkeley in the 60s. He did a little too much LDS. Taken up. Apparently, there was a part of the in the novel, sorry, there is a moment where Gillian goes, "Are you dyslexic?" You didn't need the joke. The joke lands enough as it is. Gillian displays her eidetic memory by repeating Spock's words back to him verbatim. Better than I did, I should say. And Spock asks Kirk, "Admiral, would it be now time for a colourful metaphor?" And then he drops a little bombshell. Gracie is pregnant. Nearly slams into the front of the car as Gillian slams on the brakes. Because how could Spock possibly know that? And, well, we know how Spock would know that from a certain Vulcan procedure that he did with Gracie. But suffice to say here, She invites them to dinner. Do you like Italian? Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes. I love Italian. And so do you. Yes. Up. Returning now to Sulu, McCoy, and Scotty, we get Dr. Nichols. I like Dr. Nichols. Dr. Nichols is fun. Dr. Nichols quit smoking. Good for him. McCoy and Scotty are posing as a renowned pair of scientists and assistant who have travelled over from Scotland, Professor Scott, with his assistant, McCoy. Don't bury yourself in the part. Love it. And they get a tour of the Plexicorp Corporation. They're going to get their glass for the whale tank. Meanwhile, Sulu is introducing himself to a Huey pilot. I am told a Huey is a type of helicopter. Nah, I'm kidding. And yeah, I love this. Just the little jokes like, you know, oh, something like this must be old hat to you. Oh, little bit. But I love the classics. Say, can I ask you a few questions? I love small scene sets up a good gag later on. Dr. Nichols, after giving them his tour, they go into his office and he says, now, what is it I can do for you gentlemen? And Professor Scott says, actually, I think there's something we might be able to do for you. They ask him about the dimensions that would be required to hold the requisite amount of water for 2 whales. No, I can't remember it, I'm sorry. And he was able to, you know, rattle it off really quickly. And crucially, they carry that in stock. So Scott, to pay for this, goes, what if I was able to give you something that would be able to do the same job, will be just 1 inch thick? Star Trek IV's novelization by Vonda N. McIntyre goes into a bit more detail about the flagrant ignoring of whatever the 23rd century equivalent of the Temporal Prime Directive was, because, I mean, Scotty, there's walking a line of breaking, you know, temporal laws, and there's what you're doing here. Now, the novel confirms that Nichols was the one to invent transparent aluminum, which I'm pronouncing that way because that's how it's said in the film, aluminium. Anyway, that's what the novel says. In the film, he's just, how do we know he didn't invent the thing? Okay, Scotty, but like the law. Anyway, predestination paradox is just one of the suggestions for how Nichols gets transparent aluminum technology, but they get what they need from it, and poor Madeline. Not now, Madeline! With their whale tanks secure, Kirk and Gillian go to dinner. Spock decides to just hang out at Golden Gate Park. Not dodgy at all. But they go and sit down, and Gillian asks, do you trust me? Kirk says, implicitly. And so she orders 2 pizzas for them and 2 beers as well. Fair play. Sounds like a good order, I'm not gonna lie to you. Over this dinner, we get some more things that date this film. You've got a pocket pager. Kirk comes clean about who and where he is from, who he is and where he's from. But she goes first, like, don't tell me, you're from outer space. No, I'm from Iowa, I'm just working outer space. Taken up. I mean, it's one of the immortal lines, isn't it? And for the rest of this scene, we get plays on the fact that she starts to see that there's a slightly bigger picture going on. He is honest with her. Of course she doesn't believe him initially because, hi, I'm from out of time. Be my friend? Who hasn't tried that one? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Who hasn't? While this is happening, Chekov and Uhura are beamed into the Enterprise. I want to give an up to pretty much all the scenes on the Enterprise, bar one. But yeah, because in fairness, this was the USS Ranger CV-61. Like, this is a real ship, and they allowed filming for this. It's also, do my research for this, they were never going to get permission to film inside of the actual Enterprise. Well, one, because the dates didn't work out, it was out at sea, but also it was like super classified. You weren't going to be putting, oh, here's what it looks like inside a nuclear destroyer. Possibly the wrong word, I apologize. But yeah, that was never going to happen. So thank you to the Ranger for becoming the Enterprise for this film. We then get, you know, great fun. Unfortunately, because of the power drain, Scotty's only able to beam them out 1 at a time. Uhura goes first with the nuclear power. This has tripped some alarms. The Enterprise crew find Chekov. 1986, a Russian man in a classified location in American military. Another thing that's dated this film so much, because now that would just be normal. I do have it down as well for the immediately following scene where Chekov is being interrogated. For the love of God, man, would you not leave your Starfleet ID back on the ship? Ah, now, Pavel. Hi, here's my ID, here's my blood type, and a list of my fears. I hope you enjoy this, person from 3 centuries ago. Some of the language in this scene has not aged very well. 1986, we've learned. We know better. We don't use this kind of language anymore. So, yeah, discussing Chekov's perceived mental state. When they turn their back on Chekov, he picks up one of the Klingon phasers that they brought from the Bird of Prey and threatens them all. Now, the nuclear power seems to have, broken the Klingon phaser, which he then throws at them, leaving it behind. Down. Does the temporal prime directive, within a certain space of hours, they have shattered any kind of hope of not affecting the past, haven't they? Who briefed these people? Well, Kirk, I suppose. It is fun to see an awful lot of the Ranger crew actually make cameos in this scene, and the scene where Chekov goes running through the ship. Chekov gets a lot farther than I thought he was going to, and the next thing, splat. That looks like a much higher height than it's sort of presented. I'm not going to down the fact that he doesn't die because it's Chekov, but I don't see him surviving that. We'll have to leave Chekov though for a moment, because the greatest villain in all of cinematic history rears his ugly head here. Gillian arrives at the Cetacean Institute in the morning to find the tanks empty, George and Gracie are gone, and Bob stops her to say, oh, he didn't want a media circus, he thought it would be too hard. He didn't even let her say goodbye, she wallops him. Gillian realizes that she has basically one hope to ever see George and Gracie again. So she drives her truck to Golden Gate Park, and as she pulls in, she sees yet another, just example of the original series crew taking a wee on the Temporal Prime Directive. I know it wasn't written yet. Because in the middle of the morning, it's as clear as day, Sulu has flown a little model Huey helicopter across. I love how they did that. But then they're lowering the glass into the Bird of Prey for all to see. Lads. Anyway, Gillian starts running toward the Bird of Prey and has that moment where she goes bump against presumably the foot of the Bird of Prey. It's silly, it's done. I probably would have smashed my nose on that thing, but that's an up. Because it's just funny in the way it's like, Admiral Kirk! Admiral Kirk! Love it. As she's beamed on board the Bird of Prey, and Kirk says, Alice, welcome to Wonderland. This is where she sees Spock in his Vulcan glory. She's like, hell yeah. She's taking it very well. This is when it reveals the crucial information that George and Gracie ain't there anymore. They could be in the middle of the sea at this point. So we got a bit of a problem because we got to get to them. But as Admiral Kirk says, we're a ship with a missing man because Chekov is in Mercy Hospital. They're able to find him because 23rd century tech, why not? And, as Uhura says, Uhura is there beating herself up because she's like, I should never have left him. He's not expected to survive. Well, yeah, if you leave him at the mercy of 20th century doctors, he's definitely not going to survive. No shade, by the way, on 20th century doctors. They were doing what they could at the time. We then get the hospital scene. Right. So you get Kirk, Gillian, and McCoy are trying to sneak into Chekov's room. Before that, McCoy sees a woman in the corridor. What's the matter with you? Dialysis. Dialysis. What is this, the Dark Ages? You take that, and if you have any problems, you come see me. Okay. And then they're trying to get into the secure wing, but they can't until Gillian starts to moo! And McCoy rattles off a long, complicated set of symptoms. Says she has cramps. They get into the room where the doctors there about to drill a hole in Chekov's head, and the doctors are, a bit understandably like, who the hell are these people? Yeah, they encourage them into a closet where Kirk melts the lock shut with a Klingon phaser. Nice to see the Klingon little Type 1 phaser, I guess. Nice to see a working phaser, not gonna lie to you. Give it a few seconds and Chekov is blinking and he's around. Kirk goes, Chekov, name, rank. Chekov, Pavel, rank, Admiral. He's fine. So they start wheeling him out and the guards say, how is she? Oh, he's gonna make a great recovery. You came in with a she. And then we get the hospital chase. If you're wondering why I'm discussing this with such detail, I have loved this scene forever. And the thing that really tops it, that really makes it amazing, the doctor gave me a pill and I now need a new kidney. The doctor gave me a pill and I grew a new kidney. Not only is this scene an up, but it's a two-whale dilithium up. The hospital chase, everything about it, the music, the pacing, the running, all of it into the elevator, beaming up. Stunning. I just love this scene. We're back on board the Bird of Prey and Gillian's told to get off. Oh, well, sorry, we're just outside the Bird of Prey. And Gillian is told, well, you're not coming with us. And Kirk's like, the next stop is 23rd century. Which she said, there's no one for me here. I need to go. I need to go. And he's like, this Oz. Long story medium, she jumps onto him as he's beaming away. And he knows when he's beat. You're coming with us, Gillian, which I think is brilliant. History be damned. Gillian's on her way to the 23rd century, but there's going to be a stop first in the middle of the ocean. As they're getting ready to head toward George and Gracie, Kirk goes, oh, Spock, have you accounted for the differential of the water and whales with the time warp? And Spock, he said, I will have to make a guess. A guess? Spock, I'm shocked. I am not sure what the Admiral means. I'm paraphrasing wildly. And as McCoy says, I think he feels a lot safer about your guesses than most other people's facts. And we're getting back to the Kirk, McCoy and Spock of days gone by, taken up. The scene that follows is one of my just favorite images from Star Trek as well. In fact, there may be an image on screen right now showing just how much I like this scene. The whaler, the countdown, zooming over them, and the Bird of Prey decloaking over that whaler. Take an up. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, if you're engaged in whaling, screw you. So everything about this is so much fun, and just what an iconic image. They beam up the whales and we get the immortal delivery of, Admiral, there be whales here. Whatever about going to warp inside a solar system, what are you doing going to warp inside a planetary atmosphere? The whole point of this film was about preservation. Anyway, spoiler alert, the time warp works. They get back to the 23rd century and they arrive just in time to meet the whale probe, which would be good news only for the fact that it turns everything off and they head down toward San Francisco. I will say, wasn't it wonderfully lucky that of all of the places they could have targeted and crash landed, it was just underneath the bridge in San Francisco Bay? Does it make logical sense? No. Do I care? Not even in the slightest. Because taken up that shot of the Bird of Prey appearing out of the clouds flying underneath the bridge, and even you've got Sarek going, look! And Cartwright going, they're headed for the bridge! Love it. I've no issue with any of this scene. The crash landing itself is done really well. It was done in that whopper tank that is also a car park at Paramount Lot. You get the slowly sinking Bird of Prey, they blow the hatch, everyone goes out onto it, there's a lot of water. It's a good time. And it leads then to the climax of this film that could almost only have worked in this film, right? You get the whales, okay? I've brought a demonstration for the class. You get the whales and you have George, because it's the males that sing, who does is, I'm trying to make sure they're both in the shot. He goes vertical, right? And he starts to tell the whale probe just what to go do with itself. None of it's translated because, you know, it doesn't need to be. It's whale song. And away the probe goes. And I love it. It's so Star Trek. It's so like all of this action adventure, everything, although it's technically the crew of the Enterprise with a bounty that saves the day, it's George who has a chat with the whale probe and everyone is saved. Up. And then we just get a fun scene of frolicking in the water. Taken up. The final 5 or 6 minutes of this film, you have a lot of things happen in rapid succession. The trial of the crew in front of the Federation president it's quite heartwarming, it's quite uplifting, but I think it's very important they left the demotion in, because if you think about it, up to this time, the crew of the Enterprise could pretty much do whatever they wanted. They're not always breaking the rules, but often. As would be explored in a later film, the conduct of the crew falls upon its commander, and that is Admiral Kirk. As an admiral, Kirk can't be seen to be just running around willy-nilly doing whatever he wants and flouting authority. So he is reduced in rank to captain. Now, in a way, we know that this is the best thing for him. You know, what's Kirk good at? Captaining a starship. So it's both facing the music while having a happy ending. And it really, really works. I love that they list off the things that they do, because in fairness, destruction of property, Enterprise, sabotage of property, USS Excelsior, assault on Starfleet personnel. I mean, you know, there's a few charges there, and they're not light. But disobeying a direct order from a superior officer, which, if we think back to Star Trek III, The Search for Spock, it's, you know, Admiral Maru orders Kirk not to go to Genesis. Kirk goes anyway. You gotta face the music. But Captain Kirk doesn't look that upset. As the council all applauds, because they know it's not exactly a punishment either, we get Kirk saying goodbye to Gillian, and again, Catherine Hicks just is fantastic in the role, as he jokes, well, as they say in your century, I don't even have a telephone number. And she says, I'll find you. See you around the galaxy. Taken up. Wish we'd seen her again, loved her in this film. We get a crucial scene then between Spock and Sarek. Sarek tells Spock that he's about to take his leave for Vulcan. Do you have any message for me to pass on to your mother? As Spock says, yes. Tell her I feel fine. Beautiful, live long and prosper, and thus ends the final on-screen interaction between Leonard Nimoy's Spock and Mark Lenard's Sarek. Because while both were in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, and though Sarek was at Kittimer at the end, they don't interact. And then the film ends and there's nothing important there, and let's get to the Temporal observations, shall we? So they're in a shuttle, and they're flying through space dock, and McCoy says, the bureaucratic mentality is the only constant in the galaxy. We'll get a freighter. Actually, Doctor, I'm counting on Excelsior. Taken up for so many historical reasons, but also, love the way Sulu says Excelsior. Excelsior! What would you want that bucket of bolts for? Ah, Scotty, I haven't forgotten you. And it looks for a second like they might get it. But then, the shuttle lifts up over the saucer section of the Excelsior, and we see the newly christened Enterprise A. This scene moves me every single time. It soars, it lifts me. I never, ever am unhappy while watching this. Let's see what she's got. Up. We've come home at last. Now, would you care to join me at Temporal Observations? Right, time warp that was introduced in this film. Well, it actually wasn't introduced in this film because it was seen in the original series episode Assignment Earth, back when Gene Roddenberry was looking for a rather flimsy excuse to get the Enterprise back so that they could meet Gary 7. The exact form of time warp would be seen again in Star Trek Picard's second season, when they completely name drop Kirk and crew doing it from this film. The Enterprise A makes its debut in this film, and it is, of course, it's a reuse of the filming model of the original Enterprise, but it's just gorgeous. I've always loved that addition of the A at the end of the registry. The bridge set is the bridge set from earlier on, but it's much more highly lit because it also includes graphics from a certain young Mr. Michael Okuda. Yes, Mike Okuda, the designer and creator of the famous L-Cars, makes his debut with Star Trek in this film, as I should say, in working on Star Trek in this film, because, you know, was an extra on the motion picture. So it's not his debut, but his designs make a debut here. Sulu references the USS Excelsior. Well, as we know from our previous ups and downs, Sulu was earmarked to become commander of the Excelsior back in the Wrath of Khan. He would of course go on to become commander of the Excelsior in the Undiscovered Country, which we would see again in the Voyager episode Flashback. Kirk Thatcher, who appears as the punk on the bus, it's just so much fun, was working behind the scenes on Star Trek The Voyage Home and earlier films as well. But he would appear as this character once again in Star Trek Picard's second season, the episode Watcher. Well, clearly he remembers something about playing music on a bus, enough to turn off his boombox that time. Saavik, as we have mentioned already. So Saavik makes her last appearance, actually Saavik makes her last appearance here in Star Trek until a named shuttle in Star Trek Picard's third season. But Robin Curtis did eventually return to the role, not in Star Trek Main, if you will, 765874 Unification, the short film by Otoy, brought Robin Curtis back to the role of Sybok, but she was joined by Sorak. This is the child that she is said to have conceived while helping Spock with his pon farr in Star Trek III: The Search for Spock. This was explained in the novel Vulcan's Heart. She would go on to raise this child, who would appear in Unification as well. All of this, of course, not said on screen in this film, although it was in the script that she was pregnant. Kirk, in fact, asked when would Spock be made aware of this. The Vulcan testing that we see Spock undergoing would come back again in J.J. Abrams' Star Trek 2009 with those little testing pods. The message to avoid Earth at all costs, well, as wonderful as that is, it would be reused again, or, well, it would be paid homage to, if you like, in the Star Trek Picard final episode, The Last Generation. Here, Walter Koenig would play Anton Chekov, Chekov's son, in this film, where he issued the warning to stay away from Earth as the Borg were taking over. This was a somewhat last-minute addition to the episode that was... listen, I made swear words when that happened. That was fun. The glasses that Kirk pawns off, they were first given to him in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan by Dr. McCoy, and they were broken in the battle with Khan, which is why he doesn't get more for them in this film. Although George and Gracie themselves don't appear again in Star Trek, there's a suggestion that their granddaughter does. Jillian is the name of the whale that helps to pilot the USS Voyager A in cetacean operations in Star Trek Prodigy's second season. There's even a suggestion that she used a little bit of nepotism to get through Starfleet Academy. I'm just saying. The whole story of the Yorktown, that comes from Gene Roddenberry himself. So the Yorktown, of course, being the original name for the Enterprise in the Bible Star Trek is, and that name has never really gone away. You know, obviously we saw it in Star Trek Beyond as the Yorktown Space Station, but here it's where this dark idea that the entire crew of the Yorktown died because they suffocated, which is, I don't really like it because it makes the legacy of the Enterprise A kind of starting off for me a coffin ship. I will say, if you say, look, that's nonsense because it's not said on screen, I'm okay with that. Please don't get me wrong. I don't really want the legacy of the Enterprise A to be, oh yeah, they had to fish out all the dead bodies. I remember reading an interview with Vijay Amritraj, who played Captain Joel Randolph. Now, he was a tennis star. He was not an actor per se. He had a couple of credits, but he said that his character died in this film. So I don't know who to believe. According to him, he's dead, so I guess we should believe people? I'm going to also take this opportunity to make a tiny amendment to our list on, which is 20 things you didn't know about Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. I made a tiny little whoopsie. Jane Weedlin, who was the rhythm guitarist and backing vocals, not the lead singer, as I said in the 20 things you didn't know about Star Trek: The Voyage Home, of the band The Go-Go's. She appears on the screen as Trelia, who is a humanoid alien female who is reporting in about, being affected by the cetacean probe. So, updated. The HMS Bounty, obviously you've got the historical thing of, it's the Bounty, the mutiny on the Bounty. The ship itself, of course, being a reuse of the ship from Star Trek: The Search for Spock with a new bridge. There's a joke somewhere along the way. It's like, oh, the bridge was just somewhere else on the ship because it's a complete redesign. And it's the redesign that would sort of form it's sort of like a hybrid of this and the one from the motion picture would become like the template for Klingon ships going forward in the future. Also, the Bounty itself was a time machine, and it once belonged to Christopher Lloyd. Christopher Lloyd, time machines. Where have I heard that one before? The Bounty crashes into San Francisco Bay, and up until very recently, that was the last we ever heard of it. But no, they did fish it out. They had trouble finding it because the cloaking device activated, but they then moved it to the Starfleet Fleet Museum orbiting Athon Prime. That cloaking device becomes very important in the back half of Star Trek Picard's third season. John Shook, who appears as the Klingon ambassador here, would return in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, and would also appear as a Cardassian legate in Star Trek Deep Space Nine in the episode The Maquis. Just his command is brilliant. He would also appear again in Star Trek Enterprise as a Klingon scientist who is more or less directly responsible for the smooth foreheads. Wibbly wobbly. Jane Wyatt making her final Star Trek appearance in this film. We have a scene that was scripted but never filmed, occurred just outside the Pacific Bell Yellow Pages thing, where Sulu would bump into a young child who he would discover was Akira Sulu, his own great-grandfather. The reason it was never filmed is everything was set up, everything was ready to go, but on the day, the child, who was a little boy, was not a professional actor, as you can imagine, and his mother was on set, and he was very nervous, and they couldn't get the delivery from him. So in the end, they scrapped the scene. And apparently George Takei was really upset about this. The scene is reinserted into the novelization. Speaking of, Vonda N. McIntyre wrote her final work for Star Trek tie-in with Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. Probably the biggest inclusion really is that scene of Sulu's ancestor. Speaking of writing, we often think, when we think of Nicholas Meyer, we often think of Star Trek II and Star Trek VI, but he was also part of the screen, he wrote part of the screenplay for this film. Perhaps one of the reasons I like it as much as I do. There is a version of this film that never made it past, it never even, I don't think it got to scripting, that would have seen Eddie Murphy, who was at that point at the height of his fame, playing a wacky college professor who was also a UFO nut. So the story goes that Murphy approached Paramount with an idea saying, I would like to be a part of Star Trek. And so when Nimoy was looking at the scripts, he could see that the earliest versions of this script were clearly written with Eddie Murphy in mind. Eddie Murphy chose to make The Golden Child instead. This was not his best decision, as he would himself say in the years that followed. I can lament the film that never was, while also not being that sad because he eventually left the project, we got Gillian Taylor instead. I consider that a good win. In the nuclear vessels scene, there is a passerby who clearly stops to speak to Uhura and Chekov, and her name was Layla Sarukalu. The story goes that she was not meant to be in the film at all. She was not an actor, nor was she an extra, nor was she registered with any kind of union. She simply wasn't able to move her car. There was a sign put up that because they were filming in the area, traffic was going to stop for a while, no one would be able to leave. And rather than get annoyed about this, she went up and said, oh look, I won't kick up as long as you put me in the film. And so she was meant to just be passing by, but she stopped to answer Chekov. All of that was just off the cuff. And so because she spoke and they found it so funny they wanted to leave it in the film, oh, I don't think I know the answer to that. Try across the bay, in Alameda. In Alameda, that's what I said. It said in Alameda. They wanted to leave it in the film, which meant she had to be inducted into the Screen Actors Guild, all because she couldn't move her car. Brilliant. Love it. There's a couple of product placements, if you like, in this film. Some which don't date the film. For example, Michelob is very much a beer that is still available today. The Apple Computer Company. They made the Macintosh computer that Scotty was using. Hello, computer. And they used a keyboard. How quaint. I don't think they haven't really done much since Apple Computer Company. No, never heard of them after this. Pacific Bell. I can feel the hand of time. The great scene where Kirk says, no, I'm from Iowa, I just work in outer space. Obviously, when Star Trek 2009 appeared, and because of Nero's machinations, Kirk was born on a shuttle off the Kelvin. But if you think about it, the Kelvin was, unless Kirk's mom was planning on going to suspended animation on that ship and getting back to Iowa before giving birth, Nero didn't have anything to do with Kirk being born in space. Roberto Orsi, who sadly recently passed away, joked that he never specifically said he was born in Iowa, he said he was from Iowa. And it's just vague enough that it works. There is a scene at the end of this film where the TOS crew stand ready to deal with their charges. And you have Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Uhura, Sulu, Scotty, Chekov, right? You also have Chapel and Rand are present at that scene as well. It's the only time in all of Star Trek that all of those characters, as played by the characters who originated them, appear in the same scene together. It's the only time. Fitting then that it would be the last time that Majel Barrett would play Commander Christine Chapel on screen. The USS Saratoga that loses power at the beginning of this film, it would be recovered and then it would be refit to look like the Saratoga that was lost at Wolf 359 and then displayed at the Starfleet Fleet Museum. Not gonna lie, that's a flipping tenuous connection. Dave Blass explained that on Twitter that yes, it was the Saratoga from this film that was reclaimed, but it was given a refit to look like the one that was lost. Sure, why not? Anyway, technically this ship is on show at the Fleet Museum at 8th and Prime. I just want to speak out really quickly in defense of the Finnish audience who are watching this film, because the people on the whaling ship are speaking Finnish. Finland doesn't have a history of whaling. Just want to throw that out there. And last but least, Ronald Reagan liked the film. Yippee. I really enjoy Star Trek V, but I'm also not blind, okay? I can see the issues with the film. I think this film is a great example to all those people out there that think, I can direct a movie. Maybe you can. Maybe you need a little bit more experience. The story of Star Trek V is fascinating. It is a tale of some issues, a lot of hope, and a bit of hubris. You heard me right. Some sheer hubris. Because some decisions went on when making this film. One of the sources that we used for this video in particular is William Shatner's Movie Memories book. And if you haven't had a chance to read that, I really recommend it, because no one's ever going to accuse The Final Frontier of being a dull film, both what we got and what they set out to make. Funnily enough, okay, because I believe in transparency, this is not the first time I've recorded this intro, because much like The Final Frontier, little issues came in when filming these ups and downs. For example, you might notice that the up counter and the down counter are on different sides from normal. Well, that's because I think I had a little voice of God in my head saying, no, point that way. Point that way. So mea culpa, we're going to have a little bit of fun by going up and down, as opposed to the other way around this week. One of the things that I get on really well with this film is that I grew up with this film. It was released in October of 1989. I was 1. Okay, so I have fierce nostalgia glasses on me when I watch Star Trek V, because I have vivid memories of being in my nanny's house, and we would watch this film a lot because this is apparently the one that RTE had the rights to. And also we would go down to Extravision and we'd rent the video again and again and again. Bearing in mind, the other films were there as well. We liked Final Frontier because it's definitely a film that's safe for kids. I mean, I was this big watching this movie, and it's one of the ones I have fond memories from. There are those that will have seen this film in the theater, depending on where you were in the world. Yep. And then there are those that will have seen it when it came to video, when it came to DVD, when it came to Blu-ray, and there might even be those who are watching it for the first time in 2025. And honestly, if this is your first watch of The Final Frontier, either in advance of this ups and downs, or if, life has got in the way, I really want to know, what did you feel watching it now, with everything, all of existing Trek before you at this point? And if this was the first time you watched it, let us know in the comments below. But okay, let's jump in to all of the ups and downs for Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. The first up of this film, without a doubt, Lawrence Luckinbill. Of any issues that Star Trek V has, the casting of Sybok is not one of them. Shatner has spoken about how he was channel hopping one night, saw Luckinbill playing LBJ in a play about LB Johnson, and he went, yep, that's our guy. And he said one of the only easy things about this film was finding our Sybok. And he is one of the elements of this film that just works perfectly. That intro of him, galloping toward the screen on a unicorn. Okay, I know it's not technically a unicorn, but you've got that little horn on the head, and they wanted a more traditional unicorn, but then they were told you're not doing a unicorn, but also it ties into the whole fantasy and mythology of everything. I'm calling it a unicorn. He runs up to this moisture farmer, and I want to give an up as well to the location, because I know, having, now done a little bit of study of behind the scenes, what an absolute nightmare it was filming on location for this film. And for it to look as halfway decent as it does is an achievement. And also in this up as well, I want to shout out this character, John. So it's J''ONN. I don't think his name is ever said on screen, but he commits so much to this. There's a scene where, well, right here, where Sybok walks up, he's there holding a gun. He says, "I can't believe you would kill me over empty holes in the desert." And he just says, "It's all I have." And it just feels so real. And you can see that this is the type of person that Sybok wants to recruit. It's the person who has nothing and wants something more. For example, he's not looking for the fleet admiral to join his quest, or at least not at this point, because the most content person in the world wouldn't have any interest in following Sybok. Whereas this man needs someone to believe in him and to follow. It's quite a scene to open this film with. When setting out to do these ups and downs, I didn't have this in mind as a plan, but it's worked out that one of the earliest ups in each film has been taken up to the music. Jerry Goldsmith returns to the Star Trek franchise here, which is another excellent decision on Shatner's part, by the way, I have to say. So first time since the motion picture, and it's here where he, melds his own Star Trek march from the motion picture with Alexander Courage's theme from the original series to get the now traditional dun 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 dun. I'm gonna stop there because of both copyright, and you don't need to hear me butchering that music anymore. And this becomes, it becomes the ending of First Contact, Insurrection, Nemesis anyway. It's a very familiar progression in this depiction, if you like. I remember also, I know I've talked about watching the films out of order before, but I remember being so familiar with the Next Generation theme that when I watched the motion picture, I was like, hang on, it's missing a bit. And they're going, oh, actually, it's in 5. So yeah, it's in Star Trek 5 that we get that powerful statement of Alexander Courage's theme matched with Jerry Goldsmith's. This big march softens down into a very, very chill music as we play over scenes of Captain Kirk climbing a mountain. Why is Captain Kirk climbing the mountain? If you've seen the video, you know what I'm talking about. Now, speaking of this mountain, it is, El Capitan is a very impressive looking vista in Yosemite. And again, serious props to the location shooting. The funny thing here is how not faked some of the footage is here. So there was a large fiberglass section of El Capitan that was made for this film for William Shatner to hang off, basically. And it was actually transported to Yosemite. So, we have scenes where he's hanging off the side of this, fiberglass rock where you can see the real mountain in the background. There's enough marrying of real and movie magic here. Because, what do you think? What's that line from Californication? It's made in a Hollywood basement. And you start to think how much of it is on location, how much isn't. There was also a scene, which sadly didn't make it into the film, where Shatner really did hang off the side of a mountain for a little while. And apparently producer Harv Bennett was, his lunch was also going off the side of this cliff as well. And this was on advice of, you should learn how to climb rocks better, see if we can get this footage in. None of the footage made it into the film because it was grainy or clouds got in the way, so it didn't look like it was that high up. But there was one point where there was a tree in the shot that made it look like he was only standing 6 inches off the ground. The things we do for art. Now, as much as I love the gravity boots, because they're silly and I still like them, my first down, yes, look over here, for the film is for Kirk's fall. I don't mean the bit at the end where Kirk is saved by Spock, who grabs his ankle, he doesn't hit the boulder. That I like. They did that by flipping the camera on its side, or flipping the set on its side, and it all actually looks fine. No, it's that bit where Kirk is superimposed against the passing background. And welcome to Star Trek V's visual effects, folks. I'm going to talk a lot about the visual effects of this film because you can't not talk about the visual effects of this film when reviewing Star Trek V. Very quickly, you probably know the story by now, so please indulge me if you don't know it. When time came to make Star Trek V: The Final Frontier, Industrial Light and Magic, which had worked so effectively on the previous Star Trek films, and of course on Encounter at Farpoint in The Next Generation, which was in its second season at this point, was busy. they were doing Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Their main team, they described as the A team, and the B team were doing Ghostbusters 2. So there was no one in Industrial Light and Magic to work on Star Trek V. Ralph Winter, who was one of the producers of this film, who is also a blessedly open man when it comes to talking about these things, he said that, tying back into our hubris talk, when making Star Trek V, they were, quote, smoking their own reviews of the very well received Star Trek IV. They put out a call for effects houses to effectively pitch them to do the film. They would then front 10 grand to each of these people to then make an effects sequence. Now, 10 grand might sound like a lot to you and me, but individually, 10 grand may, not that much in a multi-million-dollar film. It's enough when there's several of them going out. Bran Ferren, who was based out of Hoboken, New Jersey, effectively won his pitch by wowing Shatner with what he could do practically in his garage, as Shatner describes it. And even though he had a resume, he had done things, well, we'll see how the film goes as we go on, won't we? Kirk's very realistic, looking almost death, does, however, give us an up for a very pissed off Dr. McCoy. DeForest Kelley is brilliant in this film, and he gets a lot to do. There's also a greater sense of naturalism in his performance. He's possibly even more southern than usual. I've watched a lot of Golden Girls recently, so I'm just thinking of Rue McClanahan's Blanche in my head. Anyway, not related, but there it is. And I really like how he plays McCoy in this film. And you get a lot of basically you get some of the best McCoy ever in this film. Because when you think about the movies, he was great in the motion picture, Disco McCoy. He was still good, don't get me wrong, but fairly standard in The Wrath of Khan. Whereas in 3, DeForest Kelley is effectively playing Spock for half the film. So, this is where it feels like he gets to let loose a little bit more. And I really enjoy it. I will, of course, discuss the campfire scenes now in a moment, but before that, I would like to take a trip with you to Nimbus 3. On the planet of galactic peace, again, this was a struggle. Particularly the exterior shots were a struggle to film. But my first up of the whole thing, David Warner joins Star Trek here in Star Trek V: The Final Frontier. Of course, as we know, he will come back in Star Trek VI and then again in The Next Generation. But here as St. John Talbot, he is actually, this is his first appearance, and he plays the sort of washed up, over it English diplomat, or British, I don't know for a fact that he was playing an Englishman, sorry. It just really, he's over it. He's done. And I love him. I love David Warner in pretty much everything I've seen him in. So that was definitely an up from me. The bar is good fun. I do want to give absolute props and up to Linda Fetters Howard, who plays the cat dancer. She's not specifically referred to as a Kzinti on screen. Apocryphally, or kind of like pinch of salt, apparently on set she was being referred to as a Kzinret, which is fine. According to the actress herself, she didn't hear that. So it's one of those kind of like, if you wanted to be canon, you can. If not, that's fine as well. But you know me, I hear anything Kzinti, it's a straightaway and up. She suffered for this role. She was a stunt woman, or she's still with us, is a stunt woman herself. And so the physicality, that was fine. But sitting in the makeup chair took a long time. Somewhere between 6 and 8 hours to apply the makeup, and I think something around 2 hours to remove it all. Her call time started at 2 a.m. in the morning. And when you think about it, she's got quite a prominent role, but if you're adding it up in terms of seconds, she's not in it for very long. I did have a wonder, right, because one of the things that stands out about the fact she's got 3 breasts. So I thought, hang on, was somebody watching Total Recall? Was this, did somebody borrow it from Lissy and Naff? Well, no, Total Recall came out after this film. Did Lissy and Naff's character borrow that from the Kzineret? Oh, Hollywood, you fickle mistress. There's a funny story about the makeup artist who was tasked with creating the chest piece for her, that he joked and said, you know, he would describe his day and his wife would start to get a bit like, you know, hang on, you're spending a whole day working on another woman's chest. You know, how am I supposed to feel about this? And so basically, she came with him one day and he described it as, once you see, it was like working under the hood of a car. Everything starts to get a lot less sexy. And I thought, my God, what a perfect description for actually working on a film set. There is a certain glamour that is assigned to working in the movies that really isn't there. People are there to do a job. And I just thought it was a funny little anecdote. And again, you know, as we go through both the movie and Shatner's book, there's a lot of like, oh, the magic of films is in fact, how much pain can we endure in this filming schedule? I do have a down, and the down is for Caitlin Dar. The Romulan representative, I will be honest, this is a wooden performance. I don't want to be cruel at the same time. Perhaps, you know, when you're in a scene with David Warner, you're probably going to come off the weaker of the two, but every single time I watch the movie, hello, I am the Romulan representative. We are here to deliver exposition. Huzzah. And speaking of exposition, take it down for, this is the bit where we find out why they're here. Oh, you're actually just reading from the liner notes. Right, okay. That's not the performer's fault. But, you know, it's just like, oh, this is a clunky scene of exposition here to set up what's going on, why they're here. Cutting then to the outside where you have Sybok's followers, both of them, running up to the city and kind of learning a little bit about what happened here is interesting as well, because this scene was crippled by budget cuts. So originally you're supposed to have a sizable crowd of followers, you know, storming Paradise City and, you know, frightening the locals. This was supposed to be an oppressive scene. What we get, the reason it looks as half decent as it is because of camera trickery. This is effectively the same group of, now I'm paraphrasing the number, I'm going to say 12 followers, right? Please don't take that as fact. But, you know, a small group of followers filmed from that angle, that angle, that angle, that angle, that angle, and running through the gate loads and loads of times. That's grand. With camera editing, you can do that. You can make it look like a bigger crowd. It's those kind of wider shots where you're like, Sybok's not that convincing then, is he? One thing I guess I do like is that everything's pretty scary. Our three ambassadors come out into the bar and General Cord gets a drink. Take it up, Charles Cooper. Also, canonically in my head, he's Kempek's dad. There you are now. That's my headcanon. I know I mentioned budget cuts, but look, down, reusing the footage from the end of the voyage home to be the first shot of the Enterprise A in this film. Ironically, it's one of the best looking shots of the ship because it was done by ILM, but I mean, we had just seen it. There is another infamous piece of footage being reused that I will discuss when it comes to The Undiscovered Country and Generations. Oh, you know which one I mean. So this one isn't as egregious as that, but when you go from the end of one film to the start of another and you're just reusing the shot, it's really obvious. I will, however, go straight into an up for both James Doohan and Nichelle Nichols, because I love what they did with them in this film. Shatner got a lot of pushback from Gene Roddenberry, allegedly, about the use of the supporting cast in this film and the comedic tones that they took. One of the studio mandates was, Voyage Home did really, really well, make Final Frontier funny. And they did do that, and sure, some bits work better than others. I actually quite like the lighter tone between the supporting cast. I don't feel there was really any need for romantic overtures between Uhura and Scotty. They hadn't really been there before. I'm certainly not against it, don't get me wrong. I think maybe, certainly a friendship was always there, so I quite like the bringing Scotty rations, you know, sitting down, chatting, you know, shooting the breeze, all that, totally fine with. in my little headcanon, when it becomes a little bit more overtly romantic, I might put it down to Sybok's influence. You know, not really quite sure why that was needed, but in that respect, I'm nitpicking there. I will be the first one to say that. And I really like Chekov and Sulu, for example. I think they come across well. You know, I know there was pushback to, oh my god, I can't believe that the navigator got lost. I thought it was silly. I thought it was fun. And also, I love that, you know, we're stuck in a blizzard. And we can't see a thing. Look, Sulu, the sun. It's a miracle. I love it. Like that whole scene is an up from me because they've always been mates. And I think it comes across so well. So to me, I don't have an issue with the comedic tone, certainly not in those scenes. There is a red alert, the Enterprise is needed, which I'll come back to. We just did a video about overused plot tropes, but I'll come back to that. But then we get properly the campfire scene taken up. Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, for its faults, has the best scenes of the big three in the entire franchise, and I will stand over that statement. The campfire, the scene in the observation lounge, the campfire at the end, a lot of their interactions. This was achieved by three actors who knew each other well, and they knew how to work with each other. This version of Spock now, we've settled back into the more relaxed Spock, certainly where he was, I guess, headed before Wrath of Khan, and that, you know, took a good bit of the voyage home to get there. And this is a perfect balance. So I've said this many times before, the campfire scenes are the best of the franchise. My latinum up of the film goes to the campfire scenes. You know, it's got it all. You've got McCoy ringing the bell. You have got Spock preparing to toast a marshmallow. You know, with the marshmallow dispenser that I still want. I've seen people with them. Kraft & Co. I'm right here. Do you want to do a sponsorship? Yeah, come here. And we get the infamous discussion. You know, it starts with McCoy going, Jim, you really piss me off. You know, human life is far too precious a thing. And, you know, Kirk going, well, I knew I wouldn't die. I've always known I'll die alone. That's not going to age well. See you in generations. The three of them together just so works for me. And then trying to sing Row, Row, Row Your Boat. Shatner said that apparently, as fun as that scene is, poor old D. Kelly was completely tone deaf and completely arrhythmic. So he said half the fun was just trying to get him to come in on the third beat and to try and get him to sing this thing along with the others, to have access to that footage. Oh, also, the three of them saying goodnight to each other, very Waltons, think it was deliberate, and knowing that, you know, me and my folks and my family have done that for years as well. Yeah, I wonder, have we been inspired to that by Star Trek or the Waltons? Interesting. And now we get to the Klingons. Okay, bear with me. I am starting with a down, right? Kla and Vixus, they're not so much characters, really, are they? As we desperately need some sort of villain in this film to get us through to those last 10 minutes. So, yeah, they're real paper tigers. And they're certainly not helped by, they look great. The makeup, not an issue. You know, the shots of the bird of prey are not great, and their introduction of I'm shooting space garbage is not great. I'm like, really? Okay, cool. What is your affiliation to the Klingon Empire? Does anyone just have a ship? It's sort of a little inconsistent in Star Trek, isn't it? Like, you know, do you just have your own bird of prey? Fair play if you do, you know? Yeah, as these punk Klingons, I don't really like them very much. On the flip side, and up to Todd Bryant and Spice Williams, who, although I don't like the Klingons at all, they sell it for the backseats. This is not a word against the performance. You know, Todd Bryant is there, he's trying desperately to get through those Klingon teeth, and I think it's working. And she is just like, She commands every scene that she's in. They are brilliant. Just I wish they'd been written better. But I mean, like, when that bird of prey is shooting down that, you know, it's not a complete reuse of the V'ger probe, but, you know, it's obviously designed to evoke it. I mean, down, that looks naff. Yeah, that looks naff. What I will say about it is, it's certainly not the worst effect of the film. That's coming. But it's not a good sign. There is a channel on YouTube, actually, if you get a chance, BL Creative. Check out that channel because they're basically remaking some scenes from this film, Target Practice being one of them, it is obviously updated because it's computer generated effects, but they're still trying to match the style that would have been available in, you know, they're making the film 88, so back at that time. It's really good. So BL Creative, if you get a chance, do check out their channel. Down at the campsite, someone forgot to bring his communicator. Just the way Nichelle Nichols says, you forgot to bring it. Taken up. Because of course the crew has to go back to the Enterprise, which is parked in orbit. Look, I'm not gonna down seeing the Enterprise A. I am so on the record of saying that the refit Constitution is my favorite ship in all of Star Trek. But actually, I kind of like the A even more than I like the one from the motion picture. Although the motion picture does have the new Enterprise scene. Yeah, much of a muchness. So I'm not going to down it. Won't say it's the best looking scene in the world. What I will, however, give an up to is the updated Galileo shuttle. I really like the design of this shuttle. Actually, one second. I just wanted to show off a gift that I have absolutely treasured. This was made by a model maker, Andrew Carson, for me. Now, if you look carefully, you will see the registry number, the name on that shuttle as well, the ship that it's from. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? Sorry, I've always loved this. And yeah, I really love this configuration of shuttle. Absolutely, that's an up from me. And as our three favorites, if you like, they disembark the shuttle. We get that funny exchange between Spock and McCoy, you know, correcting each other on which author. I am well versed in the classics, Doctor. And how come you don't know row, row, row your boat? But I love Scotty in this scene particularly. How many times do I have to tell you the right tool for the right job? Up. Because also the amount of times I've had my dad shout that at me, and yeah, now I know where he got it from. Again, all this kind of thing. Love this. Love this, by the way. You know, you probably clocked it earlier on, but yeah, go climb a rock. Love this. Love the jacket, which we'll see when we get to the bridge. I do like, for as much as I can complain about the effects, and I will, of this film, I do like the look of it. You know, Herman Zimmerman, who of course had done so much work in The Next Generation already, and, you know, worked in Star Trek, did a fantastic job on this film. He joked later on that he was, because of how the film was received, he was like, oh, I'm never going to work again. No. He did a blinder on this job in both the sets. If you look at the corridors are just the corridors from the Enterprise D, but it kind of works. As we arrive on the bridge, we love a bit of nepotism here at TrekCulture, so take an up for a cameo by Melanie Shatner, who plays the Captain's yeoman. And then also, we take an up for the very first scene that was filmed for this movie, and it's the cameo by executive producer Harve Bennett. These days, 2025, I think it's sad to say that I think a lot of people might not know who Harve Bennett was. I would argue Harve Bennett was as monumental a figure in saving Star Trek, or at least establishing Star Trek in the 80s, as Nicholas Meyer was, as Leonard Nimoy was. Harve Bennett was the executive producer on The Wrath of Khan. He wrote The Search for Spock, and he was also executive producer on The Voyage Home, and he was almost not coming back for this film. He was sort of a superstar for Star Trek for those three films. However, toward the end of production on The Voyage Home, relations had begun to break down a little bit between Harve Bennett and particularly Leonard Nimoy, funnily enough, and there was a lot of butting heads. Bennett sort of described it as he felt he got this reputation as a bit of a no man. You know, he's executive producer. One of his jobs is get the money and save the money, which is a thankless job anywhere. And this led to a sort of a souring of the relationship. So when Shatner was putting together his team for Star Trek V: The Final Frontier, the first man he wanted on board, I mean outside of the cast obviously, was Harve Bennett. So he contacted Harve. Harve said, I'll meet you, but you come to me. And they both described it afterwards good-naturedly. It was a power play. It was, I'll talk to you, but you're going to come to me. I'm not coming to you. And so they sat down and he outlined his issues that had gone on the voyage home and how he felt. And they were able to, by the end of that meeting, come to an agreement that no, he would come back. He would work on the Final Frontier. And what's more, while Shatner wrote the idea for what would become the Final Frontier, Harve Bennett and the writer they subsequently hired, David Lochary, all three of them have writing credits on this film. That itself is a story. Suffice to say for now, because also at some point, William Shatner's going to be like, will you just get them to buy me book, Sean? It is in the book. It's very, very interesting. So suffice it to say, after a long process, and let's not forget, there was a writer's strike which hit this film as well, which also was directly responsible for Shades of Grey existing as an episode. It was a grim time. It was a grim time. They got what was finally the shooting script. And yes, the first scene filmed was Harve Bennett's cameo as Fleet Admiral Bob. What a great name. Bob. Dressing a little informally, we see. You caught me on the way to the shower. I mean, I like it. They bounce so well off each other. Again, Shatner having a great relationship with someone he only ever talks to via the view screen. Take from that what you will. This scene also addresses the "you're the only ship in the quadrant" when we panned over the reuse of the Excelsior. So, I mean, I'm gonna be like, right, first of all, down. Why didn't you just transfer your flag over to the Excelsior? Actually, I think that's an Admiral thing. So anyway, why didn't they just give them the Excelsior? I mean, from a logical standpoint, it's sitting there ready to go. You know, Scotty didn't do that bad of a job. Oh, maybe this is supposed to be only a couple of weeks later. Right, okay. I've let my thoughts run through this one. Scotty obviously did such a good job sabotaging the Excelsior, it wasn't ready. Okay, right, but still, I mean, this thing is being held together with hope and prayer. As Kirk points out to Bob, like, the Enterprise is a disaster. He needs Kirk, and he needs that crew. So actually, for once, they directly address the, why are you calling us? Come on. There's any other fleet. No, we want Kirk. We want to make the statement. So do you know what? Up for addressing it. And then we get that great scene. It just pans up to McCoy. He goes, if you ask me, and you haven't, this is a terrible idea. Up the way D. Kelly delivers that. This leads then quickly to a sort of a summary of what the situation is. We run through who the different hostages is, and we get Sybok's demand video. And of course, we get the infamous scene of Spock's reaction. And Kirk says, you look like you just seen a ghost. Spock says, perhaps I have, Captain. Perhaps I have. Up for this scene on the observation deck, which, by the way, I think is a beautiful set. I really like the observation deck or the observation lounge in the Enterprise A. But this scene of the three of them discussing who Sybok is, you know, as McCoy says, a passionate Vulcan, how about that? It works. The idea behind Sybok came to Shatner when he was channel hopping and he stumbled across Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. They were TV evangelists, and as Shatner described them, he said he found something so grotesque about these people who were obviously exceedingly wealthy and yet were, you know, soliciting donations in the name of God. God wanted to speak through them to their congregation. And how, as Shatner described it, their predatory behavior really, you know, it focused in on those who needed some strength, some love in their lives. That was the basis of Sybok. I do think there is an important distinction between Sybok and Jim and Tammy Faye as Shatner saw them, and we'll get to that later on. But that sort of the grotesqueness of TV evangelism fueled the creation of Sybok. So here at least Sybok is already being fleshed out a little bit more. As Spock says, he was a brilliant prodigy, he was 1 in a million. But once he started trying to convince others to follow him, he was banished from Vulcan. That tracks with everything we know about Vulcans. If you mess with the status quo, you're more as likely going to be locked up or sent away than listened to. And that is something that we see throughout Star Trek. We get to Nimbus 3, and we have the problem of, the Enterprise barely holding together as it has. The transporter's not working, so we're going to go down in the shuttle. A few things happen in rapid succession. Shuttle goes down, we have the command crew of the Enterprise A goes down as well, effectively, and there's going to be the Storm Paradise City. We get all that. One thing that they do introduce that I absolutely want to say is that Star Trek V, for any of its faults, gave us this. And this is my favorite phaser of them all. You see it more in the Undiscovered Country, which is why I'll play with it again in the next video, but yeah, I've always loved this one. This is the little version. That was the toy. I've actually held a cast of the main, the actual one that was used in the film. Thank you very much, Sam Cockings, by the way. You know what you did. And the thing's huge. It's like there's a heft to it as well. So anyway, sorry, yes, love that one. Star Trek V introduced that one. But an up for this scene, Captain Chekov. And I loved it, because it's just fun. Walter Koenig's obviously having a ball playing the captain. He's chatting away with Sybok, keeping him distracted. A whopper of a down is the fan dance scene. Now listen, all right? I've nothing against Nichelle Nichols doing a fan dance. Actually, I think it's brilliant. And she had a ball doing this. And she recorded The Moon's a Window to Heaven as well. So when, on the film's release, she was in the theater and discovered she had been overdubbed by Margaret Sasaki Taylor, and of course the band Hiroshima who performed the song, she was incensed. And this down is in solidarity with Nichelle Nichols, because that is ridiculous. Think of how long these people have been working together. You tell someone, you know what I mean? So for me, once I discovered that has always ruined this scene. What was supposed to be kind of a silly, funny scene in which Uhura's like, all right, listen, I got this. I'm going to distract these people. And it was quite like fair play, Uhura scene. Spoiled. Totally spoiled for me by the behind the scenes of it all. I've another down, just for the plan overall. What was the plan? Think about it. Okay, we're going to get some horses. We're going to distract these people. We're going to ride into the city. Okay. And then we're going to save the hostages. Okay. How? Oh, right. Okay, so we're not coming up with a plan then. Right. They ride in, and within seconds, they're just going, Spock might as well have been holding that tricorder up to John's face as he runs through the gate. Like, how are you getting on? Yeah, I'm looking for the hostages. What was that about? I'll give an up, though, to Action Sulu. He falls off his horse, rolls over, walks up and shoots the light. All right, fair play, George Takei. I do want to give an up as well to, Lawrence Luckenbill Sybok's going, I didn't want this. What have you done? I didn't want bloodshed. He's very believable in the part. I'll give him that. Also, listen, of course I'm going to give an up to Spock giving a nerve pinch to a horse. Of course I am. Why wouldn't you? My sadly last scene involving the cat dancer. Listen, up to the fact of, someone obviously had James Brown on their mind. Watch the scene again. You'll know what I mean. But yeah, that's an up. So it all goes fairly pear-shaped when the hostages reveal that they're on Sybok's side, and Sybok reacts to the ruse, and he's laughing because he's like, who the hell are you? When Shatner, yes, of course. But when Kirk is like, how dare you do any of this? He's like, who's this fucker? And Sybok is like, Spock, it's me, it's Sybok. And Spock's like, cool story. Anyway, you're under arrest. again, I really like all of this. This is an up from me. The interplay between the characters works. And the reaction to the ruse, that all works for me. Up in space, the Klingons have arrived, which means the shields go up on the Enterprise A. I really like that as well, the zoop, 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 for the shields going up. It feels like it's stronger or something than the of the Wrath of Khan. Kirk gets in that shuttle pretty quickly, doesn't he? Can we just address the fact of, we've seen other hostage situations where Captain et al. Has been like, yeah, okay, cool, we're on the planet now. No, you're not taking the shuttle, you're not taking the ship, that's not happening. And, the next thing we see, they're all in the shuttle flying up to the ship again. It's like, right, okay. And I know there's a little bit of like, I don't want to hurt anyone and all that, but Kirk, I'm not sure how that would look in the court-martial. But it does give us the scene where, we have to go emergency landing plan B. B as in barricade. It cannot be serious. Up for how fun the scene is, right? Sulu, actually, it's my first time. That works for me. Let me do something. All of that. Yep, fine. Down. The speed at which that shuttle hits that part of the Enterprise A, that's ending up in the back of the deflector dish. I mean, there's editing and there's come on now, will ya? Because that, suddenly we go in, it looks like full impulse and, it pulls off the I suppose the nacelles. They snap off, it's still going. We can see, we can see that shuttle bay. As the doors open, there's another shuttle in there. I don't know, it looks like maybe 2 times, maybe 2.5 times the length of a shuttle. Yeah, that's some net, I can tell you. Once the shuttle is aboard, the Klingon bird of prey, which has just decloaked and it was targeting the shuttle because Kirk's on board. That's Kla's big thing. He wants to fight Kirk. It really doesn't matter. And then the bird of prey tries to fire at the Enterprise A, which then warps away. It is a down. That is, without question, the ugliest shot of the film. So much so that for the first time in these retro ups and downs, my Trellium down goes to that shot. I'm sorry, that's unforgivable. Here, just to use this shuttle again. There. That looks better. I know I'm being very harsh, but there was a fairly high quality going into this film. That one was ugly. Right, we're at warp. If you want to call it warp. Anyway, we're moving. And then you get that bit of a punch up between Kirk and Sybok. And yeah, I like that they don't mess around. Sybok is far stronger than Kirk, as a Vulcan would be. You get Spock points the gun at Sybok's chest, doesn't fire. Kirk is not very pleased. They're put in a cell. Uhura and Sulu are put to the side for a moment. Come back to them just in a moment. But they're put in the cell, and then we get who is Sybok. This is an up. Because I like how they landed on this. In the scripting process, they had to figure out why Spock wouldn't kill Sybok. The original idea was that Spock and McCoy would betray Kirk with the rest of the crew, and that Kirk would effectively be a lone wolf. And I'm going to say, thankfully, Leonard Nimoy and DeForest Kelley would not budge on that wouldn't happen. They would not do this. They would not in any way betray Kirk, not after everything they'd been through together. Nimoy, in particular, raised the point of, after Wrath of Khan and Search for Spock to then turn around and betray Kirk you're not writing the same character. And Shatner said, I was frustrated, but he couldn't 100% disagree with their logic. As he described it, if somebody else had written Kirk betraying them, he also would have, in his words, raised the roof. So we get the problem of, well, how do you then create a character that Spock won't kill and that he has a connection to without having a betrayal? And so they landed on their brothers. And also they then landed on, he's Sarek's son, not Amanda's. Problem solved. We know so little about Sarek that introducing a half-brother doesn't really upset the status quo very much. We also get the first canonical appearance of a toilet in Star Trek, and I feel that's something that should be highlighted. A quick down for all of Nimoy and DeForest Kelley putting their foot down on Kirk, Spock and McCoy are not going to have this, full falling out. The rest of the crew, sans Scotty, can't betray him fast enough. Uhura and Sulu haven't left the shuttle bay by the time they're on Sybok's side. Chekov then, he's still sitting in the captain's chair. Scotty, in fairness, is having none of it. It's all a little unclear. Is there mind control going on? If that is the case, is Sybok aware of the fact there's mind control going on? Because it calls into question his motives and his methods. If he is knowingly using some sort of mind control, then he's the baddie all the way through. If he is unknowingly using mind control all the way through, that is far more understandable. If not forgivable, it's far more understandable that he believes that they are being swayed to his way of thinking by the give me your pain. And if it's not mind control at all, that then makes the actions of Uhura, Sulu and Chekov that little bit more, and of course the hostages, that little bit more suspect. I mean, were they just waiting for a reason? It's just a little bit unclear. I think, for me personally, my headcanon, it's down the middle, is that there is a little bit of mind control going on, but Sybok's not aware of it. That is where it sits in my head. But I couldn't 100% stand over that and say that's what's happening. The reveal of Sybok's plan to travel past the Great Barrier and visit Shakari, yeah, that worked for me. I mean, it's as nonsense as anything else is, so yeah. We'll address the Great Barrier, of course, but the way he sells it really, really works. Down for me, not just the name Shakari, but knowing that it was there because they wanted Sean Connery. Okay, you didn't get him, come up with a better name. That would be how I would settle on that one. I know for a fact Chris is going to disagree with me on that one because I know how much he likes Shakari. So you never know, somebody else completely could be presenting the undiscovered country ups and downs. But that's how I feel. All right, okay, cool. Let's address getting to the center of the galaxy by tea time. That's a down. Novelizations and other media have tried to explain this away over the years, that somehow Sybok was able to tinker with the engines of the Enterprise A to get them to the center of the galaxy in, 25 minutes. And that somehow the Klingons were monitoring in such a way that they were able to copy those things. I mean, come on. If that's the case, would that not have been sent out throughout both fleets? Therefore, Voyager could have been home in a week. You know what I mean? This is dumb. It's not the first time, in fairness, that the original series era mucked about with time like that. Where no man has gone before, they fly to the edge of the galaxy. When we eventually, you never know, when we get to the ups and downs of that episode, I'll be downing that as well, because galaxy's a big place. And none of that makes sense. And it just makes the film feel that bit sillier as well. Because again, if you can get to the center of the galaxy that easily, why don't we nip to Vidra's planet? You know what I mean? We know that that's on the other side of the galaxy. It introduces too big of a technological leap to just hand wave away. Up! Bit of Morse code, remember that? Stand back, stand back! What are you waiting for? Have you never seen a jailbreak before? There's just moments in this film that are hilarious. They work for me. I spoke about the comedy, right? People go back and forth over Scotty bumping his head. I like it. I know it's totally out of character for him, but if Sybok's controlling everyone's minds, maybe this is what, helps Scotty completely free himself, although he did just do the jailbreak as well. I'm trying to make sense of it, folks. I'm really trying to make sense of it. Anyway, he bumps his head. I always laugh. It's an up from me. Then we get the turbo shaft, or as Shatner called it, the House of Pain, because they all had to be harnessed in for that, the levitating boots shoot all the way up. If this is your favorite scene in the film, 100%, that's great. I'm glad you enjoy it. For me, it's a down. How many decks does this ship have? And why is the number going up the higher they go? Once you discover that that was Shatner, this was addressed. You know, he was told the numbers will go down, and also there's like 13 decks in the Enterprise A, or it's not that, but it's a low number of decks on the Enterprise A. Where are you getting your deck 72 from? And Shatner overruled that and said, no, it adds to the dramatic tension and everything. Right. This scene is what we look at when, if you shoot all the way forward to Discovery's 3rd season, and everyone, including ourselves, is giving out about the fact that the interior of Discovery is the size of a TARDIS with those turbo shafts are the size of a continent. Well, there's precedent in Star Trek for that. Thanks, Shatner. Whopper of a down. I just want to give a shout out to Andy for a second, who said, what we should do is add all of the number of decks to the ups and downs. But when a single tear ran down Tom's cheek when I suggested that, we decided we're probably not going to do that. But Andy, we liked your idea. I have to say, I am giving an up to McCoy going, I'll wait for the next one. They send a message off to Starfleet, and it is received by the Klingons. Sybok then comes in and says, I trust your message was received, which is a reveal that, okay, Sybok obviously let that message go out because, you know, the crew work for him now, so anyone could have stopped it if they wanted to. We get a quick up. Uhura is there trying to make sure that Scotty's okay. Now, again, like I said, I'm not crazy about the romantic way or frankly sexual way that this is framed, but I do like the empathy here. You know, Scotty's able to go like, in my current condition, I don't think I could handle this and I don't think you could either. That worked for me. Now we get the big give me your pain scene. So in the beginning of this, I will just say that if this doesn't help the argument that there's mind control going on, because Spock and McCoy are both able to say, we're sticking with Jim. So, but this scene for so many reasons is fantastic. But DeForest Kelley in this scene, you know, McCoy, Leonard, son of David, who sees his dad suffering and in pain. DeForest Kelley has never been better. So, as heavy and as upsetting as the scene is, my dilithium up for Star Trek V: The Final Frontier is the two McCoys here in this scene. It's powerful, it's upsetting, it is crushing with the revelation that had McCoy let his dad suffer for another week, a cure then became available. Like, it's just everything about this. You know why he carries this pain with him. It's incredible and such a revelation for the character as well. Then you get the scene, Spock, from the moment of Spock's birth, Sarek classed him as so human. We also, I guess, get an Amanda Grayson cameo. Yeah, okay. And Spock carrying that weight with him. But this then leads to Spock revealing to Sybok that just because Sybok can see the moment of pain in people's lives doesn't mean he knows them. As Spock says, I am no longer that outcast boy. I have grown up. I know myself. And Spock and McCoy stick with Kirk. Now, Kirk refuses to do a share me your pain reveal. And yes, that works for Kirk as a character, I think. You know, I need my pain. Is it a little bit over the top? Is anything Shatner related? So, actually, saying that, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the reputation is unearned. There is moments of Shatnerisms, but overall, that's been massively exaggerated over the years. Up for Spock's give me your pain moment. Up for Spock saying, Sybok, you are my brother, but you do not know me. And up, finally, we get the catalyst for Sybok's actions. He reveals here that he knows they'll get through the Great Barrier because God sent him a vision. It's at this point in the film where we reveal that. And Kirk goes, you are mad. Am I? I'm telling the acting in this film is not the film's issue. This absolutely works. This final section of the film is where I think a lot of the issues start to become most noticeable. So, for example, down the look of the Great Barrier, both from outside and in it, looks cheap. They were obviously trying to go for something with V'ger. They did not achieve it. I will say, despite Jerry Goldsmith's best efforts here, this score, gorgeous. I do like the inscription on the steering wheel in the observation lounge. You know, to boldly go where no man has gone before. Well, isn't that there from the earliest days of Star Trek? And here we are about to meet God. Let's talk about God, shall we? Really quickly. Down to the depiction of God in this film and how everything is very Western. So this is something that even at the time they realized was going to be an issue. Shatner, when he originally pitched the idea to the head of Paramount, he was worried that, you know, it was going to get pushback because it is, you know, religion obviously is a very touchy subject. You know, because you don't want to offend, but you also want to tell a real story, and you know, where do those two things bump heads with each other? And so it would everyone kind of settled on an idea that that didn't really satisfy anyone. The depiction of Shakari as well. Oh my goodness, did the budget cuts hit here? You know, this idea of Shakari, Vortifor, QE2, Eden, sure, all very Western, but okay. You know, Sybok handing back control of the Enterprise to Kirk with no pushback, thinking, I've proved myself. The end of this, show what this reminds you of. The end of this film is a bit like the end of the episode Threshold. It could have been better, and it just falls apart. I think in this case, though, it is the construction of the film, because there's still great little bits in it as well. For example, taking up God's a busy man. Well, we got, you know, shuttle number 3, Copernicus, nice to see that as well. We get Jerry Goldsmith going, you're gonna remember this one. You know, it's none of that is an issue. You know, we put a pink filter on the camera, there, we're down on Shakari, that's all great. The one thing that is both funny to me, but also makes perfect sense, is the fact that they stop and Sybok has time for a haircut. It's never addressed, but also, yeah, it makes perfect sense. You're gonna meet God, of course you're gonna look your best, aren't you? So it's one of those funny things that no one ever addresses. And then when they get down to the planet, there's one thing, and I don't know how deliberate this was, but I really like it. It's when Sybok, having seemingly discovered nothing, goes, "We have traveled far," and the echo bounces that back to him. Knowing what we're about to discover with God, that feels like he's being mocked. And I thought that was such a good decision. Whether or not that's exactly what the intention was, that's an up to me. I will say though, down, you've been there for literally 40 seconds. You know, oh well, we found nothing, back we go. Give him a chance. And then the pillars rise. And I think maybe the easy thing to do is just down for this rushed ending and how it's constructed. You know, I could sit here and add about another 25 downs to the counter, but I think just the easiest thing to do is just the ending is a down. The pillars rise, they're standing there, we get the sparkles, a pillar of light rises, and I am gonna give an up to George Murdoch, okay? I think, you know, he is suitably intimidating as God. You would recognize him again, he comes back in The Next Generation as Admiral Hansen. I think he does his best with it. This is another one of the issues that I think Shatner had an issue with this as well, is that it's a very, okay, bearded man from the clouds. It's that depiction of God, which was in all of the galaxy. You know what I mean? So I know Shatner had an issue with that as well. He was effectively overruled. We get, you know, Sybok interacting with this being, and it's all the music is glorious, and he goes, you know, this starship, could it carry my essence beyond the barrier? It could, yes. And then, excuse me, what does God need with a starship? Yes, the immediately memeable quote that has everyone knows it. What does God need with a starship? Up. completely up. And, you know, we get that great, you know, the great interchange. You know, I seek proof. Jim, you don't ask the Almighty for his ID. Taken up because if there was, like, I know stereotypes here, okay? I know I'm looking at stereotypes, but if there was a character of the ones there, not including Sybok, who perhaps would be a believer, it would be McCoy. I feel like McCoy would be the one who would have a deep-seated belief in God. And so, yeah, I can see him going like, Jim, shut up. What? Shut up, Jim, you know? But God ruins everything by shooting those eye lasers at Kirk. You know, why is God angry? And then Spock goes, you did not answer his question. What does God need with a starship? Up. I can imagine convincing a logical Vulcan being the hardest job in the world when it comes to belief. And then, do you doubt me? I doubt any God that would inflict pain for their own amusement. Up. It's very evident then to everyone that Sybok's made a whoopsie. And, you know, Sybok, most of all, has realized, oh, I think I've done a bad thing here. So his retribution, it's swift. His redemption, I think, is a better word. It's swift, but, I mean, the man pays with his life. You know, I love that scene of, obviously, I have opposing hands, so we're this with Spock. And your pain, give it to me. And that mirror image of himself bounced back at him. So the original idea for this ending, it was much, much bigger. You know, it was going to be angels and demons, the Sybok and the crew, they would go down through into the underworld, through the river Styx. And Harve Bennett, again, in an interview, years past, he spoke quite frankly, and it was an interview with Shatner, and he said, listen, your ambitions were great, but you weren't thinking like a filmmaker. You weren't thinking like somebody who had a budget you had to work with. You were thinking of, you know, probably work great in a novel, but trying to achieve that on film with the budget they were being allocated just wasn't doable. And so that's when the budget cuts started happening, and they started to lose little bits and lose little bits more. There was a strict runtime issue as well that, you know, Shatner wanted a little bit over 2 hours. The studio were like, no, bring it down, bring it down. And of course, then we get to the idea of something that I know some of you have been waiting for this. Let's talk about the Rockman. Okay, so originally there were going to be these beings that were made of rocks that would become something that, you know, they had to fight. The total original cost of those costumes was going to run at something like $300,000. And it was lovely and straightforward. Absolutely not. That's not happening. So Shatner had to give ground. He's like, right, okay, well, we can't do 6. Maybe we can do 3. Absolutely not. That's not happening. Can we do 1? Right, we'll give you 1. You can do 1 of these Rockmen. Grand. Okay, cool. So we're going to go. Tom Morga is going to be in the suit. That's great. Okay. So they build this Rockman, right? And the Rockman looks okay. You know, as Shatner said, it's like when it was working, it was breathing fire, it was smoking, it was moving, and it looked scary. So he's like breathing, you know, just relief. Great, cool. We have something tangible to fight at the end of this film, because of course God, Pillar of Light, is going to be done with CGI or VFX. And so day 1, when they're testing the suit, breathing fire. Great, you know, they get, you know, the smoke comes out by a bunch of people, as Shatner says, risking lung cancer by sucking down cigarettes and blowing the smoke into a tube that then comes out of this being's mouth. Brilliant, looks great. Day 2. Doesn't breathe fire anymore. It's not moving as good anymore. And frankly, it doesn't look great. One of those in the cold hard light of day things. Takes a while, but they managed to get the smoke tubes working again. But they can, Shatner described it as, you could see as the time went on, the reality became more and more horrible. I'm like, that's not gonna work, but we're gonna film it, we're gonna do what we can, and they filmed it and they got the footage and the pictures are available, probably over my shoulder. It looked pants. It did not look good at all. It absolutely flopped as an idea. They saw it when they went back and looked over the dailies again. So the Rockman, which has become one of the most infamous parts that was never in The Final Frontier as it was released. I mean, it's still getting an up from me. Are you kidding me? The Rockman's getting an up. But oh my goodness, it was that, if you like, is the symbol of we had an idea for Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, and you have a film called Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, and these two things are not the same thing. Now, I'm sorry to say that the effects of this film's woes do not end just there, because down, why is the Enterprise firing a V'ger probe from the motion picture? Yes, for some inexplicable reason, they changed the look of the photon torpedoes in this movie as well, and it doesn't look great. Also, down, what was the plan here, Kirk? You're standing directly beside a photon torpedo's detonation. I want to remind you of a scene from Q-Who. So season 2, Next Generation. And the Enterprise D is so close to a Borg cube that Data surmises a photon detonation would likely destroy the Enterprise D. They should make the Enterprise D out of what they made Jim Kirk out of, because apparently he can just hop out of the way. Sadly, however, this is the end of Sybok, who presumably is killed by the photon detonation that does absolutely sweet FA for anything else. I'd knock some of those styrofoam rocks over, I guess. Kirk, Spock and McCoy run back to the shuttle and they realise, oh, God's a bit angry. So Kirk has Scotty beam up McCoy and Spock. He's managed to get the transporter working that much, and then the bird of prey comes out and fires another torpedo, and effectively we get a do-over of Star Trek III, The Search for Spock. Thankfully not with a self-destruct, but the Enterprise is as weak as anything. And one torpedo blast, it's all a bit silly, it's a down, it's obviously just for dramatic tension. This does of course lead to Spock turning around to Cord and saying, by the way, you're in this film, so, you need to do something here. Cord says, I am just a foolish old man. Damn you, sir. You will try. Taken up from me. And this leads to the now iconic scene of, Shatner has spoken about how there was supposed to be something else Shatner was running away from. Nope, it was just a reuse of George Murdoch's face. Nothing against George Murdoch's face, but yeah, doesn't look great. And the Klingon bird of prey rises from over that ridge and fires its disruptors at it. I am giving an up to the iconic now image of Kirk saying, it's me you want, you Klingon bastards. What's he gonna do? Fist fight a bird of prey? It's still fun to look at, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's stupid, which is why it's a down, but still fun to look at. And proving how Captain Claw was an absolute nothing of a villain. Kirk is marched into the bridge of the bird of prey, Cord is there, and he's like, my junior officer has something he'd like to say to you. I apologize. Okay. Down. And the chair spins around and Spock was the gunner of the bird of prey. Look, it's just silly. It's an up. I will say, Shatner's plays this as if he hasn't seen Spock in forever, and it's like, Spock. It's like, oh my God, it's so nice to see you, apart from literally 3 minutes ago when I saw you. But it's still played as a fun scene, and we get the whole, please, Captain, not in front of the Klingons. But, again, really, really nice thing. I thought I was going to die. Impossible. You were never alone. Aww, Spock, taken up. And it all wraps up fairly nicely. One nice exterior shot I will give credit to is the Enterprise A and the bird of prey flying side by side. I'm gonna give it an up. You have to give them a break. And we get that scene where Chekov and Sulu are following Vixus and they turn around when they see Claw. And, Claw's like, oh, success and everything. Grand, yeah, everyone's being very forgiving. And, we get that whole ending, I find myself thinking of Sybok. And we get that scene that suggests it's a continuity error, but actually I don't think it is. Spock says, I have lost a brother. Kirk says, I lost a brother once. I was lucky I got him back. And I remember a lot of people going, Sam obviously didn't mean very much to you. A statement that's maybe aged even worse since the inclusion of Dan Jeanot's Sam Kirk in Strange New Worlds. But no, he said a brother, not my brother. Suggesting, maybe a little bit of mental legerdemain going on here, but suggesting there's more than one. And obviously he's referencing Wrath of Khan. So for me, I actually like this scene, you know. And what if he really is still out there? Well, maybe life is but a dream. We go back down to Yosemite. Spock pulls out the Vulcan lute, lyre, the Vulcan harp. Pick which one you like, and plays Row, Row, Row Your Boat, and Jerry Goldsmith plays it out. Take an up for that last scene. Now, would you join me at temporal observations? I've gone through an awful lot of the behind the scenes as we've gone through this video, but so some of the things that have, we've seen come up with other things. Let's look at Sybok, and I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, Sarek had another child? Surely that would never happen again in Star Trek. There's a show you should watch, it's called Star Trek Discovery. Actually, yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, it takes a little while to find its feet, but it's not good. Look, there are people who will never be okay with the idea of Michael Burnham. There are people who never cared that Michael was connected to Spock. I don't know, I'm fine with it, because Sybok was our precedent. That yes, here Sarek literally has another blood child, but that Spock had a family member. In this film, he says, I was not predisposed to discuss matters of a personal nature. And at this point, they're working together 20 odd years. So this idea works for me. And of course, Sybok, well, the back of him would appear directly in Strange New Worlds in the episode The Serene Squall. So in this film, more clearly than a lot of other times James Doohan appeared, you can see that he's missing a finger on his right hand. That's because it was shot off when he was in war. And so he always took great pains to hide that. But it seems to be less so here. There's no close-up on his hand, but he's not kind of obscuring it as much as possible. So that suggests that somewhere between the voyage home and the final frontier, Scotty lost a finger. The look of the ship will of course be very familiar to anyone who's seen The Next Generation, because the corridors are just the corridors of the Enterprise D. Now the bridge was a new set constructed by Herman Zimmerman, and it's funny, I see people kind of 50-50ing on whether they like this set or not. I quite like it. I do think that the comm and the nav panel, like there's a shot of it or something where you can just see the top of Sulu's head. It's up very high. I'd lower it down a little bit, which they do for the Undiscovered Country. I quite like this. It's very, this is our period of exploration version of the bridge. I know Kirk just say, I miss my old chair. I don't. I never liked the chair. I never ever did. With the little leg guards that go over it. No, give me one with the big armrests any day. I mentioned this earlier on, but this film was hit by the Writers Guild of America strike in 1988. Well, so was Star Trek The Next Generation Season 2, which were filming concurrently. You might have seen the images of an aged up McCoy with a TNG comm badge while wearing his Monster Maroon. Things like that, because it was all happening at the same time. I think TNG Season 2 came out of the Writers' strike a little bit better. Yes, shades of grey exist, I know, but I think with all of the changes and everything that went on through the Final Frontier script, I think this one came off the worse. The whole idea of the film, so there's been a lot of back and forth and discussion about what did Gene Roddenberry think of Shatner's script. And Richard Arnold, who was working with Roddenberry at the time of the making of this film, was a Star Trek archivist, and he described Roddenberry's reaction as being very hurt, because from his point of view, it was his idea. There was the earlier idea of, in the God thing and in thy image, that eventually molded to become Star Trek the Motion Picture, that he was told, you're not telling a story about God. You're not, Paramount flat out refused. It's not happening, you're not doing it, no. And then here comes Shatner with a script explicitly featuring a character called God. So Roddenberry felt very offended by this. Shatner, sure, but also his treatment by Paramount. He's still executive consultant on this film, which is sadly a bit of a meaningless title. He gets money, but you don't have to follow any of his script directions. Shatner wrote in his book that by the time they got to the final script for the film, Roddenberry approved it. Then this seems to be at odds with the fact that Roddenberry afterwards seems to have deemed Star Trek V apocryphal. So, you know, treat it with canon whether you want to, whether you don't. Obviously, we discuss Star Trek canon ad nauseum here on the channel and as a fandom in general. And here you have people involved in making the show contradicting each other in terms of canon as well. Richard Arnold suggested that Gene's personal assistant and secretary Susan Sackett was kind of not helping matters by sort of, you know, flaming, you know, Bill Shatner's this and Bill Shatner's that, and, you know, he's trying to screw you over and everything. And, you know, there was the idea of legal proceedings. I mean, this got serious because it looked as though, to Roddenberry, Shatner had ripped off his idea for the God thing, for Star Trek V. Now, it never got as far as actually going to court over it, but there was bad blood behind the scenes now on The Final Frontier. The Final Frontier, funny, I mentioned canon, and it's funny how little The Final Frontier comes up again. Now, we have addressed the Sybok in the room, but the Next Generation was a bit cute with it, right? Evolution, which is the premiere episode of the 3rd season of The Next Generation, Data says that there has not been a ship-wide starship malfunction or system shutdown in 79 years. And there's a little bit of debate over what year exactly The Final Frontier takes part in, but that adds up. Like, that evolution would be 79 years after The Final Frontier. So that's one thing. And a deleted scene from the Next Generation's episode Family would have referenced Nimbus 3. The film won several awards in 1990, if you want to call it winning. They won the Razzie for Worst Film, Worst Director, and Worst Actor. Those latter two both going to William Shatner. There is a question as to whether or not this film was going to be theatrically released, depending on where you were in the world, because it was perceived to have done so poorly in the US. This film, there was also a bit of it, there's a kind of a, oh, you know, Final Frontier had a lower budget and it looked worse. Well, no, it didn't, actually. It had a higher budget than The Voyage Home. It just wasn't spent as well. For many of the reasons that I've already outlined earlier on. There was delays, there was issues, there was rockmen that never were, and there was effects houses that by the time the effects were delivered, there just was no time to fix them. There's so many issues, but actually the budget wasn't really the issue with this film. It didn't do fantastically at the box office. I don't think anybody will be shocked to learn, but it did enough that Paramount did greenlight a new final film for the original series, which of course we will look at next. Fun fact about the Rockman, by the way, that idea would turn up in another Star Trek film, Galaxy Quest. Kirk is sure that he will die alone. Is that a statement that will age well? Keep watching these retro ups and downs and you'll see. Kirk, of course, references his brother. We know that George Samuel Kirk died in the episode Operation Annihilate. Those flying six that would sit on your back, the flying parasites, and killed him. It's quite horrible, really. But maybe Strange New Worlds can do something to change that, because I really like Dan Jeannotte as Sam Kirk. I really do. I've already mentioned the fact that this was the return of Jerry Goldsmith. It was a bit of a stop and start because he then didn't come back for the Undiscovered Country because of how poorly The Final Frontier did at the box office. And in fact, it was released direct to video in a lot of properties because of that. So it did have a theatrical release. So this is a theatrical Star Trek film. But yeah, depending on where you were in the world, it was like, oh, it's straight to video. Right so. Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, released in October of 1989, and we all know what the reviews were like. There is a very sweet story before I leave you off. The morning that after it released, Shatner was woken up by a phone call from Leonard Nimoy, who presented the first review that he had read, which was glowing. That first review, it was a love letter. So Shatner recalled that that was an amazing experience, that after all of the pain and all of the strife, there was this beautiful shared moment between himself and Leonard Nimoy before the rest of the reviews came in. I'm going to get this out of the way straight ahead. The Undiscovered Country is my favorite Star Trek film. I am on the record saying this. This is not a secret. If it is something you're learning for the first time, welcome, welcome. I flippin' love this film. It just gets everything right. And you're like, well, Sean, are there going to be any downs? Well, this is why you joined the video, and I really appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. But yeah, The Undiscovered Country. So the one thing that I have that upsets me is that I just missed it in the cinema. Generations is my first Star Trek in the cinema. I would have loved to have caught Undiscovered Country. So to date, I have not seen this on the big screen. So everyone who did see it on the big screen, I hope you had a wonderful time. I'm not at all jealous. It is a film that, of course, there is the director's edition, which I will be including in these ups and downs. Okay, so if you were unaware that there's a couple of scenes that actually were put back into the film, depending on what medium you're watching on, surprise. For example, there's an actor who would go on to have rather the Star Trek career, who's only in the director's edition of this film. For whatever reason, a lot of the physical Blu-ray releases, at least, haven't included these scenes in the film. So, but we will be treating them as though they are, so heads up. I think we'll just jump straight into it after that. Thank you so much, everyone, for following along. Please make sure that you're subscribed to the video. If you could drop a like now, fantastic. If you want to wait till the end of the video to drop a like, that's absolutely fine as well. Let us jump into all of the ups and downs for Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. My first up of the film goes to Cliff Idleman. The score for Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country is like nothing else we've heard. Leonard Rosenman's score for The Voyage Home was probably as different from what we're used to with Star Trek, but just in another direction. Cliff Idleman's score is the perfect level of dark to match the tones of this film, because finally, I say finally, bear with me, but after the comedic romp that was The Voyage Home and the misfire that was the lightened tone of The Final Frontier, they said, okay, we're gonna go dark again with this one, and it was the right decision. I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion about it in Temporal Observations, but this film matched what was going on in the world at the time, you know, back late 80s, early 90s. And it wasn't exactly a rosy, sunny place to be. I know, shockingly different from today. But this film captured the mood of the zeitgeist, if you will, and still managed to do it in a very Star Trek way. And from the beginning overture and right the way through, Cliff Idleman's score nails the theme of this film. Another up is the welcome return of Nicholas Meyer, who of course directed this film. Now we know that he directed and wrote a lot of, if uncredited, The Wrath of Khan, and he wrote an awful lot of The Voyage Home as well. Well, he and his writing partner Denny Martin Flynn both wrote this film based on a story that was originated by Leonard Nimoy, among others. So you can feel his influence back again. I will be honest, this is hardly a controversial take. I think Nick Meyer probably captured the winning formula for the original series movies. As much as I genuinely love the motion picture, I genuinely love The Search for Spock, and I have many things that I love in The Final Frontier. But Wrath of Khan, Voyage Home, and Undiscovered Country are, to me, the three stronger original series films. And yes, we can do the even odd thing as well, but I think mostly it's Nicholas Meyer's impact. My next up is the explosion of Praxis. I mean, what a way to open the film. You go from this dark and brooding overture playing over the opening credits, and then literally explodes in a ball of light and sends out that awesome Praxis wave, that wave that has been used in so much other media at this point. It is It's a hell of a way to grab people's attention, I can tell you that right now. And while I have your attention, could we please give an up to Captain Hikaru Sulu? Now come on, how long were we waiting for this one to happen? I will, of course, there'll be bits I'll discuss as I go through the film, and also in temporal observations as well, because Captain Hikaru Sulu is a long time coming, as is indeed taken up to the Excelsior NCC 2000. Again, talk about a while coming, because the Excelsior has appeared in every film since Star Trek III: The Search for Spock, but it's been NX 2000. Which is also, it's always really fun when you get a model of the NX 2000 as well, because even though it appeared in only one movie and one episode, the NCC 2000 has become the definitive version of the Excelsior. But one thing again that this film does really well is as it's cruising through space, you get that sense of, this is a big ship. Now, when you jump forward to things like the Next Generation and you see the Excelsior class dwarfed by the Galaxy class, think about it. In Star Trek VI, this feels like a heifer of a ship flying through space. Just how big is the Galaxy class? This scene, it's brilliant, it has it all. We have Sulu drinking from a cup of tea. We have, temporal observations by the way, we have Mr. Valtane delivering a report. We have Commander Janice Rand on the bridge as well. Everyone's having a good time. Why is the tea shaking? Up. Shields! Shields! Good God. Every single time I watch this film, and today, watching this film and seeing the Praxis wave slam into the side of the Excelsior. Okay, I've said scale already, but it just really hammers home what good VFX can do for a film. Just up to this whole sequence. I feel like, part of me feels that this was a deliberate, don't worry audience, we listened after the effects and the reception of how Star Trek V looked. And considering how big they open in this film, and loud and raucous, and everyone's falling around the bridge, and they managed to turn her into the wave. Yeah. Welcome back, ILM. Now, I name dropped her a moment ago, but taken up Commander Janice Rand, who is, although this is said off screen, and I think it's in beta canon, is the first officer of the USS Excelsior, which just feels like a real yes moment for those of us who, quite frankly, have followed her since being Yeoman Rand on the original series through the films. You know, she deserves it. Fair play, Grace Lee Whitney. Nice to see you again. Obviously, they're wondering what in seven hells has just happened here. Now, they get a transmission from what's left of Praxis. We get that great scene of that lump of rock floating in space, and the computer fills in what's missing. Then we get that poor Klingon officer, who I don't think has very long left until he's on his way to Stovacor. Then that transmission is interrupted with Brigadier Krall, who I really like. This seems like a guy who, from the beginning, is just trying to do his job. Do you know what I mean? Like, from this scene to, we will see him later on in the film as well, and we eventually see him then at the Kittimer, I suppose, spoiler, we'll see him at the Kittimer conference as well. This guy is just going to work. And it's always the people just going to work that have the worst days, isn't it? And he's, very definitively, there has been an incident on Praxis. We've no need for your help. Remain outside the neutral zone. This is completely just a Sean Ferrick thing. Every time I hear the neutral zone when referring to the Federation and the Klingon Empire, even though it's so old, like in terms of the franchise, I always get like a, but that goes around the Romulan Empire. Listen, we take our little laughs where we can. Do we report this? Are you kidding? Oh. Every Star Trek film that features them has its own fun, or maybe not fun, way of introducing our main cast. So we already have Sulu, of course, but what of the rest of the cast? One of the things that I really like about The Undiscovered Country is how our heroes, if you like, are brought into the action. We have that top brass meeting at Starfleet Command. I mean, okay, you're gonna hear this, I'm gonna try and not say over and over again, I really like this, but anyway, I really like this meeting. Because Although, of course, we have had admirals, we've had commodores, we've had fleet admirals, rear admirals, we've had fleet captains, we've had the bunch in Star Trek up to this point. We rarely had them all in a room together. And here we have Starfleet's top brass sitting in a circular fashion. You have, of course, then Kirk, Scotty, Chekov, Uhura, and McCoy wondering what on earth they're doing here. There's a fun kind of apocryphal story about what they were doing before, because this is the crew at the end of their careers. As McCoy makes a joke, we're due to stand down. You know, we're a couple of months from retirement. You know, Uhura is said to be, it's not on screen now, but Uhura's hosting her own radio show. Scotty, of course, talks about having bought a boat. Okay, are we here as a courtesy? What's this about? And then Spock walks out. So first of all, up just to the scene in general. I think it's well directed, it's very tight, and it gets the point across quickly. Think about how to open a meeting. The Klingon Empire has roughly 50 years of life left. Okay. You have my attention. Also, you know, we talk about the length of time. 2 months ago, a Federation starship monitored a large displacement wave. Right, so time is moving in this film. I like that as well. You know, sometimes you have films where the events are said to take place over the course of a few hours, even a couple of days. Whereas this one is, the undiscovered country did not happen overnight. Spock speaks of the need to open a dialogue with Gorkon, Chancellor of the High Council. I want to give an up to Brock Peters in this scene. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it was going to be an up for Brock Peters anyway. Love that actor, and he just makes every scene he's in better. In Star Trek IV, Brock Peters as Admiral Cartwright was very much, you know, the Starfleet officer in charge. And he just brings this gravitas and maturity to the film that is a light film. He brings that gravitas and maturity, but of course, in a very different way here. Maybe this is a temporal observation, but there is the story that Brock Peters had a lot of difficulty delivering his lines in this scene in particular, because Cartwright is openly racist against the Klingons here. He speaks about them becoming the alien trash of the galaxy, about wanting to bring them to their knees, that would allow the Federation to be in a much better position to negotiate terms. And it took him a few goes to deliver those lines, because I need hardly remind anyone watching this video of the history of racism on Earth. And to have Cartwright be the one to deliver those lines, well, that very much was the point of why it would hit as hard as it did. But it really did, and Peters really struggled to get those lines out. Now, I think the scene is infinitely stronger because of it, and I think it made people sit up and take notice. The Klingons, who had been this warrior race and noble in their own way. You know, we'd seen variations of Klingons throughout the years, but there is an honorable nobility to them. To be discussed in such a fashion, it's different and it's powerful. And up as well to our admiral there, Judy Leavitt Koenig, who has since left us, but she was the wife of Walter Koenig, and I just think she's cool. And she asks if we're talking about mothballing the Starfleet. The scene concludes with the revelation that the Enterprise A, Kirk and crew have volunteered to escort Gorkon along Federation space to this upcoming peace talks between the Klingon Empire and the Federation. Kirk's not happy about that. And we get this immortal exchange, which is Spock and Kirk standing across the room from each other. There had been teases throughout the years of Kirk and Spock having a separation, a difference of opinion, if you will. And I think this is really the closest we get to them standing on opposite sides of a topic. Spock is very much leading the charge in terms of the peace talks and ending hostilities. And it's not so much that Kirk wants hostilities to continue, it's that he cannot reconcile at this point with his feelings about the Klingons. Of course, the exchange, Jim, they are dying. Let them die. Now, Shatner has gone on the record to say that he doesn't like the way that that line is presented in the film, because there is a cut back to Spock and then there is a cut back to Kirk, sort of waving us off as if he didn't mean that. I feel that as it's presented in the film, it is so much stronger the way that it is. I think in 2025, we're probably a little bit used to seeing this darker side of Starfleet and this sort of darker take on the Federation. Whereas in 1990 and 1991, we weren't used to seeing this darker side. So I absolutely appreciate that at the time, seeing this was a bit of a wow moment for Kirk. I think it makes sense, presented as is, for how his journey with the Klingons have gone, which is why this exchange isn't up from me. By the way, who's sitting behind him? Taken up for that lovely underside view of Space Dock as the executive shuttle flies up toward it. I mean, listen, how many times do you want me to say it? I love Space Dock. It's also very blue. I mean, it's always blue, but it's very blue in this one. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't do this. Down for the reused shot of the Enterprise A. This shot was filmed once for Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. It was reused in The Final Frontier, where I gave it a down, and I'm giving it a down again now, even if I think it looks a lot better in this film, but still. A whopper of an up to Kim Cattrall in this film. So we have Valeris, who is introduced in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country, who, by the way, we've just found out Nacelle are releasing an action figure of Valeris 30 odd years later, but still delighted, genuinely happy about this. There was of course talk that this would be the character of Saavik and sort of, you know, complete the arc, if you like, that began in The Wrath of Khan, continued in The Search for Spock, cameoed in The Voyage Home, and then would have come full circle here. For several reasons, it's not Saavik. There is, you know, the rumor is as well that Kirstie Alley wasn't available and Robin Curtis was never approached. Then that Kim Cattrall said she didn't want to play the same character as two other actors. A lot of that is sort of twisted and he said and she said and everything. You know, there's also the story that no, Kim Cattrall was never approached to play Saavik. She was always going to be, well, initially there was going to be Eris and then Vala Eris. All of that aside for the moment, I think she is a fabulous addition to the cast here. And I really love the character of Valeris. You know, she stands up straight away, captain on the bridge. She is the first Vulcan to graduate at the top of her class. You must be very proud. I don't believe so, sir. She's a Vulcan, all right. Great introduction, just great. Also taken up to the bridge from Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. Now, I mean, controversially, I like the bridge from The Final Frontier, but definitely the bridge here matches the darker tone of the film. I actually quite prefer this redesign. Mike Okuda, he of Mike and Denise Okuda, who, designed Okudagrams and have done so much just for Star Trek. They introduced the idea years and years and years ago that Starfleet ships could swap out their bridge modules effectively on a production line, that it wasn't such a big deal that the ships would have a different bridge from time to time. We'll see it again in Star Trek Generations. It's a fun little piece of trivia that I think adds a lot to the design of the films. You have to give an up to that look of Scotty. He's so proud as the Enterprise pilots out of Space Dock, or more as Valeris pilots out of Space Dock. I love that whole, Captain, may I remind you that regulations specify that a ship must remain at thrusters only while in space dock? Yes, I didn't get that 100%. You heard the 1/4 impulse. Yeah, then Scotty's like, oh, look at the ship, she's flying like she's beautiful. I'm assuming his internal monologue here. It's just a fun scene. And then we're out and we fly through those doors and you have that gorgeous shot of the A flying away from space dock. Love it. We then get in rapid succession a few critical scenes in the film, Kirk's log being the first of them. Now, I do want to give a separate up on its own to the inclusion of that photo of Merritt Buttrick, who had at this point passed away in real life. Although David and Kirk only knew each other such a short period, David's death looms large over this film, and of course Kirk's actions overall. This was a lovely little tribute. They didn't need to do this, and the fact that they did, I think, was a testament to the film and the team behind it. Of course, the log itself, that'll become very important as we go on in the film. Nice exchange between Kirk and Valeris. Already, she's been in the film 5 minutes and has, you know, some pretty big scenes. The following scene, however, is even bigger again between Valeris and Spock in Spock's quarters. And this discussion of things ending, or is it new things beginning? The exchange is so well done, that's definitely an up from me. Kim Cattrall and Leonard Nimoy are they play off each other very well. Now again, there's the apocryphal story that apparently there was not butting heads so much, that apparently there was some photos posed for on the bridge of the Enterprise, quote, wearing only the Vulcan ears. Nimoy was furious when he found out, tore them up. That may very well have happened. None of that comes across in either of their performances, which I think is a testament to both actors. And almost latting them up for how much I love it is Kronos 1 flying in from the side. Also, I love the fact that it's from the side. You know, space is 3D. There's nothing saying that Kronos 1 is flying on the same 2D plane as the Enterprise. I've always loved that. But the way it comes like this and then flies toward the camera and up and over is, if you're like me and you have strange thoughts about the Katinga class battle cruiser, this was an exciting moment in the film, I'm not going to lie to you. And then it comes alongside the Enterprise A, we get that shot underneath it. Sean, focus. And we get that exchange then between Kirk and Gorkin after Chekov going, do we raise our shields? Because this is unprecedented. You know, yes, there has been occasions where Klingon and Federation ships have not shot at each other, but almost never have we had occasion where there hasn't been hostile intent on one or both sides. Gorkin himself, so obviously David Warner, you taken up, you lit up beauty. Okay, maybe when I was younger and watching this I didn't immediately get the, oh, he's Abraham Lincoln. But I mean, he's Abraham Lincoln. But he's also Gorbachev. In our recent interview with Nicholas Meyer, which is available on the channel now, I've been really looking forward to saying that, but yes, he talked about the inspiration behind Gorkin, and Gorbachev, the then premier of the Soviet Union, was the inspiration behind this character. And you know, they did what they could to get away. Gorkon, Gorbachev, close enough, but still styled after an American leader, Abraham Lincoln. It's all there. It's all there. Anyone who, like myself, is a fan of studying history, I wouldn't be surprised if this was your favorite Star Trek film as well. There is also a moment after Kirk invites Gorkin and his crew to an executive dinner aboard the Enterprise, where Chekov, sitting in his seat, says, "Guess who's coming to dinner?" That line was originally written to be said by Nichelle Nichols, by Uhura. She refused to say it. And I think fair enough, because the historical weight of that line, you know, there is that movie starring Sidney Poitier, Academy Award-winning Sidney Poitier, I might add, that deals with racial discrimination and prejudice and bias. There's a lot of weight in this film. And when you know your history, the film is maybe not harder to watch, but there's more to it than meets the eye. Nichelle refused to say it, and Walter says the line as well. I think the line works regardless, because of the disdain that he says it with. That, I think, it's not just, I mean, the line itself carries weight, but it's also the performance. Chekov says it, and he very clearly does not want the Klingons coming to dinner at his table, on his ship. It's a tricky line, and it's part of Star Trek's very tricky history when it comes to racism. Valeris, coming through again with some great suggestions, does however remind Kirk that there's a supply of Romulan ale on board. It might make the evening go more smoothly. I've tasted the commercially available Romulan ale. There's absolutely nothing smooth about the impact of that stuff. In the transporter room, which is definitely not borrowed from another set, we'll talk about it, we get the arrival of Gorkon, we get Azetbur, taken up, Rosanna DeSoto, and we also get Christopher Plummer as Chang, take an up. You're kidding me, he's brilliant. He is a thinking man's villain. He is, at all times, he seems to be enjoying himself. And this interplay that he has with Kirk, that he has with Spock, that he has with his fellow Klingons, at no point does he seem like he's not in control, except for one crucial, well, okay, two crucial moments in the film. He shows you, Christopher Plummer shows you what chewing the scenery looks like when you have the talent to back it up. The Klingons sit down to dinner with Starfleet, the dinner which is so clearly laid out for humans. There's a really interesting visual thread for just how much the Enterprise crew get wrong in this film. At no point do they try and make the Klingons feel welcome. Now, they might invite them to dinner and they might give them a tour of the ship, but they don't ever make them feel like they have any place being there. Klingons being served the fun blue food, and again, there's the story of, you know, Bill Shatner bet someone basically said, oh, for $20 I'll eat a bite of this blue squid, and he ended up making a lot of money on the set. It's all for perhaps what we might assume fine dining would look like. You got your tablecloth, you know, the gloves, you got the forks, you got the knives. None of that is appealing to Klingons. None of that is a sign of welcome. When you even have, for example, the Christopher Plummer, who is the dignified Klingon, and you have Gorkon as well, who are surprised to see you have napkins in napkin rings, everything. Was this a power play on Kirk's part, or was it just ignorance? I will, however, I'm going to give an up to what I'm calling getting thrifty with it, right? So they're clearly sitting in the Enterprise D's observation lounge, having walked through the Enterprise D's corridors, beamed into the Enterprise D's transporter room, and later on, the president ousted Guinan so he could have his office in 10 forward. Reused footage can bug me, I've spoken about it, I won't belabor the point, but reused sets, when designed well, make perfect sense to me. I really like the fact that this is so clearly being filmed at the same time as The Next Generation. It ties it in a visual way to me. The dinner scene is, of course, an up for me. And we get Gorkon's toast to the undiscovered country. Now, that phrase itself has a history with Star Trek, which of course we'll come to in the Temporal Observations. The discussion of Shakespeare and that sardonic joke of you haven't truly experienced Shakespeare till you read him in the original Klingon. Gorkon has a sense of humor about everything that is somewhat lacking. Spock seems at ease, more so than the rest of his crew, and everyone gets a bit of something to do. Scotty says perhaps we're seeing something of that future here. Hora asks the Klingon general, you know, do you like Shakespeare? As the general is eating food as perfectly normally as he would on his table back home. She makes him seem like the odd one out. Chekov means well. You know, we believe all species have, you know, inalienable human rights. You know, inalienable human rights. The very phrase is a racist, as at war. We know where this is leading. The annihilation of our people. That's not true. McCoy gets in there as well. Chang, we need breathing room. Kirk, Earth, Hitler, 1938. Okay. The whole scene is my latinum up of the film. It so perfectly encapsulates the differences between these two peoples. And you can sit around a table and you can be pleasant to each other as much as they are here, and still, as Gorkon says, see that they have a long way to go. Just before Gorkon beams away, he makes the observation to Kirk that if there is to be a brave new world, their generation is going to have the hardest time living in it. And he's absolutely right. If you look at the world today, things seem very, very dark. You know, there will always be a future if hopefully we don't make some wrong decisions, but we ourselves, We imbibe the trauma of what we live through. And of course, trauma, it's very like scar tissue. It can harden and we learn to live with it, but it is very hard to forget something. And that's what Gorkin is saying here, is that everyone in that room is not about to forget the Klingon War. Is not about to forget the fact that the Organians effectively have them at a stalemate in terms of all-out hostilities. Things like that. And you can see Kirk fully agrees with Gorkin here. Now, whether he likes the man or not. And Chang just has to be a bit of a git as he's leaving as well. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Have we not heard the chimes of midnight? And I'd say David Warner has never so carefully tapped something against the ground as he took that big tusk of a cane and started tapping it against the transporter pad. That looks like one hard thrust and it's going straight through the perspex. They beam away and, Kirk's like, oh, I'm gonna go sleep this off, and Chekov talks about horrible people manners. Okay, didn't do any research then, Chekov. McCoy, I'm gonna go find a pot of black coffee. And as Spock says, I doubt our conduct, paraphrasing, did us any favors either. Star Trek VI does not paint the Starfleet officers as the good guys. And I like it, I think it's better for that. We get then Kirk going up Romulan ale, no longer to be served at diplomatic functions. Just as he's about to fall asleep, he gets signaled to the bridge. Up he goes, he's not very happy about this. Spock's like, we're detecting an enormous surge of neutron radiation. Chekov, what do you know about a radiation surge? Only the size of my head. Chekov, I have known mornings where I have felt that. I'm not going to lie to you. I have, however, yet to watch someone fire a torpedo directly at a Klingon ship. Up. Whopper of an up. The entire torpedo sequence. What just happened? We have fired on the Chancellor's ship and then everyone jumps to action. Please confirm. Did we fire? Please confirm. Uhura's there trying to contact Kronos 1. On Kronos 1, they're like, sorry, what, the Targ? And, it's all go. It's chaos. It's tense. The film, like that, just flips in a moment. We get another torpedo is fired. Gravity is lost on board the Klingon ship while you're scrambling around on the Enterprise. Two seemingly Starfleet officers beam on board. They start shooting floating Klingons until they arrive in Gorkin's chambers. I do want to give a up, by the way, to the pink blood. I love the pink Klingon blood, and I like that it's introduced here, and an up to the very creepy assassins. Not that I believe assassins deserve an up, but, I say that now. Wait till you see it's somebody else doing the ups and downs next week. But anyway, the creepy, robotic, because of the helmet, emotionless actions that they take as they kill so many Klingons on that ship. Klingons who can't fight back. Just a little behind the scenes nugget there, that the whole artificial gravity being lost, the reason behind that is they had to come up with a way of, well, wouldn't the Klingons just kill them straight away? So do it in such a way that they're not on their playing field. How do you take some power away from them? Well, specifically include that shot of the disruptor floating up out of its holster from the Klingon officer. And then, yes, much like, you can almost assume Gorkin's just been to the theater. He's floating there and he is shot. There is a fabulous story that when they had written the script and locked this in, I say fabulous, that is perhaps the wrong term here. There is a historically very interesting story, there's perhaps a better way of describing that when they'd written the script, the coup took place in the Soviet Union, where suddenly Gorbachev went missing for a little while, and, they were effectively, all opposing forces were trying to oust him. Now, that coup, Gorbachev lived, spoiler. But while they didn't know that, suddenly Star Trek VI was sitting here with a script that had this stand-in for the Russians, the Klingons, a coup wherein their leader, their premier, was killed. The question was asked, did you know? Now, of course they didn't. They couldn't have. But as Nicholas Meyer said, it was a very interesting couple of weeks in the production of The Undiscovered Country. What do we do here? Do we leave it as is? Do we change it? After Gorkin is killed, we're back aboard the Enterprise, and there is a visual clue here to Chang's true intentions, because gravity is restored aboard Kronos 1. You see things falling and hitting off the ground, bodies hitting the table, blood splattering. When Chang is on the view screen speaking to Kirk, he's still floating. I think the first time I watched this, I was a lot smaller. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie to you, the first time I probably didn't pick up on anything. Early times that I watched this, I probably went, was that a continuity error? No, that was our first clue right there as to who was behind everything. Taken up. Kirk, we haven't fired. Spock, according to our databanks, we have. Twice. Have you no shred of decency, Kirk? We come in peace and you blatantly defy that peace. For that, I shall blow you out of the stars. And you get that shot of Kronos 1 swinging around and its front torpedo launcher glowing. There's a scene in Star Trek Picard's 3rd season where the USS Intrepid gets knocked out of power for a moment and then rises in front of the Titan. And people started describing that as, how do you describe a ship looking angry? Well, in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, Kronos 1 looks angry. And you get the immortal thing that you never thought you'd hear James T. Kirk say, signal our surrender. Captain, we surrender. Up. It's so significant, not just of course that, the Enterprise surrenders, but that James T. Kirk is the one to say those words. Kirk backing down from a fight, Kirk fighting for peace by not fighting. This is the man who openly said, let the Klingons die. Now, Kirk and McCoy decide to beam over to Kronos 1. You get a little moment where Spock just, taps Kirk on the shoulder there. I'm sure that won't become relevant later on. And away they beam over. Kurla, again, he's just trying to do his job. They beam over. Have you lost your minds? I give you my word, I don't know what has happened. And then that walk through the ship, and we arrive at the scene of Gorkin taking what will be his last breaths. McCoy does his best to save Gorkin. You start to see McCoy trying to do CPR, trying to stop cardiac arrest, but as McCoy himself says, he's not trained on Klingon anatomy. You can be the best doctor in the universe, but if you don't know, you don't know. And Gorkin wakes up long enough to tell Kirk, don't let it end this way, before he dies. And it's powerful, and David Warner sells it, DeForest Kelley sells it, William Shatner sells it. It's an up from me. Kirk and McCoy are then arrested, and it makes as little sense in the moment as it does later on. As Kirk says, we tried to save him. The fact that they're not immediately killed is, we can infer later, part of the ruse. I mean, if they're just killed, the Enterprise might have fired. Technically, that could have only helped the mutineers' cases, but here it lends a sense of legitimacy, if you will, as little sense as it makes. Taking up John Shook. The Chancellor of the High Council is dead! How does that man get so much inflection into so few words? He's brilliant. Love him back as the Klingon ambassador we first saw in The Voyage Home, back here again as playing the same character. It's great. John Shook, man. Just great. This, of course, is the scene set in the not at all 10 forward version of the President's office. Kurtwood Smith is great as the Federation President here. We get our second Efrosian in Star Trek history. And, we got Bill, the CNC, we've got Cartwright is here, Sarek is here. Lovely to see Mark Leonard again. Taken up. I know, he's Mark Leonard, we love him. Then we also have Romulan Ambassador Nullus. Let's see if he becomes important. After attempting to placate the Klingon ambassador, he's sent away, and now Director's Edition. We get the arrival of René Auberjonois as Colonel West, who is presenting Operation Retrieve, which is the plan to get Kirk and McCoy back from Klingon space. He says that they can be in and out in 24 hours with an acceptable loss of resources and manpower. Is that one of those many Bothans died things? Acceptable loss of manpower says to me is that he doesn't say loss of life. It's one of those things where it's like, is he saying that? I mean, I guess, are their lives worth more than other people's lives? Is anyone's? These are the big questions Star Trek makes you ask. Aboard the Enterprise, Starfleet Command is screaming for the Enterprise A to head back to port, and that's where Valeris gets another great scene. And all she does is relay a story of several hundred years ago, there were workers who felt their livelihoods threatened by machinery threw their wooden shoes named sabots into the machines to break them. Hence the term sabotage. Oh, all communications blocked. Oh, excellent. I mean, too bad. Up. We get a brief exchange between the Federation President and now Chancellor Azet Bor, where we're just cutting straight through it. You know, I want to let you know that this shameful President, let us get to the point. And she says that she does want the peace talks to go ahead. Now this is very important because there's some people in the room she's sitting in that do not want that peace talk to go ahead. We get the quote from Paradise Lost, better to die standing than live on our knees. Paraphrase, but still, you know. Oh, the historical here. And again, you know, I wonder, was that Meyer? You know, this is a Paradise Lost played a large part in Khan's reading material of The Wrath of Khan. We get then all of that exchange being in Klingon. That is not what my father wanted. And then Chang going, your father was killed for what he wanted. The peace talks will go ahead. But Kirk will pay for my father's death. Some people in the chat last week started to surmise what my dilithium up was going to be for this film. Some people got the guess right. It's the trial. Come on, it's the trial. Everything about this scene, from particularly Christopher Plummer in this scene, but also William Shatner and DeForest Kelley, and oh look, it's Worf, take it up. Yeah, Michael Dorn as well in the scene playing Colonel Worf. I'm going to speak in temporal observations for the connections between the Undiscovered Country and the Next Generation at the time. So there is a lot of connections obviously in this film, and they're deliberate. And then there's vice versa as well, but I'll talk about that in temporal observations. As the CNC says back in Starfleet, it's a show trial tying in with the themes of, you know, Russia or the USSR, sorry, at the time, versus the United States. And of course, the great show trials after the Stalinist purges in the mid-20th century as well, which was like not as long before this film was made as it is now. Time is a funny thing. This is quite clearly a setup. Now, I'm going to give an up to McCoy attempting to have a sense of humor while he's very much on death row at this point. You know, this is, you can assume that they knew they were facing the death penalty here. What is your current medical status? Aside from arthritis, I'd say pretty good. One Klingon finds it hilarious. McCoy is there, beaming, until he looks down at Chang. You have a singular wit, Doctor. Does Chang have a point? They had all consumed rather a lot of Romulan ale. Chang is correct. And McCoy did not have the medical knowledge to treat a Klingon. That is correct. Should McCoy have been there? Now, you might make the argument, you have to try, which I would agree with. I think that is a valid argument. Could somebody else perhaps have saved Gorkin? Well, they say there was a surgeon on board Cronus 1 and then they were killed. He's using just enough of the truth to condemn McCoy here. And it's very uncomfortable and it's very upsetting to watch because Chang's kind of right. He announces to the room that he's, you know, established the particulars of the crime, and now we're going to turn to the architect of the crime, James Tiberius Kirk. First time it's ever said on screen. We've known about James T for a long time. It is very clear that Kirk is being set up. McCoy says as much, you know, don't answer. And Worf jumps in because he's defending them and says, you know, do not answer that question. If it was found that members of your crew committed this assassination, what's your position? As captain, I'm responsible for the conduct of the crew under my command. Seems like that's it. Damning altogether. So that itself is an up in a kind of a horrible way. But Chang starts to paint him into a corner. And again, there's a great real life parallel here, which again, temporal observations, but you know, don't wait for the translation, answer me now! Up. I believe Christopher Plummer really wants to take Kirk down in this scene. And it speaks to the fact that Plummer and Shatner had worked together years before working on this film. There was a rapport there, and that comes across so strongly. There's also a wee familiar face sitting in the translation booth. Captain Krall got quite the demotion after Star Trek V, didn't he? Todd Bryant cameos here in this scene as one of the translators. I'll be honest with you, many years went by and I never noticed. So there you are now, there's Captain Krall. But just after the line in which Kirk says, you know, Captain's responsible for the crew under his command, we cut to the Excelsior, which is also watching the trial. And at that moment, Sulu asks Rand to send a message to the Enterprise, Signal Enterprise. Excelsior stands ready to assist. Taken up. There's a little upset at the end of this trial when the judge commutes the death sentence. Now, this is the first of our two moments where Chang looks like he's not in control. There's that blink of... Or is it a wink? Well, it's one of those. And he looks to the side, and that was not what he was counting on. However, they do get sentenced to a life on Rura Penthe. And you can see from the reactions throughout the Federation that Rura Penthe is about as much fun as being fed through a mangle slowly, feet first, so you can react. And yeah, as Scotty says, better to kill them now and be done with it. This leads to this great scene on the Enterprise, where Spock asks for the footage of the torpedo hit to be shown again. And we get the great working things out scene on the bridge, where they talk about this enormous amount of neutron radiation that only could be generated by another ship. You know, they're adamant that it didn't come from the Enterprise. It could only have come from a bird of prey. A bird of prey. Cloaked? And we get Scotty being the voice of reason. You know, inform Starfleet of what? A new ship that can fire while cloaked? Raving lunatics, that's what they'll call us. So desperate to exonerate the captain and Dr. McCoy that we'll come up with anything. And they would be correct. We have no evidence. This bird of prey that can fire while cloaked. And then Nicholas Meyer, don't think I didn't see what you did here. Nicholas Meyer is famously a lifelong fan of Sherlock Holmes, has written several novels featuring Holmes and Watson, and is one of the living authorities on Holmes, and just casually makes Holmes Spock's ancestor. An ancestor of mine once maintained that when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. A direct quote from Holmes himself. Taken up. Sherlock Holmes being Spock's ancestor. Everything about this, you know, we do not have proof, just a theory that seems to fit the facts. And then, of course, we get to, if we did not fire on the ship, then whoever altered the databanks must be on the Enterprise. Scotty takes this moment to confirm to Spock that all weapons are visually accounted for. Sir, this calls back to an earlier scene from the director's edition, where Valeris, Spock and Scotty are crawling through the bowels of the ship, and Scotty says that, yes, they will have to visually count every torpedo. That's the great scene where we get confirmed on screen that Klingons don't cry. She never shed a single tear. I bet that Klingon bitch killed her father, talking about Azet Bor, to which Spock goes, hardly conclusive, as Klingons have no tear ducts. There it is, that's where it's confirmed. That was in that scene in the director's edition. That scene on the bridge ends with the search for any kind of clue. Someone is aboard the Enterprise with knowledge of what happened. Over on Rura Penthe, we get a cameo from the great, well, I say cameo, but, you know, W. Morgan Shepard, who has appeared in several other Star Trek productions, but also he just has great presence. You know, this is the Gulag Rura Penthe. Also, Gulag, we're going hard on the USSR themes here, aren't we? And that, I've always felt really bad for that poor blighter who was thrown out into the styrofoam and froze. We go down and go through, we get the introduction of Iman, who is fantastic as Martia in this film. She's just brilliant. She adds so much to the film with a relatively small little role. Of course, she's crucial in McCoy and Kirk's story and in some revelations, and introduces an entirely new branch of aliens. Ironic, really, that Comaloids and Rene Auberjonois both joined Star Trek in the same film. On the Enterprise itself, again, continuing this theme of kind of walking through the bits of the ship you never really see, Spock, Valeris and Chekov are in one of the kitchens, which leads to the, where they're talking about the gravity boots. Chekov goes, why not simply vaporize them? I almost downed this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did almost down this. Why is there a weapons locker in a kitchen? That seems to have no lock. Now, maybe there's a thumbprint lock on it. So, why wouldn't Chekov know that vaporizing something would set off the alarms? I nearly downed this, but the scene's so much bloody fun. It just kind of saves it. Especially with everyone reacting the way that they do. Uhura turns up with, you've got security officers there. You've got Scotty comes in and says, "Who the hell is firing up?" That's when we lead to the exaggeration of, Mr. Scott, I believe you're having problems with the engines. There's nothing wrong with the bloody thing. Mr. Scott, if we put back to a starbase, the assassins will disappear. We will never see McCoy or Kirk again. Could take weeks, sir. A lie, an error. Yeah, Spock's working this whole lying, not lying thing to his own strengths. Besides, if I know the captain, he's already deep into planning his escape. And we get that great punch-up scene. That was not his knee. Not everyone keeps their genitals in the same place, Captain. Up. Quickly then, we get McCoy and Kirk in bed talking about the greater ramifications of Gorkin trying to bring peace to the galaxy. And, McCoy and Kirk struggling with the idea. McCoy himself says, 2 months from retirement. One day, one night, Kobayashi Maru. That whole exchange is an up from me, especially when Martia comes along and kisses Kirk. Kirk asks McCoy, "Still think we're finished?" More than ever. There is a fun little cameo here that probably made theaters go, back in the early 90s. Probably more so than it does today. On board the Excelsior, Captain Sulu was woken up by Hollywood heartthrob Christian Slater. It's a random cameo. Mary Jo Slater, his mother, is the casting director of this film. And, reached out. He was a Trekkie. Would you like to be in this film? Yeah. I mean, this is a big deal. He is an A-lister at the time in Hollywood. So take an up there, Christian Slater. I still feel a thing or two today, I'm not going to lie to you. On board the Enterprise, Chekov finds a little drop of Klingon blood on a transporter pad. We then expand to searching every uniform on board, which leads to the discovery of a gravity boot in Dax's locker as well. I love this scene. Perhaps you know Russian epic Cinderella. If shoe fits, wear it. And then they all look down at Dax's feet and probably doesn't fit those gravity boots. It's a silly scene, it's a fun scene, it's a throwing people off the scent scene, it's an up. On Rora Penthe, McCoy and Kirk think that they've been had as they go to where Martia told them to meet her, and nope. They don't take girls down the mines because she's shifted shape into some sort of big kind of brutish ape thing. They don't take girls. Huh. You could see Kirk's face okay. That's an up for me, but I want to specifically, of the entire score of Cliff Idleman's music, up from me is the escape from Rora Penthe. That whole sequence, visually and musically, is beautiful. In fact, if you listen to one track from the soundtrack today, I'd say listen to the whole soundtrack, but Escape from Rora Penthe is absolutely gorgeous. It dials up the tension, it dials up everything. It is wonderful, wonderful. You will note that the down counter is at 0 because, as you know, a dilithium removes a down, so okay. But I have to say, down in solidarity with Nichelle Nichols. Why doesn't Uhura know how to speak Klingon? And that's not a criticism, of course Uhura would know how to speak Klingon. The scene is very, very funny, don't get me wrong, I really like the scene, but it doesn't make an awful lot of sense. And I like that, Temporal observation, this is something that the Star Trek franchise went ahead and fixed later on. But it would be disingenuous for me not to down the fact that she gets so many things wrong in this scene. Oh, I can hear people going, "Oh, Sean, just take the joke." I do like the scene. Kirk, Martia, and McCoy reach a spot outside of the beaming shield where Martia gets this handy flare to heat up some rocks. They all start to warm up. McCoy just goes, "Do you mind explaining that little trick you do?" Give a girl a chance, Captain. It takes a lot of effort. I don't doubt it. The actual effect of the Comaloid, the morph, is really good, and it holds up today. It's very simple. You know, you have even the changelings of Deep Space Nine, I think. I mean, they look pretty good for a television budget, you know what I mean? That looks fine. I was not crazy about the Comaloid redesign from Section 31. I think it was maybe a little bit needlessly complicated. I like how simple it is here, and also knowing that it was not simple at all to film, so taken up to that there. And also this whole exchange, I do love when, you know, after Kirk sort of twigs, you know, we can't trust her, he decks her, she's not happy, she switches into Kirk himself. Kirk goes, I can't believe I kissed you. And he just replies, must have been your lifelong ambition. Oh, that's an up. Oh, I like that one, that was an up. And then, kill him, he's the one. Not me, you idiot, him. No witnesses. Damn, pretty cold there. Then we get that great scene. Who wanted us killed? Well, why not tell you, since you're all about to die anyway. It was beamed away. Oh, they're like, no, God, you couldn't give us another damn minute. You'd like to go back? Absolutely not. How can you take such a serious scene and make it so funny? You did, it's an up. In rapid succession, Scotty finds those uniforms in the vent over the observation deck. Chang is officially revealed to be the one who was trying to have Kirk and McCoy killed. The bodies of Burke and Sando are found in an Enterprise corridor, bit conveniently in the exact one that Kirk, Spock, Scotty and McCoy were walking through. And then we get the court reporter to sickbay. Clever. I like it. Valeris's reveal as a mutineer is really handled well. They're in sickbay, she walks up beside the body turns out to be Spock. You have to shoot. I do not wish to. What you wish is irrelevant. You have to shoot. And Spock slaps that phaser. This phaser, I just love playing with it, sorry. But yeah, you have to shoot. Oh, that's an up. I'm gonna take a slightly controversial stance here. This scene, which has been described as the waterboarding scene, I'm giving an up. Now, I'm giving it an up because it's aged sadly well. Nicholas Meyer himself has gone on the record to say that it was perhaps an ill-conceived idea to use a mind meld this way against a Starfleet officer. And I certainly understand this point. I mean, this is the darkest part of the film, hands down. The thing is, Spock being the one who feels so betrayed, who feels so let down by Valeris, that he resorts to this is affecting. Is it something that makes me feel good? No. Should it? No. Does it do its job for just how far it's pushing the officers and how far it's pushing the audience? It absolutely does. If this is a scene that you hate, I respect that. It's not easy to watch. We get the reveal of Cartwright, Romulan Ambassador Nullus, General Chang, all as mutineers. There's an extended version of the scene where there's flashes to their faces. I'm glad that they cut that from the main thing. The names are enough. It's a painful scene, and Kim Cattrall sells it so well. What does it take to make a Vulcan cry out in pain? It's a very effective scene. My up stands, but of course I have to respect the fact that, you know, the writer has mixed feelings about it. Valeris has already asserted that any ship-to-shore communications will be blocked, and as it stands, she does not know where the new peace conference is going to take place. And Scotty goes, then we're dead. And Spock comes through with, I've been dead once before, contact Excelsior, she'll know. All right, sassy Spock, taken up there. And this, you know, this version of only ship in the quadrant, no, this makes perfect sense because this isn't a fleet-wide broadcast. This is, we can't message other ships because they're going to shoot us down. At this point, they're pretty much a ship of, not mutineers, but certainly renegades. Spock and Kirk in their quarters, and Spock discusses how his own pride got in the way. And that exchange of, you know what, Spock? Everybody's human. I find that remark insulting. Come on, I need you. Just little scenes like that really help to, that's definitely an up. That helps to flesh out these characters. Even at this stage, these characters we know so well. The approach to Khitomer, take an up, because this entire sequence of the film is just tension, tension, tension. Khitomer itself, of course, I will discuss in Temporal Observations. All of you out there who enjoy a bit of ship porn, the Enterprise A gets some pretty gorgeous shots in this entire sequence. As we fly closer and closer, who comes on the communications but I can see you, Kirk. Can you see me? Up. All the damned Shakespeare. Up. Love it. I mean, as this amazing weapon that can fire while cloaked starts kicking 7 levels of crud out of the Enterprise, it's still a bird of prey, mind. And Jag is just having the time of his life. Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Oh, I just, you know the scene. You love it. It's brilliant. And the way it's shot with the way Chang is sitting in his chair, he's not even, there's no nerves, it's nothing like that. He's completely in control here. Torpedo impact that cuts to Spock just going, gas. What? Gas, Captain. The ship has to expend fuel. So taken up from that, but down. Well, what about all of that equipment on board that we're using to catalogue gaseous anomalies? The thing's got to have a tailpipe. Except it was the Excelsior that had it. It was the Excelsior that spent 3 years cataloguing gaseous anomalies in the Beta Quadrant. It's part of Sulu's log in the beginning of the film. And the story goes that William Shatner suddenly had it changed that the Enterprise had that equipment on board so that the Enterprise could be the one to save the day, not the Excelsior at the end. Grain of salt, but it is a continuity error in the film. So as fun as it is and what it leads to is great, that's it down. Speaking of the Excelsior, they're warping through space. Sulu's going, come on, she'll fly apart. We'll fly her apart then. Up. All right, George. Meanwhile, the Enterprise is really struggling because, you know, they can't really, it's not like they can aim their ship in such a way that, you know, there's one bit can take less fire from the bird of prey because they don't know where the bird of prey is. And I love the way Scotty just goes, she's packing quite a wallop, shields collapsing. Meanwhile, Spock and McCoy, for some reason, are doing surgery on a torpedo. I've always thought it was quite funny, like, you know, Doctor, would you care to assist me in performing surgery on a torpedo? Fascinating. I'm really glad McCoy did advanced weapons training whilst training to be a doctor. Oh, it's just fun. But it does lead to that fantastic scene of the torpedo ripping up through the saucer section of the Enterprise A. The hull has been compromised. I wonder how bad. Bye-bye, observation lounge. You were nice while you lasted. And then the Excelsior arrives. Now we're giving them something else to shoot out. Ah, the game's afoot. Boom! Excelsior's been hit. Love it. Kirk wants to know where his torpedo is. She's got a heartbeat. And then that great fire. Just the close-up on Chang's face as that torpedo fires. Here's the other bit where he's really not in control. The torpedo floats through space, and is coming right for them. To be or not to be. Target that explosion and fire. The Excelsior fires, the Enterprise fires, and of course, the Enterprise fires the final torpedo that causes the bird of prey to explode. I'm giving this bird of prey explosion an up here because here it was original and looked great. In rapid succession then, we get the crews of the Enterprise and the Excelsior beamed down to Khitomer to stop the assassination. The music is absolutely pounding. It really, really works. Kirk jumps in front of the President to save him. Scotty breaks down the door to stop the assassin who looks like a Klingon from taking another shot at Valeris after they announce to the room, quite strangely, that they have a full confession right here, but it's all right. Scotty stops the assassin. He goes blasting through a window. Down he goes, and director's addition, Worf gets an additional line by discovering this is not Klingon blood. They pull off the mask to reveal none other than René Auberjonois, Colonel West. And the scene, although quite chaotic, very rapidly comes back down into a bit of sense. Cartwright tries to get away and runs straight into Sulu, who has a phaser pointed at his chest. You have weapons being pointed here, there, and everywhere, but calmer heads prevail. Kirk makes a speech in which he effectively exposes the assassins and brings everyone, up to speed on everything. And Azetbor, looking at Valeris, goes, "You've restored my father's faith." And Kirk goes, "And you've restored my son's." I'm not really sure how, but I like the moment. As the Enterprise and the Excelsior float through space together, we get that gorgeous shot of the pair of them from behind. That is an up from me. We get that great sign off, first of all. So Sulu is the first to leave. Sulu and Rand, are the first to leave. And Valtane is there looking very alive. Temporal observations. As much as the crew of the Enterprise, I owe you my thanks. It's great to see you in action one more time. And as she flies off, McCoy goes, "My God, that's a big ship." And Scotty goes, "Not so big as our captain, I think." Kirk goes, "I think it's time we were getting underway ourselves." And Uhura delivers the line, "Captain, we have orders to put back to space dock, to be decommissioned. This is it. This is the end." And as they sit there and realize that their time on the Enterprise has come to a close, Spock goes, "If I were human, I believe my response would be, go to hell. If I were human." Up. Kirk gives his final captain's log as commander of the USS Enterprise. He talks about how he and his crew will be committed to posterity, how someone else will take up the mantle of the Enterprise, and they will boldly go where no man, where no one has gone before. Up. Would you kindly join me at Temporal Observations? Cliff Idleman composed an opening theme for Star Trek Discovery, which is available online if you check that out. The explosion of Praxis was, of course, mirroring the Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine from 1986, which historians agree was the beginning of the end for the USSR. The entirety of the Excelsior's journey is expanded in the 30th anniversary celebration Star Trek Voyager episode Flashback. Of course, all the cast came back. It was a lot of fun. The cast came back. Grace Lee Whitney came back. Of course, George Takei came back. Poor old Valtine. Valtine doesn't survive the events of Flashback, which makes him standing at the end of The Undiscovered Country a bit of a continuity error now. We can just say a wizard did it, but it's a lot of fun. That's a lot of the 30th anniversary, of course, celebrating not just over on Voyager, but on DS9 as well. They used the Trouble with Tribbles for that one. George Takei hadn't been in that episode, so I like how they handled it. Brock Peters returns again. Now, I've loved Brock Peters for years. I went on about this during the Voyage Home as well. He would return after this to play Joseph Sisko in Deep Space Nine as well. The Let Them Die line, I alluded to this as we were going through it, but William Shatner was quite unhappy because of the way that the line was cut in, that he really, really meant it. He wanted it delivered in a more of a let them die, sort of a more flippant, still saying the same words, but not delivered with as much venom as Kirk delivers it here. Valeris, so there's this theory that it was meant to be Saavik, and there is a truth to that. Nick Meyer has spoken in interviews about Gene Roddenberry originally hating the idea of Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. And at this point, although they had to send him the script, he didn't have creative control. He couldn't veto anything. So Meyer has alluded to a meeting where he described his own behavior as regrettable, that he ended up shouting at Roddenberry, who was a very ill man at this stage, which is, I think, one of the reasons, because he died quite soon after. It's one of the reasons that he was not happy with how it ended. And in it, Roddenberry said, Saavik would never do this, Saavik would never do this. And Meyer quite correctly stated, I invented Saavik, I can do what I want with her. And then the story goes that Kirstie Alley wasn't available, Robin Curtis was never approached, and so the idea of it being Saavik was dropped, and we got Kim Cattrall as Valeris instead. The use of the Next Generation sets. So I've mentioned that already. We have the transporter room, the observation lounge, 10 forward was used, and the corridors as well. There's actually an awful lot of Next Generation connections with this film. So obviously Michael Dorn is in the film. By the way, did you catch the ongoing joke that Colonel Worf is denied just like Lieutenant Worf is as well? But this being, you know, the last big original series film, The Next Generation had done a lot of, you know, kind of, I suppose, you think of Unification, which aired before The Undiscovered Country hit theaters. That featured Mark Leonard, and that featured Leonard Nimoy as well, as a way to drum up interest in this final film for the original series cast, and also celebrating a lot of the legacy of Star Trek as well. Kittimer actually originated in The Next Generation, which I'll mention in a moment as well. But there's a lot of connections happening in Star Trek at the time. The title of The Undiscovered Country was actually touted as an original title for Star Trek II, which of course became The Wrath of Khan. Kronos 1 we would see again on loan to the Federation, parked outside Space Dock 1 at Athen Prime at the Fleet Museum. René Auberjonois debuts in Star Trek here as Colonel West. He would of course return as the wonderfully irascible Odo. The trial would effectively be not copied, we'll say homaged in the Enterprise episode Judgment, where Archer is on trial. You can tell it's a smaller scale TV budget, but they make it work. They make it work. Todd Bryant, of course, returning as Captain Kla, now the translator. Chang's line, "Don't wait for the translation, answer me now," is a direct reference to US Ambassador Adlai Stevenson confronting Soviet Ambassador Valerian Zorin in the UN Security Council around the Cuban Missile Crisis. And Adlai Stevenson said, "I want a yes or no answer. Don't wait for the translation. Yes or no." To which Zoran sort of said, "You're not my boss. You don't get to speak to me like that." I'm massively paraphrasing, but that scene is a direct reference to that real life parallel. Christopher Plummer had worked with Shatner tons before this. They had grown up in the Canadian acting scene. He had done a lot of work in Montreal, and they had been at the Canadian broadcasting. They had done radio together. So there was a lot of previous work the two men had done together. The Sherlock connection I've mentioned, of course, as well. William Morgan Shepherd, who appears here as the head jailer, if you like, on Roro Pente. He appeared in The Next Generation as Ira Graves, Data's godfather, if you like, and would appear again in Trek 09 as the head of the committee debating on whether or not to allow Spock into the Vulcan Science Academy. Comaloids make their debut here. They would return again in Section 31. And actually, a special thumbs up to actor Sam Richardson, who he himself made sure to get the gold contact lenses to match the ones that Iman wore here as Martia. And also, if you look closely, when the Comaloid switches to Kirk, Kirk also has gold eyes. Nice continuity. Crewman Dax. Now, I don't think this is one of Dax's early hosts or anything like that, but it is a nice little, just a name connection that I like. So Uhura speaking Klingon. This, thankfully, in Star Trek Into Darkness, when Zoe Saldana is playing Uhura, she is fluent in Klingon, as she would be. I think fairly rapidly after this, the joke of the scene aside, it is funny, but Uhura would know how to speak this language. Especially when you think of Enterprise, with Hoshi being sort of a previous character to, well, because she is a previous character to Uhura, but understanding linguistics the way that she does, I think since this scene is quite important for reminding people that yes, she would know this language. So Kittimer is mentioned in Next Generation episodes Heart of Glory, The Neutral Zone, Sins of the Father, Reunion, Redemptions 1 and 2, and Unification Part 1, all of which aired before The Undiscovered Country. It is played by, I want to make sure I pronounce this right, it is played basically by the Brandeis Bardin Institute, which also appeared in the episode Descent in The Next Generation. And also to Power Rangers fans, it's where Zordon has his headquarters. The sign-off with those signatures at the end was directly an influence for the end of Avengers Endgame. I've been looking forward to this. I mean, I've been looking forward to them all. It's funny when I start with, I've been looking forward to this, as if I wasn't looking forward to one of the other ones. I love the Star Trek movies. I'm pretty sure I've made that clear by now. If I haven't, welcome to the ups and downs for the Star Trek movies, where my job is to make it very clear how much I am enjoying what we are doing. I have said many times in many interviews, Star Trek Generations was my first cinema Star Trek. Really quickly, I'm sorry if you've heard the story before. When I was, let's see, about 5 or 6 years old, hopped in the car with my dad one day. We were going to the shop. I'd no idea. We pulled up at the car park outside the Ormond Cinema in Stillorgan in Dublin. So some of you will know where that is. And Dad proceeds to pull a cinema ticket out of his pocket, says we're going to go see Star Trek Generations, and I nearly had a heart attack because I was so excited. And I absolutely loved this film. Seeing the Enterprise D on the big screen, seeing the Enterprise B on the big screen, seeing what happened to the Enterprise D on the big screen. This is a special film for me, as I know it is for Chris as well, who is returning editing the video this week. Hi Chris. I've mentioned this before, sometimes it's hard to be impartial when you're dealing with films that are steeped in memory and experience. And so sometimes it's like, Sean, you went a bit easy on that one. But no, I'm gonna rip this piece of crap to shreds. What a terrible, are you kidding me? I will of course be, as usual, going through all of the ups and downs, but do forgive me if I get a bit misty-eyed and grinny as we go along. Okay. There's my preamble. I hope you enjoyed it. Will we jump in to the ups and downs for the first Next Generation era Star Trek film, featuring a lengthy cameo by William Shatner and friends? Let's have a look at Star Trek Generations. There will obviously be an awful lot that we discuss in the temporal observations for this film, so do make sure that you stick around, of course, for the end of that. But let's come in with an up for that bottle of Dom Perignon just floating through space in the beginning. It is, of course, it's the vintage 2265, a fairly important year in Star Trek history. This scene was crafted to replace a scene that had been originally written and filmed at the suggestion or request of William Shatner. There is, of course, I mean, I'm gonna take it as a given, you've seen the film. The death of James T. Kirk looms large over Star Trek Generations, and for many people, it's the only thing that people remember about Generations. And then they might remember the destruction of the Enterprise D, and then they might remember the introduction of the Enterprise B, and not necessarily in that order, because this is a film of big set pieces, more so than it is a steady through line. Something that becomes very apparent when we move to Star Trek First Contact for our next ups and downs. Now, I've already mentioned her up to the Enterprise B. In fact, I mean, would you just look at her? Would you just look at how gorgeous that thing is? This has been, oh, it depends on the week, really. This has definitely been in contention for favorite Enterprise of mine for years. While I think in my heart of hearts, my favorite Enterprise will always be the refit Constitution class from the motion picture onwards, that lovely, lovely addition to the original Nilo Rodus Gemero design of the Excelsior really pops on screen. In my opinion, I thought it was a great way to open the film. One thing I'm doing a little bit differently this week, up is going to the theme tune for Star Trek Generations. I love the theme, and I think it's been adapted into a beautiful concert piece by Dennis McCarthy, who I will discuss a little bit more in the Temporal Observations, because of course he's made a huge contribution to Star Trek. I am, however, going to down, for the first time, the soundtrack to Star Trek Generations. And my reasoning being is that there is one theme played on a loop. And that's something it's kind of hard to ignore in Star Trek Generations, is that the theme that you're probably humming right now in your head is heard again and again and again and again, and there's really no variation. Sometimes it's played softer, sometimes it's played more triumphantly, but it's always the theme. Plus, there's reusing of music going on, particularly when you think of the battle that will come later in the film, but just to discuss it as part of the soundtrack now, the Bird of Prey versus the Enterprise D. That is note for note the music of the Romulans and the Cardassians battle against the Jem'Hadar in the Dias cast, and it's also the battle of the Klingons versus Deep Space Nine in The Way of the Warrior. So for me, that taints the soundtrack a little bit because it's not an original soundtrack. So for me, that taints the soundtrack a little bit because we hear it again and again. But as I say, I do want to highlight the fact that I do like the theme to Generations. You've got to come through with an up for Alan Ruck in this film. Look at his little baby face here. In recent years, I've not long finished my watch through of Succession for the first time after Chris heavily encouraged me to watch it several times. You have Alan Ruck as he looks today. And he's aging well, not gonna lie to him. But yeah, this is an Alan Ruck not that long after Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And I love the sort of energy, slightly stuck up, but yet still admirable qualities that he brings to the character. You know, when Kirk, Scotty, and Chekov enter the bridge, it feels a little bit more than performative, like he really is excited to have them there. But down John Harriman. There's a little bit of beta canon going into this as well, but John Harriman really had no place on the bridge of that ship, certainly not in that chair. Whatever about, you know, whether or not he was ready to captain, he really comes across like he's not ready to be an officer. This is where we go to beta canon a little bit, is where it's explained that he used his family connections to fast track his course through the academy, and it certainly makes a bit more sense. I mean, if anything, it makes the down a bit more valid. He cheated his way to the captain's chair. However, more for temporal observations, this is not the last time Harriman appeared in Star Trek, particularly the expanded universe, but he doesn't come across great in this film. I'm giving an up to Tim Russ. Tim Russ, who at this stage, this was his third appearance in Star Trek, though it would not be his last. A little bit of headcanon going on. If you want to, you can point the ears, or if you want to, you can leave them as is. Meh, I'm kind of like, I'm gonna say he's a different character. People can play multiple parts. Tim Russ played 4 of them. An up, of course, must go to James Doohan and Walter Koenig, both of whom appear here for the final time, not including Star Trek Starfleet Academy, the game, but the final time on screen as their characters. They both get an up, and of course, for brevity's sake, if you think I'm sort of like, surely you have to talk about the temporal observations, and I will get to William Shatner, of course I will. Hello. But let's go through the events of the film, okay? So Jimmy Doohan and Walter Koenig up because what little they are given, they deliver it so well. Very good, Captain. Brought a tear to my eye. Ah, so that's the problem. Finding retirement a little lonely, are we? I was never that young. All of it. I mean, it's piss all to do, but they do it so well. And even Sulu gets a mention with the appearance of Jacqueline Kim as Demora Sulu. She's an up as well. Again, so little to do, but yeah, you get that earnest, bright nature of someone who just wants to impress and do their job well, which she does. And also, I've never seen anyone look so shocked and devastated by saying a deck number and name. Right, okay, then the action starts. We get the distress call, and I'm downing the trope. We're the only ship in range. Come on, you're beside Earth. Earth is supposed to be this hub of Starfleet, of travel. What are you telling me? The Enterprise B is the only one. It's a trope, it's a down, okay? I know we need to get them there, but come on, you could have done that a different way. Another down here will be, you know me and my reused footage, and you know I'm gonna talk about the one later on, but here, because I think the logic being in 1994, when this was filming, yes, it was going to be higher definition cameras, but they weren't expecting the 4K screenshots that we use for our work. So it's reused footage of the Excelsior at warp from Star Trek VI. The problem is that when you know it's there, you can't miss it. The Nexus. It's an up. As plot devices go, I think it's a great one. I really, really do. Plus, it's gorgeous. ILM, you earned your supper on this film. Like, this is a good-looking film, and particularly the Nexus, like when it appears on screen for the first time, when you get those exterior shots of the Enterprise B pulling up into the trailing edge of the ribbon. It's gorgeous. No notes. No notes. We're here to rescue some Elorian refugees. Now, where have we heard that before, eh? Who does this set us up for? Chekov, you know, when he did all that medical training on board the Enterprise. Deputizes, if you like, 2 reporters to become nurses. They head down to sickbay. Scotty does manage to save 47 out of 150. Now they're beamed over to sickbay. We get, of course, our introduction to Whoopi Goldberg, who I will discuss as we go along. But here's our first, in the film, crossover character. Now, yes, technically at this stage, Scotty had already appeared in The Next Generation, but chronologically. So we have our first crossover character here in the form of Guinan. We're also introduced to Soran. A general up for both of them here, both of whom I will discuss in greater detail. And did you think I wasn't gonna give it an up? The thing is, I was gonna give it an up, but not until next Tuesday. A meme is born. Up to the Tuesday jokes. Generations, as much as it's a film about beginnings, it's a film that crams in endings as well. Some handled better than others, but a surprising amount of pathos in this film. For example, as Harriman says that he will head down to deflector control, he gives Kirk command of the Enterprise B. Kirk knows it's not his chair. And as he says, a captain's place is on the bridge of his ship. I'll take care of it. At this stage, thinking of the context of the film, in 1994, it had been leaked. We knew Kirk was going to die, but what we didn't know was how. So all of this, keep things together till I get back, I always do, and as the doors close on that smile, were we about to see another Wrath of Khan? Spock dies in the beginning. Oh well, not really. Well, as it turns out, yes, that's exactly what we were about to see. But up to the whole, I'll take care of it. And then Kirk runs down through the belly of the ship. He's getting buffeted about. There's actually a funny story about being buffeted about. Just very quickly, William Shatner spoke in his novel Star Trek Movie Moments about the difference. I mean, remember, this was the Enterprise A bridge, redressed to be the Enterprise B bridge. So in a way, he was very used to it, but what he wasn't used to was the souped up motors that actually shook the bridge, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, everybody lurch. So he tells a story of he was filming, he went flying off his chair, put his hand against the banister, went straight through the banister and nearly broke his hip as he landed on the floor. I'd said it before, particularly in the ups and downs for Star Trek V, but if you get a chance, do read Star Trek Movie Memories. I think I said moments, but Star Trek Movie Memories by William Shatner. After we get that incredible shot of the Enterprise B turning to fly out of the Nexus and that tendril hits the side. Yeah, no, that's getting it up. That's just, I mean, that's ship porn right there. But as it flies away, we get that realization scene that Kirk's not answering the helm. And as I said, I've never seen anyone look as devastated to say the name and deck affected by this hull breach. Scotty, Chekov, and Harriman head down to deflector control, or what's left of it, because it's open to space. And you get that, the last words of Chekov, if you like, Pavel Chekov, "My God, was anyone in here?" And then just Jimmy doing, every time I get feelings. That's an up from me. We jump forward several decades and we get the beautiful Brig Enterprise, played by the replica Lady Washington, who you might also have seen in Pirates of the Caribbean as the HMS Interceptor. I love this scene. because it's very Next Generation. So if you think about it, the Next Generation cast only had effectively a fortnight between All Good Things and Generations filming. In fact, the scenes of the Enterprise B were filming while All Good Things was still filming. That's how short of a crossover and turnaround there was. So you still have, there isn't a hiccup or a pause in that camaraderie that the entire cast had coming off of the Next Generation. So the whole scene for me, Lieutenant Commander Worf getting his promotion, well, Lieutenant becoming Lieutenant Commander, but you know what I mean, lower the badge of office, everything, very Next Generation, very much an up from me. Technically, Riker's a bit of an asshole here, but also, you know, you consider the events of All Good Things as well. Not that he's justified in being an asshole, but you gotta see why. But even still, it is all in good fun. Remove the plank! And then, of course, we get the beginning of Data's exploration with emotions in this film. Right now, he has no emotion chip and therefore can't understand humor still. So, you know, Crusher tries, learn to live in the moment, get in the spirit of things. Got it? Got it. Boomf. Down she goes. Taken up. I laughed my ass off. I laughed in the cinema, I still laugh today. And I kind of feel bad for poor Data there. You know, from his point of view, he just repeated the joke and everyone's horrified at him. Give him a break. Again, in a film that is at times quite rushed, I will say. I mean, just for the nature of getting the story out. You don't get an awful lot of character beats throughout the whole cast. You know, that had been an issue with the original script for the scenes on the Enterprise B, but you can see it through the Enterprise D as well. Someone who massively benefits, if you like, with Star Trek Generations and the character time assigned to them is, of course, Patrick Stewart, who is incredible in this film. Here he receives the news that Robert and Renee have burned to death in a fire. And I mean, it's a surprisingly dark addition to the Picard storyline. But at this point, as the viewer, all we see is Stewart's reaction. And I mean, remember, this is a very trained actor here. He knows what he's doing, and he uses every bit of his skill to show just on his face the devastation that has just ripped through him. The fun and games are over. He leaves the holodeck immediately. Troy has, of course, copped that something is going on. We don't really have time to dwell because it looks like we might spend a few more minutes on the Enterprise boat, but no, it's red alert, they're signaled to the bridge, and up they go in those fantastic uniforms, by the way. I love those naval style uniforms. And we get another taken up. Enterprise D, you're looking very well on the big screen, I might say. ILM, who thankfully did the effects for Generations, because damn, it looks good. They went and polished off the original filming model from all the way back in Encounter at Farpoint. This is the Enterprise D as we've always known her. They dusted her off, they made her look good, and she looked fantastic on her final journey. Asterix. As the crew arrive on the bridge, they see that they're sort of too late to help anyone on Amargosa, so Riker's going to be assigned, rather gruffly I might say, to lead the away team over to the observatory. But I want to give a shout out as well to someone who's been in so much of Star Trek but so rarely gets a shout out. Up to Tracy Lee Coco, who I think has been in certainly half the movies from the Next Generation on. She was in so much of the Next Generation. She was in DS9 as well. I'm sure she's been in more that I'm forgetting. She's just in so much. But yeah, I just wanted to give her an up. This scene leads directly into our sort of reintroduction, if you like, to Soran. You know, Malcolm McDowell over the years has sort of reflected back on the film and gone, I thought the script was shit. And, you know, listen, it's different when you're playing a part. You don't have that same connection that, say, we do watching the film. So I have so much sympathy for that. I think he's brilliant in this film. I really do. Malcolm McDowell sells it for the back seats. And even if perhaps parts of the script could have been better, I really like Soran as a character. I do like the change they made to the ending, which of course we'll get to. Soran on the Enterprise B was a blink and you'll miss him. You see that he wants to go back to the Nexus. Soran here, he is somewhat shocked and traumatized, but still straight away has enough wherewithal to be like, I don't know who attacked us. It all happened so fast. Also, genuine story. Long before I found out the familial connection, I used to think he looked like Bashir. And it could have been because Child Sean went, they're both English. But, you know, used to think that they looked alike, and it turns out, boom, he's his uncle. We get our reveal that it was the Romulans that attacked the Amargosa Observatory. Ooh, what are they doing? Well, we're going to wonder about that later on, because we cut to Data's quarters, which are fun. Well, because again, remember, they filmed All Good Things last week. You know, of course, Data's quarters are still full of all Data's things from the Next Generation, including just the nicest cat of them all. But I really like Data and Geordi in their quarters, because it's very, you know, it's just two mates hanging out. You know, there's the joke about don't go too near sickbay for a little while. It is exactly the way that they've played the characters, because you always have that worry, don't you, that when you watch a TV show and then you do that jump to the big screen, what's going to change? Because something's going to change. And there are changes in this film. The bridge of the Enterprise D, for example. The characters, they are mostly the same. I do have some issues with what they do with Data in this film. I will give it down, I have to say, to the movie emotion chip. There was no need to chunkify it. I suppose maybe this is a temporal observations kicking in, but remember, the emotion chip had been introduced much earlier on in the Next Generation. We saw it in the episode Brothers. We also saw it in Descent. It was a tiny little disc. You can do that on the big screen without worrying about the people in the back seeing it. You just do a close-up on it. So I've never liked the fact that it's suddenly more like a, shall we say, early 90s computer chip. Wink. We get it. Data is going to experiment with emotion, which is sort of inevitable, let's be real. I do think it was a bit sudden. Like, this is one of the ones I mean. It was like, oh, we're in the big screen now. Yeah, Data has emotions. And like, I know it's not quite like that, you know, and there is more thought that went into it, but it does come across that way. Now, it does set up the scene where they go to 10 forward. Gentlemen, something new from Forcus 3. Forcus 3 we have heard of before. And yeah, go on. Brent Spiner gets an up for this scene, because it's silly, it's very it's so far over the top, it's kind of back down again. Yeah, I hate this. It is revolting. More, please. One of the early contenders for Latinum ups for this film, although it doesn't get that title, Soran and Picard in 10 forward. You know the line. They say time is the fire in which we burn. I know you understand me. Makamatau getting ups. Just brilliant. The power of Elorians is somewhat mysterious. Guinan picks up on the fact Soran's there. Soran picks up on the fact that Guinan is there. But like, are they kind of psychic as well? You know what I mean? You know, some expanded media suggest that they have 9 senses. We've seen them before and after. You know, they have dealings with the Q. What can they do? Also, they can decide to age whenever they want. Soran, did you start the fire? I was tempted to give a trilithium down to the inclusion of trilithium, not because I want to give it a down, but because namesake, you know what I mean? But I can't do that, I have to give it an up to the trilithium inclusion. I know it's technically an Easter egg, but is it? I don't know. It's part of what we do here, up for trilithium. Anyway, I probably shouldn't give trilithium an up, because it could stop all fusion in a star, and that's not good, because that's where shockwaves come from, children. And when shockwaves come, things go boom. So I really hope nobody fires a probe into the Amargosa star. Later that day, Data and Geordi head over to the Amargosa Observatory, and we get the, Data cracking up laughing at the joke that was told at Farpoint. Please take an up from that one. I'm going to down here. I'm over it. I'm very quickly over the experiment with humor. I know the whole point is he's overloading. I do, but I do think it just goes on a few seconds too long. I don't like Mr. Tricorder. Never have. Sorry, never have. I'm including Mr. Tricorder in that down, if that helps. It's not an additional down, but I've never liked that scene. I've never been so happy to see Data's neural net overload. Soran genuinely freaks me out here. Like, when he walks in, backhands Geordi and points that phaser at Data, that works for me. Up. Calling back to just how good Patrick Stewart is again, we then get the revelation of what happened to Robert and Renee. Because Troy, again, who Marina Sirtis doesn't get a lot to do in this film, but again, with what she's given, I think she really sells it. Just by being there, even if it is to enable Jean-Luc to speak, she is critical. But we get this scene and the full weight of his legacy sits on him when he realizes he might be the last of the Picards. Now, as time will show, I won't say it's a baseless worry, but there is a somewhat happy ending out of that. But this scene is devastating. And it's brilliant, and it's an up. Cut straight over into the fact that, yes, remember when I said I hope nobody fires a probe? Well, Soran went and fired a probe, didn't he? And there's a shockwave coming, they can't get Data and Geordi on the line, so Riker and Worf beam over. This whole scene is really well done. The tension, the countdown, they beam over, Soran starts firing immediately. It's really well done. It's an up from me, as does the Bird of Prey decloaking get an up from me. Love that scene of it, just swinging in over the observatory, and we get our vocal indication as to who we're going to be dealing with here, and whoops, Soran and Geordi are gone. Well, Riker, Worf and Data get back aboard the Enterprise D and we warp the heck out of there just as the shockwave obliterates the observatory. Soran is aboard this Bird of Prey that is being captained by the Duras sisters, Lursa and B'Etor, who appear in the movie, who absolutely will have a happy ending. They are commanding this mission to help Soran, who of course everyone's trying to screw each other over, but Soran's too smart to let them get one properly over on him. But I don't know, maybe don't punch one of them in the face? Thankfully, B'Etor calms enough to be like, I hope for your sake you were initiating a mating ritual. The scene is mustache twirly and all of the good fun stuff. So the scene is an up, but the Klingon blood being red is a down. I will die on this hill. Klingon blood is pink. We also got a cameo from the actor Brian Thompson, and I will talk about him in Temporal Observations. Aboard the Enterprise, Crusher identifies who Soran was, where we met him before, and we get a quick sort of name drop. Riker says, oh, the mission where Jim Kirk died. Okay. Guess who else was there? And we get Guinan and Picard in Guinan's quarters. Now this is an up to me. Whoopi Goldberg is brilliant in this film. And yeah, I think I'll mention it here. Whoopi Goldberg specifically asked not to be credited in this film. The reason being, life was a little bit different back in the early 90s. Back then, Whoopi Goldberg, of course, was an Academy Award, well, still is, of course, but an Academy Award winning Hollywood movie star. So she thought that, if she was in this would become the latest Whoopi Goldberg film. She speaks about it on one of the box sets. There's a sort of a captain's roundtable where Jonathan Frakes, Patrick Stewart, William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy are with Whoopi Goldberg. They discuss the movies. And that would have taken away from the fact that it was about this passing of the torch. It was about Star Trek. It was about the crews. It was not about Whoopi Goldberg. And frankly, it takes having a very good control on your ego to do that. Considering how good she is and how critical she is for the overall plot in this film, fair play. She explains to Picard what the Nexus is, and we find out that the Nexus is not just an energy ribbon, it is a gateway to another dimension. It's like being inside Joy. And we understand why Soran is doing what he's doing. He's destroying stars to get back to this place. As she says, she had to learn how to live without the Nexus, and it took years. Whereas if Soran hasn't accepted that, he could be a very dangerous man, as we know him to be. And she does advise Picard that if you go there, you're not going to care about anything, to which he leaves the quarters. It's a crucial scene in the film. Leads us to the introduction of the new stellar cartography, which is gorgeous, and I love it. And also, we're all thinking the same thing, right? Cerebro. It was originally planned to be like 3 decks, but it got scaled down to 2. I still think it's huge, so it still looks great to me. Okay, set looks great. That aside, we get this scene between Data and Picard that I'm calling Tough Love Picard, and I think it's an up. Because a lot of the times you hear that, Kirk was the fisticuffs one and Picard was the let's talk about our feelings one. I couldn't disagree more. Perhaps Kirk still is the fisticuffs one, but Picard was the tough love one. You know, there's so many examples throughout the years, and this is a great example of him being to Data what Data needs him to be, is his captain, not just his friend. In the context of what Picard has just lost, as well as what Data feels he's lost, Data is feeling, it's new to him, and Picard is kind, but he's kind with a tough edge. I love this scene, and I love Patrick Stewart and Brent Spiner together. And also we get a little bit of exposition here. We get, you know, the Nexus travels through our galaxy every 39.1 years. That is important, and we will discuss that later on. We also get a reference to the USS Bozeman, and I know myself and Chris, every time we're just like, hi Bozeman, we like you. What can I say? I like the Bozeman. And it explains why Soran's destroying stars, because it changes the gravitational constant, and it makes the Nexus alter course. Picard says, well, why didn't you just fly into it with a ship? And for a time, I thought this was a plot hole, because Kirk is proof. Okay, yes, the bulkhead got destroyed, but Kirk landed straight in the Nexus. But Soran didn't know that. You know what I mean? He got pulled back out of the Nexus. As far as he knows, you fly in, you die. So, for me, that's not a plot hole. You know, we then set a course for the Viridian system because Data goes, Viridian 3, it's going to pass through. Yeah, but, you know, the other Viridian planet has a population of 230 million. So, Soran, how badly do you want this thing? Quite badly. They warped the Viridian system where they find the bird of prey. Well, I say they find the bird of prey. They know the bird of prey is there. We get another scene, a scene that was sort of halved, if you will, because they filmed Soran torturing Geordi by, you know, stopping his heart, starting it again, and being generally not a very nice person to him. But we also get that scene that sort of sets up what we're going to get in First Contact, which is Soran being quite horrible about Geordi wearing his visor. All of it being, of course, to set up how they're going to use the visor against the Enterprise D. It's quite a horrible scene, really. You know, Soran is effectively mocking Geordi over his disability. And then, you know, you have the Duras sisters talking to Picard. Picard says, right, well, look, we'll do a hostage exchange. I'll take Geordi's place, but beam me down to the planet. I need to talk to Soran. It all ticks away, quite frankly, it all ticks away quite nicely. We get Geordi back aboard. Geordi's now going to be the unwitting spy again. But we do get that great, human females, so repulsive. Sort of in a rapid succession of scenes, Geordi is there in sickbay, Crusher has helped him, she's removed the nanoprobes that were cut from the film, but okay. And then Data comes in to apologize, and Geordi says, don't worry about it. You were acting like a human. Because we're all terrified the whole time. Have you looked outside the window? Of course we're all terrified the whole time. Anyway, it's good advice. But it is an up from me. Down on the planet, Picard walks face first into a force field. Oops. After he's recovered himself a little bit, himself and Soran have a chat. This is sort of the last big Soran scene. I mean, he's obviously in important scenes after this, but this is the last big Malcolm McDowell gets to chew the scenery. So this is an up from me. You know, what you're doing is no different to when the Borg destroyed your planet. Nice try. You know, Captain, there was a time I wouldn't hurt a fly. Then the Borg came. Oh, just everything McDowell does in this scene. Time is like a predator that stalks us. It's just so good. Again, this is a film of big scenes and big set pieces, like I said, but again, another contender for Latinum up, just Malcolm McDowell in this film. We get a little bit of break with levity when, you know, the Duras sisters are a bit bored because Geordi hasn't gone to engineering yet. He must be the only engineering in Starfleet who doesn't go to engineering. Up. Data's quite happy. Look, I can't not give this one up. Life forms, diddly-doo-doo. Of course that was getting it up. And then I get sad. Although, do you know what? Barbara Marsh, 257.4. What is it with people pronouncing and delivering numbers so powerfully in this film? What is with that? We did the pair of them, you know? Barbara March, Gwyneth Walsh as well. Like, just our torpedo frequency match, 257.4. I love it. And the battle itself, the battle looks fantastic. It really, really does. It's an up from me. You know, such glory shots of the Enterprise D, some nice sexy shots of the Bird of Prey. It looks great. Down. There is absolutely no logic that says a 20-year-old Bird of Prey would stand a chance against a Galaxy-class ship with or without shields. I mean, listen, it's gonna get a leg up. They're getting through the Enterprise D shields. But did Worf go for coffee or something? I mean, he fires phasers once, and then there's one torpedo. As presented, the Enterprise doesn't suffer so much from the bird of prey being able to fire through its shields, but more from the fact that they just kind of said, let's turn in a circle and give them as much of a target as possible. That, to me, is why my trillium down of the film is the Enterprise D being destroyed by a bird of prey. It doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't make any sense, and it was done so obviously because they needed a new Enterprise for the films. Doesn't mean I'm not going to give an up to Jonathan Frakes' delivery of fire. Contender. I mean, there's reusing footage. You knew this was going. There's reusing footage, and I got really kind of like, come on. That shot from the end of the voyage home being the introduction to the Enterprise A in the Final Frontier bugged me. We'd literally just seen it. And it was a fairly big moment in the voyage home. The climax of the battle in the undiscovered country is the explosion in Generations. Dudes, down. Now, tiny little intersperse here, we realise that Picard has possibly found a way through the force field. We'll come back to that. Although, sad reason why, up to the Geordie Indiana Jones role under the isolation door in engineering, the warp core breach has begun. Coolant leak! We have a coolant leak! Everybody out! Breach, main engineer, we've got a new problem. We've got a warp core breach in 5 minutes. There's nothing I can do. Don't blow up my Enterprise. Speaking of tension, again, we get everyone trying their very best to get off the star drive section and into the saucer section because we're getting a saucer separation, which I knew even back then was like, this is gonna look good on the big screen, isn't it? Spoiler alert, it does. And I really feel it. Like when everyone's running through and, the Enterprise D has families aboard. You run the risk in any kind of Hollywood film of, showing, cutting to the kids at a time of tension being, okay, come on now, you're just trying to elicit feelings. They really did elicit feelings when down, go back for the teddy bear, you monsters! You absolute monsters! While this is happening, down on the planet, Soran is about to give Picard his, free time to start excavating under the rocks. But Tolian Soran, you drama queen. Now if you'll excuse me, Captain, I have an appointment with eternity, and I don't want to be late. Up. From here on, we get the saucer separation, the explosion of the star drive section, and the beginning of the crash. Look, obviously up to the whole sequence because it's shot beautifully, it looks amazing. ILM did an incredible job. My latinum up of the film is the crash sequence. It's tense, it's frightening. There is many times throughout Star Trek where ships are battered and beaten and it feels rough. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, Star Trek, The Undiscovered Country. You really feel like these people are not safe. These people are not safe. Glass is breaking everywhere. Chairs are being thrown around. And you know who keeps them alive through it all? Deanna Troi gets an up because she piloted the saucer section of the Enterprise D to a safe, albeit bumpy, landing on Viridian 3. Oh my god, Deanna crashed the ship. The star drive section exploded and knocked the saucer section into the gravity of Viridian 3. I dare you to do better. I dare you. And yes, I know where you're going with the joke about Star Trek Nemesis. I dare you to do better. We'll talk about it in Temporal Observations. But they do come to a stop. It's an incredible scene. You get a real sense of scale. And you kind of get an impression of just how big the Enterprise D was. We get scenes of it throughout the Next Generation, of course, but when you see the swathe of destruction left behind the saucer section, it's like, damn. Can't park there, mate. Of course I didn't forget it. Up. Oh, shit. Once things come to a rest, we go back over. Picard is trying to climb underneath the force field, and he trips it enough that Soran notices. Soran fires his weapon, and I've got to be honest, down. Is Picard a wizard? Oh, he got out of that sticky situation, and he had a site-to-site transporter. So when he just pops up at the base of that bridge again, it's a bit like, really? Okay. Anyway, himself and Soran get into a bit of an old fisticuffs there. And you said it was always Kirk. Soran wins. The probe fires. The Viridian star explodes. I've always been creeped out by by them taking the time to show the shockwave destroying the survivors standing on the Enterprise D saucer section. Look, I guess it's effective, but it's always just really disturbed me. Although, in a film full of gloriously beautiful images, Soran in silhouette against the Nexus with his hands in the sky, up. Now I need to be honest with you. We come to one of my least favorite scenes in the film. Down to the Victorian Christmas, because even though, love the fact that Star Trek Generation's a Christmas film, by the way, what on earth? Why is this Picard's dream? We have some weird meshing of the times, Victorian era, and then also clearly more modern because the kids are opening their presents and there's like rocket ships and everything. Look, I'm going to be nice about the kids because the kids are kid actors. They can only, they're very nice kids doing their best. That little girl haunts me. Thank you for the doll. She's very beautiful. I know how you die. You know what I mean? It's stayed with me since I saw the film 30 years ago. She's a very nice actor doing her best. I also, on the one hand, I understand why it's not Beverly in this scene. Because it would have maybe introduced too much at this stage of the film. You know, they don't really have enough room to explore the ramifications of Beverly being Picard's dream woman. But still, I do have to give it down to random woman. It's all a bit random. That's my main problem with this scene. I will give an up, however, to the star in the ornament. I've always liked that one. It's quite unsettling. The Echo of Guinan is back, and she's very familiar with Picard, as she would be. Temporal observations. The cabin scene between Kirk and Picard in Star Trek Generations is not just my favourite scene of the film. It is probably in my top 3 favourite scenes of Star Trek. So I mean, up, obviously. Whether or not you agree with how they kill Kirk in this film, I would be interested to see how many people don't like the cabin scene. And I am genuinely curious because I think they got so much right here. Here is a Kirk who is experiencing things in real time, as is Picard. In fact, Picard has more context than he does. So, he's chopping wood, someone was cooking some eggs, he's where am I? But he also feels that peace and contentment that we know Kirk would not have felt in years. There's so much implied in this scene. And also it's a great two-hander. William Shatner and Patrick Stewart really do bounce off each other very well. If anything, Picard comes across as the more kind of like of the two. Yes, that noise is now a description. And you can understand Picard's frustration, but you can also understand Kirk going, don't tell me what to do. But everything, the clock, Butler the dog, who gets his own up, by the way, which maybe I shouldn't have done that because I don't think there's going to be any shock. My dilithium up is the cabin scene. The whole scene, start to finish. And I love it when it extends out into the horse riding scene as well. Everything about it, I think, is so well done with the time they had to them. Look, we could have done seasons of wrapping up Kirk's story. We could have done seasons of him and Picard together. We didn't have it. What we had is a film that was always going to kill Kirk, and what they did then is they gave us the time to really care about it within the context of this film. We were always going to care that Kirk died. It was enough of a role, and you had enough of Kirk here, particularly in the cabin scene, that it really hits home. When Kirk goes upstairs to Antonia, who for me is a, what? I mean, just make it Carol Marcus, but okay, I think. All right, listen, it's the one thing about the scene that's like, ah yes, Antonia, that great love of Kirk's we've always heard about. But when we go through into the barn and Kirk saddles up, I want to give an up to the horse Great Bells of Fire, who was William Shatner's horse. He speaks about it again, Shatner's Star Trek movie memories. He speaks about how comfortable he was with Great Bells of Fire, and that we actually got better scenes featuring horse riding because of it. You know what I mean? You know, there's some things you can't fake. I would not be able to fake being a good horse rider. Jockey. See, I didn't even get the word right. He spoke about Patrick Stewart was nowhere near as experienced as he was. And you can really see it, you know, when they interact on the horses. But actually, jumping the ravine is an up from me as well. Kirk's realization that as wonderful as this all is, he doesn't belong in a fantasy. And of course then, when they're discussing the mission, you know, Shatner highlights, look at the way he's riding the horse in circles around Picard and then sideways and everything, because he knows what he's doing. And it does add to the scene. It really, really does. And we get that immortal line that apparently really choked Shatner up. Who am I to argue with the captain of the Enterprise? Up. Look, you've got it down the fact, why the bloody hell didn't they just go back earlier? Ron Moore, who of course co-wrote this film, did say, he admitted the reason is because they had to kill Kirk. Picard knew that going back further in time could possibly dilute the time stream and that would be bad. So yeah, I'm quoting him from his AOL chat back in the 90s, and look, it's a down. There's no two ways around it. Why did they go back to Meridian 3? Why didn't Kirk just go back to the Enterprise B and punch Soran? Do you know what I mean? Like, anyway. Extreme plot contrivances or no, just who the hell are you? He's James T. Kirk. Don't you know your history? I mean, I love it. It's campy as all hell and I love it. It's great. We get fisticuffs, Soran gets out of there. Actually, Captain, I am familiar with history, and unless I'm much mistaken, you're dead. You know, I thought you were going for the launcher. Change my mind. Captain's prerogative. It's great. They're just having fun at this point. The really important remote control is dropped on the bridge. Wonder what's going to happen there. I'll go for the launcher. You go for the... Call me Jim. Up. Shatner's obviously hamming it up for his last thing. I think, look, I am going to give a down to the manner of Kirk's death. Probably there was nothing that would ever satisfy people entirely. Bridge on the captain. Yep. That, the joke was there. It is better than what was originally scripted. Look, I'm going to talk about it really quickly. Originally, yes, Soran was going to shoot him. And he was going to be shot in the back. And that's how he would die. Things would roughly play out the same. But instead of being, you know, falling to his death, he would be lying there. Picard would be over him. And you would still get pretty much the same dialogue. And there is a very different feeling in that. Kirk's death wasn't an accident, you know, but it does feel to. Now also some slightly obsessive people sent Malcolm McDowell death threats because it was leaked that he was the, well, I say leaked, he talked about it quite extensively, but it was leaked that he was going to kill Captain Kirk. Remember folks, actors are a thing. Don't send death threats to actors or writers or anyone because that's weird and you shouldn't do that. What I will give an up to, though, is Shatner's performance as he dies. It's brilliant. I'm sorry, it's brilliant. Did we make a difference? Least I could do for the captain of the Enterprise. It was fun. And then the Shatner inserted line, oh my. Chills every single time, which leads us to that fabulous shot of Picard, or Patrick Stewart's body double, standing beside the cairn for Kirk on that peak in Meridian 3, which will become very important as the years would go by. We get our captain's log. Fortunately, our casualties were light. That gorgeous scene of the Enterprise not destroyed, sort of, on the surface of Meridian 3. It is an up from me. And of course, the discovery of Spot's getting an up. Does anyone else remember the Star Trek Monthly magazine back at the time and that cover of Data crying his yellow tears holding Spot? Because I do, and yeah, I've never forgotten this image. I know Brent Spiner has spoken about how he would have preferred to find Geordi because he really wasn't a cat person. But Data was, Picard and Riker are just going through the remnants of the ready room, down, just casually tossing aside the Kirl and Naskios that was so important to Picard, like less than a year before. Okay, well, about 2 years before, but still. But still, what did it do to him in 2 years that he just tossed it aside? This thing was like millennia old. Never mind Professor Galen then, I guess. Also, down. Is Livingston okay? But I do enjoy the final exchange between them. Riker on the bridge going, I always thought I'd get a shot at this chair. That's an up from me. And Picard's assurance that someone once told me that time was a predator. I think time is like a companion, joining us along the way. That's an up from me. As is plenty of letters left in the alphabet. And also the Farragut, which looks absolutely gorgeous. Folks, will you join me please at Temporal Observations? Now, right, there's a lot to talk about. Very quickly, the Dom Perignon, the vintage 2265 was the beginning of James Kirk's captaincy aboard the Enterprise, the first 5-year mission. The Enterprise B is the Excelsior. It's the same filming model. They added extra bits to sort of, well, differentiate it from the Excelsior, but also so that they could damage the extra bits without damaging the Excelsior film modeling. The film model, spoiler alert, didn't work. One of the reasons it turns up again as the Lakota in the DS9 episode Paradise Lost. Aboard the Enterprise B features the actor Glenn Morshower. Now, he had already been in Star Trek The Next Generation in Peak Performance and Starship Mine, and he would also then go on to appear in the Voyager episode Resistance and the Enterprise episode North Star. So actually he turns up all the time. He's one of those, oh, that guy, actors. Also features an appearance by Jeanette Goldstein. Now, sci-fi fans will know her probably straight away as Vasquez from Aliens. Also, in Terminator 2 Judgment Day, she was Janelle, John Connor's foster mother. She was the inspiration, or at least Vasquez was very much the inspiration for the character who would go on to become Tasha Yar. Let's talk about the cameos in the room. You have William Shatner, you have James Doohan, and you have Walter Koenig. So originally, Ron Moore and Brannon Braga spoke about the fact that they wanted everyone back. It was going to be the full original series cast back, and very quickly they realized this was a next generation film. This was never going to be an original series film. So everyone was getting less and less to do. Moore spoke about the fact that, they got through 3 pages of dialogue and realized, oh crap, Uhura hasn't said anything. Eventually they pared it down to just Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Leonard Nimoy was originally offered the chance to direct this film. Not only did he end up not directing it, he ended up not appearing in it. And he went on the record afterwards as saying, the character on the page was not Spock. It was someone who could just deliver expository scientific dialogue, which, when you think of the lines that were given to Scotty, he had a point. And so he declined to appear, as did DeForest Kelley, for very similar reasons. I will admit, I was one of those who thought originally that D. Kelly didn't appear because he couldn't get health insurance because he wasn't well at the time. That is not true. I was one of the ones who believed that. It is not. He declined the chance to appear in the film for the exact same reason as Leonard Nimoy. James Doohan obviously agreed, as did Walter Koenig. Walter Koenig spoke in an interview where he said that he originally was thinking he would turn it down because, this didn't add anything to the character of Chekov. He then also joked going, although quite frankly, I was glad for the exposure. So he said yes, and he said that the payday was quite nice for this film. They've also spoken about scenes that were either included or slated to be included and then not in the film. So there's the infamous skydiving scene, which was originally the opening. This was Shatner requested that it was included, and it was filmed. He spoke about how the stunt double nearly died skydiving in a shoot that didn't open until the last minute in terms of skydiving, and how running around in the heat in a big rubber suit was oodles of fun, all to show Kirk not being able to acclimatize to retirement. All of it cut and replaced with the Dom Perignon bottle from the opening of the film. Koenig spoke about how after Kirk's death, he and James Doohan would share a moment where Koenig would basically where Chekov would break down. And that was also cut, and he said he was very angry about that. That hurt him, because he basically said yes to the film on the provisor that that was included. Kirk was always going to die. So that was from the beginning. Temporal observations, everything. Like, Kirk's number was up going into Generations. Shatner was contacted with that and the understanding. This wasn't going to be open-ended. It wasn't going to be about when can we bring Kirk back again. He was going to die and he was going to stay dead. We weren't pulling a Wrath of Khan on this one. The bridge of the Enterprise B is the redressed bridge of the Enterprise A. When you think about it, all of the existing Enterprises at this point were pretty much in or represented in this film. You jump forward to Kirk's cabin, he's got a painting of the original Matt Jeffries Enterprise there. That was refit into the Enterprise from 1, 2, and 3. The Enterprise A bridge being refit to the Enterprise B featuring in the film, the Enterprise D featuring in the film. The director of this film, David Carson, directed yesterday's Enterprise, the episode to feature the Enterprise C. I just think it's fun. Not to mention, by the way, the Brig Enterprise. You know, the sailing ship as well. Yeah, I quite like that. And remember, at the time, they weren't leaving out things like the NX-01. It hadn't been conceived yet. I will concede, there's no ring ship Enterprise. Terrible film. Scotty says he got 47, which is the magic number in Star Trek. Romulans Breen and Klingons are called out by name aboard Amargosa Observatory. Now, the Breen would of course go on to appear in Deep Space Nine, though most prominently in the 5th and final season of Star Trek Discovery. I see you, Elias Tufexis. I see you. I mentioned this earlier, but just to shine a bit of a light on it, in Data's quarters, it's full of things from The Next Generation. His paintings, for example, but also the Sherlock Holmes pipes and magnifying glasses. They didn't need to include that, but they did, and I'm glad they did. Just going back for a second, David Carson, by the way, didn't just direct yesterday's Enterprise, he also directed Emissary. I mean, he's a Star Trek veteran. They also brought out Herman Zimmerman to redesign the bridge to look better on the big screen, whether or not you agree that it did look better on the big screen. What they did is effectively they went, yesterday's Enterprise bridge was good, let's do that one. And so they did. Dennis McCarthy, who did the music for Generations, I mean, he's done so much of Star Trek, starting with The Next Generation and running straight through until Enterprise. Also won an Emmy for the theme tune for Deep Space Nine. The Elorians, who obviously feature in this film, they first got their name, funnily enough, on Deep Space Nine, on the episode Rivals, where Whoopi Goldberg was slated to appear, but they couldn't make it work with schedules. But it's a holdover from DS9 into Generations. You'll note, of course, in the credits that Brent Spiner has a slightly higher billing than he did on The Next Generation. In an episode of the Inside of You podcast with Michael Rosenbaum, he spoke about feeling that for the first time as an actor of his stature, as he describes himself, he had a bit of leverage going into the film. That, you know, if you want me to do the film, pay me X amount. And he spoke about, and make sure you put me in another film as well, or pay me off for it. Anyway, basically Paramount said, we want you so much you can do whatever you want. And suddenly his name bumps up the credits as well. Picard feels the weight of legacy in this film. Now, obviously, yes, I'm going to talk about this idea of Star Trek legacy. We've talked about it many, many, many times. But for the first thing, he talks about being the last of the Picards. Now, thankfully, we know that that's not the case, because Jack Crusher, who is introduced to us in the 3rd season of Star Trek Picard, played by Ed Speleers, becomes the son that, if you like, Renee was the surrogate son for Picard. You know, he was always, of course, it was uncle nephew, but Renee was the one who was going to pass on the Picard name. I don't know how that might look in legacy. You know, he's Jack Crusher as opposed to Jack Picard. Quite easily you could work around this idea of the legacy ending with Jean-Luc. Speaking of legacy, actually, to go to the Nexus for a second. So we speak about the Nexus flying through our sector of the galaxy every 39.1 years. In the film, which is 2371, if you add 39.1 to that, you get 2410. Which is only 9 years after the events of Frontier Day in Picard's 3rd season. If there was to be a Star Trek legacy a few years forward, is not the Nexus due for a bit of a return? Just bring it back. I like the Nexus, and I know Chris does too, and we're completely in unison on this one. The Amargosa Observatory came back in DS9. It was that listening post on the other side of the wormhole in the episode Destiny. We got a lot of talk about the visor and how Soran is taunting Geordi. Well, in the very next film, Geordi finally gets fitted with ocular implants. So it feels like this is sort of a deliberate teasing for that. The painting that Picard sees in his weird Victorian house in the Nexus, it feels like there's a sort of a deliberate mockery of that when Q sends him to the Confederate version of Earth in Picard Season 2. Guinan, this Guinan knows Picard. Well, of course she does. Because even at the time that this film was made, Guinan met him around the events of Time's Arrow in San Francisco with Mark Twain. But when you look forward to Picard, the second season, you also add another element to that Picard and Guinan met again in the 21st century in LA. Let's talk uniforms, shall we? You obviously notice the fact that there's a mix of both the Next Generation Standard and the Deep Space Nine jumpsuits in this film, although they're wearing the comm badges that were then common on Deep Space Nine and would go on to be worn in Voyager and others after that. Well-known story at this point, there was a series of uniforms made, or designed at least, for this film, that at sort of the 11th hour, you know, call it budget, call it cold feet, they decided, actually no, we're not going with them. We'll just use the ones that were being used in DS9. Two things happened out of that. One is that it was too late to let the toy line know, which is why the toys for Generations all feature the Next Generation crew in this new uniform. This new uniform that would go on to inspire what the Cerritos crew wear in Star Trek Lower Decks. It is directly inspired by this unmade uniform. The other outcome of that was that only Brent Spiner and Patrick Stewart had fresh jumpsuits made for them. You know, Jonathan Frakes is wearing Avery Brooks's uniform, which is why he's got the sleeves rolled up the whole time. And LeVar Burton is wearing Colm Meaney's jumpsuit as well. It's quite funny, really. You're like, oh, okay, so there's a lot of DS9 cameos that you didn't really think were there. So technically, I'm gonna say Colm Meaney featured in Encounter at Farpoint, All Good Things, and Generations, sort of. The actor Brian Thompson appears on the Klingon Bird of Prey. Buffy the Vampire Slayer fans will know him as the Judge, but also he's been in just so much. He was also in Star Trek. You know, he played a Klingon in Matter of Honor. He was in Deep Space Nine. He was one of the Dozai. You know, he turns up a lot. Brian Thompson's in loads of things. I like Brian Thompson. John Harriman. So I talked about the issues with him as a character in this. Expanded. Novels would go on to be written about the Lost Era. Serpent Among the Ruins talks about Harriman specifically. He was instrumental in orchestrating the Tomed incident, which certainly went away toward redeeming his reputation, if you will. And also not, if you think about it. I suppose, right, the positives to come out of that were the Treaty of Algernon. And, you know, the ending of open hostilities between the Federation and the Romulan Star Empire. He would captain the Enterprise B for a little bit longer. He would stop and then start again, and then he would go off again altogether. But Harriman has more adventures after Generations. He also appeared in the fan film of Gods and Men, as did Nichelle Nichols, as did Walter Koenig. It's a good film. It's available on YouTube. You can find it. One of the ships that explodes in the Nexus transporting the Elorians is the SS Robert Fox, named for Ambassador Robert Fox from the original series episode A Taste of Armageddon. Aboard the Enterprise B, we see lots of those lovely Okudograms, the sort of the blue and the green that were typical of the era. Also just lovely to see the uniforms getting, well, not one last ride, but I love those uniforms. The drink from Forcas 3. Forcas 3 is where Worf had his Batleth competition in the episode Parallels, where he came first, or ninth, depending on what universe you're in. Shout out to the joke at the Farpoint mission, the pilot of the Next Generation, as if I need to tell you that. Fun fact about the Duras sisters. B'Etor's name is never said aloud in this film, just Lursa. Of course, we know she's B'Etor, but yeah, just fun thing. I mentioned the Bozeman already, but obviously the Bozeman introduced in the Next Generation episode, Cause and Effect, would also appear, sort of, in First Contact as well. The Bozeman is still flying around. Bozeman's doing all right. Longest, possibly, technically, the longest ship in terms of service in the fleet, unless there's probably is the Crazy Horse still flying around? Probably. In the cabin, we get I mean, it's not really I guess it's not really an Easter egg if his jacket is lying outside, because he's wearing it early in the film. I just like bringing attention to it, I'm not gonna lie. Inside the cabin, he's cooking Qatarian eggs. Well, Naomi Wildman's father is said to be a Qatarian who apparently sympathised with the Maquis, as Seven let us know quite randomly. You know I love everything about this scene. On the wall display, so we have a disruptor that will be seen before and after. We see small little, like, just little personal guns, if you like. I don't think they're derringers, but they're certainly, yeah, easy to conceal. We've got a Klingon knife. We've got, randomly, a Jem'Hadar assault rifle. Okie dokie. We have a publicity photo that was taken of the cast making Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. We have that painting of Matt Jeffries' original 1701, over which a bat'leth is displayed. Okay, there is a phaser on the wall, and to say that I freeze-framed this one. According to Memory Alpha, it's the phaser that was seen in the motion picture and The Wrath of Khan, okay? Look, I'm not saying I disagree, I'm just saying at one point it looks like it could be the phaser from the original series, at another point it looks like it could be the phaser from Star Trek III: The Search for Spock. It's very hard to tell, so I'm gonna say it's one of those three. 12 years. Antonia's timing seems to suggest that she and Kirk were involved between the motion picture and The Wrath of Khan. I mean, I suppose, yeah, that would explain why it's not Carol Marcus, because he was with Carol Marcus much earlier than that. Still should have been Carol Marcus, I'm just saying. After the crash of the Enterprise D, we see the rescue shuttles. We see some Type 7 shuttles, some Type 6 shuttles. We see the shuttle that was actually created for Generations, which is a refit of the one created for the Final Frontier. It's also the shuttlecraft Hawking, even though there was a Type 7 Hawking in the Next Generation as well. We also see some reuses of the Executive Shuttle, which we'd seen in, well, we saw in The Undiscovered Country as well. The Farragut up in space, unfortunately, we know would have a sad ending. It was destroyed in the episode Another Battle to the Strong of Deep Space Nine's 5th season. Nice as well, though, to see an Oberth and a Miranda-class ship alongside this gorgeous Nebula class. I mentioned tossing aside the Krall and Naskios. Famed grave robber Agent Daniels would find this Krall and Naskios and display it in his office in the 32nd century, as he would also do with Geordie's visor. Keep an eye on Daniels. I'm not comfortable around him. William Shatner's inclusion of "oh my." So this happened early on, before they shot the original ending of Soran shooting Kirk. He asked if he could include "oh my" as a way of going, how would Kirk react to death? He would see it as an adventure, as something, the next thing to do. He spoke in his book, and this is quite powerful, I'd say, in Star Trek Movie Memories. I swear I'm not getting commissioned for this, by the way, but in that book he speaks about Kirk would be intrigued by the possibility of what's next. William Shatner is terrified of death. It's something he spoke about in his recent documentary, You Can Call Me Bill, that the idea of mortality is very frightening to him. So he played Kirk's "oh my" the way he hoped Shatner will face death when the time comes. Food for thought. Kirk, of course, did not stay dead. Well, depending on which medium you're reading. So, starting with William Shatner and Judith and Garfield Reese-Stevens, the Shatnerverse novels begin after the end of Star Trek Generations, and they see Kirk resurrected by the Romulans and the Borg, the first novel being The Return. It continues the events. Kirk is in his cairn on Veridian 3. Spock is also there. This then ties in with another publication, the comic Spock Reflections. Issue number 3 sees him on the surface of Veridian 3, visiting the grave of his old friend. There's been a lot of talk over the years, as I say, depending on whether or not you like the manner of his death or how he died. There's been a lot of dissatisfaction across various elements of the fandom over the years. And some of those fans became filmmakers. The first example, if you like, is in Picard's 3rd season, where Daystrom Station, Kirk's body's on that station, yes, for the potential of Project Phoenix. That was included as a deliberate Easter egg by showrunner Terry Matalas, who has said that he was not satisfied with how Kirk's story was brought to a resolution, and knowing that in Picard's third season they weren't going to do anything with Kirk being there, he included Kirk's body so that someone else down the line could potentially do something with a resurrection or some sort of revisit of the character. The company that we've spoken about a lot is Otoy. Of course, they wowed a lot of us with their movie Unification, 765874 Unification, which came out there in the latter end of 2024. This was just one of a series of films that jumps on from Generations. We did see the short film Regeneration a couple of years ago. This features the Enterprise D being recovered from the surface of Viridian 3, which would of course tie in then with the canon of Picard's third season, with the Enterprise D making its return in the Fleet Museum, which I absolutely love, bodied with the star drive section and engines of the USS Syracuse. Thank you very much, Geordie. Also, that short film featured Lawrence Selleck as Spock, with a mixture of prosthetics, and Otoy of course has pioneered this digital prosthetics technology as well. Still a lot of discussion about it, but to differentiate it from AI deepfakes and the like. That almost shot for shot replicated the scene of Spock by Kirk's cairn on Viridian 3 from the Spock Reflections comic. Jumping forward then to Otoy's Unification video, that shows Kirk as he appeared in this getup. This is very much suggested to be a somewhere between Resurrection Afterlife, that the time agent, Lieutenant Yor, helps to bring him over to the Kelvin universe so that Kirk and Spock can say goodbye to each other on Spock's deathbed in the Kelvin universe. Because back in The Final Frontier, what did Kirk say? "I've always known I'll die alone." We know that not to be the case in Alpha Canon. He died with Picard, although if you want you can interpret it that he did die without Spock and McCoy. And then in the Kelvin universe of films, sadly because Leonard Nimoy passed away between films, the Prime Spock died off screen. Now we do get a lovely nod to the original series cast in Star Trek Beyond, but Unification brings and it was also released directly for the anniversary of Star Trek Generations, brings Generations Kirk, played by Sam Witwer, to Prime Spock as he appeared in Star Trek Into Darkness, to say goodbye on Spock's deathbed. It's a beautiful tribute. It feeds directly into Generations and jumps from Generations, and it exists in a sort of, it's canon if you want it to be. If you don't want it to be, that's fine as well. Paramount approved it, so which helps even more if you want it to be canon. Yes, it's Star Trek First Contact. We are properly into the 90s now at this stage. We've had 2 Star Trek films already in the 90s. This would be the, of course, third, that's how maths work, and there will be one more in the 90s. Then we start a new millennium of Star Trek, but that's in the future. We're going to be going through all of the ups and downs for Star Trek First Contact in, I'm not going to lie, one of my favorite uniforms. But if you've been following our channel and you've seen the recent uniform ranking list, you'll have to check out where this lands on it. I can hear the furious comments being typed right now, but sure, listen, isn't it good that we all have a chat and have opinions? And there were definitely some opinions after the Star Trek Generations ups and downs, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of feedback this one gets. So will you join me please as we go through all of the ups and downs for Star Trek First Contact. Coming through with an up straight away, it's the soundtrack for Star Trek First Contact, he said with a grin. Well, no, deadly serious for a second. Jerry Goldsmith, thank God, returning to Star Trek. And I say thank God because I mentioned before in both the ups and downs for the motion picture and for the Final Frontier that Jerry Goldsmith's sound is so, I think it to be so Star Trek right to its core. you know, that famous Star Trek march, of course, from the motion picture. It, you know, then would be combined with Alexander Courage's theme in Star Trek V, The Final Frontier. And you get both of them in Star Trek First Contact. But it's also a family affair here, because Joel Goldsmith, Jerry's son, shared this film with him. Joel did an awful lot of the stuff for the Borg, while Jerry took care of a lot of, well, the rest of it, really. And the sound together is just one of the most beautiful soundtracks of them all. In fact, the First Contact theme, I know, is one of the most popular pieces of music from the entire Star Trek universe, as is, jumping to the end, the arrival of the Vulcans in the T'Plana Hath. It's just such a beautiful, soaring score. One of the fair pieces of feedback that we got from the Generations one was that a lot of people took umbrage with the idea that the battle music in Generations was reused in DS9 and, twice. And I did, in fairness, I think I did incorrectly order them. Well, sadly, my down still stands for the Generations soundtrack, but yes, I do want to correct myself that I said it was reusing things from DS9, when, in fairness, DS9 reused it, and I just wanted to say that there up front. And actually, I suppose, on the topic of reuse, Jerry brings his theme, A Busy Man, back here. It's you know, quoted in First Contact. It would get more use in Star Trek Nemesis, which we discuss in a couple of weeks. It's a beautiful, beautiful theme. The second up, but a whopper of an up, goes to Jonathan Frakes. Now, we all know him as the bearded beauty who really has an interesting approach to chairs that we've followed since Encounter at Farpoint. As Riker, he is brilliant in this film. In fact, there isn't a bum note in the cast. I'm going to say that right now. Everyone brings their A game in this film. But of course, Frakes was pulling double duty as the director as well. He would be the first of the Next Generation cast members, and in fact the only Next Generation primary cast member to direct one of the Star Trek films. He pulls a blinder. When I was reading about the behind the scenes of this film, he had a somewhat, not a rushed production period, but a shorter than would be liked production period. Basically, what was it he said? He was given the job of director about a month later than he would have liked. I'm sure many of us who have a deadline to hit would say the same thing, but when you're helming a feature film, give the man all the time you can. But Two Takes Frakes absolutely delivered with this film. Many people regard First Contact as the best of the Next Generation era of films. Now, whatever your opinion on that, there is no denying it is a blinder. Going into the actual plot of the film, an up from me goes to the Borg nightmares in the very beginning. It's a heck of a way to open a film, you know, especially when you're zooming out of Patrick Stewart's eyeball, which I hear he doesn't really like anymore. We've really got to stop doing that. Although, you wonder, what's worse, zooming out or needle in? That really impressive shot as you pull the camera back and you get an idea of just what a Borg cube looks like on the inside. Big. It looks big. Funny enough, this was the last scene to be filmed. There's a bit of trivia for you there now. And we do get the first utterance of anything by Alice Krieg's Borg Queen, who we won't see for another few minutes in the film. But she's there from the very beginning. I'm going to come through with a down, and that down is to a trope, and the trope is Dream Within a Dream. For me, it's a personal thing. I don't like it as a trope. It's by no means the worst crime in the world, but we're awake. We're really awake now. No matter how frightening that, you know, oft repeated Borg technology through the face is. Saying that, the down stands. That's an important piece of Borg information that you get in this scene. Up number 4, it's gotta go to Robert Blackman and the uniforms. I really, really like the aesthetic that Star Trek First Contact sets up. We have these beautiful new uniforms, which were designed by Robert Blackman specifically to suit the aesthetic choices of this film. I have slightly heartbreaking news for many people. Apparently, and this was on the audio commentary for Star Trek Insurrection, so spoiler I guess, Frakes didn't like wearing them. You know, it's not that I don't think it was that he didn't like the look of them, it was that he didn't like wearing them in the Star Trek films. My heart was broken, so sorry, I guess, if I've just shared that pain with everyone. I think they look fantastic, and they certainly suit the mood that First Contact is going for. Here, right up front, we get Admiral Hayes warning Picard about something he already knows, and that is that the Borg have returned to Federation space. This brings us to the introduction of the Enterprise E. Up. I mean, it's the Enterprise E. It is beautiful, it is sleek, it went through several versions, but it generally had the overall look that we ended up getting. Designer John Eves, who would do just so much with Star Trek. I mean, the man's a legend. I was lucky enough to get to have a chat with him a couple of years ago. He started with nacelles that were angled forward. There was the idea of doing the design kind of like the horseshoe, like the Enterprise D, until eventually they settled with what they got. I think this is a triumph of design, and you can also see the inspiration that the Enterprise E has for ships that followed. You can see it in the Enterprise F, for example. I think you can see it in Sean Tarango's Luna-class USS Titan as well. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous design. And there's a fun story about... Poor Star Trek has a relationship with the Playmates company, doesn't it? Oh, go on, I'm going to talk about it here. Because my very first model of the Enterprise E was the Playmates model, the one where the nacelles were based off an early design. Basically, they were sort of the Bussard collectors. They weren't encased the way they ended up being in the film. There's probably several people watching this have that exact model. I had that for a very, very long time. I even remember getting it from Santa and going, this is slightly different. It did make noises though, so I was still cool with it. Our next up goes to the briefing in the Observation Lounge. Now this is the Observation Lounge set that was originally built back in 1987. It's just been retooled and revamped to look like it's on a different ship, quite frankly. It's one of the few sets that weren't destroyed during the events of Star Trek Generations. All of our main cast is sitting there in the gorgeous new uniforms. You have the gold Enterprises, all of the current Enterprises sitting there against the back wall as well. Again, poor old, just the fact that it predated Enterprise. NX-01 is there in spirit, we'll say. It's just kind of, it's hidden the way New Zealand was. We also get the introduction of Geordie's new eyes. It's funny because I see there is, I think, a little bit of a divide on this because the visor is iconic. I mean, it is just iconic, isn't it? But LeVar Burton looked fantastic with these new ocular implants. So, again, I feel like I'm going to use the word aesthetic a lot in this Ups and Downs. Aesthetically, I do have to give it to the ocular implants. And there's a funny story as well. It's a shower sprocket. When you see them adjusting, like someone filmed a shower sprocket and put it against a black background, it's quite cool. In my head canon, it's because his visor had been hacked by the Duras sisters, he thought that's the final straw, so I'm getting new eyes. Despite the fact that he'd said several times in the Next Generation, well, I don't want them because I see so well. If you compare the way he sees in First Contact to the way he sees in, say, the Next Generation's Heart of Glory, for example, he definitely got a bit of an upgrade. I thank you for joining me on that wild tangent. Long story short, they're not going to the battle. They're not joining the rest of Starfleet because Starfleet has ordered them to the neutral zone in case the Romulans decide to take advantage of the situation. And as the crew points out, huh? I mean, they say it differently, but that's what they're saying. But Starfleet's orders stand, and so they set a course for the neutral zone. We then cut to, I wonder how many people this was their classical music introduction. It's not Bizet, it's Berlioz, and it's from Le Troyen Valençonore. I have, again, headcanon, I have this great image in my head of, actually, Picard's ready room is not soundproofed at all. And in fact, they're all sitting there on the bridge going like, will he please turn it down? This is ridiculous. I do have it down. I have it down. You see, well, in shadow anyway, you see that Picard has a model of the Enterprise E in his ready room. I'm sort of like, he had the Stargazer in the Enterprise D ready room. I don't know, it just bugged me that it wasn't the Enterprise D. Perhaps that is an irrational down, but I think it should have been the Enterprise D rather than the Enterprise E there. We get that great exchange where Troy signals in, we've just heard from the fleet, they've engaged the Borg. up. Even though the film wasn't exactly a barrel of laughs up to this point, you just feel it change like that. They walk out on the bridge, they start to listen to the sounds of Starfleet getting its ass kicked. Couple of nice Easter eggs there in terms of ship names, but what you really hear is their colleagues fighting and dying. Picard doesn't mess about. On the redesigned bridge, which by the way, Herman Zimmerman absolutely smashed it in this film, he gives the order to defy orders. He lets everyone know he's going to do that. If anyone wants to make a protest, they can log it, he'll note it in their log. How could he not decide to do that when you get that fantastic cinematic, "We are the Borg"? I will say, it's not a down, but Data saying, "I think I speak for everyone here, Captain, when I say to hell with their orders," just for me, it was too much of a riff on Spock in The Undiscovered Country. If I were human, I believe my response would be, go to hell, if I were human. I feel like they were trying to do that moment and it didn't land as well. Just my opinion on the matter. Up to the Borg cube on the big screen. To think that they were thinking originally they weren't going to do a cube, which I think would be just the awful idea. It's so instantly recognizable. And I mean, every subwoofer in the land rattles as that thing pulls up. We also get taken up to the Defiant, which is finally doing what it was designed to do, which is fight the Borg. Now, I'm not gonna lie, it's not doing very well, depending on who you ask, because apparently versions of this film had it that the battle was much longer than it actually ended up being seen on screen. I mean, the neutral zone is not beside Mars, and they fly from the neutral zone to Earth, and they get there. I think the prevailing number is about 6 days, and the Defiant is still fighting. So that is impressive. You know, as it is in the film, it's like, oh, right, great, thanks for showing up. So I prefer the headcanon version, that it's quite a bit longer. We get introduced to a whole slew of new ships, and yes, I'm gonna talk about all of those few bits in the temporal observations as well. Even Han Solo. I'm giving an up, by the way, to Adam Scott. That's Adam Scott as the helmsman of the USS Defiant. Apparently he auditioned for the role of Lieutenant Hawk and didn't get the part. He lost out to Neil McDonough, but he still got to be in the film. And if you see him in interviews, I mean, he jokes that, no, my character survived. There's a spin-off coming. I love Adam Scott. I love Parks and Rec for years. I haven't seen Severance yet, but I have seen people really enjoying it. So there you are now. He's in this. Now, unfortunately, as I say, the Defiant has taken an L bashing. So when that shot, oh my God, that shot of the Enterprise E flying in, there's a bit of a discussion about the scale being maybe not quite what it should be between the Enterprise E and the Defiant, as in the Defiant is far too small based on these shots. But as it flies in, and look, I have to down it, Enterprise E's shields were still raised, and he gives the order, beam them aboard. I will, however, accept a little bit of leeway on that one, because could you open a hole in the shields? Maybe. You know what I mean? So, it's just that they did include a line later on, our shields were down, they could have beamed aboard. It does have to be a down from me here, proving that Starfleet were absolutely wrong to sideline Picard. He takes command of the fleet. We would get the exact regulation as to why in an episode of Star Trek Voyager, but still. He takes command of the fleet, commands them all to lock their weapons on the one spot on the cube, gives the order to fire, and destroys the cube. I love this as a once-off. I think it works brilliantly in Star Trek First Contact. It's something they would immediately adapt to, so I'm glad that they didn't, I mean, I suppose when would they? Maybe in Voyager, but then you didn't really have a fleet, did you? This idea of like, yes, this will work once. And I think it really, 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 really works. Sorry, it really works. I mean, come on, I love this battle. It's fantastic. Also, I feel like we were teased by not seeing enough of Wolf 359, and also what we did see was a very impressive television budget. Man, Frakes delivered with this film. Borg Sphere, which, by the way, taken up, love the new ship, flies off towards Earth. Enterprise E sets a pursuit course, but then we have a visitor coming to the bridge. Worf, taken up. I feel, personally, I do feel that they play Worf is no longer a member of the Enterprise crew quite well in this film. Certainly better than the next two. He has just come off commanding his own ship. And yeah, there's a little bit of gentle ribbing. I mean, like, there's a bit of teasing Riker going, tough little ship, which is a callback, by the way. You know, you do remember how to fire phasers, right? And also the levity in this scene, that never... Because you're like, you know, well, Riker's cracking jokes after a whole load of people have just died in the explosion. But, you mean, also, adrenaline must be up through the roof. I know I crack jokes at stressful situations. So, yeah, this works for me. Loving, by the way, the Klingon theme, sort of shifting from general Klingon to sort of Worf's theme in this film. Which, again, really like. And also, I love the fact that, technically for no reason at all, the chief medical officer just leaves sickbay and comes up to the bridge with Worf. I wonder, should that be a down? Nah, because it's nice to see her. As we're flying along, they detect chronometric particles, so they twig it straight away. It's going to be time travel. Now, this is actually the second film in a row that has utilized time travel as part of the plot. And I don't hate it. Over-reliance on time travel can be an issue, but I don't feel that this suffers because of it. Because it just sets us up for that fantastic moment of, Captain, Earth. And you look up and it's a Borg planet. That was an up to me. Approximately 9 billion, all Borg. They fly through the rift and we fly through to Bozeman, Montana. Up to Zefram Cochrane. Up to Lily Sloan. And of course their respective actors, James Cromwell and Alfre Woodard, who make this film, it just makes this film what it is, in addition, of course, to everyone else. They are seen leaving a bar. We get tiny little bit of exposition going. I'm not going up in that thing with a drunken pilot. Something starts firing on this complex. It's the Econ! After all these years? What? No, it's a Borg sphere. Apparently not using one quantum torpedo to destroy the entire thing. One quantum torpedo. Anyway, sure, listen. What I am going to do though is I am going to give it down. Great shot of the Enterprise flying through that portal, but that sphere was destroyed very easily. I'm giving it a down because boom, 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 explosion, done. Right. Apparently in the shooting script, Admiral Hayes talked up how good the quantum torpedoes were, that they were so effective against the Borg, that, you know, this was back when it was going to be like an invasion of ships rather than just the cube. Budget. But apparently, you know, like, they would come straight through Borg defenses and everything. That's great, but that's not what we see on screen. So for what we see on screen, the sphere's a bit, all right then. We get the great kind of twigging what day it is scene aboard the bridge. You know, like, April 4th, 2063, the day before First Contact. Sorry, just for Paramount and CBS, First Contact Day is April the 5th. They beam down because they know that this is where Zefram Cochrane is building his warp ship, that tomorrow is the flight that will mean, you know, humans will become known on the galactic scale. They need to make sure this happens. So they beam down to the site. I love that. Just like, rather than going, we need to organize clothes, walking, transport room, computer, mid-21st century civilian clothing. Why would you not do that? It's a brilliant idea. There you go, get changed on the way. Possibly beam it, well, I mean, in later years, you know, they would just beam it onto themselves. But yeah, it looks really good. I'm so on board with that. They beam down. They're looking through, they see a lot of dead bodies. They find the Phoenix, which thankfully hasn't been destroyed because the Borg are bloody stupid when it comes to firing weapons. But the person who's not stupid is Lily Sloan, who is guarding the Phoenix, and she empties a machine gun magazine on Data, who says greetings. Oh, okay, so the pieces are nearly all in place now. So Crusher figures out that Lily has radiation poisoning. She'll have to be beamed up, but don't worry, I will keep her unconscious. And Geordi is given the command to beam down and bring an engineering team. Little did Picard know, he just saved Geordi's life. Because he twigs, it's getting a little warm in engineering, isn't it? Well, anyway, thankfully he beams off the ship. Lucky escape. The film kind of takes a second here to take a breath, and this is where you have Picard and Data with the Phoenix. And I really like this scene in a film that you really get it on rewatch, because first watch you're just about the experience. Rewatch you're kind of, you know what's coming, you can kind of time it if you like. And on rewatch, you know that you can go, this is where Picard places his hand against the Phoenix. And it's an up from me. I love this scene. And of course you get the, detecting imperfections in the titanium alloy, but it is no more real to me than it was a moment ago. And then you get Troy. Would you three like to be alone? I don't know, I just dig it. I just dig it. It's a great little moment of peace in a fairly serious situation. Needless to say, we switch to complete horror moments later. I am going to up the horror in this film because I think it walks a fine line between adult frights and still relatively family friendly. There's maybe a scene or two where like, okay, right, you're walking the line of family friendly there. You probably know which ones I'm talking about, but poor Paul Porter. Up he goes because it's getting so warm, he's crawling through the Jeffries tubes. Hey, anyone else working maintenance in here? Then you just hear the Borg, get him, don't you? Don't worry though, it's not the last time we see Paul. And poor Iger, who's crawling up. Paul? Hey, Paul? And we get that scene that it's actually, I think it's the thumbnail for our jump scares in Star Trek video. Iger turns and straight out of, oh no, I don't like it. It's excellent, it's really good. It's an up from me. Picard realizes, because as he mentioned to Deanna earlier, he can hear the Borg and he can hear them now, which means he knows they're still alive. We get that one shot where they're walking through the corridor and Picard asks Worf, is everything all right up there? We are experiencing some environmental difficulties. Picard and Data are going to beam up to the ship, while Riker and Troy are going to stay down to the planet, which is the best thing for their continued well-being. In sickbay, which is of course a very familiar set to probably everyone in the audience, let's be real, I want to give an up to Alyssa Ogawa. Patti Yasutake was in this film, of course. She was in Generations as well. She's not in Insurrection or Nemesis, so this marks her final appearance as Ogawa in Star Trek. We sadly lost her in 2024. She doesn't get much to do in this film, but she's been such a part of Star Trek since, I think it was the 4th season she's introduced in The Next Generation. Definitely just want to give her a shout out here. We also then get, speaking of jump scares, they lose contact with the bridge, and the next thing you get a fist slam into the doors of sickbay. On the bridge, Picard has arrived with Data. Worf informs him that they've lost contact with Deck 16. Picard orders them to seal off Deck 16. And he says, before losing contact, what was the last thing we recorded? And we get that immortal thing. Temperature 39.1 degrees Celsius. Taken up for this scene. Everything Data's fractal code as well, locking the Borg out. The Borg won't stay on Deck 16. Rapidly getting to Lily being woken up by Crusher, and Lily being understandably going, oh, Don, I'm not in Kansas anymore. And I mean, come on. Up to the emergency medical hologram. Robert Picardo making a cameo appearance here in Star Trek First Contact, playing the emergency medical hologram of the Enterprise E, not the one of the Voyagers. Different characters, folks. We also get to see him for the first time in this uniform as well. Well, not this one because this is red, but this is overall grey uniform, and he gets to do a great play on the immortal line. This isn't in my program. I'm a doctor, not a doorstop. Oh, do a dance, sing a song, just buy us a few seconds. Oh, I love it. And then, the Borg break in, but it's from their point of view. Medical research has indicated that Borg implants cause severe skin irritations. Perhaps you'd like an analgesic cream? What comes next is that great scene in Voyager's cargo bay, in the weapons locker of the Enterprise E. And speaking of weapons, let's go kick some Borg arse, will we? But yes, we do. We get the introduction of the new phaser rifles. There are 3 of them. I only have one. I'm not made of money. We get the 3 different phaser rifles. Worf says he has programmed them to fire on rotating frequencies, but even with that, he doesn't reckon they'll get more than 12 shots at most. I'm sure we've all counted. I think they get slightly more than a dozen, but anyway. They go through the plant. They're going to puncture the plasma coolant tanks on either side of the warp core so they don't blow up the ship. Smart, because the Borg can't survive without their organic components. I wonder if that will come back later on. Picard drops this little doozy. It's possible you may come across Federation or Enterprise crew members who've already been assimilated. Don't hesitate to fire. Believe me, you'll be doing them a favor. We're going to talk about that one in Temporal Observations, okay? It's all very bloody serious, so we're going to have a moment of levity. And it works. Up to Marina Sirtis. And don't go criticizing her counseling techniques. This is no time to argue about time. We don't have the time. Oh, what was she saying? I too have known the deleterious effects of tequila. I think she's doing a bloody good job here. Because this is a sort of, well, introduction. I mean, we've seen Zefram Cochrane in the film already, but the sort of reintroduction, if you like, of Zefram Cochrane as a hard-drinking, well, booze hound, really. A complete break in the heavy before and after that this film offers. I mean, Cochrane, not quite what we were expecting, and not quite what we were introduced to in the original series either. And also struggles to get Deanna's name. This is the good stuff. Yeah, Riker does his very best to be professional. No, well, time and a place. Time and a place, Will. Okay, that wasn't so good. And poor Troy passes out on the table. The film, like, it doesn't even attempt to take the scene seriously. And it's so funny because you know that Frakes is acting in and directing this scene as well. I kind of wonder if at this point his kind of was just, I just need a break. And although I'm enjoying everything going around, yeah, this seems like a busy film. Anyway, yeah, Marina Sirtis smashed it in this scene. Reminder everyone, Data has an emotion chip now. We do, however, have a development since the previous film, which is that Picard can order him to turn his emotion chip off. Data did describe feeling anxiety, but after he does, done. Data, there are times that I envy you. Oh. Two recon teams converge at engineering, the one led by Worf and the one led by Picard and Data. There's a couple of continuity errors that, because of a sort of a array of cuts, and you do see them sort of handing, particularly phaser rifles. You know, the phaser rifle, if you look at them, it sort of changes who's holding what between the cuts, but you also see when they drop down between decks, they're sort of tossing phaser rifles to each other. So it's not a down. I will say I noticed it, but it's not quite a down yet. They get to engineering, it is of course locked, and they do that, the time on it, lower your weapons. They'll ignore us till they consider us a threat. It's very tense. It's an up from me, this entire journey to engineering. Data gets the door open, but he wakes up the Borg. And then start counting your phaser shots, because they do manage to take out a few of them. These redesigned Borg, by the way, up. Michael Westmore and Deborah Everton did a phenomenal job of designing or redesigning the Borg, if you will. I mean, Michael Westmore himself designed them for the Next Generation. They sort of free up the movement. They've lost the headpieces that were so common on the Borg of the Next Generation, and it's now pieces that are kind of grafted on. Westmore said in an interview that he wanted to look like they were kind of Borgified from the inside out, and we get a little bit of that as the film goes on. They look scary. These Borg are frightening, and you can see why these would be the Borg that would go on to certainly appear in Voyager and Enterprise because of wibbly wobbly timey wimey, but then also really influence what we would see in Picard, for example. And these Borg, while being fairly expressionless in their faces, are also bloody terrifying. I mean, you get zombie invasion here. You really get that. And, you know, thankfully Data is able to keep Picard alive by just casually snapping a Borg's neck, as you do. Some of the Enterprise crew, not so lucky. For example, that poor ensign who gets grabbed on his way to escape through the Jeffries tube, and Picard helps him by killing him. It's a brutal moment, and we hadn't really seen this from Picard before. And it's definitely a taste of things to come. But you know I'm giving a whopper of an up to, well, you better find a way to make it easy, soldier, or I'm going to start pushing buttons. Lily and Jean-Luc, as a double act, this is the first we get, well, first kind of that we get of them. Technically, they were both in the missile tube. But of them together, Alfre Woodard is brilliant. She is so brilliant in this scene, well, in all of the scenes,
but particularly in this one, because she doesn't have time. He's trying to speak to her to convince her to, you know, drop the weapon or whatever. Yeah, no, she's having none of it. She needs to, but she doesn't realize she's on a ship yet, but she needs to get out of there. Slow. Oh. Yeah, everything about it works. Data's not having a great day because he got grabbed by the Borg. He's now on some sort of examination table and he can see the Borg are trying to break his code that he put into the Enterprise computer. Your efforts to break my code will not be successful, nor will your attempts to assimilate me into your collective. Brave words. I've heard them before. From thousands of species across thousands of worlds. But now, they are all Borg. Up. You know, the Temporal Prime Directive be damned in this scene, by the way. Yeah, no, Dulmer and Luxley, not gonna love any of this. But Troy, Riker, and LaForge do not have time to try and come up with it, or use their cover story for Cochrane. So you get the great scene then of Zephyr and Cochrane going, let me see if I get this, if I got you correctly. Commander. Equal parts hilarious because Geordi's there using the telescope to find the Enterprise E up in orbit, which he does, shows Cochrane the Enterprise E, and he's like, this is a trick. How'd you do that? You're a telescope. Buys it really quickly. And of course, you get the immortal line, so you're all astronauts on some kind of Star Trek. Up. Also, our writer, Clive, runs a newsletter called Some Kind of Star Trek, so check that out. They thankfully convince him that taking his flight as planned in the morning is the exact right thing to do, despite the attack he's just gone through. And it seems like they've got through to him. Up on board the Enterprise, this is the scene I'm referring to when I say they might be pushing it slightly when it comes to what they show. So this film had a PG-13, or the equivalent of a PG, I think it's PG-13 rating. Anyway, this not for little uns, because we go through the assimilation gore sequence, if you like. People who are missing part of an arm, people who are having cybernetic implants implanted into their eyeball. You have that shot of the Borg in the darkened room, and they are walking out, they've got lasers coming out, which there was some CGI help for there as well. And it culminates then with Chief of Security Daniels arriving on the bridge and announcing to Worf, who seems to be in sort of temporary command while Picard is effectively missing and Riker's down on the planet, letting Worf know that the Borg control nearly half the ship, but when they get to deck 11, they just stopped. The whole scene, it's so good. It's so good. By the way, deck 26, I'll come back to it. The scene in the wee little airlock between Lily and Picard is, again, excellent, of course. So he shows her the planet. He opens the exterior hatch and she goes, there's no glass. And he shows her the fact that it's a force field. But that technology doesn't exist yet. The gag of this scene is that, yes, technically New Zealand doesn't exist in the 21st century in this film because it's kind of missing from this shot. To say that I went online and there are forums of people analysing the view, literally, I've seen people with a slide rule going like, well, actually, you could argue that the angle of the airlock there just covers over where New Zealand would be on the map. So I'm going to not give a down for that. And do you know what? I do genuinely apologise if you're in New Zealand and this has always rankled you. I have seen enough argument that perhaps it was just obscured that I'm going to give them a pass on this one. And also because I must give an up to Lily's "It's my first ray gun." Love it. So what comes next? I am the Borg. That is a contradiction. I am the beginning, the end, the one who is many. I am the Borg. Possibly the greatest character introduction in all of Star Trek, taken up, and absolutely my latinum up of the film is the introduction of Alice Krige as the Borg Queen in this film. I mean, bloody hell, we could only hope for an introduction scene like that going forward. The head and shoulders lower into the waiting body. And I'm going to say it right now, all due respect to Voyager, they never matched this introduction. But also, how could you? Do you know what I mean? How could you? She's covered head to toe in Vaseline as well. I'm sure it must have helped her get in and out of the torso. Behind the scenes tidbit. It did not. It did not. Alice Creek suffered for her art in this film. This leads to the reveal that you're attempting to graft organic flesh onto my endoskeleton. What a cold description for such a beautiful gift. I see where you're going, Borg Queen. You're gonna tempt Data with flesh, aren't you? Was that scene good for you? It's good for me. Anyway, down. When Picard is describing the Enterprise E to Lily, he describes it as having 24 decks. Yes, it's an inconsistency, it's wrong. 26 decks versus 24 decks. When we get to Nemesis, it gets a little bit ridiculous. You'll see. We do get a great joke though. You know, who's those bionic zombies you were telling me about? The Borg. Borg? Sounds Swedish. Bjorn Borg wants a word. Oh, it's a great scene though, explaining the economics of the future, because Lily in the, mid 21st century only knows money and hard work and strife, and it's about survival. As bad as things are on the Enterprise E, it's at least a taste of the better things to come. They discover that the Borg have reached the corridors they're trying to move through, and Picard comes up with an idea when he sees the holodeck. However, down for firing before entering the holodeck. You took a risk there, Jean-Luc. With your own life was one thing, but with Lily's as well. I will, however, just give an up to perhaps something in Saturn. Another up will go to Ethan Phillips. Neelix himself makes an uncredited cameo in this film as the maitre d' of this beautiful, beautiful restaurant dance hall that they've arrived in, and then he gets thrown across a room. It's quite fun, really. Yes, apparently Ethan asked to be uncredited to see who would recognize him. I think enough people did fairly quickly because he has such a lovely, recognizable voice. But yeah, this whole scene is just a laugh riot. Dixon Hill makes a return, Ruby makes a return, and Ruby is absolutely getting an up. Watch your caboose and dump the bride. I don't know how you watch your caboose, but Jean-Luc Picard does it with a flippin' Tommy gun. Up. Because I'm sure many people wondered back, when the Borg were introduced as, okay, so they adapted phasers. Would a gun make a difference? And, well, First Contact answers that question. It is so rapid that you could understand why the Borg don't adapt so quickly. I mean, a force field is a force field. It'll stop it eventually, but, you've got two Borg and a Tommy gun. We get the first real instant of Picard's rage here. I think, sad as it is, shooting the ensign earlier really was putting somebody out of their misery. This felt personal. Particularly when he raises the stock of the gun and is about to bring it down on the already fairly clearly dead Borg's head. And Lily jumps in with, hey, I think you got him. A great sign here of Lily going, oh yeah, no, we're not doing this. We get that grim moment of Lily realizing that this was an assimilated crewman. Picard goes, yes, this was Ensign Lynch. Tough luck, huh? Time to break the heavy tension for a moment. We're down on the planet. Cochrane's having a drink of something. Water, I'm sure. And we get Dwight Schultz's cameo as Reg Barclay. It's the only time Barclay appears in the Next Gen films, and, he just is absolutely the Reg Barclay we've come to know and tolerate. No, he's there, he's bringing a piece of kit for Geordi to inspect. This is all good. We get another close-up and a play around with Geordi's eyes, and then we get the great, I'm sorry, Mr. Cochrane, I know this sounds silly, but can I shake your hand? I just never thought I'd be meeting the man who invented warp drive. It's fun, it's meant to be fun, and it sets us up for that great scene of Geordi going, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but I went to Zephram Cochrane High School. Up. He probably shouldn't have told him about the statue though, I will say that. Do you know when you meet someone and you really want things to go well, that you'll laugh at any joke? But was taking a leak a joke? Come on, Geordi, you're better than that. Picard and Lily arrive on the bridge. We get that funny moment of Lily gasping when she meets Worf. I am a Klingon. Yes, you are. And Picard reveals the plan, which is the Borg are going to build an interplexing beacon to contact the Borg of the time. We get a nice little, it's a little Easter egg there of course you're going, but in the 21st century, the Borg were still in the Delta Quadrant. Who else was in the Delta Quadrant? What could this be a reference to? And we get the great, Commander Worf, what do you remember of your EVA training? I remember it made me sick to my stomach. And then Michael Dorn just does a great, what are you suggesting? Down on the planet, Cochrane's going for a bit of a run. We play around more with Geordi's eyes. It's just good fun. In the airlock, before they go out, we get, although it's only been a couple of minutes, it still feels like a great callback when Lily is standing there and she says to Picard, watch your caboose. I intend to. That's an up from me. As is that gorgeous shot of the exterior of the Enterprise E as the three of them, Worf, Picard, and Hawk, I'll talk about Hawk now in a minute, all start walking toward the deflector. I mean, it is hilarious. I mean, you know, don't you? You just know. Poor old Hawk. If that had been probably any other character, the three of them were coming home. We come then to, I'm gonna say it, my least favorite scene in the film. Fully functional. It's a down from me. It was a joke too far. I like the setup. I like the reveal that you've got basically a sleeve of flesh now put on Data's arm. That works. Data, as his emotion chip has been reactivated, so he's trying to be sassy with the Queen. Some of it really works. You know, believing oneself to be perfect is often the sign of a delusional mind. Small words from a small being. Alice Grey is just brilliant. And then Data tries to make a run for it. Yep, cool, as you would. She activates a force field. Fair play, as you probably would. And then he gets torn across the arm, and you get that build up. That all works. So I really want to specify everything up until she uses sexuality works for me. And the Queen herself, I think, is quite good in this scene. There's a cold calculation. It's something to do with leaving the eyes open while kissing, you know, as presented in this film. It's very much like, yes, this is working, it's very robotic. Two robots, lol. I don't know if the problem is that it's Data. Is that my problem with the fact that it's Data? You know, you could argue perhaps he's not supposed to have as much control over his feelings as, say, anyone who was born and raised with feelings. So there is that, but I feel it was put in for too much of a levity, callback, silliness. All of it just doesn't come together for me. So when they have that kiss at the end of the scene, I really feel myself kind of groaning rather than going, that's good. Out beside the deflector dish, the plan is quite straightforward. There are 3 maglocks which hold the center of the dish to the Enterprise, which, if released, will release the deflector dish. Everybody wins. Okay, brilliant. Lieutenant Hawk, who presumably has served longer than 47 minutes on board the Enterprise E, proposes that they just shoot at the dish. Picard then reminds him that it's charged with anti-protons that could destroy half the ship. Down, Hawk's an idiot. I'm sorry, but Hawk is an idiot in this film. And, you know, that seems like a fairly, like, you would surely know that. Or have possibly suggested it somewhere between the airlock and walking over there. So unfortunately, it doesn't make him look very good. To be fair to Hawk, though, down, that's a silly line. This is something that actually is addressed in, I'll talk about it in the Temporal Observations, but it's actually addressed in future Star Trek films. But imagine you've got this fearsome starship coming towards you, you're an enemy, what are we gonna do? Well, there's a massive bullseye sitting on that ship that if you hit that, everybody wins. And we have seen, unfortunately, things like, you know, the episode The Jem'Hadar of DS9 and the poor Odyssey. It's like, all right, yeah, you hit the deflector dish, everybody wins. It's a very bad design flaw. Down on the planet, Riker and Geordi and the rest, they catch up with Cochrane and he just goes, I don't care, I'm not going back. I don't want to be a statue. And Riker pulls out his phaser and stuns him and turns around to Geordi and quite rightly admonishes him, going, you told him about the statue? Yeah, up. Riker's right. Up then on the Enterprise E as well. It's kind of now that I think about it, it's kind of an odd break. Anyway, Worf, Picard and Hawk, they set themselves up at the different maglocks and they start to activate them so that they can deactivate the magnetic ceilings. Worf activates his fairly easily, also Worf being easily the strongest of the 3 because it's definitely inferred that there's a bit of heft in them now. He wakes up a Borg who comes over to him and starts the battle. They'd already fired a shot at the Borg, they'd killed one, but the next one's adapted, and so we get the reveal of Worf's mech making a lovely cameo appearance from DS9, first seen in The Way of the Warrior. We get that battle. Worf quickly dispatches his Borg, but oops, Borg has torn Worf's suit. That's probably not good. Meanwhile, Hawk gets redshirted. I know it sounds so blunt to put it like that, but that's exactly what happens. He sits there, he doesn't look up quick enough, and he gets grabbed by a Borg. And basically I've written down Goodbye Hawk 1 on this. And I do feel bad for him because nobody wants to end up being a Borg, depending on who you ask. So, yeah, don't worry, it's not the last we'll see of him, though. Picard manages to unlock his mag servo and is then faced by another Borg who's come to deal with him. And he has the great idea of disengage the magnetic boots, pushing himself off and flying over to where Hawk was. And he's just about to... Well, I mean, he does activate Hawk's maglock, which does release the deflector dish, and just as he's about to pick up his phaser rifle, Hawk returns. And inside Hawk's helmet, we have Borg technology. This in conjunction with the dream, so the dream being a dream. So this sort of, in conjunction with that dream and that poor ensign who you could see it running through his skin, you kind of get the first real depiction of, I suppose, nanoprobes and how this version of Borg technology works. You know, if you think of the Next Generation, it was a slow, laborious, probably torturous process as well. Whereas this is vampire stuff. This is vampire zombie stuff. And this is good. This version of Hawk, sorry Hawk, but this is an up from me. And also impeccable timing, Worf taken up, leading to, assimilate this. Up. Down on the planet, there's two completely different films happening, I love it. But down on the planet, poor Cochrane is dealing with a hangover, which might have been from the whiskey or your laser gun, but I'm ready to make history. I think this is a critical scene because Cochrane is such an important character, but we kind of get set pieces with him rather than exploration of him as a character overall. But I do like this exchange between himself and Riker when he reveals that his idea of the future is money and retiring to an island full of naked women. That's the Zefram Cochrane of reality. And Riker just smiles and he repeats, although he hasn't said them yet, Cochrane's own words back at him. Don't try to be a great man, just be a man. Let history make its own decisions. That's rhetorical nonsense. Who said that? You did. 10 years from now. Up. Back on the bridge of the Enterprise, things aren't looking too good. Daniels reports that several of their security checkpoints have been overrun by the Borg. Picard says, fight hand to hand if you have to. Worf is the one to say it. We've lost the Enterprise, self-destruct. Picard is like, no, we will not lose the Enterprise, not while I'm in command. The scene is brilliant, the acting is brilliant, but Picard, you're a prick in this scene. Calling Worf a coward. That's low. That's really low. Worf may not be part of the crew anymore, but you don't do that. Like, in fairness, the scene is fantastic and everyone's brilliant in it, the writing is brilliant in it, but it does lead to the scene. You know the scene. You know what scene I'm talking about. You son of a bitch. I really don't have the time. Oh, the exchange between Lily and Picard in the observation lounge is an all-timer. It is two acting powerhouses doing their very, very best to frankly one-up each other, but no, they really, really complement each other. And then lines like, I am such an idiot. It's so simple. The Borg hurt you, and now you're going to hurt them back. Because when you boil everything down, it really is that simple. Picard tries to argue evolved sensibilities, that this is about protecting the future of humanity. But as Lily says, if you can get off the ship and blow it up, you destroy the Borg. 6 years ago, I was assimilated into their collective. So you can understand, my dear, I have a somewhat unique perspective on the Borg. And we get the references to Captain Ahab and Moby Dick. This is not about revenge. Liar. He swings his phaser around and he smashes that display case of Enterprises. I will not sacrifice the Enterprise. They assimilate entire worlds and we fall back. The line must be drawn here. This far, no further. And I will make them pay for what they've done. I'm pretty sure you saw this coming. It's my dilithium up of the film. The whole scene. The whole scene, everyone. Patrick Stewart is fantastic here. Alfred Woodard is fantastic in how she doesn't let herself get overwhelmed by it. You broke your little ships. See you around, Ahab. And she starts to go. I know, Picard being Picard, he then quotes Moby Dick back at her. She's like, what? Actually, I've never read it. She got through. It is fabulous. Down, the continuity of the broken ships is off. I had to get it done, I had to say it. Setting up our big Act 3, if you like. Picard comes out, announces we're going to evacuate the Enterprise. They give the order to start the self-destruct sequence. The whole thing is an up, as well as it's intercut with the ignition sequence of the Phoenix down on the planet as well. I love that as well, like, they've kind of inserted themselves into history. Riker and LaForge are now sitting in the Phoenix as it's about to fly. Troy is the one counting them down to take off. I see you. I see you pulling a Commander Sisko. Let's see if you're in the history of books. Gabriel Bell, how are you? We also get one of the only times Crusher ever calls herself Commander here, as opposed to just Doctor, which is, yeah, fair play. And we get the apology, and the apology is crucial because Picard, once the blood rushes down, he says, I regret some of the things I said to you earlier on, he says to Worf. As Worf goes, some. As a matter of fact, I think you are the bravest man I've ever known. You taken up from that. We appreciate a man who can apologize. I have it down. We understand Picard can hear the Borg because of the remaining, Borg technology within his body, something that would of course be explored later on in Star Trek Picard. It's not, the down is that I'm left wondering how he heard Data. If Data was connected to the collective, which is what's suggested here, how then did the Queen not hear him? And if he is connected to the collective, why has he not already undone the fractal code? Unfortunately, it seems like it's great for getting Picard to remember Data's down in engineering, but it seems like it's one logical leap too far. Down to the planet, we get that fantastic sequence where Cochrane's like, we can't take off without it. What is it? Oh, here we go. And he puts on Steppenwolf, Magic Carpet Ride, blowing out poor Troy's eardrums, by the way, as the Titan rocket takes off and blasts the Phoenix right up into space. The whole sequence is fantastic, I have to say. That is an up from me. As is, Picard saying to Lily that he is staying behind to save Data, and we get that great scene of the escape pods taking off from the Enterprise E as well. It's just a whole fantastic sequence, really. There is one thing, though, that is a down as well, is that when Picard walks up to the door of engineering, and on that door it says Deck 16, which we know was overrun and assimilated by the Borg, there is no Borg technology to be seen anywhere. It's the same deck. And you've seen the way Borg technology spreads. To me, that's a down. Conversely, up, the sequence of him walking into engineering, the return of Paul Porter, by the way, and welcome home Locutus. The reveal of, the Queen was there during the events of Best of Both Worlds. And actually, because oftentimes you get, oh, they were there, they were just around the corner. Yeah, you just didn't see them. But no, this makes sense. She is the Borg. As you humans think in such three-dimensional terms. She is if the Borg haven't been destroyed, the collective, she lives. It's kind of great, still to this day, kind of going, yeah, but does she have a personality? Is that the personality of the Borg? I like it, I really do, it works for me. And he says, what you wanted was an equal. You didn't just want another drone. I could be with you again. Admittedly, it's not a fabulous plan because the second she assimilates him, she gets all of his knowledge. But sure, listen, she does play a trick on him because she agrees to let Data go. Data, by the way, I love it. Data's face. Always loved it. And she says, Data, you're free to go. Which he goes, no. As you can see, I've already found an equal. How's the ego there, Jean-Luc? Because you're just going to be another drone. Up in space. The scene that was then in every episode of Enterprise where the Phoenix is revealed in her glory once the parts of the Titan missile fall away. That Phoenix is beautiful, taken up from me. I love those TOS era, like the Bussard collectors on it as well. But there's a couple of just little character beats where Cochrane just goes, oh wow, when he sees Earth for the first time. Sorry, I even thinking about it, I love it as well. And then the funnier one later on when they're gearing up to go to warp and the Enterprise flies in and he just turns around and goes, sweet Jesus. I love it as well. I think Riker relax, I'm sure that it's here to give us a send-off. Of sorts. Picard is being forced to watch the destruction of the Phoenix. It makes sense that she hasn't pumped him full of nanoprobes at this point. Because she's cruel. You know, the Borg in the form of the Queen are not emotionless. That much, I think, is very well established in this film. Data goes and locks out the main computer, or unlocks the main computer, I should say. He deactivates the self-destruct sequence. Picard kind of tips his hand and he goes, Data, no. Well, if she didn't trust you before, now, Jean-Luc. But anyway. And then so Data fires 3 quantum torpedoes directly at the Phoenix. And we get that great line, watch your futures end. And then it's straight past it. Data! Resistance is futile. Just up. The whole thing is just brilliant. Phoenix goes to warp as all of that plasma coolant pumps out into the engineering. Oh, I love it. Can I just say, up to Jean-Luc. And yeah, up to Patrick Stewart. You know, man works out. He looks bloody brilliant at this. He does that. He climbs the rope. I've never been able to climb the rope. I can't do it. It's not a thing. I'm sorry. I know you're looking at me thinking, wow, what a specimen of just strength and muscles. Yeah, no, we're going to disavow you of that thing right now. But yeah, he climbs up the Borg tendril that was coming down to save her and then hangs from it, showing off some nice guns there. Fair play. And yeah, the Borg Queen says, well, I'm just going to climb up out of this. And she grabs his leg and Data rises up. It's all very Frankenstein's monster here. And, you know, he's got exposed circuitry. He grabs her and she is not happy about anything, and you know, she's screaming, and then he topples her into the plasma coolant. And the Borg all around, we do get that, you know, the trope of you kill the Queen, you kill everyone else. And yes, but they all start dying in close proximity, underlined there many times. And we see that horrible scene again, PG-13, of the flesh of the Borg Queen's skull dissolving in the plasma. Frankly, kind of fantastic. And maybe I shouldn't like it as much as I do. But Picard swings across and he vents all of the plasma out. Thankfully, the Borg have died because I would not like to be in there with a bunch of angry Borg. He goes down and walks across. We get, just the music is fantastic in this scene as well. But walks across to the Borg Queen. And you could see the skull trying its best. It's still alive, it's clearly still alive. And so he takes her out of her casing and snaps the vertebrae. Cold. It's good. And then of course you get that exchange where Data is sitting there and he goes, I imagine I look worse than I feel. For a time I was tempted by her offer. How long a time? 0.68 seconds. For an android, that is almost an eternity. Up. If we were going to give a second Latinum up for this film, this would be the other contender, which is the arrival of the Diplanahath and First Contact itself. It's just brilliant. I mean, up anyway. Beautiful design of the Vulcan ship. The reveal that they are Vulcans, which I think I was more surprised than I should have been, really, when they walked off the ship. But the great reveal, and we get this, and then, you know, we get and then, you know, just shake hands instead. The music, that's just stunning. And then Picard speaking to Lily, and she says, I envy you and the world you're going to. And he says, I envy you and the world you're about to create. It's just a beautiful scene. They beam away. The Enterprise then flies back home, where history will be waiting for them, or future will be waiting for them. Data sitting there with his exposed circuitry. He'll be fine. Lily looks up to see the Enterprise fly through the temporal portal. Don't worry, they were covered over by the moon's gravity well. They're fine. No one's going to detect them. And she turns then to go inside the bar, where Zefram Cochrane is trying to teach the Vulcans how to drink to the sound of Ooby Dooby by Roy Orbison. Of course, it's an up. Having gone through all of the film, will you join me at Temporal Observations? I'm actually going to start with a teaser trailer that was released, because it was released before the whole film had finished shooting. It had footage from All Good Things in there, it had footage from Generations in there. There's a fierce amount of the Enterprise D in the trailer for a film that doesn't feature the Enterprise D. We had Voyager made a wee cameo with a new firing pattern on the phasers, the Enterprise D crash is seen, because you see Troy and Riker as well, and of course scored to music by Cliff Idleman and James Horner, which I just thought was quite funny. And we get a different take as well, as the line must be drawn here. There's many versions of the script. For example, there was a version of this film called Star Trek Renaissance, which would have seen them going back even further in time. That would have seen the Borg assimilating medieval medieval humanity. Data would be made to Da Vinci, and I have to say, I'm really glad they didn't go with that. We have the character of Cochrane, of course, appears here, played by James Cromwell, but originated in the original series episode Metamorphosis, played by Glenn Corbett. There's a couple of character inconsistencies. For example, Zefram Cochrane from Alpha Centauri in the original series, whereas he's very clearly from Earth here. Fantastic little visual nod, which I'm not going to lie to you, I didn't spot for years and years and years. But in the Phoenix, during the takeoff sequence, there's two buttons. One is marked TOS 3 and the other is marked TOS 8, and they're right beside each other. Metamorphosis was the 38th episode of the original series to be aired, to be released. It was the 32nd one produced, but it was the 38th one actually released. That's a deep cut. Cochrane, as presented in this film, is quite analogous, I think, to Gene Roddenberry. This idea that this very deeply flawed man is the one who effectively helped to give birth to the Federation. Correction from Sean's Ups and Downs for Star Trek Generations, where at the end of that film Picard said, plenty of letters left in the alphabet. No. He said it in this film. When they were going to self-destruct the Enterprise, and Crusher says, so much for the Enterprise E. And Picard says, plenty of letters left in the alphabet. My bad. The weapons locker, where they have the briefing, is a reuse of Voyager's cargo bay, because remember, at this point, Deep Space Nine and Voyager were on the air. The Borg ships, there was a few suggestions, like a Borg obelisk, for example, by Alex Delgado, as well as exposed organs for the Borg. Now, that might have been, what we got was pretty extreme, so that might have been slightly too much. Michael Westmore included Morse code in the lasers and in the eyepieces of the Borg as well. That Morse code spelled out, production members' names. That was a real missile silo, by the way, because you can think it would be a bloody expensive thing to build. It was at Green Valley, Arizona. A real Titan II missile was, well, hollowed out, obviously, but it was there, onto which they placed the capsule of the Phoenix. So let's talk about Tom Hanks. Yes, it has been discussed for years and years and years that Tom Hanks was the original choice for Zefram Cochrane. Rick Berman debates that. He said, yes, I'm sure at some point Tom Hanks's name was kicked about, but he was never really in serious contention. Recent interviews with Rick Berman have suggested that on some things, his memory was perhaps not as good as he might have wanted us to believe. So it's kind of up in the air. Anyway, whatever happened, it clashed with Tom Hanks' first directorial debut for That Thing You Do. He wasn't able to do the film. I mean, this was a tight production schedule. There was no waiting around, even for, an Academy Award winner, because Hanks is a well-known Star Trek fan. But yes, there is a universe out there where Tom Hanks played Zefram Cochrane. I've got to say, I like James Cromwell in the role, and maybe it's because I've always known James Cromwell in the role. But of course, he appeared here, he appeared in Broken Bow Broken Bow. I always get those two mixed up. But anyway, he appeared as Cochrane in that as well. But he also then returned as a hologram of himself in Grounded in Lower Decks. Alfre Woodard, of course, here, and then appeared in the Lower Decks episode as another version of Lily, Fisher Quest, when I stood up out of my seat when I heard her voice. She is the self-proclaimed godmother of Jonathan Frakes. Alice Krige, of course, originating the role of the Borg Queen here. She would return in Endgame, taking over again from Susanna Thompson, who had played the Borg Queen in both Dark Frontier and Unimatrix Zero. She appeared in I Excretus in Star Trek Lower Decks, and would then appear as the voice of the Borg Queen in both Vox, yeah, that makes sense, and The Last Generation in Star Trek Picard. There was a plan for the 5th season of Enterprise that we never got, where Alice Krige would play a Starfleet medical technician who would be assimilated by the Borg, and this would be an origin story of the Queen. Of course, we know Star Trek Enterprise's 5th season sadly never came to pass. We get our Dwight Schultz cameo, we get our Robert Picardo cameo, our Ethan Phillips cameo, Patty Yasutake cameo, well, I say cameo, but yeah. Don Stark, who would be known to a lot of people from That 70s Show as Don Pinciotti. He was Nicky the Nose in the Holosuite. He would appear, of course, he appeared alongside Kurtwood Smith in That 70s Show. He was also a Eurydian in DS9 in the episode Melora. Eric Steinberg, who played Paul Porter, was actually the runner-up for Harry Kim. He lost out to Garrett Wang. Turns out if your name is Harry Kim or you're related to Harry Kim in some way, you're not going to have a good bit of luck in the universe. There is also, there's a sort of an urban legend that Hawk was meant to be gay. It has been debunked by the writers of the film that wasn't in the initial drafts for Star Trek First Contact. Now there's a big but on that one. Future publications did confirm that Hawk was gay, particularly the Section 31 novel Rogue, written by Andy Mangels and Michael A. Martin, did confirm that Hawk was gay. So there is nothing in this film to contradict that. So Schrodinger's Hawk is both gay and heterosexual. There is an extremely deep cut Easter. In fact, if you didn't ever see this, no worries. In the bar in Bozeman, Montana, there is an ashtray upon which the American flag with all 52 stars is there. That is a callback to the Next Generation episode, The Royale, which showed a hunk of NASA wreckage with a US flag with 52 stars on it. The maglock controls around the deflector dish are named AE-35. This was a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey. That is the device that holds the main antennae, which means poor old Gary Lockwood has to go outside for an EVA, and everything ends well. If we go back to the start of the film for a second, that sequence, that battle, that's fantastic, The VFX supervisor is John Knoll, and he did a bloody bang-up job. We had ILM art director Alex Yeager. I'm sure most of you know this at this point. Millennium Falcon is in this film. It was put in as a joke. It's there. It's literally blinking you. I assume you're looking at a picture of it, a very blurry picture of it right now. It was put in as a joke. But what was not a joke and included was, of course, the Akira class, the Steamrunner class, the Sabre class, and the Norway class were all introduced, designed by Alex Yeager for this film. The Norway class, we've got to give a shout out to Eaglemoss there, who rebuilt the digital model of the Norway class, which was lost after this film. We did, of course, see the Akira, Steamrunner, and Sabre class in Deep Space Nine. The Akira in this one is the Thunderchild. The Thunderchild specifically would appear in Star Trek Prodigy as well. Thunderchild being a reference to War of the Worlds. We see a Nebula class, we see a Miranda class, and we see for the last time the Oberth class. The Tiplana Hath is the name of the Vulcan ship. Now, we don't hear that spoken in the film, this is just apocryphal. This ship itself would serve as the inspiration for the Vulcan ships that you would then go on and see in Star Trek Enterprise and Star Trek Lower Decks. But Tiplana Hath, the name we have heard before in Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home, it's one of the answers to one of Spock's questions when he's running through all of those, how do you feel? It's one of those answers. The film has a tiny sad legacy, is that it opened on the same day that Mark Leonard passed away. I mentioned earlier on that the first draft of this film had a much bigger battle with the Borg. Hayes was said to say that they were getting on very well with the new quantum torpedoes, that they had destroyed 47 Borg ships and only lost 15 ships of their own. And also was said good hunting to Picard, which is just something that comes up in Ronald D. Moore scripts all the time. Lieutenant J makes an appearance on the bridge of the Enterprise E. Lieutenant Daniels would return again in the next film. Adam Scott, I've already given a shout out to. In the script, the Defiant was destroyed. Both Ira Stephen Bear and Ronald D. Moore kind of went, that presents a bit of a problem for Deep Space Nine. So it's adrift but salvageable in the film. Data's encryption code, very much a callback to the episode Brothers in Star Trek The Next Generation. The holo novels that are up for grabs. So, Café des Artistes from We'll Always Have Paris. The Champs-Élysées, which would be a callback to Imaginary Friend. Charnock's Comedy Cabaret from The Outrageous O'Connor, featuring the unnamed comic, but it's Ronald B. Moore, who was, of course, the VFX supervisor for a very long time for Star Trek. I spoke to him, lovely man. The Big Goodbye, which is, of course, where we spend the most time, introducing The Big Goodbye, seen again in Manhunt and Clues. Emerald Wading Pool on Sumiko 3, which is said to be a safe experience, which is certainly how Dr. Crusher described it in Conundrum. And Equestrian Adventure from the episode Pen Pals, and yes, thank you, because I could not remember the word equestrian last week when we talked about generations. And I was like, jockey, equestrian. Thank you very much. And also, if you look at the left side of the screen, so many of the staffers' initials are there as part of the LCARs as well. I'm on board with this. The statue of Cochrane, I mean, that gets referenced all the time, but it appeared in Enterprise. Archer had one of the statues. There was also a statue in Commodore LaForge's office in The Bounty. Tycho City on the moon is a domed city. It got reinserted into the remastered Neutral Zone, but don't worry if you didn't see it. It was only on a graphic. No, the episode Valiant in DS9, it would then be mentioned where Chief Petty Officer Dorian Collins was from. It's also where Jack Ransom, first officer, later captain of the USS Cerritos, was from. We have New Berlin and, of course, Lake Armstrong. Self-destruct sequence, as always in the films and the original series, requiring 3 officers as opposed to the 2 officers that was established in The Next Generation. Moby Dick, apparently now there was a little bit of hesitation before including Moby Dick references so overtly in this film, because people might be like, are we doing Khan again? But I would have to defend it. I think it's done to make quite a good point here. Obviously, the best of both worlds, this is the sequel, and all of Picard pretty much spins off from this, particularly season 3, of course, but of course you've got Borg in seasons 1 and 2 as well, because when in doubt, Borg. The Borg Queen being introduced here. She would return in Dark Frontier, Unimatrix Zero, Endgame. We'd see her again for pretty much all of season 2 of Star Trek Picard. We would see her again in season 3 of Star Trek Picard. We had Alice Krige, Susanna Thompson, Annie Wershing. Jane Seymour played the body of the Borg Queen in season 3 of Picard, with Alice giving the voice as well. The Vulcan who walks out of that ship at the very end, obviously never named on screen, but that'll never stop us cannon hounds, will it? This was Solkar. Now, this was confirmed in dialogue in the Enterprise episode, The Catwalk. Solkar had been named several films previously as the grandfather of Sarek of Vulcan. So Solkar, Scone, Sarek, Spock, and Sybok, and adopted sister Michael Burnham. So there's rather a lot of legacy sitting here in this scene. Actually, speaking of the episode The Last Generation, established that there was a USS Solkar at Frontier Day as well. The Enterprise novel, Last Full Measure, establishes that he, along with T'Pol and Soval, signed the Federation Charter. So yeah, fairly important Vulcan here. There is another novel, Peter David's Triangle Imzadi, the sequel to his novel Imzadi, is set in and around the events of this film. It's a good film, it's a good novel for Troy and Worf backstory as well. I think I mentioned this earlier on, but James Cromwell had already appeared in Star Trek in The Hunted and Birthright, as well as 2 separate characters. Commander Crusher, saying that the Borg were in the Delta Quadrant. Well, that was a deliberate nod, that the fact that they were going to appear in Star Trek Voyager. We see Cardassian Borg, we see Bolian Borg, we see Klingon Borg. For the stargazers in the crowd, in the very beginning, when Lily says, "What is that?" Zephyr goes, "That is the constellation Leo, in which the Wolf 359 star sits." Picard taking command of the fleet. Thanks to Starfleet Regulation 191 Article 14, in a combat situation involving more than one ship, command falls to the vessels with the tactical superiority. Thanks, Captain Janeway, we learned that in Equinox Part 1. There's a great gag. I was saying, like, I'm delighted Geordi got to sit in the Phoenix. Well, if you go back to the Next Generation episode, New Ground, Geordi talks about how exciting it is to be sitting there about to watch the Soliton wave get fired off. And he specifically says how exciting it would be to see Cochrane take the first warp flight. I love that for you, Geordi. I love how that came all full circle. Some technical specs: the turbo lifts, or part of the turbo lifts of the Enterprise E bridge, actually came all the way back from the motion picture version of the Enterprise. The Master Systems display came from the Enterprise A bridge, that was from the Final Frontier. Tough little ship. Commander Riker calls the Defiant to Worf, which is exactly how Thomas Riker described it in the episode Defiant. There's a little sight gag that's in First Contact, but it's in a whole bunch of Star Trek episodes as well, and it's the oscillation overthruster that's sitting at the back of the Phoenix's cockpit, which appears in the Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. It's in loads of episodes of Star Trek. Once you know it's there, you'll start to keep an eye out for it. Bozeman, Montana is where Brannon Braga's from. which is why Bozeman turns up so often in Star Trek. The USS Bozeman, obviously being a great example of it. The USS Bozeman, which features a name shout-out cameo in this film. And of course, we spend time in Bozeman, Montana here, as we do again in the Lower Decks episode, Grounded, where it's become a tourist attraction, which is just gas. Go watch Grounded after this. Go watch Grounded. In Picard's ready room, he's got the Mintakan tapestry sitting on his chair. He uses the command, his personal code 47 Alpha Tango. Nice 47 reference there as well. There's kind of a gag, right? The Enterprise being ordered out to the neutral zone in case the Romulans decide to take advantage. In the William Shatner, Judith and Garfield Reeves-Stevens novel, The Return, the Borg team up with the Romulans to resurrect Captain Kirk. This feels like a more than subtle reference to that. In the initial battle audio, I was going to say battle footage, but no, as they're listening to the feed from the battle, we get shout outs to the ships like the Endeavour, the Bozeman, the Lexington, and the Defiant does get a shout out there as well. That's where we see Lieutenant J too. We get a please state the nature of the medical emergency. Hard not to shout that out. Star Trek Picard has put a somewhat darker tinge on one of the scenes in this film, which is Picard being so trigger happy when it comes to killing people who've been infected by the Borg. Well, if you look at him and Jack Crusher in The Last Generation, they seem to be experiencing some sort of bliss. So it's sort of put a different lens on that almost. As this was being written and filmed, Ronald D. Moore and Brannon Braga did believe this would be the end of the Borg as they wrote this. It was, you kill the Queen, that's the end of it, the collective is gone. Well, Star Trek likes the Borg, so that wasn't really going to be the end of that, but it was the end for an awful lot of ships that got caught up in the explosion of the Borg cube. F for the loss of those ships. Of the Next Generation films, this one has, I think, a bit of a funny place in people's minds. And I realize I'm generalizing, but what's the first thing that jumps to mind when you think of Insurrection? Is it, like me, the baby-faced Riker? Is it the fact that there were some cool ideas introduced that were then never mentioned again? Or is it that old argument that always gets used, it feels like an episode? Which I'm not saying is invalid, by the way. What is it that pops to mind for you when you think of Star Trek Insurrection? I remember my first experience with the film a bit better than I remember some of the other ones, because it's slightly more recent. I mean, it's only... Oh Lord, I'm old. Went to the same cinema that I saw Generations in. It was the first Star Trek film that I watched in the cinema on my own. I can only assume that I had really annoyed my dad that day or something. Sorry, Dad. But yes, I vividly remember watching it, and I remember being excited by the trailer, the shot of the Enterprise E in the briar patch. You know the one I'm talking about. There's a lot to get through, so shall we take this opportunity to dive straight in to all of the ups and downs for Star Trek Insurrection. Well, I'm pretty sure you all know what the first up is going to be. Jerry Goldsmith. I love the score for Star Trek Insurrection. There's a lot more peaceful music in it. You've still got your action cues, which I quite enjoy, but that opening theme that plays over the Baku village is just beautiful. And of course, we get a couple of reprises throughout the film. I think when it comes to the next gen films, First Contact probably has the better overall theme, but I do find myself listening to the Insurrection soundtrack just a little bit more often. Another up will go to returning director Jonathan Frakes. Obviously, he's pulling double duties again here because Riker is not only in the film, but he gets a little bit more to do in Star Trek Insurrection as well. If I had a tiny little critique about First Contact, it might be that Riker feels, I won't say entirely sidelined, but very much left out of the action in First Contact. They make it work. Whereas here, we definitely get action with Jonathan Frakes. Ironically, despite what I just said about the peaceful opening theme for Insurrection, my next up goes to how we sort of jump straight into the action. Long story short, it's a duck blind. So you have Federation officers and their new friends walking around in cloaked suits, and straight away there's some sort of commotion going on in the hills. Two people seem to be chasing another person. Ooh, who could it be? I'm not gonna lie, it's an up for me that, I mean, obviously at this stage, we all knew Brent Spiner's voice. We knew it was Data straight away. Plus, I'm pretty sure they say it's the android, but you know what I mean. What's the mystery? Why is Data being chased? What's going on here? What I will give my first down to in this film is, have none of these people ever done a surveillance thing before? They start shooting phasers at him. And there's no other, like, what are you doing? You've got this village who are supposed to be, you know, pre-warp as far as you know, and the next thing you're shooting phasers at them? I know the reveal that comes later on, don't get me wrong, but as presented, it's a bit like, I would scrap the entire mission here based on this. I will, however, give an up to the depictions of invisibility throughout this scene. I love the flowers getting knocked over. You know, you see through the viewfinder, Data tosses a guy through the air. What the Baku, oh, we all know who the Baku are. Anyway, what the Baku see is just suddenly the lake is splashing around. I think it looks really, really good. And as well then, when Data takes off his helmet, that looks really, really good when he starts ripping pieces of his costume, which, by the way, I mean, like, you can just take it off. But anyway, he starts ripping pieces of his uniform off. It looks really good. Considering this was being made in the late 90s, that's not bad. And I tell you what, on a theme, my next up is Data firing and revealing the overall duck blind. Like, I remember watching that in the cinema being like, that looks cool. Okay, my thoughts not quite being the same as my thoughts are now. Now I'm like, yeah, that's actually not a bad depiction of, you know, how they're meshing CGI with the overall rock face. You know, yeah, okay, some stuff is dated. Now, at the time I was going, ooh, that looks good. And also, we don't know what's going on. All we know is that someone was shooting at Data. He's got a big wound on his neck. Next thing, he's shooting at a Starfleet operation. What's going on? Cut to taken up the reveal of the Enterprise E in this film. I'll get into it a little bit in temporal observations, but pretty much 99.999% of this film, like space shots and everything, are CGI. And I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty good. And the reason I'm saying it like that, it's like, Sean, that's quite disrespectful. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. This film was not handled by Industrial Light and Magic. It was busy doing Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Remember the last time a Star Trek film was done without ILM? Yes, Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, I'm looking at you, but I don't have that same feeling here for Star Trek Insurrection. This was shipped out to 2 VFX houses. Those houses were Blue Sky VIFX and Santa Barbara Studios. And I'm gonna say right now, I think they did a bloody phenomenal job. Basically, it was the first Star Trek feature film to have such a large amount of CGI in it as well. There's more special effects CGI scenes in this film, certainly than there was in First Contact. Because remember, for First Contact, you've still got physical models in use there. Whereas for the most part, you don't have physical models being used in this film. This was, as well, like if you think about what was going on in Deep Space Nine, which I will get to, and in Voyager as well, they were both moving toward using almost exclusively CGI as well. I have so much forgiveness, don't get me wrong, for TV budgets. I think they did really, really good. And yeah, for a feature film, for the budget, I think it looked pretty good. It's also one that's really benefited from the recent 4K restoration as well. I will say that. Like, if you can get a chance to watch the 4K of it, it looks great. Anyway, let me continue talking about the film. I am going to give an up to the new dress uniforms that were introduced in this film. I know they were introduced here. I feel they played a bigger part in the next film, so forgive me if I sort of skip past them a little bit here. They look great. They do look great. But I have to say, this might be controversial, I like the lighter overall tone. There's a way of doing that not so well, Star Trek V, and there's a way of doing it very well, Star Trek IV, and I think Insurrection somewhere in the middle. The action tends to work, the lighter tone tends to work. When you have any lighter piece of work following a serious heavy film in the way that this is following First Contact, you're gonna run the risk, well, you're gonna have inevitable comparison anyway. Although I think as Trekkies, what is it we hear? This feels like a long episode. We have a lot of the next generation to compare it to. I feel that it works. You know, you have that scene where they're all getting ready for the Evora, Eugene Cheffa. I enjoy that. You have, you know, Riker, Troy, Crusher, they're sort of teasing Picard. It's nice not to open with an invasion. You know what I mean? Picard specifically mentions that the Dominion negotiations are ongoing. So let's address the stardate in the room, because up, Worf is in this film. Down, how they explain Worf being in this film. Roughly, this film is set in 2375, which is the final year of the Dominion War, or more specifically, Season 7 of Deep Space Nine. Worf, of course, is a lead character on Deep Space Nine at this point, and even more specifically, I guess, spoiler alert, the 6th season of Deep Space Nine came to a close with the death of Jadzia Dax and the departure of Terry Farrell. And as the years have gone on, we have found out the less than pleasant details surrounding that departure. In universe, of course, Jadzia and Worf were married. Not one person mentions Jadzia Dax in this film, considering this will have happened in the months following her death. It's sort of suggested that this happens somewhere around the middle of Season 7, so Ezri already has the Dax symbiont at this point. It goes without saying, this crew who Worf has known, you know, for, what, 11, 12 years at this point, you might mention, are you okay? In the behind the scenes, in Michael Pillar's book, Fade In, his book that he wrote in making Star Trek Insurrection, which I'll get more into in Temporal Observations, he specifically says Rick Berman made the call to not include a line referencing Jadzia Dax, claiming you basically couldn't rely on the audience having watched Deep Space Nine. That tastes bad. It really tastes bad, because for this whole film, which is light in tone, and you have a lot of playing around with Worf and using him as a comedic character, look, odds are people were probably watching Deep Space Nine at this point. So it really feels like a deliberate, we don't want to touch on that subject, and specifically, we don't want to bring up Dax here. And it just feels weird and wrong. So in that down, what you have on screen is Worf shows up and nobody asks him, are you okay, mate? We get to the reception for the Evora. Picard puts on his wee little headband, which I quite like. Again, I like this tone. Eugene Cheffa. We have a dance later on. Lots of fun. Next thing, you get Geordi going, hey, listen, you know, there's a call for you in here. Data's off in the briar patch. All he wanted to do was talk to you about his paper. Rude. We get a quick bit of exposition that, you know, Admiral Dougherty suggests Data started to malfunction, started firing at Federation officers, and the Sona is now holding them hostage. Quick, send us his specs, we need to take him down. I'm gonna give it down to third film in a row. They changed the rules again with the emotion chip. My problem with Generations is that they gave it the big movie bunch up. We discussed that in Generations. In 2, he's just able to turn it off. In 3, he didn't bring it with him. Why? It introduces too much of a logical, hold on, we should address this. And yeah, it just seems like a very odd inclusion for this film. There is, of course, lots of friendly faces coming back for Star Trek Insurrection, including Lieutenant J, who I believe this makes her 900th appearance in Star Trek or something. Yeah, but still, thank God you weren't assimilated. Despite being advised by the Admiral to stay away from the Baku planet, Picard says, yeah, we're gonna swing by and see how Data's getting on. Geordi points out, they're in opposite directions. And he's like, are they? At this stage, again, this is very Next Generation. So I'm really enjoying this bit. I'm giving a big whopper of an up to the design of the Sona ships that we see. We get the, the mission headquarters, the main ship here first, which is kind of like a horseshoe crab, which I really, really like. But I tell you who I really, really like. Whopper of an up to F. Murray Abraham. This guy's got acting chops. And also, what an introduction. It's like, how are we gonna top introducing our villain? You know, like, you had one of the greatest villain introductions of the Star Trek franchise in the last film with the Borg Queen being lowered into place. So in this one, we're just gonna peel off his face and just pull it back over his head. You okay, Jonathan Frakes? No, I'm only kidding. It's such a strong, stark, entrance. And also, it's the smarmy smugness and confidence that Abraham puts into Ardar Roafo as well. Lie down, Admiral. The girls will take 20 years off your face. I love him. I love the way he delivers his lines. I love the way he holds himself. This film, I remember back in the day, inspired me to go and watch his performance as Salieri in Amadeus. And I realized they've nothing to do with each other, only for his performance. But if you haven't seen it, go watch Amadeus. He is sublime in that film. He's also very good in this film. I'm not saying don't watch this film. This film's good too. We also have the introduction of Taken Up Anthony Zerbe. He was originally up for the role of Roafo, but when F. Murray Abraham was cast, they offered him the part of Admiral Dougherty instead. Oh, he also gets to debut these sexy new threads. He plays a great restrained officer. There's been some things added to his character in kind of beta canon and apocrypha that, hands in the air, I don't like. I do, however, like that in the novelization of Star Trek Insurrection, it highlights that he's just lost his wife, which I think goes a little bit toward explaining some of his actions in this film. All that aside, Zerbe plays the role with a sort of quiet dignity while also having to deliver some pretty rough orders. As the Enterprise E nears the Briar Patch, which I really like as an idea, we get a scene where Troy and Riker and Picard and Worf are having a chat on the bridge, and fake beard alert. I'm going to come back to that in a moment. But Taken Up Riker and Troy in the Enterprise library. I think we were all waiting for this, weren't we? 7 seasons of The Next Generation, 2 movies later, and finally it looks like they just kind of went, will we just get on with it? Right, Troy and Riker, have at it. And I love it. I guess you could classify them as a will they, won't they? But I don't know if that quite does it justice, because it was always they will. It was merely a question of when. They didn't have a room of generations. And First Contact, they really didn't have room. Here they do. And I think it works. Plus we get our little bit of backstory to the Sona. There is a deleted section of this scene which gives a bit more context to the Sona. Basically, long story short, the Sona are infertile. Sort of explains their actions toward the Baku, and sort of, although, explains why they've enslaved the Tarlac and the Elora. Although nothing really explains enslaving other people, so maybe not. But yeah, basically they're running the clock out. They can't make more little baby Sona. I feel they probably should have left that in. As we see it, basically there's a throwaway line that says, you know, it might take 10 years of normal exposure for the Sona to start reversing their condition, and some won't make it that long. Probably was enough at a pinch. I feel like this kind of lengthens the scene. We're flying through the Briar Patch. Worf wakes up late, bumps his head off. You know, Picard says, I don't know how they do it on Deep Space Nine, but here we still arrive for shifts on time. There's a couple of theories, now that we know Jadzia's never mentioned in this. One of the theories is that Picard deliberately decided to go business as usual, let's not make a thing of it. I don't think that that's the logic that went into the script. If that was the case, then I might have a little bit of forgiveness for things like straighten your baldric. It's sort of asides. He's not being rude so much as I'm making sure you're the best you. Firmly headcanon. Throwing that out there. Firmly headcanon. The Enterprise surprises Dougherty by turning up over orbit of Baku. Picard has a kind of a, oh, we decided this was too important for the Enterprise to be on the sidelines. And Dougherty is just okay with this. Okay. But what I will give an up to is the dogfight. You've got Data in the mission scout ship. He's there, you know, making sure nobody comes stealing his hostages. And you've got Picard and Worf in the new Enterprise E shuttle, which I've always liked. I have to say, I do like this shuttle. You know, I love the chase. Picard and Worf, they're gonna go and save Data. That's their thing. It's not about taking him out. It's about rescuing Data more than anything else. And like, we did a list recently about times music saved the day. I like it. I like it. So the dogfight is an up. I have to give an up to Mr. Worf. Do you know Gilbert and Sullivan? No, sir. I have not had time to familiarize myself with all of the new crew since being back. They're composers, Worf. Up. and a British star. It's getting it up. Here's no shit pant and a slip shit. You know, I'm here for it. There's also a nice little, just a bit in that. They lock on to the scout ship. Data's trying to shake them loose. And Picard just says, I'm not letting go of him. And I'm like, ooh, that felt like more than just I'm not decoupling these grappling hooks. Nice, Patrick Stewart. Nice. Down on the planet. Okay, but anyway, they get Data back, as we all knew that they would. Right, he's fine. They deactivate him back aboard the ship. They beam him down for damage control. And this is where the film starts to be like, okay. So I will give an up to Donna Murphy. I think she's very good as Anij in this film. I'm not crazy about the character of Anij, but she plays the hell out of her. The reveal that the Baku are warp capable, it's both a cop-out, because, whew, didn't break the Prime Directive then, and also, I think it deflates the stakes a little bit. I've more to say in it, which is why I'm not going to the downs with it, but I think I would have preferred the Baku not to be warp capable. Around the crew of the Enterprise E, you start to see people feeling the effects of the briar patch. Aha, we already had that throwaway reference to, are the TWOK scanners out of alignment? You could hear that, sir. When I was at ensign, I could. Okay, so we already had that, but... Oh, Troy's office and Riker popping in. For a while, it feels like they're in a different film. I'm not going to lie to you. So I do like this scene because Marina Sirtis and Jonathan Frakes are so good together. It's also really nice to see Voyager's conference room there. Oh, so much of Voyager was used for filming the Enterprise E, and I don't blame them. You've got those sets standing there, use them. The only thing is I think the walls are so instantly recognizable. So, and I mean, yeah, well, I mean, there you go. Rick Berman, we don't watch DS9 and Voyager. Yeah, we do. I am going to have to give it down. Sorry, Troy, you big liar. Yuck, I've never kissed you with a beard before. Cue photo montage here. And yes, I'm well aware Thomas Riker was in that montage as well, but I mean, come on, it counts. It's literally the same face. Down in engineering, Geordi says that, you know, to basically save Data, he had to remove some memory engrams. And I quite like that. Captain, Geordi, I seem to be missing some memory engram. There they are. Up. I like a sense of humor. I don't know if he's got his emotion chip back at this point. Again, stop introducing so much uncertainty with that thing. We're starting to set up what happened. So Data, along with Picard, beams back down to the Baku planet because, of course, in this universe, there's no such thing as trauma. So remember, we have established that the Baku are warp capable. And before I go on with my next point, yes, I'm aware that they might not lead with that for their children, but why have they all reverted to speaking like it's the Middle Ages? Where were you on the day of lightning? Down. It's a bit, it's very, we have gone to village on alien world, that kind of dialogue, and it does not work for me. We're setting up that now Picard and Data, Artem, Jeff, Anij, we're going to go off into the hills and figure out what happened to Data. Up on the ship, one of the greatest injustices in the history of Star Trek is about to take place. Riker and Troy are having a bath together. Down. No, I'm not downing the bath. What I am you know what I'm downing. You know what I'm downing. My Trellium down of Star Trek Insurrection is shaving Riker's beard. And also, fun fact, that scene I mentioned earlier on where they were on the bridge, Jonathan Frakes is wearing a fake beard because it was filmed after this scene. It does set up that Dougherty is paying attention to the fact the Enterprise E is still there, and he's like, go home. Why are you here? Because he's obviously trying to hide things. But yeah, Picard's doing stuff. And as Riker says, you know, oh, Picard's down to the planet. And Dougherty just goes, remind the captain his time is up. Fair enough. Oh, his poor beard. Data and Picard find the source of these anomalous readings that Data's seeing on his tricorder, and he walks into the lake. Now, that is absolutely an up. I love Data just walking down into the lake. It also does a nice little callback as well to Data, you know, having, he sank to the bottom in a previous episode of The Next Generation and had to walk for 2 kilometers or something along the lake bed to get out and spent weeks getting water out of his servos. Yeah, do you know what? I'm here for it. We have precedent for the duck blind using cloaking technology, right? We in The Next Generation, we have that established. Data lets the water out of the dam, and we get the reveal of, clearly the ship is Federation in origin. Is it? Ah, yeah. Looks so Federation. Also, it's cloaked. So, right, my first down is, in what universe is that clearly Federation in origin? And then we're just not going to mention the fact that a Federation starship is equipped with a cloaking device? Okay, park that one for a minute, because obviously temporal observations, we're going to talk about that. So they sail up, Anish comes with them, and they find the Baku village on board because it's a holo ship. There's a sonar guard aboard, he starts firing at them, he gets shot. It's a good time had by all, except the fact that we assume he's a hologram because when they deactivate the program, his body's not there. There's nothing to suggest that he isn't a hologram, by the way. So, you know, my instinct might have been, oh, down, he's not there. Do you know what I mean? Nothing stated unequivocally that he wasn't a hologram. So it's going to save it from a down from me. The down is, in the event of a water landing, I've been designed to serve as a flotation device. I'm sorry if it's your favorite scene. I do apologize. It's a down. We take lighthearted a bit too far here. We go into the silly. And just to prove that I'm not a big Grinch, I love the fact that Worf is going through puberty in this film. It is a gorsh. I know. I've downed how Worf was introduced. That stands. So let's have some fun with it. He's got a big massive pimple, and I think we all probably have had that experience where we're like, oh, I didn't need a pimple today. I mean, it's class photo day for Worf as well. What's he gonna do? Which of course leads to the immortal. Smooth as an android's bottom, eh, Data? Sir? Apparently, Brent Spiner was supposed to then go, it is not as smooth as an android's bottom, but he refused to say it, instead going for the shaking the head and the moving away. Oh my God, this is so much better. Up for the way it is in the film. All right, as horrified as I am by poor Jonathan Frakes' chin, which is lovely by the way, this scene is great. And again, more and more people are starting to feel the effects of the radiation. Picard's full of energy. He dances the mambo in his quarters. Absolutely, that's an up. And then he twigs it. Why are we all feeling so good? Oh. Also, the Sona officers are refusing to be scanned by Dr. Crusher. Wonder why that is. Acting on a hunch, Picard beams down and has a chat with Anish, where they do reveal that yes, the Baku are all hundreds of years old, because they were spacefaring and they were all moving too quickly and they left their homeworld for a new start, which they found here on this planet. And we get, I suppose you're 85. No, I'm 12. Doesn't kick in until you reach adulthood. Why not? Listen, it's your script. You make up whatever logic you want. Absolutely fine. What it does give us is a beautiful scene. Up. Geordi seeing a dawn for the first time through eyes the way Picard, Riker et al. Will see them. Because of course in this film he still has his ocular implants until his eyes literally regenerate. It is my latinum up of the film. It's beautiful. It's really handled well. LeVar Burton acts the hell out of this scene. Picard is refusing to release the Sona guests from the Enterprise. So Ruafo and Admiral Dougherty pay Picard a visit in a heck of a scene. So Ruafo walks in. Am I to understand that you are refusing to release my men? And Picard goes, we found the holo ship. Up for the grossness of Ruafo's no! And the blood just starts to seep out of the little tear in his skin. It's gross, but it works. It's so, because what is Ruafo but this decrepit, broken creature full of hate, and it's manifesting on his face, and Dougherty cannot keep the disgust off his own face. Ruafo makes it very, very clear that he will be getting his men back, even if it means destroying the Enterprise, and away he storms out. And then we get I think the key scene in Insurrection is between Admiral Dougherty and Captain Picard. There's a little bit of back and forth as to why things are happening. So the metaphasic radiation is concentrated in the rings surrounding the Baku planet. Picard asks, if Starfleet and the Sona need the metaphasic radiation so badly, why not the rest of the Briar Patch? And Dougherty, the older I get, the more, not that I feel for him, but the more I've met people like this, just following orders, because that's what you get from Dougherty. I don't understand how it works. Our top minds are working on this, but I'm acting under orders from the Federation Council. And Picard is stunned, because the order is to forcibly move the Baku off the planet to then instigate a process that will devastate the planet for generations to come. Picard talks about, this is violating the Prime Directive. Admiral Laird says the Prime Directive doesn't apply. They're not native to the planet. You can easily imagine this much bigger force going, well, they never belonged there anyway. So how dare they stay there and take away this resource that might help so many more people. But I think the crucial thing that it boils down to is the question that was as relevant in 2025 as it was in 1998. How many people does it take, Admiral, before it becomes wrong? 1,000? 50,000? 1 million? How many people does it take, Admiral? One of the easiest dilithiums I've given to a Star Trek film. I feel that is a question that we should all be asking ourselves on the daily. How many people does it take before it becomes wrong? Back to our main villains of the piece, and Ruafo's having another skin-stretching scene while welcoming back Galna, his childhood friend. I do have to say here the skin-stretching doesn't look great. Unfortunately, I do think the CGI on this one is just a little bit too soft. They do, however, both concentrate on the fact that they're so close to getting everything that they want. There is something standing in their way. Saddle up, lock and load. I like it. Last time I gave it down to Data going to hell with our orders, because I thought it was too reminiscent of Spock in the Undiscovered Country. This one works better for me. I like it. And as Data says, I believe that the radiation could be affecting certain youthful impulses, except mine, of course. I did have a question. How does time work in a starship? You know, as they say, the internal transporter is rarely used after 0200. You're in space. Time is meaningless. No, it bothers me enough that that's a down. Sorry. But I do like this scene overall. I like that we're setting up to do something drastic. And here we have Picard disobeying orders, again, for anyone who's keeping count. But it really, really works. We also get a captain's yacht taken up. First time we'd ever seen a captain's yacht on screen. Though the Enterprise leaves, Riker and Geordi go with the Enterprise because apparently there's some sort of rule that Riker and Picard are not allowed to be in the same scene for more than 10 minutes at a time. I don't know. But they go off in the Enterprise E. The captain's yacht stays behind, enough for Ruafo to be with like, no, screw this. No. Send our ships down. We're going to take all the Baku. We're doing this now. And Dougherty doesn't exactly try and stop him. So we do get the village attack, which I think comes across quite well. The little fighter ships, they were a little bit maybe running before you could walk with CGI. Again, I think time has been kind. I think they've been cleaned up a little bit. Plus, I really like the design, no lie there. And, I like how tense it is. It's scary, because it's one thing, if they were running around shooting phasers, and that'd be bad, but they're taking them. And that's even more uncomfortable. There is one thing, right, I mentioned that I gave it down to the Day of Lightning. So this is a pet peeve that I'm about to do, right? So no problem if you disagree with me on this one. Down, Sojeff gets beamed away, and this 12-year-old boy goes, "Father!" And it's not against Michael Welch, it's not against the actor, okay? It's nothing to do with that. It's that, I think I've mentioned this in Ups and Downs before. You are allowed to use the word dad in space. It's just so formal. They do manage to get most of the villagers away, so that's something. A great Dougherty moment here. Ruafo is sort of raging, going, the Enterprise E is going off. What they're gonna do is they're gonna lodge complaints, and there's going to be endless committees, and then everything's going to be delayed with the Federation. And Dougherty goes, well, I'll order Riker to turn around. And in fairness, Ruafo goes, yeah, Picard's first officer, hang on now, and he listens to you. I could send my ships to escort it back, but Riker might not want to come. And Dougherty, hearing what he's saying, gives the order. Send your ships. That's the moment. That's the moment Dougherty sells his soul. Up. Because things lighten up a little bit, I'm going to give an up to Data and Artem. Michael Piller said setting out to write this film, he had a bit of a problem with what they'd done with Data in both Generations and First Contact. Because effectively, they kind of, with the emotion chip, and then especially with the human skin, I know he lost it, but he'd sort of got his wish. He started out as Pinocchio, but he had become a real boy. So he sort of wanted to walk that back a little bit, because once you achieve your dream, what's your, what's your motivation? So he wanted to bring it back a little bit, and that's why you get the scenes of Data and Artem sort of understanding childhood. And I think it works really well. It definitely has the capacity to be cheese of the fromagiest. But no, in fairness, Brent Spiner and Michael Welch are really good in these scenes. Plus, I like the joke. Do androids ever play? Sure, I play the violin, and my chess routine is now just play. I like that. Do you remember just playing? Also, I like Worf's hair is growing. He's effectively going through puberty, as I say. Let me know if you've got any aggressive tendencies. Here are the light things that really, I think they help the overall film. Then we get a rather divisive thing in the film, and that's the perfect moment. Do you know what? I'm gonna come back to it. You know what I'm thinking of if you've seen this film. I'm gonna come back to it. Anyway, perfect moment, Anesian Picard. It seems like time is slowing down. We'll come back to it. Out in the Briar Patch, the Enterprise E is flying along, and I do want to give an up to Stephanie Nisnik, who plays Perrin, the Trill Ops officer in this film. She sadly passed away in 2019, but I think with so little script, she does so much with just a raised eyebrow. And I just wanted to give her a shout out because I think she was great in this film. I also want to give an up to Daniels, who gets a name in this film as well, because in this film, I've got L's on the brain. Because he was in First Contact, he is that very bedraggled looking security officer who was fighting Borg hand to hand and everything. Fair play, Daniels. But yes, he gets a name in this film. And even further, this one is kind of temporal observations, but I can't wait for this one. In Apocrypha, in the novels, he gets a very Irish name. He's Padraig Brennan Daniels. I mean, that's cool. It plays no bearing on the plot whatsoever, but still. A few fun things here. First of all, Geordie's at the helm. Fun, nice to see that again. But they're talking about doing full impulse, and Geordie's like, okay, yeah, let's not do that. That's like lighting a big drum of petrol on fire. And then the next thing, they're getting a photon torpedo fired at them by the sonar. Stage has been set. Down on the planet. Hey, Dr. Crusher gets a line. That's nice, and so does Troy. That's nice too. And have you noticed how your boobs have started to firm up? Not that we care about such things in this day and age. Thank you, Data. And have you noticed how your boobs have started to firm up? Damn. It just feels a little bit too silly. I think that's why it's a down from me. It does set us up for some more high stakes though, as we've got the fighters are back and so are the drones. One thing I do like, well actually I like quite a lot about the drones with the isolinear tags, but what I do like, Crusher gets to do something! She fires a phaser and destroys one. There's a recurring theme of Gates McFadden is in these films. Doesn't really get an awful lot to do. Worf's phaser seems to run out of energy, so he uses it to smash it across one of those little drones. Definitely feeling aggressive tendencies, sir. And yes, I did hear you, Klingon theme by Jerry Goldsmith. That's an up from me. And of course we have that, the Enterprise is being shot at by the sonar, they fly into a pocket of Metreon gas, and then we get the subspace weapons. I think this scene looks fantastic. I like the pacing, I like everything about it. Is there a tiny little bit of overacting from LeVar Burton in this scene? Jettison the core. I just did. I'm not an actor, so listen, I'm gonna wind my neck in there, but I really like that whole scene, especially the detonation of the warp core, that beautiful shot of the Enterprise being, well, not that I'd like to see the Enterprise over an explosion, but getting blasted up, and that fantastic fire stunt. I'm on board. All of this is good. We get some scene setting back in the planet. They're in a cave. They set up a force field. Artem's little yoke. I like his little creature. I wanted to play with that. Sorry. Anyway, that runs away because we need to set up something for it later on. And then we get the Riker maneuver. Oh, that's an up. We're going to use the Briar Patch the way Brer Rabbit did. and they're gonna use the ram scoop, which is used so rarely in Star Trek, considering they're so prominently featured on every flippin' Federation starship. So yeah, lovely to see it being sucked in, and they don't detonate it, the silly sonar do, blows up one of their ships, severely damages another one. Woohoo! I wouldn't be surprised if history remembers this as the Riker maneuver, if it works. I really like that. Actually, I tell you what, again, just to plug how nicely it's scrubbed up in 4K, this whole scene looks pretty nice in 4K. However, down for the manual steering column. I'm sorry, well actually, no I'm not. It looks very, very silly. And there's nothing it does that normal helm couldn't do. And especially when you look at the making of the film and you realize it was included because Rick Berman wanted to reach out to younger audiences. Right, now, pausing time, down, because this is not, we feel like we could exist in this moment forever. It sort of suggests that they kind of literally paused themselves in time, giving Crusher time to arrive and stabilize Anish after that rockfall. No. My poor brain is struggling with that one, now I have to say. They come out the other side and then the drones are back. I have to say, I do like it's very kind of the Magnificent Seven, you know, okay, Krall, the lineup, that's an up. And also, have you seen that meme online? It's the stunt doubles all standing together. And someone's gone like, you know, when you order Star Trek Insurrection off wish.com, and they've named, it's not data, he's stats. It's a stupid joke and I love it. And this scene sets that up. Picard and Anish, after all of their timey-wimey stuff, they do get beamed up aboard the sonar ship. They get, you know, stuck with the isolinear tags. And up we go and we get the reveal, and the reveal is an up. I did like that because you had the scam at the tricorder. Ooh, what does this look like? Now, I don't know. It looks like the cover of a tricorder, thanks very much. No, the Sonar and the Baku are the same race. This I like. The reveal that yes, there was a group of Baku that struggled back against this peaceful life. They went off, and as Picard says to Doherty, you've included the Federation in a blood feud, Admiral. Yes. Ruafo going, basically screw yous all. Alright, I tried to get yous off the planet, you decided to stay, I'm gonna kill you all. And he storms out. I feel bad downing this, but I do have to down the CGI of Doherty's death. Because unfortunately, it takes what is quite a horrific moment of his face being stretched apart and, you know, if you read the liner notes, his skull being crushed, and it sort of makes it a tiny little bit comical. In one of the commentaries, Frakes and Sirtis say that they thought this really looked good, and I'm sorry to disagree with them now. Unfortunately, I don't think it looked good at the time, and I don't think it's aged particularly well. And because of how interesting Doherty's eventual come around to stop what was going on here, in fact, Doherty standing in for what we know the Federation Council is going to do, well, he does say, I do not take orders from you. Gets like 19 syllables into so few words, and then chucks him down onto that chair. And it's quite horrible, really, because you know what's coming. It just doesn't look great. If there was one cold moment in this film, it's Ruafo walking onto the bridge. The Admiral will not be joining us for dinner. Deploy the collector. Up. Also, Ruafo's chair, I want that. That's an up. Galna grows a spine. So at least there's some humanity, for want of a better word, left in some of the Sona. He decides to help Picard to save the Baku down on the planet. They start to collaborate with Data, who's flying the captain's yacht, and Worf to organize, well, beaming the entire bridge crew off the ship. You have to down the logical, like, do they just not notice they were in a transporter beam? Yeah, you do oh, it's a bright light. Mon now. Mon. I will, however, give an up to Salama Jens. Because, yeah, it's nice to see the female changeling. She's there. Also, fun fact, Anthony Zerb, who plays Admiral Doherty, and Salama Jens are siblings-in-law. There you are now. Long story medium, Ruafo realizes that he's aboard the hollow ship, which then decloaks. Anyway, he manages to beam aboard the collector. and starts the process going again. We're really in the end game now. Enterprise E is getting back as quick as it can. You've got Worf on board the Sona flagship. It's been overrun by a whole bunch of Tarlac, Elora, and Sona officers. Data's on the captain's yacht. One of the engines has been, or the nacelles has been damaged. All right, okay, you've got everyone in their places. Picard beams aboard the Collector. I do quite like, it's short, their exchange, but I quite like Patrick Stewart and F. Murray Abraham together. I do wish we'd had more of them together in this film. There is a down that I do want to give to the fight on board the Collector. And that's, for all intents and purposes, it looks like Picard and Ruoffo are fighting in front of a big giant blue screen. It does look, I mean, I having praised the effects of this film and how it has scrubbed up very nicely in the 4K restoration as well, one wonders why they maybe didn't swap those blue screens out for anything. Fan edits online, I've seen versions where space has been substituted in for those blue screens. Perhaps it's the knowledge that blue and green screen technology is used so heavily to film at the background of actors, but here it does make the film look, well, frankly, unfinished, for want of a better word. So that is definitely a down for me. We get a little bit of, phaser fire. We get, Picard going, we're getting too old for this. I like this exchange. I think it's, unfortunately, that's not going to be a problem for one of us very shortly. Riker messages in and says, do you need a hand, Captain? He says, I might need a lift in a minute or two. Yeah, I like it. Taken up. I will offer, by the way, the Enterprise flying toward the Sona ship, he wouldn't. Yes, he would. That's an up. There is a slight down to the fact that effectively on board the Collector, it's kind of the same resolution as Generations, isn't it? In Generations, Picard locked the probe so that it basically exploded, killing Dr. Soran, killing Dr. Soran. Here, Picard turns on the self-destruct, which then ends up killing Ruoffo. It's the same resolution. What I will say, it still looks good. I will say it looks very, very good. Certainly looks better than the original idea for the ending. I will say that. We also get one of our very few amounts of practical effects happen in this scene. I think it combines to look quite good. I love that shot of the Enterprise E flying in. Picard is beamed out. Ruoffo is completely submerged in flames. Ship explodes. It's a good time had by all. We then get our sort of quick summary here. I do want to specifically give an up to Worf being the one to say to Riker, your feelings for her have never changed since the day that I met you. This place just let them out for some air. I love that. So we're not just going to brush off Riker and Troy as, it was the planet's radiation. And of course, as we will see in the next film, we do pick up on that. Galna, or Galatine, comes home, as do some of the other Sona, and the healing can start to begin. I do like that, I have to say. Picard promises to use almost 300 days of shore leave for Anij, who is never mentioned again in typical Star Trek fashion. It's as I said, fromage. Remember, have a little bit of fun every day. And Data does the to Riker, earning an immediate court-martial. It's an up. Movie ends. Will you join me, please, at Temporal Observations? I mentioned Daniel, sir, earlier on. The ebook, The Oppressor's Wrong, by Phaedra M. Weldon, gives him the name Pádraig Branán Daniels. So, yeah, played by Michael Horton. 20 years after over. It's speculative, I won't lie, but, what else going on? DS9 Season 7, Voyager was meeting up with the Equinox as well. That was around the same time. So there's an awful lot to talk about the different versions of this film. And of course, Michael Piller, who wrote in his book it is now available online, Fade In, is a pretty interesting read. But I think something that seemed to enter the overall sort of the mindscape was that, it was going to be much darker, it was going to be based on Heart of Darkness. And well, the answer to that is no, it wasn't. It wasn't going to be darker. Michael Piller, in fact, originally opted out of writing Star Trek Generations and didn't like how dark First Contact had been. He is always going to write a lighter story. And there was a few different drafts, and a couple of them were apparently too political. And not in that it leaned either side, in that there was just too much discussion of politics going on in it. And then other versions featured more heavily on the Fountain of Youth. Others featured the Romulans, because apparently you can't make a Star Trek story without the flipping Romulans or the Klingons in it. Anyway, however. And the other one then was this Heart of Darkness idea, which is actually still in the film. It's just relegated to that first bit. Data plays the role of Colonel Kurtz from Heart of Darkness, who has effectively, gone rogue or betrayed Starfleet seemingly in the beginning. And Picard is sent upriver to get him, or a version of it. So it's still there. It's just not nearly as dark as perhaps it was originally suggested it was going to be. Fun fact, one of the original suggested titles was Star Trek Nemesis. What a silly name for a film. That'll never make it. I mentioned earlier that Michael Piller was afraid of what he called the Rhoda effect. Okay, so the context of that is Rhoda Morgenstern, who was played by Valerie Harper in the spin-off to the Mary Tyler Moore Show. Apparently, one of her character drives was basically always looking for a man. And eventually she met a man, fell in love, got married, and according to Piller, ratings tanked because you had lost her drive. And that's what he was worried about with Data and his strive to be human. Suddenly Pinocchio was a real boy. Where do you go from there? The inspiration for this film was to sort of make him an android again. And that's when you get these conversations with Artem about understanding the nature. Okay, so he's got emotion now when he brings it with him, but understanding the nature of it. In Picard's ready room, as is usually there, the Mintakan tapestry is on the back of his chair. That takes on a really big significance, particularly in this film, because Who Watches the Watchers from season 3 of Star Trek The Next Generation introduced duct blinds in Star Trek, and you had, cloaking technology back then. And so, although this is by no means a sequel to that episode, it's a spiritual successor, if you will. I mentioned the deleted scene in the library with Riker and Troy, where it kind of gave a little bit more context, if you like, to why the Sonar do what they do. There's a great scene of the librarian wearing glasses, which was a very early depiction of glasses in Star Trek on a Starfleet officer. In the film, you get the shout out to Ketracel White, which of course is the drug that keeps the Jem'Hadar fighting. So maybe let's not make supplies of that. That would be lovely. Thanks a bunch. Also, in the deleted scene, Max Grodenchik, who we all know as Rom, played a Starfleet Trill there. The mission scout ship, the interior is a redress of the Class 2 shuttle from Voyager, and the Starfleet shuttle and the captain's yacht are effectively redresses of the runabout from Deep Space Nine. The love interest aspect was requested by Patrick Stewart. He felt that in First Contact, Picard the action hero had come across really well, so he wanted more of that. But he did lament that there was no real love interest for him in that film. Basically, he went, it was nice to kiss Alfred Woodard on the cheek, but I would like a love interest in this film. And it actually took another couple of rewrites before they arrived on Anij as a character. The problem of the holoship is that it completely violates the Treaty of Algernon, and it's never mentioned in this film. And that's frustrating, because everyone working on the film knew full well about the history of Star Trek, you know what I mean? So, this was a complete violation of their treaty with the Romulans. It's not that it was the first Federation starship to ever have a cloaking device. I mean, the original Enterprise stole one, operative word being stole, back in the Enterprise incident in the original series, which was pre-Treaty of Algernon. The Pegasus, everything that went on in that, kerfuffle with Admiral, well then Captain, but Admiral Pressman, was a violation of the Treaty of Algernon. And in fact, we got a whole flipping episode about it, whereas the Defiant had a cloaking device on loan from the Romulans. They were on board. This is a complete violation, but it's never mentioned in the film. The lab in which poor Dougherty has a little bit of a skin stretching session was a redress of a set that was built for Star Trek Voyager for the episode Living Witness. It was the museum in which the Living Witness doctor experienced all of his history. Shot of the Enterprise E flying toward the flagship. Is there kind of a thing about crashing the Enterprise in these films? You know what I mean? Like, we got the Enterprise D in Generations. Alright, First Contact, we didn't crash it. We were going to self-destruct it, though. Here, it looks like the Enterprise is going to crash into the Sonar ship, and, well, just wait for Nemesis. The original death of Ruafo was that he would effectively escape and fly off in a wee shuttle into the rings, and he would get younger and younger and younger. And obviously, like, the footage that we've seen is without special effects, but quite glad they didn't go with that one. There's a problem when Dougherty says, our best scientific minds have already looked at this technology. It suggests that this is way more widespread than Picard would like to think, acting on orders from the Federation Council. Okay, that's bad as well, But apocryphal details about Dougherty. So later on, there is a Section 31 novel, Rogue, that says Dougherty was a member of Section 31. And although this is going to sound maybe a bit contradictory, because I don't like how widespread this whole plan seems to be, I prefer it to be something rogue, I also really don't want Dougherty to be a member of Section 31, because at this one, everyone and their aunt is working for Section 31. It is the most widely populated secret organization in the history of film and television. So I'm quite glad they weren't mentioned in this film. I already mentioned, of course, Picard's immortal statement, but of course, he also says, it will destroy the Baku just as cultures have been destroyed in every other forced relocation in history. We get references to deuterium, which are, of course, the fuel of Starfleet, effectively. The Khitomer Accords, isolytic weapons, which are used again in Star Trek Discovery in their 4th season. We're a through runner from these bastards. That one I'm alright with, I will say. Filming with practical effects made the Enterprise D and Galaxy-class ships seem slower and more bulky, but even when they moved to CGI in DS9, particularly Operation Return, and then most notably Picard Season 3, The Last Generation, one of the advantageous things of CGI is ships became more maneuverable, because you could do that with CGI. It always struck me as slightly odd. It's like, yeah, we have the Enterprise D, where, you know, I flip and throw a rock at the thing and you're going to hit it. Same with the Enterprise E, but no, it manages to fly around. It is much more maneuverable because with CGI you can do that. The cave in which there is a cave in, did you recognize the Bajoran fire caves from What You Leave Behind? Because I didn't, and I had to read that. Geordi sits at the helm for the first time since the neutral zone in the very first season of The Next Generation. The Sonar will be mentioned again in DS9, in Penumbra, and in the following film, Nemesis. The Evora would turn up in DS9, and quite confusingly, Voyager, in the episode Survival Instinct. So that's why they welcomed the Evora into the Federation. Apparently their warp capabilities are pretty bloody good, but we're not going to give the specs to Voyager. The Tarlac, one of the slave races, would turn up in Voyager again in the episode Lifeline, which was in fairness set on Jupiter Station. One of the Elora was played by Rick Worthy, who has turned up in a whole bunch of Star Trek and Battlestar Galactica. Although there was a rumor that at one point Q was going to appear, Jonathan Frakes said quite early on, I've not seen a script with Q in it, but someone who did appear was Armin Zimmerman as Quark, although only in set photos. He did film a scene where, yes, he went and spent some time on the Baku planet, but it never made it into the film. So there exists a wonderful photo, which you might be looking at right now, of Quark in a swimsuit. And you know what? Good for him. Yes, we're doing it. Proof that, yes, we really do read the comments, I promise. We're doing Galaxy Quest this week. It is the final Star Trek film of the 20th century because, I mean, this is a Star Trek film. In fact, it was voted one of the best Star Trek films of all time at Las Vegas 2013. So, I mean, it is a Star Trek film. It also, everything about the ethos and making of this film went into making that was both satirizing but also honoring. A lot of went on with both Star Trek as a franchise, but also in the wider community around it. There is a reason, I'm sure you know, why it is probably one of our most requested ups and downs that's ever happened. So yeah, there was never any question as to whether we were doing Galaxy Quest or not. The only question from our point of view was, when do we do it? So we decided that as Star Trek Insurrection, which of course we finished last week, came out in 1998, and Galaxy Quest came out in 1999, this would be the perfect time to cover this wonderful, wonderful film. Written by David Howard and Robert Gordon and directed by Dean Parasot, the main ethos behind making this film, according to Parasot, was that they set out to make the best Star Trek episode that they possibly could. Did they manage it? Let's dive in to all of the ups and downs from Galaxy Quest. Our first
up of the week, sort of continuing a bit of a trend here on the retro ups and downs, is going to the score. David Newman composed such a hummable theme for Galaxy Quest that, I mean, so, you know, obviously you rewatch these films in advance of doing the ups and downs for them, right? And so for days upon days, the theme to Galaxy Quest has been playing in my head. And I don't hate it. I do not hate it at all. We were having a talk about this. This whole ups and downs is going to be temporal observations. There's just so many things along the way that rather than go through one by one the ups and downs and then at the end coming to a temporal observations, treat this retro ups and downs as a temporal observations. Cue the dolphins. And we first hear this wonderful theme tune in Taken Up, that retro opening that we get. So it's obviously, we're watching an episode of Galaxy Quest in that opening, and it's very, very like what Black Mirror would later do with the first USS Callister episode, which to me and Chris feels like there is no way that that wasn't deliberate, you know what I mean? Like it just does what Galaxy Quest does. You know, we're watching the cast play those parts in, you know, grimy different aspect format as well, footage, which then widens out for the reveal that it's an episode being shown at a convention. It sets up everything so nicely. It also shows, oh, there's a kid on the bridge. Will Wheaton, who has been interviewed in, you know, in response to Galaxy Quest, will say, like, you know, he would have loved to have been cast in a potential Galaxy Quest TV series, which I've already mentioned a couple of times as we go, as someone shouting, why was there a kid on the bridge? Because Wesley Crusher, you're looking well, as Tommy Webber playing Lieutenant Laredo, who is piloting the NSEA Protector. I love that. Will Wheaton, of all people, going, why is there a kid? Obviously lampooning all of the questions he got the whole time about flying the Enterprise. The design of the bridge of this OG Protector, I mean, it's the Enterprise. Although it's not the Enterprise, and I will come back to that. But you've got your big captain's chair in the middle, you've got your first officer's chair just to the side of it, pilot's chair, the whole thing is circular so that we can see everything. It's just, it works, I love it. The whole thing is an up from me, this whole scene. The reveal that we're watching an episode as well as, obviously, taken up to Sam Rockwell. I'm going to talk about him a lot, don't worry. As the MC, Guy Fleegman, guiding us through this episode, as the aspect ratio changes to let us in on the joke, it is directly referencing all those, because it is the lost episode as well, the one that introduced Omega 13. You with me? You still with me? Everyone who, by the way, who hasn't seen Galaxy Quest, go watch Galaxy Quest. If you have seen Galaxy Quest, possibly rewatch Galaxy Quest. I mean, there's a lot in here, considering it's a standalone story. However, he's introducing this lost episode that is screened at conventions. That is directly referencing Gene Roddenberry screening The Cage at conventions before it aired on television. The wider audience would have seen The Cage chopped up and put back into the two-part episode, The Menagerie, you know, the episode of Star Trek that is just Gogglebox. But that's what they're doing here, is he's showing off this lost episode only at conventions and only for convention attendees. And you know what? Now that I've said the word convention enough times, taken up to how the convention is depicted in this film. Now, don't get me wrong, conventions were not new in 1999. I'm not saying that Galaxy Quest predicted conventions or anything of the sort. What I'm saying is that it nails what conventions might look like, how they might seem. You have everyone there in your costume. Is that a Discovery Klingon there? Or did somebody watch Galaxy Quest before designing their Discovery Klingons? Everyone there attending in costume, the passion is there, signs up on the wall, different societies being called out everywhere. The conventions that I've been to, this felt like I was looking through a window at one, and I thought they absolutely nailed it. I do apologise to any current mullet bearers, I bear you no ill will, but Taggart's mullet in that retro episode,
let's just say I wouldn't be reviewing it for renewing it even. I probably would be reviewing it, but I wouldn't be renewing it for another season if he kept the mullet. I will say Taggart's look improves as the film goes on. Let's start talking cast. As I say, I've already mentioned Sam Rockwell, but he is just fabulous in this film. Very nearly didn't do the film, was convinced to take on the part by his friend Kevin Spacey. Is a statement that's aged well, but thank God he was convinced to do this film because he is so good as Guy or as crew member number 6 in this film. He just perfectly nails the eager earnestness of someone who wasn't main cast, but certainly has main cast energy, but is a bit like a golden retriever or something in this film, in how he just wants to be a part of the fun and he wants to help. And, you know, he possibly doesn't expect some of the scenarios that arrive. To be fair, how could anyone expect them, really? He shows extreme skill vamping at the microphone, which is something I haven't had to do very often, but when I have had to do it, I really appreciate the people who have skill for that, I'm not going to lie. The character of Guy Fleetman was named in honor of Guy Vardaman, who basically played a ton of background characters in Star Trek as well. So, listen, like I said, this is a Star Trek episode as much as it is something else. Sigourney Weaver is fabulous in this film. She plays Gwen DeMarco, who played Lieutenant Weaver. This is Ellen Ripley. Let's be real. So initially, there was a plan that they didn't want to cast any well-known actors who had worked in sci-fi before. Originally, Harold Ramis of Ghostbusters fame was set to direct this film. It was, at that stage, it was a little bit different. It was a little bit less of a comedy, and there was certainly different ideas for who was going to be in the film. And Sigourney, even though she had worked with Ramis on Ghostbusters, was certainly not on his casting list for the fact that she is probably the archetypal heroine in sci-fi in the form of Ellen Ripley. In my personal opinion, I think it's Ripley and Sarah Connor are the two MVPs there in that respect. Once Weaver was cast in the part, she pushed for a complete switch, that DeMarco was going to be the blonde bombshell. She had, in terms of her costume, breast augmentation, to basically make her look the part of the bimbo. And when you know that this is the same person who took on the Alien Queen, it just doubles down that meta humor so well. So when we see her in that opening retro scene, and she's got the big blonde hair, and she's just repeating the computer back as well, it is ridiculous, and it works so well. The late, great, wonderful, brilliant Alan Rickman is an up. So he is playing Alexander Dane, who plays Dr. Lazarus on Galaxy Quest. Dr. Lazarus is, of course, your take on Spock. Lazarus came back from the dead, Star Trek 2, Star Trek 3. Alexander Dane, on the other hand, is on the way, there's Nimoy there, but he is a Shakespearean actor. I mean, there's a lot of Patrick Stewart in there as well. And, the seriousness that he brings to the role and how he performs and how he approaches the material while wearing the floppy fin head is just classic. Alan Rickman plays this as straight as anything, and that's why it works. Although he was a very funny man, this kind of stand-up slapstick comedy, not Alan Rickman's deal. And as the brilliant documentary, by the way, Never Surrender, reminds us, this is pre the role of Snape. I mean, we knew Alan Rickman mostly for period dramas and obviously Die Hard, but we didn't know him from sci-fi or from fantasy, put it that way. So this works so well. At this point in the film as well, don't, for any reason, ask him to use his catchphrase. Tim Allen taken up. So Tim Allen was coming off Home Improvement, which had run for so many seasons and in fact was now at an end. He turned down another season of Home Improvement to do this film. So many people knew him. He was the handyman, obviously. He was, you know, a lot of people, like, they really knew him really well. What they didn't know him from was sci-fi, Buzz Lightyear notwithstanding. Seeing him play this Shatner-esque role was like doubly hilarious. When he arrives, he brings a swagger that is while there is so much arrogance in the role, it's showmanship. He walks a very fine line in this part because it could be really, really easy to hate a character like Jason Nesmith. And you kind of can't hate him in this film because he plays the role like he's a good person who's just always looking for the next gig, the next party, the next role, not necessarily at the expense of others. Although there is, of course, that discussion about he's now taking on more and more solo appearances. He doesn't seem to be keeping anybody from work as well. And there's a very important moment about, you know, pretty early into the film that shows you what kind of a character this man is. Tony Shalhoub and Daryl Mitchell are both brilliant in their parts as well. They each get like just fantastic moments to shine throughout the film. Daryl Mitchell obviously, up Daryl Mitchell, up Tony Shalhoub. I love that he is tasked with playing little Tommy Webber all grown up. Because the people who go to see these actors, they're not going to see the actor, they're going to see the character. Totally random. I just listened to The Princess Diarist that was written by Carrie Fisher, and she spoke about how many times she would be at conventions doing appearances and little children would come up and they would just dissolve into tears because, as she said, they came to see Princess Leia, who was this old woman sitting in front of them. Now, she was laughing as she related these stories. Daryl's Tommy does not look like he finds it very, very funny. In a way, he kind of is. He's definitely playing the Will Wheaton, Wesley Crusher character, but he's also playing every actor that's gotten older than their character. And it's so funny. And he's so wound up when they're waiting there in the green room, when you have, you know, just, oh, by the way, up to Alan Rickman playing the depressed Dane, this Shakespearean actor. I'll be honest, it's not my original joke. I just, you know, seeing this Shakespearean actor playing the depressed Dane. Yeah, Hamlet, we get it. Anyway, it's funny. But seeing them all there in that green room, Tommy's so angry because Nesmith hasn't bothered his hole to show up yet. You have DeMarco walking around, she's fed up, he's an hour and a half late, but these people clearly have known each other for years. Fred Kwan sitting there is just doing a crossword. He's like, da 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 da. Okay, right, we're going to talk about Tony Shalhoub because he's as high as a kite for the whole film. It's never explicitly stated. At one point he is asked, are you high? But it's never said. But Shalhoub played his character that he pretty much always was munching on food or something. He's very chill, very laid back about everything. And of course it's that because he's stoned out of his mind for the whole film. I mean, think about it this way. He takes being beamed up to the ship pretty well, doesn't he? Tony Shalhoub is of Lebanese descent, who is playing Fred Kwan, who in turn plays Tech Sergeant Chen. There is a gag in his character in that he is effectively the Walter Koenig of the group. Someone who is playing somebody like, you know, Walter Koenig was not a Russian man and was playing the very Russian Pavel Chekov. And that was the gag of Tony Shalhoub playing Fred Kwan. That idea that, you know, in older shows, they did often make decisions that would not stand up today. For reference, see everything I've ever said about the depiction of the Klingons in the original series. I've just opened myself up to comments there, haven't I? I look forward to reading those particular comments. Again. The green room scene is effectively setting up the feuds between all of these different actors. And if you know anything about the cast of the original series, you will probably know that only one member of the cast, DeForest Kelley, was never actively engaged in a feud with another member of the cast. Quite famously, there are still some feuds going today. It all is definitely directed at Nesmith, but you definitely see the headbutting between Nesmith and Dane, because this is clearly the Shatner-Nimoy rivalry. At one point, Dane is ready to storm out. He's done. He's had enough. He turns around and he shouts at Nesmith, you stole all my best lines. You cut me out of episode 2 entirely. And apocryphally, William Shatner was known to make sure he got the close-ups and was known to make sure he got the best lines. Again, I say apocryphally because I was not there on set. And then some of them have spoken in the meantime that said, that was what being the star was. You went out of your way to get the limelight. And when you don't get that limelight, it stings and it doesn't feel good. And it's done in a very funny way here, but in such a short amount of screen time, you have set up so much that you need to know about these characters. You've set up that it's been years and years and years and they're still doing this. They still turn up. They might be late, they might have other gigs, but they do turn up. And while all of this is happening, poor Guy is still on stage trying to keep the crowd going because they need to get bloody Nesmith ready to get out there on stage and meet the crowd. Just before we leave this scene, I do love the way that Nesmith gets Dane to get back out there. He's like, the show must go on. Listen, I have a few friends that work in theatre. I'm using this line on them. The crew arrive out on stage. Everybody cheers. Nesmith arrives out on stage. Everybody really cheers. He gets a microphone. He does his catchphrase. And the microphone is cut off because they're there for signing. They're not there for their own glory. Up. How it manages to depict this next bit of the convention and the work that goes into them. If you've been following the channel, you know that we've been so lucky to interview some people who have been deeply involved in Star Trek and some for quite a long time as well. A lot of it's very eye-opening because you know that people are working when they're at conventions. You know that. But sometimes, maybe we fail to appreciate, certainly I have failed to appreciate in the past, just how much work goes into conventions, because you don't want to disappoint somebody who has waited a long time to meet you. So it's tiring because you are on the whole time, and you can see it here. Everyone bar one is on the whole time. You've someone who's full of energy because Guy rocks up to the signing table and says, maybe I'll just pop down here beside you and sign a few autographs. This is just after Tommy's starting to thank him. Thanks for that lovely intro. And he's like, yeah, I know I was on the show. Guy. I mean, he was. Dane is not doing his catchphrase. Nope, don't ask him to say it. He's done saying it, he's not doing it again. And do you know what? I do feel for the fans that come up to him, I really do. I feel for him because he's tired, he's fed up, he is a serious actor, and everyone's coming up doing the same thing. By Grabthar's hammer. By Grabthar's hammer. How many times a day does he hear that? He's a bit less than friendly. I will say that. Nesmith, on the other hand, he's living for it. He is acting, if you like, the exact way that you want the actor to be acting once you get to the head of the queue and they're signing for you. That's what you really want. You want them to be engaged. You want them to be laughing. You want them to be having a good time because you want them to be enjoying it as much as you do. And we see in Nesmith here that, frankly, he is the perfect PR person for the cast of Galaxy Quest. DeMarco actually comments that, yeah, but you can see the love between him and the fans, and that does really stand for something. Even, this is said to be 18 years after the show went off the air. He doesn't have that fatigue that Dane has, that even perhaps Tommy has. He certainly seems to be slightly more sober, I guess, than Quan does. And it does seem to give energy to the whole group. In Justin Long's cinematic debut, he is the head of a fan group for Galaxy Quest who wants to ask a few questions. In fact, they have a dilemma, a conundrum, if you will. But Nesmith, at this point, asks them to excuse him and just stands up without waiting for any kind of pause. And, yeah, that's However much it's done with a smile, that it's quite rude. He walks over then to DeMarco, who is being asked by a fan if there was ever anything between her and Nesmith, but on the set. DeMarco assures her that no, there never was. Nesmith gets in there with a bit of a, that's your story. And I mean, this whole will they, won't they is just such a huge part of, well, to be honest with you, male-female pairings throughout all of television and film, really. But in Star Trek, you can just imagine a certain red-headed fellow presenter of mine, were they to meet to perhaps, captain and first officer of a certain ship that was lost in the Delta Quadrant going, so, how you getting on? When's this going to happen? Oh, Ellie, keeping the pilot light, JC alight. Do you know what? Up to the question, up to the whole thing. DeMarco stands up and walks away. She heads down toward a group of Weaver cosplayers. It's actually, I love this scene where they all stand together. That's really, really cool. Nesmith goes to follow, but he's stopped along the way by the Thermians. They are amazing. I'm not going to, I have to say, like, my impression of them is nowhere near as good as they do themselves. And in fact, I have seen groups of Thermians at the few Star Trek conventions that I've been to, so please keep going, because you're awesome. Our lead Thermian, by the name of Mathazar, played by Enrico Colantori. Now, it was his audition and the speech decision he made during his audition that led to the Thermians' style of speech. Which is also why they don't all sound alike, which is fine. Hilarious. You are only hope. I think they're fantastic. But also, is that Rainn Wilson? Yes, it is. That's Rainn Wilson. Many of you know him as Dwight from The Office. We know him as Harry Harcourt Fenton Mudd from Star Trek Discovery. This was his film debut. And he was going to have a much bigger part in the film, but he was double booked with another production, which is why he's only in the start of the film. But yeah, that's Harry Mudd right there. You also had Missy Pyle and Jed Rees, both of whom have also appeared in Star Trek in some form or another. They're just, yeah. They're based on marionettes from Fireball XL5. You know what I mean? The way that they move. It's fantastic. Sorry, I love the Thermians. They're like, you must come with us. At this stage, they believe it's all real. They think Galaxy Quest is a documentary. They are delighted with their historical documents, which is why they've come to Commander Peter Quincy Taggart to help them in their dealings with Ceres, who's basically trying to kill them all. Well, Nesmith's just like, yeah, that's grand. Yes, that's for that thing tomorrow. Yeah, okay, just make sure there's a limousine and that's fine. Talk to my agent, that's fine. And away he goes and he follows DeMarco. I'll give them this. They're very good at following direction, the Thermians are. There's a whopper of, it is an Easter egg here, but I mean, because it's just a sci-fi Easter egg. They're from the Klaatu Nebula. Klaatu, of course, being the alien visitor in The Day the Earth Stood Still, directed by Robert Wise, who directed Star Trek the Motion Picture. And of course, The Day the Earth Stood Still has appeared in Star Trek as well. Most recently, I think it appeared in the pilot episode of Strange New Worlds, entitled Strange New Worlds. We get a fairly key scene here. After DeMarco says to Nesmith, get stuffed, he tries a cheesy line on her. She's like, yeah, but I know who you are, so go away. He goes into the bathroom where we get a scene that is directly inspired by real life. As Nesmith walks in and he sees 3 of those aliens standing at the urinals, this is a real life event where the director, Dean Parsot, and writer Robert Gordon were discussing having been at a convention and seeing 3 Klingons standing at the urinals like that. And they were like, that has to go in the film. Of course, it was 3 Klingons. You'd think they might take up 6 urinals. Further research is needed. But just the way the scene is set up, that it forces Nesmith into one of the cubicles, that itself is an up. Hearing the 2 little pissants who come in and start ripping into Nesmith, you can't not feel for him. Because as I said, he might have been maybe a bit full of himself up to this point. But nothing so far has shown any nastiness from Nesmith. So when you're hearing these 2 kids talking about what a washed up actor he is and how the rest of the crew can't stand him, and here he is charging $15 for an autograph, which by the way is cheap in 2025 at least. You feel from apocryphally, this is based on something that happened to Shatner, but pinch of salt. Possibly it is true. For us, we were talking about this because, of course, it's followed by he's immediately back at his table. He's very downtrodden. He's upset at this point, but he's still signing autographs for people, and it's a lot more perfunctory. And we were thinking, think of the age we currently live in, where you have actors, performers, writers, directors who are exposed via social media to these trolls that will send them hate based on whether they, thoroughly disliked the art that they've put out there. And, they will rip into them. It will be personal. It will be unpleasant. This is back in 1999. And I'm sad to say, I think it's only gotten worse since then. And I do like how they depict just how callous and unfeeling these people are. And, with the anonymity that comes online, we just, if those people happen to be watching this video, we want you to know that, you are small. And it's not just a case of insensitivity. There is no sensitivity here. It's entitlement to the extreme, and it's pathetic, to be honest. We have spoken to people in the past as well, performers on various Star Trek shows who say that, yeah, that stuff does get through, which I suppose to a certain type of person will only thrill some people, but it's not like these horrid comments just go into the void and they never reach people's ears. Yes, they do. And yes, sometimes it does hurt and it's unpleasant. And in 1999, it was depicted in such a short scene so well. Taking that energy and putting it on poor Brandon, who comes up at exactly the wrong moment, not Brandon's fault at all, and asks really specific questions about the inner workings of the Protector, leading to Nesmith's, explosion of, there was no ship, it's just a television show, which seems like more than a passing nod to the famous William Shatner get a life message that was put out there. And you'd really have to feel for Brandon here, because although he was a little bit over eager, likewise again, nothing nasty in him. Nesmith leaves the convention at this point, and everyone, well, DeMarco particularly, but the whole cast are very surprised by what's just happened. As DeMarco says in a call to Dane later on, and I love the fact that Dane is still in his makeup. Apparently this was on advice of Alan Rickman, who said, his makeup needs to look like something he did himself, and also leave the makeup on, because if he's doing a convention for the full weekend, it's better than just taking it off, which I thought was such a nice little touch. But she said, yes, she's seen Nesmith snap before, but never at a fan. She was worried about him because of that. Their lodging's much more modest than Nesmith's penthouse sort of mansion, which is actually quite a famous mansion, which has turned up in many Hollywood productions. But his is all glass and views, whereas theirs are, well, more normal, if you like. Nesmith, however, for as beautiful as the view in the place is alone, drinking hard liquor, flicking through the channels, watching himself, and you see that melancholy, that time when he felt he was a part of something special, and he ends up drinking himself into basically passing out. But here again, if we are to take it at face value that he is a Shatner type character, whereas everyone else is the rest of the crew, it does show, let's be real, Shatner, as much as Shatner is Kirk and Kirk is Shatner, at least, in the original series era, he did manage to somewhat break the typecasting. Because, of course, there was TJ Hooker as well, there was his music career, he was a writer as well. He did other things to branch out from Star Trek, even while still appearing in, it was the 90s, okay, generations had come and gone at that point, but he did keep things going for quite some time, whereas some of the other cast were really locked into that typecasting. DeForest Kelley, for example, spoke about how effectively, once he was McCoy for the rest of his life. Leonard Nimoy wrote 2 autobiographies, one being I Am Not Spock, the follow-up being I Am Spock, to clear up that it seemed like in I Am Not Spock he was saying, I hate this role. He didn't. But to try and get the message out there that there is a separation between art and artist. And in the visual cues of this scene, I feel like I've gone on about this for 15 minutes, I apologize, but in the visual cues of this scene, you can see the differences. The one who managed to make a bigger monetary career, at least, versus those who didn't. One of my favourite scenes in the film follows. Up to the Thermians arriving at Nesmith's house. They apologise for this break-in protocol. We are so honoured to be standing in your presence. As he's ass up looking for a shoe. I love it. The fact that they mention, we secured your limousine. You know, he's great, cool, we're on board, let's go. And he's sitting there, he's nursing a hangover, he's sitting at the back of the chair. The all too brief appearance from Rainn Wilson as he explains what's about to happen to Nesmith. Nesmith's like, I am listening, but I'm just gonna close my eyes here. You've got Laliari sitting there, played by Missy Pyle, who hasn't had her translator input yet, so she's right. There is a production down I have here, and it was a decision made by the studios, made by DreamWorks, showing the limousine basically beaming up. And that was because DreamWorks felt, the original script had it that Nesmith would pass out in the car and wake up on the Thermian ship. So it sort of introduced this question of, was it a dream? Was it real or not? Knowing where the film was going, DreamWorks is just like, don't worry about that. Car beams up, it's real, it's all real. And I don't know, it's a bit more of a show don't tell, or a tell don't show. So yeah, I didn't feel it needed that. Also, whopper of a down when we get up there. Although Nesmith is rolling with it and he thinks he's there for a quick, promotional appearance. He's gonna do a few lines. He's there commenting on, set looks good and everything. Normally it's cardboard, and he's not realizing, of course, what's going on around him. So he's, it gives a little bit of a compliment to the set design, and there's Ceres on the screen. He's like, oh yeah, that looks good. It's all good. Anyway, yeah, give him the left cannon, give him the right cannon, fire both cannons. That's cool. We good. Okay, brilliant. It's being so rude and dismissive because let's say it was a promotional appearance. At least discuss what's going on in the scene with the people who are running it. We do get the complete comedy of the goo transporter. That's enough. I like that one. He gets back down to the planet. He lands beside his swimming pool. He's just been to space and back. He has a bit of an understandable bit of a freak out. So away he hurries to find the rest of his crew, who are, oh my god, they're at an opening of a tech company, like it's a shop. Bagrabtha's hammer. I have never seen such savings. Up. At this point, it's starting to feel personal between Nesmith and Brandon. I mean, he might as well just pull a gun on him next. Instead, he leaves him with his weak communicator, but he doesn't know that yet. I mean, everything here, kind of goes without saying that, the communicators, the later surface mapper, the wee little disruptor phasers. I mean, it's Star Trek, but it's so lovingly done that it walks that really fine line between taking the piss and doing a loving satire. All that aside, whopper of an up to Nesmith. He goes immediately to get the rest of his crew. That's what he's like, I need you, we need to do this together. And that's the kind of person Nesmith is. There's bits later on, which we're gonna talk about in a bit more detail, about the greater scope of the type of people that they are. But for what we were presented with Nesmith doing other appearances without them, but still showing late, but still showing up to conventions together, he wants his crew together. Now, whether it's his acting troupe at this point, because it's Nesmith as opposed to Taggart, that is a bit I loved in this film. That was definitely an up. Via a wee holocommunicator with Laliari. Oh, go on, I'll allow the holocommunicator, it's fine. The rest of the crew beam up. Guy, who is there, who has managed to basically get himself in on the appearance circuit. Fair play, man. Beams up. If you look closely at Sigourney Weaver's reaction when they appear in the transporter room after Sam Rockwell has let the most unholy scream out of him, this was apparently unscripted and her jump is very real. A bit like when you see Alan Rickman on the bridge of the Protector, by the way, doing a little hop and a skip. It's because the bridge was on gimbals. They did build it that way. There was actually hopping and bumping going on. I do like that they leave some of this stuff in. And it's brilliant because, they're sitting there like, what on earth? But you have, well, first of all, sorry, Matt Winston, taken out up there. Lovely to see you, appearing here before appearing as Daniels in Enterprise. Although, with the temporal Cold War. This could be after, this could be during, this could be anything. But the Winstons, Matt and Stan, have a very large connection to this film and to Star Trek as a whole. I mean, Matt Winston's Daniels went on to become such an important character in Discovery as well. You know, the role being taken over by David Cronenberg of all people. Dan Winston, who is, you know, or was, excuse me, the visionary who created so many amazing effects in Hollywood in his lifetime, did the effects for this film as well. He obviously, in conjunction with ILM, did, you know, a lot of the CGI effects. But for example, Ceres, that's a Stan Winston creation. Just absolutely incredible. And, he says, when you look at Ceres going, I mean, there's an early version of the Xindi reptilian. Again, early because this was 2 years before Enterprise. Take that ibuprofen for your back. If you're able to, please don't take anything you're not able to take. Time is meaningless. I've gone on a tangent. Matt Winston's a legend. Anyway, so they've been scanned with all sorts of tentacle-y things and speculums, which is just hilarious. And Nesmith then arrives and says, yeah, isn't this amazing? You know, hey, this is all real, this is great. And of course the crew is like, what the? Until Fred beams in. And it's just like, that was a hell of a thing. What's wrong with those guys? Every scene that Tony Shalhoub does in this film is perfect. Up. The whole thing, everything, is created because the Thermians believe that Galaxy Quest was a historical document, and so they've recreated it based on these historical documents. There is so much precedent for that in Star Trek. Let's look at the original series. A piece of the action. You have the gangster planet based on a book that was left behind on Sigma Iota 2. You have Patterns of Force, the Nazi planet that was set up by, that one. But much more recent, and obviously post-Galaxy Quest, you have Star Trek Prodigy doing the episode All the World's a Stage, with the Enterprisians building their society based on Ensign Garovik's uniform and shuttle. It's very meta and very wibbly-wobbly. But it's also, and you see it in other mediums as well. For example, Futurama. A little bit same but different, because they didn't believe that single female lawyer was real, but they were very annoyed when it was cancelled, and then they flew an Omicron Persei. And listen, I kind of love this as a trope. I do. It does set us up for a heartbreaking moment as the episode, I'm calling it an episode now, as the film goes on. But it also sets us doubly up for the NSEA Protector is a beautiful starship design. Absolutely beautiful. And particularly this, as opposed to the retro one we saw in the beginning, this version that we see for the rest of the film, it is gorgeous. The Protector has the registry NTE 3120. NTE standing for not the Enterprise. I love these kind of jokes. The ship is beautiful, the spaceport is beautiful, and if this isn't directly based after Dry Dock from Star Trek, I don't know what is. You get such Dry Dock themes, you get such Space Dock themes, and then later on, it's like Discovery looked at this and went, well, there's your Archer Space Dock right there. I've actually got a couple of downs. My first down is a logic down. Why are the Thermians in the spaceport in human form? The ones when the ship is leaving and they're sort of adorning the walls, why are they in human form? That, to me, just seems like, unnecessary. And then the second down is a joke that goes on a little bit too long, and it's the crashing scene. So, yes, you want to have the gag that Tommy Webber is not actually Lieutenant Laredo. He doesn't actually know how to fly the ship at this point. And so, giving the order is all well and good. I love that gag. It's like, at least I'm not the commander. Take us out. Sorry, what? I like the joke, it just goes on a bit too far. But on top of that, it goes on too far. Like, as you can see, as you're looking at it, the ship seems to do a dead straight pan to the side, which means the wing should be ripping through that dry dock, and it appears to be nowhere to be found. So it's just that's just a little down for me. And it goes on too long for me to not ask that question. I do like the overall look of the spaceport, though. It's very, the fact that it's built into what seems to be an asteroid. It's got sort of a mushroomish shape, so very evocative of the space dock we all know and love from the Star Trek movies. but also a little bit of a teaser as to what happened to the Thermians' world that we don't know for certain until later on. Dinner scene, great crack. I mean, there's loads of eggs in here. It's an up. You know, he's eating corn-fed Iowa beef. Where's Captain Kirk from? You have poor old Dane, who would eat the diet of Dr. Lazarus. I mean, the bugs could be slimy yet satisfying. And that looks like they're walking around with Romulan ale. I just love it. We also get the revelation that the previous commander of the Thermians tried to, you know, negotiate and fight with Ceres. Didn't go well. Anyway, Ceres a prick, played with delicious camp by Robin Sachs under all of the Stan Winston creations. Robin Sachs, by the way, another Star Trek veteran at this point, because he was in the Voyager episode The Void. Funnily enough, I knew the name straight away, not just because of I like to know actors' names, but I've been a Buffy fan for years, and he's Ethan Rayne in Buffy. So yeah, I recognised the name straight away when we were watching this. There is a lot of crossover here. But yeah, he sort of tortured the previous leader of the Thermians to death. So that was fun. They don't particularly, our actor crew, don't particularly want to deal with him. I mean, you have the amount of jokes that Guy has, this is an up by the way, to the fact that he's like, oh, I'm gonna be killed within seconds. I'm gonna die in the opening few minutes. This is my role. This is what I'm supposed to do. Negotiations do not go well with Ceres. Nesmith tries to get DeMarco to turn off the comm so he can insult him. DeMarco doesn't know how to do that. Fair enough. And he hears everything and he starts firing on them. They try to escape through a minefield, which they do. Also, fair play to the Thermians. They built a strong protector because it takes a few knocks flying through that minefield. It does, however, lead to just... So he tells Weber to go turbo. And then we get this communication from Quan, or from, you know, kind of Chen at this stage. Everyone's falling into their roles really quickly. Hey, they're telling me the generators can't handle much more of this, that we're breaking apart. Just an FYI. Up. They get through the minefield, they get to the other side, and they're able to chill there for a little bit because Ceres hasn't come through the minefield. We get our briefing scene. Dane has a bendy straw in his drink, and that is an up from me. But here we also get the great scene where DeMarco just goes, I have one job in this ship. It's a stupid job, but I'm gonna do it, and I repeat what the computer says. Completely taking the mickey out of, you know, Nichelle Nichols' role as Uhura, which was much faster than that, I know, but perhaps more timely, Denise Crosby's role as Tasha Yar. I mean, when she asked to be let go from her contract in season 1 of The Next Generation, she said they might as well have just got a cardboard cutout of her legs and popped them behind the captain, and that would have been what she was playing on The Next Generation. Shatner, in interviews kind of contemporary around the film, says, oh, I don't know who that Tim Allen character person was trying to play, but I did recognize the one playing Nichelle. So there's so many nods to those roles in there. In fact, you know what, sorry, bear with me a moment. On the cruise recently, there was one of the nights where a lot of the actors got together and they did a completely hilarious script reading of For the World is Hollow and I've Touched the Sky. And Celia Rose Gooding played Uhura, where she delivered 2 lines and spent the rest of the play sitting on the backstage, really obviously reading a book as a comment on how Nichelle Nichols was used in the original series. And I thought, absolutely hilarious. So our MacGuffin is that the beryllium sphere has suffered damage and we need a new one. Then, you know, the Thermians are like, you know, you will be able to help us. And we get the first scene of them trying to gently let them know, like, yeah, about those historical documents. I mean, you don't think things like Gilligan's Island, for example. Oh, those poor people. So Gilligan's Island is a joke that has, as time has moved on, because the show is a little bit less relevant today than it was back, even back then it was about 30 years old. It was about a group of people who shipwrecked and set up home on an island. It's basically Swiss Family Robinson, which itself is basically Lost in Space. It was a funny gag. Well, the good news is that they do find beryllium down on, I'm just going to call it Goblin Valley Park because that's where it's filmed in real life, and it looks fantastic. And we were shocked to find that it's never featured in Star Trek. I mean, this is a real location where they take the shuttle down to. The shuttle, which is absolutely, you know, based on the original series shuttle, the Next Generation shuttles, that font on the shuttle, the way that the numbers, like, that's definitely straight from Star Trek as well. It just looks like it's Put it this way, this is their Vasquez rocks. They land the shuttle, they go to a mining colony that might be straight from an episode of the original series, and they see what are called in the making of little blue demons. And I'm delighted that Guy is the one that says, they're not good. Have you ever even watched the show? Chris goes, yeah, I wasn't fooled by the meep either. You know, these are clearly evil. And they are. They rip apart one of their injured ones. I love that. And then we get the line from DeMarco, we gotta get out of here before they kill Guy. Oh. Guy's absolutely convinced he's going to die because, as he said, I'm not a character with a surname. I'm not making it out of here. Which is a joke they recently reused in the Doctor Who episode Lux. They start to come up with a plan as to how to get around these little demons. And Nesmith goes, well, what if we do the plan from episode 81? Guy's like, episode 81? That's the episode I die in. Don't use that one. But however distraught he might be, he has started to notice that as the movie goes on, DeMarco's outfit gets more and more revealing as the movie goes on. He's like, oh my god. Another suggestion by Sigourney Weaver. I love it. As actors, they're trying to say, how we stay in touch? Nesmith has to remind Tommy, you know these communicators, they work. So he's like, oh yeah. They manage to draw the little demons off and start rolling one of these beryllium spheres back to the shuttle, which goes largely without a hitch. Until they get back there and they realise that with the sphere, there's not enough room for all of them. There's two great gags actually with the shuttle. The first was when they land the shuttle and they just open the back hatch without checking for oxygen or anything, which is, yeah, like, at least accept the fact you're going to check for oxygen. You know, like for example, in USS Callister recently, we did the exact same thing. But then when we get back, Nesmith punches Dane to save his life because he shoves him on the shuttle and says, right, fly off without me. Which just leads to the scene where he's dragged back, in the little blue demon speech. They're like, oh, it looks like a child. We should hit it with a rock and then eat it. He does manage to get his shirt off, though. Oh. The entire scene that follows, from the little pig lizard horta-looking yoke waking Nesmith up the exact same way Daniel Jackson gets waken up in the Stargate movie, to the arrival of the rock monster, finally, the Gorignac. William Shatner was just like, huh, I see you took my idea. It just worked. Also, there's only 10 years between this and The Final Frontier. Technology jumped on a bit in the meantime, didn't it? Fred is up on the ship, and this is his kind of first, I've got to be on the ball here. And he's going to use he's going to use the transporter, right? And so he's like, okay, we're going to test it on the pig lizard thing, and he beams it up, and do you remember that scene in the motion picture? Enterprise, what we got back didn't live long, thankfully. Like the helical torsion of exiting the mycelial plane. Oh God. And that thing looked to be alive for a few minutes. Up, but in a really creeped out kind of way. Saving Nesmith in the nick of time though, a la Scotty in Trek 09. Fred, proves that he kind of does know what he's doing, technically, him using this technology for the first time. But it's very original series, it's very Star Trek overall. It does lead to the great line from Dane. I see you managed to take your shirt off. Up. Seeing these kind of scenes that would turn up in Trek later on, it should be as no surprise to anyone that J.J. Abrams has gone on the record saying how much he enjoyed Galaxy Quest. And it was clearly, at least partly, an inspiration behind his set of films as well. We then get an absolutely devastating revelation, which is the Thermians have no need to go home because they are the last of the Thermians. That spaceport looks like it was in the ruins of their planet. Ceres is a prick. Also, I hope he didn't hear me because he's on the ship. Uh-oh. The following scene is, it hits you right where the heart should be. And that is revealing to Mathazar that Galaxy Quest was just entertainment. It was deception. Something that the Thermians don't do. But Ceres and his people do. They have that in common. And poor Mathazar, Enrico just plays the hell out of this. This crushing revelation. He's there being tortured by Ceres, but Ceres forces Nesmith to confess to him. There's a great macro kind of discussion around this, where you see the crew through someone else's eyes. They see the good that they have done. And although, yes, okay, the context of the scene is that, you know, there's like, oh, we have to force you to, you know, it's all fake, whatever. Okay, so that aside for a second. Galaxy Quest has such a massive inspirational impact on the Thermians that they were able to stand up to Ceres and his people as well. Now, they needed some guidance, which is why they brought in the crew. But it inspired them to not just take things lying down and to not just accept things the way that they were. And this is such a wonderful, beautiful comment on the power that, let's get specific, Star Trek has had on the Star Trek community at large, but also the world at large. You know, we were saying, you know, this movie was saying this back in 1999, but it is as relevant today as it was then. For example, recently, the Trek Against Pancreatic Cancer fundraiser. Obviously, we were lucky enough, we got to interview Jonathan Frakes, John Billingsley and Armin Zimmerman on the channel for their part in the Purple Stride. And the charity work that Star Trek actors have done, I mean, the original series actors have done so much, the Next Generation actors, I mean, everyone from day one through to today. Look at the amount of work that Wilson Cruz has done with GLAAD, for example. And it's sort of seeing that look on Nesmith's face, DeMarco's face, Weber's face, you know, seeing them realize their impact on the Thermians is such a wonderful meta moment in the film. Think about the contributions that they, through their acting, have done to the Thermians. Think about the contributions that Star Trek actors have done to the world. Look, I'm not trying to plug lists here, but we've listed some of the things that, you know, Star Trek actors have given to the community at large. This seems like a sort of a meta crux of the film, and I think it's handled really, really well. We set up our Act 3 here. Ceres is going to leave the ship, but before he does, he wants everyone dead. He lets the air out of the room the Thermians are in, and he's going to airlock our crew. Well, they're having none of that. After a really funny fake fight between Nesmith and Dane, where they look like they're turning on each other, but effectively all they do is just trap those other baddies in the airlock and blast them out, which does lead to a great exchange. You used to pull your punches. Scene-stealing hack. Love it. But leads to one of the funniest lines. Fred just standing there, door is a bit sticky, I'll get one of my guys up here with some WD-40. I love how he's just accepted this as life. Up. We get our separation of crews. Nesmith and DeMarco, they're going to go off to the core and try and shut it down. After, you know, DeMarco goes, computer, shut down the core. Unfortunately, nothing. Dane is going to go and try and free the Thermians. Weber is going to practice his driving. And Fred and Laliari are going to try and get the rest of the invaders off the ship. Guy's there too. Dane teams up with Quellic, played by Patrick Breen, who make a surprisingly affecting double act, because Quellic is obsessed with Dr. Lazarus and has modeled his entire life around Lazarus's teachings. And it's so sweet, because even though we do get one more, don't say the line, you know, you can see how it does affect Dane as well, just to see what he's meant to this alien person. Oh, it's so sweet. Gwen and Jason have to crawl through the ducts. Ducts! Why is it always ducts? I don't know, Ripley, why is it always ducts? DeMarco and Nesmith are on the way to the computer core because they want to shut down the overload, because they don't all want to die. DeMarco, I love the fact she gets the line, well, I don't know how to shut down a reactor core, and I'm pretty sure you don't know how to shut down a reactor core. To which Nesmith says, yes, but I'm pretty sure I know someone who does. Up to the use of the Trek community. I'm just going to say the Trek community, but yes, the Galaxy Quest community in this film, because the vindication of Brandon. We cut back down to Earth, where Brandon is sitting there building his latest model of the NSCA protector. You know, his mom is reminding him that he does have to bring the garbage out. And he's like, I know, but I'm very busy right now, Mum. It walks a very fine line here. And I think this is the strength of Galaxy Quest, because the depiction of Brandon and the other fans could, with a lesser skill, it could be quite mean-spirited. And it doesn't come across as mean-spirited at all in this film. In fact, you know, speaking as a Star Trek fan myself, you know, very recently, you know, I had family stay over. They described my place as a nerd heaven because I've just got so much stuff everywhere, you know, and I play with it that way. And yet, to many people, I'm probably a big giant weirdo for the amount of things that I keep, and I have models, and I have all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's probably odd to some people. In the way that perhaps Brandon could be odd to some people because he's got models in his room and he takes this stuff seriously. But he's not treated as odd in this film. Galaxy Quest has often been described as, you know, not only is it a playful satire on both Star Trek and the Trek community, George Takei once described it as a chilling documentary on, you know, the culture that exists around it. But which he said in good humor, by the way. And it seems like this where you get that. Brandon and the rest of his group must come together to save the crew of the NSEA Protector, and by extension, the entire Thermian race, which, spoiler alert, they do. And I think it's handled beautifully. It's done tongue-in-cheek, because of course it is, because that's the kind of film it is, but it's done really, really well. As I say, where it walks the fine line is when, you know, Nesmith gets in touch with Brandon, and the first thing Brandon goes like, oh, look, I know, by the way, none of it's real, you know, I know that. To which Nesmith goes, no, it is all real. Brandon's like, I knew it! And again, look, there was the potential for that to be a kind of a, oh yeah, we all believe that it's real. I would love to believe Star Trek's real, please don't get me wrong, but it does it with good nature. And that's why it's such a whopper of an up for this, for me. Oh, so Brandon's gonna then direct them to the core, and we get the Chompers scene. Well, screw that. For as bad as the dubbing is, it's an up. The whole Chekov's gun, by the way, is the Omega-13 device. That's what Ceres wants. That's why he's been hunting the NSEA Protector, the whole thing. They don't know what it does. It was going to be in the last episode of Galaxy Quest, but sure, then it got lost, didn't it? Brandon reckons that the Omega-13 device is this wonderful creation that can send you back in time 13 seconds. As Nesmith effectively stops, looks at the camera and says, enough time to change one mistake. Fred, after a little bit of, you know, backing up from Laliari and Guy, manages to beam the Rockman into the room where the invaders were. The Rockman then effectively beats them all to death and smashes a whole wall, and they all get blasted out to space. I'm just going to assume the Rockman, who is pretty innocent in all of this, is fine. Fred and Laliari start to have a little bit of a celebration with tentacles arriving from places. And Guy, who was initially a bit supportive, is suddenly like, oh no, that ain't right. Down, you specious glorified extra. Dane and Quellic arrive at the Thermians' barracks where they're all suffocating inside. And we get just that wonderful, lovely exchange where Quellic says, you know, together, by Grabthar's hammer, we can open this door. And Dane doesn't want to say the line, but you could see the eye roll where he just says, because he sees what it means to Quellic, and he takes heart from that. And he is doing this for Quellic, but also you can see a part of him is doing it for him too. And they manage to open the door a little bit. So many things happening at the same time. Of course, Brandon manages to get Nesmith and DeMarco to the core, where, you know, they have to push the big blue button. Was that all? Yeah, why? Oh, it just seems a bit anticlimactic. Brilliant. Love it. Yeah, so they push the button and the countdown is still going. They're like, oh no, Brandon, what do we do? And he's gone. Because in fairness, his mum did say to him, well, you gotta take the garbage out. And then he runs out and he's like, Mum, you've no idea how busy I am. Don't forget to separate the recyclables as well. Ah! Brilliant. It's counting down, they have their moment, and the countdown stops at 1. And as DeMarco says, oh, of course, sure, it always stops at 1. Up. We get then a painful scene. Dane and Quellic manage to open the door, save the Thermians, but Quellic doesn't make it. There is one invader still left outside. He takes a shot and Quellic just goes, I am shot, and falls to the floor in an homage to Westworld. The scene that follows is an up, not up that Quellic dies, sorry Patrick Breen, but the way they play it. And as has been said before, here dying in Dane's eyes, Kwelik confesses that although they had never met, Kwelik looked to him as his father. In that moment, Dane gives him the gift of saying, "By Grabthar's hammer." It's my Latin love. I love it. It's pitch perfect. You know, this inspires Dane and the rest of the Thermians to go effectively feral. You know, they take the Protector back. It's a powerful scene. I wasn't expecting it to hit as hard as it did, and it did. But yeah, nailed it. Tommy does indeed fly good. He flies through the minefield, collecting the mines behind him. We get that great standoff there where everyone is now fully in their roles of who they were in Galaxy Quest. Nesmith is in command. Weber, he's flying good. He did it by watching videos of himself. Because of course they built the Protector on watching episodes. So yeah, it's great. So anyway, they collect all these mines behind them through magnetics. They're flying directly at Ceres's ship, which, by the way, Doomsday device, how are you? Kind of a combination of the Doomsday machine and a Romulan warbird. Flying. Ceres goes, "I'm a general, I don't blink." To which Nesmith goes like, "Yeah, but I'm dragging a load of mines behind me." And they fling the mines at them. So obviously, Star Trek since then has gone, "That was great," which is why they basically do it in the Discovery episode New Eden, and they also do it more recently in the Star Trek Picard episode No Win Scenario. Did you just throw an asteroid at them? You're goddamn right. Up. Everything's great. Ceres' ship is destroyed. We all have a great time, and then Ceres is there. He walks onto the bridge, he's got one of those Thermian devices for changing his shape, and then he turns out to start shooting everyone. Oh no! That's not good at all! If only there was some sort of device that could send us back in time 13 seconds. It's good fun actually, it's a good scene. I mean, you know what's coming, but it's still handled well. This leads to one of our great moments, which is Mathazar lamenting the fact that after Nesmith and all leave, they have no commander, to which Nesmith goes, "Yes you do. Never give up, never surrender." And the bridge separates, by the way. That's also an up. And down the bridge goes. Oh my god, just hilarious scene of Brandon, who is working with the rest of his team, and he's running outside and he's got Roman candles, and his parents are there like, "Where are you going?" "Oh, well, you know, as you know, the bridge is kind of collapsing down into the atmosphere at Mark 15, which, as you know, is very unstable. So me and a bunch of the others are going to go and help guide it down with Roman candles." Well, you know, at least he's outside. I'm going to say that's some supportive parenting going on there. That's an up for me. And the fan community saves them because they help the ship come in for a landing. And although there is a version of this scene where it was like really devastating and it crashes into the convention and kills a bunch of people, which I think would be a horrible ending for this film, no, they basically arrive on stage as if they're doing another appearance at a convention. It's absolutely hilarious. Ceres has survived just long enough to be shot by Nesmith, so that's fun too. Hit the introductions on stage as they stumble out the ship. And here's Gwen DeMarco. "Oh, okay, here I am, yeah. And another crew member." A guy stumbles out like, "Hey!" And here's Fred and friend as Laliari walks out as well. It's just gas at this point. Everyone cheers. It is a wonderful ending. We have the big theatrical kiss on stage, because of course we do. Which leads us into the new updated Galaxy Quest series, where everyone's back, and Guy Fleegman now plays the security officer, and Jane Doe plays Laliari as well. It's just a wonderful, upbeat, happy up as well. And also, funnily enough, that's aged well, because since then, they've effectively been talking about a TV series. And there was pretty serious plans for a while, with the sad passing of Alan Rickman put things on ice for quite a long time. I mean, there was a script and everything, but they keep talking about it. Just a couple of years ago, actually, there was an update that Simon Pegg was now involved in the series too. So you never know. You never know. You never say die. You might even say, never give up, never surrender. DreamWorks were responsible for making this film. In 2006, DreamWorks Pictures was sold to Viacom, which was the parent of Paramount. So basically, Paramount now own Galaxy Quest. So technically, you could see Galaxy Quest crossovers with Star Trek in the future. In the short term, in the game Star Trek Fleet Command, you see things like Gorignac is in Star Trek Fleet Command. And the NSEA Protector, the design of that ship looks like it inspired ships like, I mean, I know they're in Star Trek, but like the Orville, or even the USS Callister. The USS Callister actually really looks like the Protector. But then if you look at some of the 32nd century ships in Star Trek Discovery as well, things like the Courage class look like they were inspired by the Protector. The Eisenberg class, doing away with that, you know, the traditional saucer section, if you will. Galaxy Quest, obviously coming out in 1999, was this entire other property that was inspired by Star Trek and the community around Star Trek. You know, go more recent and you have things, you know, that appeared in Futurama, that episode, which is brilliant as well. The Orville is a complete and utter. It's basically its own version of, you know, Galaxy Quest, the TV series. I mean, it looks like things inspired by Star Trek and lampooning Star Trek has become a genre unto itself. What's next? SpongeBob SquarePants? There is so much that has been said about Star Trek Nemesis since it debuted in 2002, which is just bonkers. I remember, like the other two, I remember going to see this film in the cinema, but I also remember this was after we had moved house, which was like this massive thing in my life. So it was in the new area where we lived, and I went to see it with my friend Darren in 2002, and we both quite enjoyed it. We enjoyed the run-up to the film, where its own website was there showing promotional material. I remember spending flipping ages waiting for the trailer to load online. Yes, children, there was a time before broadband. As a 14-year-old, I enjoyed it. My opinion was not shared by not the overwhelming majority, by a lot of the audience. And Nemesis is a flawed film. But I do have thoughts on its legacy, which we will get to when we come to the temporal observations. So, the best thing to do is to dive right in to all of the ups and downs for Star Trek Nemesis. Coming through with our first up of the film, you knew it was coming. It's a slightly bittersweet up though, it's for Jerry Goldsmith. This was not only his final Star Trek film, but his final film that he scored. He passed away, leaving an incredible legacy of music behind him. Obviously, you know, we have continually shouted out his music for the Star Trek franchise, but like, look at his work for Planet of the Apes, his Oscar-winning work for The Omen, and also, if you want to be deeply unsettled, his work on Alien as well. And that's just to name but a few. Jerry Goldsmith was one of the greats of film composition and composition in general. I think he went out with a blinder of a Star Trek soundtrack. Nemesis has a fabulous score, one that was like bootlegged a lot before an official expanded score was finally released, like relatively late. It was more than 10 years after the film was released before we got the full soundtrack. And there's so much gold on this. But from that opening set, from the Remus theme, it's good, this one. It is good. Our first down of the film, it's gonna go to that backwards E in Star Trek Nemesis. It's sort of a catch-all down in a way. There was a lot of creative decisions made for Star Trek Nemesis that I think have contributed to the overall negative reception of the film. Do you know what, actually? I'm gonna take this opportunity right here to remind you of something, and that's how trilithium downs will affect the count. As you know, a latinum up is a super up, and a trellium down is a super down. A dilithium up is something so good it removes it down from the down counter, whereas a trilithium down is something so bad it removes one from the up counter. Why would I take this opportunity to remind you of that? Well, we'll get there. I will come through with an up though for Romulus itself. Lovely to see it. It wasn't the first time that we'd seen Romulus in Star Trek's history, but it was one of the more detailed looks. You know, we did see it in things like Unification, for example, but with a bit of a film budget. I just love that pan in. It looks really cool. This would be reused, I suppose, spoiler for the temporal observations, but this would be reused again, updated, but reused for Star Trek Enterprise's 4th season. Another definite up here is that little snapshot of a view inside the Romulan Senate. I love the setup, I love the payoff. Some things, obviously, we'll get to in the temporal observations, but Senator Talor, it's just because it's such a normal day, even though we must support Remus and, you know, I beg you and everything. And that reminder of the military does not dictate actions on Romulus. Since when? But anyway, and then they leave and we get that Jerry Goldsmith just coming through with a big drum pounding in our ears as that failure on radiation rains down on the Senate. It was a hell of an opening to this film. It set the mood. This was going to be dark. And in fairness, it was. You know, there are many things that Nemesis maybe doesn't do very, very well, but setting the mood was not one of them. We're going to a wedding! A long-awaited wedding. So taken up to the Riker Troys. Oh, this was a long time. I enjoyed it then, I enjoy it now. Because again, this is something that there's over a decade of payoff in this scene. And not only that, but taken up, you get some nice threads. Not introducing the threads. I mentioned this now in the ups and downs for Insurrection, that though they were introduced in that film, they feel more iconic in this film. Particularly because there's so many goodbyes going on all around us. As you will see, I'm modestly only giving myself a commander's rank, you know, because also the White Captain's one was a bit hard to get. But I like this one. All right, I think that Robert Blackman did a great job when it comes to redesigning this. And in fact, not to plug a video, but do check out our list of all of the uniforms ranked worst to best and see where the Nemesis and Insurrection dress uniforms land. We also, in Picard's speech, which I think Patrick Stewart delivers brilliantly, we get our first name of the Titan. Gosh, I wonder if that will become important later on. A couple of quick ups, and although they're just cameos, it is lovely to see Will Wheaton back here in Star Trek again. There's a funny story where he found out quite late in the day that he was actually going to be in this film. He bumped into LeVar Burton. LeVar Burton then spoke to the filmmakers. The filmmakers then got in touch with Will. Anyway, it was all like really, really quick. So quick that when Will asked screenwriter John Logan, you know, so what's Wesley's story? Is he still a traveler? John said, we don't have time to address that. Okay? And it shows. I mean, because in the film as released, he's just sitting at the head table. Lovely to see him. There is a deleted scene where he does get to speak, and Picard does say, it's nice to see you in uniform again, and then goes on to say that he's going to be assigned to the Titan. So it definitely seems in Nemesis that, you know, he's given up his traveling ways and he's back in Starfleet. Probably for the best that scene was deleted when you think where his story has gone since there. The other up, of course, being Whoopi Goldberg's cameo as Guinan. I am, however, going to give a down to a very conspicuous absence. Majel Barrett is in the film. She voices the Enterprise computer. Why would Lwaxana Troi not be at their wedding? I will give some allowance for perhaps she was going to be at the ceremony on Beta Z, but when you already have Majel Barrett in the film, frankly, I could say the same thing for missing Pulaski, missing Kyle Riker, but Lwaxana seems like that's a really big oversight on the script's part. And another down that I'm going to bring in here, because we get Michael Dorn speaking here at the wedding. Obviously you get a lot more as the film goes on, but down for the decision to digitally lower Worf's voice. We didn't need it for all of the Next Generation. We didn't need it for the 4 films he was in before this. We didn't need it for Nemesis. It was again, a creative decision I do not agree with. One decision I do agree with was Brent Spiner singing. Take it up, Blue Skies. Nice to hear you for the first time here. Worf might disagree. We're up on the Enterprise E, and the Enterprise E is looking pretty nice. Nemesis is clearly filmed in a different style to both First Contact and Insurrection. Well, it had a different director. Okay, we're going to talk about Stuart Baird. Down for Stuart Baird. He made a perfectly competent film. I just don't think he made a very good Star Trek film. But there are still many bits of it which are still very Star Trek. I mean, it's very clearly a Next Generation film. It's not like he took the characters and put them in this completely bonkers, you'd struggle to call this Star Trek kind of scenario. I don't think it went that far. I just think that there was a brief that he worked to, but I don't think advice was as new. You know, there is the stories of Jonathan Frakes was there on set, and, you know, but no advice was ever sought. I mean, he directed the last 2 films, and while Insurrection perhaps didn't do too well in the reviews or particularly in the box office, he was still very, very experienced. I mean, obviously, I dream of a universe where Frakes directed this film as well. There were some decisions that I think worked. For example, the Enterprise E bridge is put on gimbals for the first time, and I think that's actually a really good decision. And other things which I don't think worked, like some of the aesthetic changes, which are a little bit pointless in my opinion, which I'll kind of talk about as we're going through. More so, it's the stories that have come out since. You know, LeVar Burton revealing that Stuart Baird kept calling him Laverne and thought Geordi was an alien of some sort. I don't believe you have to be a Trekkie to direct Star Trek. I do think you should do your homework. I suppose in slight defense of the man, Marina Sirtis did say that while Nemesis sucked, it didn't suck as bad as Insurrection. And in fairness, Jonathan Frakes gets Star Trek, so praise? Anyway, up on the Enterprise E, which as I say is looking pretty good, you have that sort of joking conversation about Worf is refusing to appear at a traditional Betazoid wedding, which, as we all know, you gotta go Starkers to. You know, it's all very good nature. I like this. You know, it takes a few moments to go, these people know each other. Actually, on top of all of that, Nemesis, you don't have that why is Worf here question about this film. You know, this comes after the end of Deep Space Nine. Worf is possibly still the ambassador to Kronos at this point, but he's gone to a wedding and he's going to the next wedding. Perfect sense for him to be there on the Enterprise E, as opposed to the previous film. Worf, why are you here? Do you care about the reason? Come on, Worf's in the film, that's why. Yeah, all right, fair enough. So yeah, I'll give him props for that one. Now we get the thing that brings us to the Kalaran system. A positronic reading, which can mean only one thing. Data, do you have another brother you haven't told? Oh, you do? Oh, all right, okay, cool. It's exactly what I thought it was gonna be. All right then, cool. So off we go. I'm gonna say it up. I like the Argo. I do, I like it. I think it's good fun. Is it extraneous to the film? Absolutely yes. Is there any need for it? Absolutely not. Do I enjoy it? Yes, I do. We get some good gags in here. You have the bridge, Mr. Troy. Again, this works so well because the cast clearly know each other so well. And I am actually going to defend screenwriter John Logan a little bit as well, because he's a decent writer, more than decent. I mean, like, he wrote Gladiator and also wrote the Penny Dreadful series, which I really enjoyed. And I do think that there was a lot of potential in this script. So I don't want this review to come across as if it's just like, right, how much does Sean hate this film? Because I don't hate this film. It just does have downs. But I do want to give credit where credit is due. I do think John Logan did a pretty good job writing overall what we got. I think it was executed maybe, not as intended. Some unsafe velocities later. I mean, again, the Argo's fun. Anyway, some unsafe velocities later on, we come across the first piece of what will turn out to be B4. Down for the Sapia Tone planet. I don't know, I just never have liked the look of that. So we find the different bits of B4, and again, I do want to give credit where credit is due here. Pretty quickly, they're like, oh yeah, no, this is dodge. This is not on the level. And I like that we don't get to the reveal of the head, for example, and then they start to think, ooh, this maybe isn't good. And, weapons out. I'm on board with that. What I'm not on board with, down, redesigning the tricorders, redesigning the hand phasers. I have never liked these ones. The Nemesis phaser, I think, is just quite lifeless. And the tricorder probably makes more sense. Probably is what a tricorder would look like. And you see things later on in Picard, for example, which seems to be a bit closer to this. For me, personally, I've always liked the flippy thing, and it just felt like a bit of a change for change sake. They start getting fired at by the Kalarans. We get that line, why does he have a shiny head? I'm on board with that one. As, of course, they get back to the Argo. I don't hate it. I remember reading a contemporary review, and I do apologize because I cannot for the life of me remember what review this was. But it said, Star Trek does James Bond by the Argo driving off the edge and into the back of the shuttle Argo. Yeah, I have to say, 20 odd years later, I remember that and it's pretty accurate. In the cybernetics lab aboard the Enterprise E, which is dead handy that it has one of those, I'm giving an up to the fact Crusher gets a line. Gates McFadden really got sod all to do in these films, didn't she? Sort of especially little in this one. It feels like she was written in because Crusher's there, as opposed to here's really important parts of the plot. Now, she explains a couple of bits of the plot as it goes along, and there's one scene which has aged very well when you think about what we now know about Beverly Crusher. But, she gets something to do in this scene. Down to this film and the previous 3 films' lack of use of Gates McFadden. But through this scene, we get the reveal that, the android's name is B4. Nuni and Soon's penchant for whimsical naming continues. That works. He's a prototype, he's not as sophisticated, it's Data. Grand. Anyone else a tiny bit disappointed it wasn't Lore? Just me? Alright. Up. Because Ellie is standing off camera with a phaser and she's promising to shoot me if I didn't give an up to the Janeway cameo. Oh, Janeway was always getting an up for this one. Yes, Vice Admiral Catherine Janeway, freshly returned from the Delta Quadrant, makes a cameo here in this film. This was fun. This was fun. It seemed like it was so clearly recorded at different times that Patrick Stewart and Kate Mulgrew were nowhere near each other for the recording of this, but it's not the point. The point was that this was great. Yeah, you get Janeway in a grey shouldered uniform. What seems to be, because you kind of can't see the back of her hair, but it seems to be, have we gone back to the bun? Sure, why not? And the 3 pips that we would see her in later on in Star Trek Prodigy as well. She sends them on the assignment out to Romulus, which definitely isn't dodgy at all. Yeah, the fact the Enterprise E just happened to be close to the neutral zone. Come on now, Starfleet. We get tiny little bit of exposition. We hear about this character of Shinzon, who was alluded to in that, beginning scene with Soran. We know he's Reman, and this was exciting for audience in 2002 because we had never seen the Remans. We'd known since Balance of Terror that there were at least 2 Romulan planets, but we knew nothing about Remus as a world. And so this was pretty exciting. It leads us directly into that briefing scene in the observation lounge, which also, because this is the last Next Generation era film, I think it just bears repeating that this observation lounge is a redress of the last surviving piece of the Enterprise D. It was the only set that hadn't been destroyed after Generations. And yeah, I don't know, it just feels nice. Everyone's there, this is all fun. We get our slight little explanation that Remans, they were used in the Dominion War, so hey, shout out to the Dominion War, that basically they were cannon fodder. They were only sent into the most extreme ground assaults, that Shinzon himself, all we know is that he led 12 campaigns, all successful in the war. So we're dealing with some serious battles here. All right, it sets us up. Probably they shouldn't have done that. Fierce warriors are the Remans. Yep, unbeatable. Yep, they win every campaign they do. Let's see how that one goes as the film goes on. Down for approving the memory download. I don't know. For me, and I suppose it's hard because I'm not watching this in... I mean, I know how the film goes, but it just seems that, was this not a bit of a rushed thing? I know they do shout it out. Geordi literally says, I can't believe Captain Picard gave the okay for this. Neither can I, Geordi. Neither can I. And we get that exchange between Geordi and Data where they go, B4, maybe this is what B4 is meant to be. He is meant to be just a prototype. And Data struggles with that a little bit because, of course, we know Data has spent so many years trying to be more than he is. A scene I quite like in this film, and is an up from me, is the reveal that, when we next come back to the captain's log, that the Enterprise E has been waiting in orbit of Romulus for 17 hours with their hails going unanswered. And finally, Worf recommends raising the shields and Riker agrees with him. It only took 15 years. up. Now, even though they don't raise the shields, Worf was 100% correct, and I'm glad someone backed him up at last. This leads to a couple of quick ups. The reveal of the scimitar is an up. Seriously, I like that design and the way it decloaks kind of a bit at a time. And an up as well to Ron Perlman. Yeah. You want somebody to be an imposing baddie, you get Ron Perlman. And you do, and it's brilliant. Well done. Down to the vampire look. Maybe this sounds a bit harsh, but yes, we get it. Remus, you live in the dark one half. They didn't need to be Nosferatu. I think it's a little bit too extreme. Saying all of that, the introduction of Tom Hardy, boom, taken up. I think he's brilliant in this film. I really, really do. And, it's obviously easy to say that now because we know where Tom Hardy's career has gone since. Back in 2002, he was fresh-faced, young actor, just starting out in Hollywood. And look, I don't want to go too much into it, but the failure of this film hit him hard. And I think that was so unwarranted and so unfair. And my heart went out to the guy because he clearly gave his heart and soul into this role. Like every scene that he's in, you can tell he is doing it for the back seats. And even when he's quiet, he's doing it for he's really, frankly, if you're playing Picard's clone, you want to be a bit Shakespearean in how you deliver that, don't you? And it's really, really good. His reveal of he can walk into the light, but the Remans have to back out of it. We see the Viceroy pulling back. The slow measure of speech here. Obviously it becomes quite uncomfortable, but his approach to Deanna and that, may I touch your hair? For a moment, you could almost wonder, is this maybe an innocent ignorance? He's obviously done his homework. He knows them by name. He tells Data to scan him without subterfuge. And of course, it's all about him and Picard. And although we as an audience are like, so Patrick Stewart and Tom Hardy are two different people, quite clearly. Not only separated by age, but also the fact that they are two different people. Whereas Picard goes, that's me. He straight away, that recognition is there on his face. When Shinzon pulls out the knife to offer Picard a bit of his blood, there is a move for protection, but no one was worried that this scene was going to end in an attack. And yes, very quickly, Crusher confirms the fact that Shinzon and Picard have the same DNA, right down to the aggressive strain of Shalloth syndrome. What I wish this film did differently was reorder some of its scenes, because almost immediately, you see that Shinzon's a baddie. You know what I mean? You could have played with the audience's expectations a little bit. The Remans, which so obviously look like villains, are villains. Shinzon, who is the clone of Picard, and is he possibly the evil twin? Sort of works out to be the evil twin of Picard. It's all a bit surface level. And by which I mean that after this great introduction where things are calm, they are measured, we get the scene with Donatra and Soran in the Romulan Senate. And although Dina Meyer, by the way, is brilliant and is absolutely an up from me, look, I've been a Starship Troopers fan forever, so I think she's brilliant. It's just a bit quick, isn't it? That reveal. We get a couple of important plot bits here. For example, Shinzon's clearly in pain, Donatra notices. The next thing, B4 suddenly wakes up, petting Spot, by the way, up, Spot, of course. But wakes up, B4 goes toward a console. Right, so it's all about evil twins, is it? Still kind of pissed it wasn't lore. There's a list on TrekCulture where we talk about great scenes that saved, the title is saved terrible episodes, so obviously in this case, films. The scene where Picard and Shinzon have dinner leading into the scene of Picard in the Romulan Senate it's up there. It is a fabulous, fabulous scene. Because of two great actors working so well against each other, I love Shinzon's questions about, were we Picards always warriors? I like to think myself an explorer. Were we always explorers? I love them finding out about each other. Shinzon's story then of growing up in the Reman mines, being cared for by the Viceroy. That works so well. But the suggestion of a Starfleet officer standing in the Romulan Senate when we know the Romulans are the oldest sort of ongoing villains in Star Trek's history because they predate the Klingons, that is a momentous moment for Star Trek as a universe. The score is beautiful. Of course it is. It's Jerry Goldsmith. Patrick Stewart is fantastic in this scene, which is why this scene, Picard in the Romulan Senate, is my dilithium up for Star Trek Nemesis. A down, though, is when Picard's looking at old pictures of himself. We know that Johnny Picard had a full head of hair when he was a young man. So all you had to do was let Tom Hardy take this picture before shaving his head. So that was a bit, again, one wonders, was this a research issue? I really like so first of all, the revelation that there's Tayloron radiation. It is bad beyond belief. There is no question it is the evil MacGuffin of the film. Picard and Crusher. Again, great Crusher scene, but Picard going, I so wanted to trust him, but I just can't explain this away. That's an up. These are experienced officers who listen to their gut. And that was important, that Picard was the one to say, I do not trust him, as opposed to, later on, le choc. And Data and Geordi identify the source of the, illegal accessing of the ship's systems. That's something they can turn to their tactical advantage. But we won't reveal it just yet. Do you remember when I explained about trilithium downs? Trilithium down, and if you've ever seen me talk about Nemesis, you know what's coming, is including the mind scene on Troy. What was the point of it, other than to show people Shinzon was bad? We know Shinzon's bad. He just orchestrated a coup d'etat against the Romulan Senate, and okay, maybe you don't think that's bad, maybe you're not pro-Romulan. That's fine, you might be a Klingon. Then all you had to do was stick to Shinzon's story of he needs Picard's blood. He is driven by desperation and this perhaps sense of conquest in the name of the downtrodden Remans. You could have done that without ever going near using to just show someone's a baddie. It's lazy, it is deeply uncomfortable, and although some might defend, well, it's meant to be uncomfortable, but it's not essential. You have to be very, very careful when using in any story, because if it's gratuitous, you have failed. And this film fails, which means it fails Troy, who did not deserve this character treatment after, 15 years of, Marina Sirtis playing the part. And when you find out as well that there's a deleted scene where there's a second assault scene as well, it gets even more uncomfortable. Some footage of that still exists in the promotional trailer for this film. Using the argument that because of her assault, Troy is able to later pinpoint the scimitar, again, that's weak as. Troy could have done that anyway. You know what I mean? It's so unnecessary. They didn't kill her, so it's not fridging, but we're talking it's the same logic. And all it does is get everyone in the one room for Picard to be beamed away. Completely unnecessary. Also, Picard refusing her any kind of compassionate time because, we're too close to Romulus, I need you here. Okay. I have a logical down. One of your crew has just been assaulted and Tayloron radiation has been detected. Why on earth weren't the shields already up? As Picard is there in the evil geneticist lab on board the Reman Scimitar, Shinzon enters and Picard goes, what is this? Why have you brought me here? I was lonely. Always loved Tom Hardy's delivery of that line. That is definitely an up. And the scene that follows, where we get this sort of insight into Shinzon living this half-life. You're not Reman, and I'm not quite human, so what am I? And yeah, he sells this. And it really, really does work for me, I have to say. And we get this, the argument, I'm a mirror for you too, Shinzon, not for long. B4 comes and goes. No other scene was needed in previous... Anyway, listen. overall, this is a good scene, and it sets up the stakes. Picard's there to be vampired. Hey, did you notice they looked like Nosferatus? Right, I'm over it. And we know that a Soong-type android is aboard the Scimitar, and Shinzon's dastardly plan is to, well, harvest Picard's life so that he himself can continue to live. Okay, these are suitable stakes. There's one line I really want to highlight, even from that scene again, you know, where Shinzon is basically saying, if you had lived my life, you know, you would do this too. And Picard goes, I am not capable. And Shinzon grabs the vial of blood taken from Picard's neck and goes, you are me. Oh, I do like the overall question of nature versus nurture. I'm not satisfied where it lands, but I like the question of it in this film. And also, Shinzon now believes he's got access to the fleet movements of all of Starfleet. That's gonna really come in handy for him. Well, okay. I like the data reveal. That worked. Especially when he walks in and basically grins at Picard. And I mean, like, we have to have our perfunctory Vulcan neck pinch, and we get one. So they get out of the lab. I feel bad for that, Riemann. We do, though, get the first instance of Chekov's personal transporter. Do you think that's going to come back? I don't hate the idea, by the way. I think the technology is brilliant. It's basically like a little personal transport enhancer. So, yeah, do you know what? Up for that. Shinzon sadly falls into the completely stereotypical "you have failed me for the last time" by killing the guard. Totally unnecessary. That's not how you inspire loyalty in your men. Come on, that's just basic. Captain Picard, listen. He's a fine soldier, so he is. Even though he prefers to think of himself as an explorer. So good for him. Good for him. You know, data, yeah, pretty good hand-eye coordination. So Remans were only assigned on the deadliest of missions in the Dominion War. Fierce warriors me arse. I have never seen such a pathetic attempt to stop two people escaping a ship. I'm not saying I didn't want them to escape, but I mean... Hello, I'm a Reman. Oh, I've been shot. Ah! Yes, I'm sure the Jem'Hadar were terrified. Also, aside from that, down action Picard in this one. Funnily enough, really worked in Star Trek First Contact. Right, credit where credit was due. I thought Patrick Stewart really did great there. In Insurrection, worked within the context of the story. But one of the key things about Insurrection, one of the things that works, was Picard saying to Rawafo, we're getting too old for this. And I'm sorry to say that in Nemesis, everyone feels a little bit tired. And it comes across, for example, the Reman's basically lying down on the ground and going, if you shoot me here, it'll kill me faster. There doesn't seem to be much of an effort to make anyone look as though they're particularly skilled. Picard does not seem particularly skilled. I mean, at one point himself and Data are standing by the door, having a conversation. Remans are shooting at them, but sure, don't worry about it. They've got all the accuracy of a stormtrooper. Things like this they don't paint Picard in any kind of positive light as a particularly skilled soldier either. Getting one of those Scorpion fighters after, I have to say, I do like the, Reman is an incredibly difficult language, Captain. And then, would you like me to drive? That was enough. I did enjoy that. The Scorpion blasts out of the Scimitar, flies toward the Enterprise E. In fairness, Riker and Worf are on the ball. They beam it aboard just out of the range of the Scimitar's tractor beam, and they warp out of there. That up to that sequence, that is an up. Down for the aesthetic choice of the Enterprise going to warp. Not showing off its belly, that I love. But as it zips off, I miss the elongated nacelles. Just an aesthetic preference on my part. Shinzon quickly sets the Scimitar on an intercept course, but he has a little conversation with Soran down on Romulus, who probably isn't going to last very long when Shinzon gets back. So Donatra turns around to Soran and goes, are you ready to have your hands drenched in blood? You know, this isn't about beating the Federation, this is about killing everyone. Can you live with that? And I'm going to say up for the Romulans not just being stereotypical bad guys in this film. I actually really like the inclusion of this scene. I think it's quite critical. Also, do you know what? While I'm here, up for the Romulan symbol that's shown in this film, different from the one in The Next Generation, which I love, by the way, but I really like it. And I'm going to give it up to the uniforms. I'm not sure if I prefer the ones here or in The Next Generation, but I'm going to give them an up anyway. Crusher explains to Picard in the Ready Room what the story with Shinzon is. He was created using temporal RNA sequencing, which means basically he was designed to skip 30 years of his life. I mean, his whole reason for being was to replace Picard. He couldn't exactly walk in as a child on board the Enterprise and be like, I'm going to take command now, I hope nobody notices. You know, he had to be the right age. And I like that, despite everything, Picard's first question is, can anything be done for him? That's very Picard. Speaking then of emotional beats in the film, Data has to deactivate B4, and it's emotional. It's an up for me, this scene, because B4 is a character we've never met before this film. So a bit like, I guess, Lal in The Offspring, you have very little time, but so much suggestion. And I get that with B4. I'm gonna say, obviously, because we've done our dilithium up, my latinum up for Star Trek Nemesis is Brent Spiner. I think he smashes it in this film. He actually has a story credit on the film as well. I know he had been lobbying for Data to die for a while. He was worried about aging out of the role. I really like how he handles both B4 and Data in this film. The briefing that follows in the observation lounge, that's an up. Right, where we really get the scale. Failure on radiation, courses through the ship. The only thing that could be for is he's going after Earth. Down, I know how he thinks. In fairness to John Logan in the film, it's a trope of cinema. Oh, I know how he thinks because he must be me. I think it's a bit reductive. It's like we need to set the stakes, ergo he's going after Earth. You didn't have to do that. It's sort of a bit silly at this point. It's a bit redundant. You know, he's coming after them. That's the stakes. That's enough. He does, however, say that all other concerns are secondary. We have to stop the scimitar. And there is a beat where it focuses on Gates McFadden. And this is a beat that's aged way better than they knew it was going to when making this film. Because if you look at the timeline, when you take Picard season 3 into account, she is most probably pregnant in this scene with Jack Crusher. Now, they didn't know that when they were writing Star Trek Nemesis. So technically there's nothing in the film at all that suggests that she is. But what we now know is that she is probably pregnant with Jack, and she's just been told all other concerns are secondary. Maybe this is an unearned up, but it's an up. One thing that actually on the channel myself and Chris have talked about a lot is we love the like 1,000 other commanders on 1,000 other battlefields line, I wait for the dawn. That's an up. And just the whole Enterprise is getting ready for battle. Love the new weapons lockers, that looks great. Nice to see the phaser rifles back again. Yeah, I really like the tension as it ratchets up in this scene. And I really like the sort of the creepy, almost stalking of the scimitar's been right behind them the whole time. I like it. I like it. I like the scene in Stellar Cartography. Down, they never realized until that moment the possibility of an ambush. But before we leave this scene, I do like the exchange where Picard is talking about Shinzon. He's worried, there but for the grace of. But Data reminds him that even if B4 was identical to him in every way, they're still not the same person. And it's just a good little reminder at this point. It's an up from me here. Now, fair's fair, the battle in the Basin Rift is actually great. The suggestion that it could have been a bit more, sure, look, budget went against it. Originally it was a fleet battle. You had other Starfleet ships, we get, the names at least of the ships on the other side of the Basin Rift. But I like what we get. There's a lot of great shots of the Enterprise E in battle, and although sometimes it's obscured, I think there's great shots of the scimitar in battle as well. Overall, I think it's shot really, really well. I love, fire, all phasers, ventral, or zero elevation. Basically, we're shooting in the dark here, seeing what we hit. Digital Domain, who did the effects for Star Trek Nemesis, I think really, really delivered on this scene in particular. There's one particular moment in the battle I want to highlight, and it's when the scimitar is firing at the dorsal section of the Enterprise E. Everyone looks up. I was always kind of creeped out by that. The scene in the ready room is an up. Again, pretty much any scene between Tom Hardy and Patrick Stewart is great in this film. We do get another exploration of, you don't need to do this, we can help you, it's too late for me. This question of nature versus nurture. Down, why is the hologram voice so crap? This is 2379. We've seen holotechnology really successfully work outside of here. It would then go completely rubbish both before and after this again. You know my ongoing thing with holotechnology. It was a kind of a needless bit, like lowering Worf's voice wasn't needed. Picard coming back onto the bridge and the reveal of this new Valdor warbird. Up. And that one took me a while. Initially, I was a bit like, I feel like the D'Derridix class warbird would kick the crap out of the Scimitar. Why not just send a couple of them? This was back in 2002, before I knew anything about digital files and things like that. But I have come to love this type of warbird. And, you know, it's kind of a bugger that this and an appearance in Lower Decks is the only time we see it. You know, I'd like to see it again, please. I think it looks menacing, it looks mean, it looks a bit small when you think of Romulan-sized ships, but sure, listen. And, you know, just that scene with Denatra going, maybe be of assistance. Let's get to work. That scene works for me. There's an interesting thing here, just while it's in my head. If you look at the graphics of like the shields on the Enterprise E, like particularly on the screens, they're all using that early version of the Enterprise E that, you know, went out to the models in First Contact, before the Bussard collectors basically got their caps on them. Has anyone ever noticed that? I see you. Down. As much as they look great, the Valdor warbirds were about as useful as a chocolate teapot. Yeah, they really don't last very long. The copper one, you know, gets the wing destroyed and you get that admittedly great shot of the wing impacting with the Enterprise E's nacelle, whereas the other one, you know, Denatra's, it's coming in on the Scimitar, he drops his cloak, uses that to lure her in, fires and disables her. It looks great. What was the point? Then we get the Remember Me scene. And again, for me, it's tainted because of how we got here. I really honestly feel like Troi could have found them just by using her powers. Which are, I mean, I suppose one thing that's a carryover from The Next Generation is her powers are very inconsistent. I will give them that. The Riemann boarding party is down as well, but to be honest, that down is an extension of Fierce Warriors. Lol. We do get that absolutely brilliant scene though, where we're back on the bridge and then out of nowhere seemingly the Scimitar swoops in and takes out the view screen and we lose poor Branson. Up and F for Branson. Do not wear a red shirt on this ship unless you're in the main credits. Nice to see him there for a minute. But he goes the way of Hawk and he ain't coming home again. What a scene though. Shinzon checks in to make sure Picard is still alive. Oh, still alive, still here. And then we get the other thing. So you know from watching the Generations Ups and Down is that I can't stand the joke, all Troi does is crash the ship. She saved people when the Enterprise D was crashing, and she does this on the orders of Picard because they fly into the Scimitar in a hopeful attempt to cripple the much larger, much more powerful ship. Taken up Troi. Also taken up this overall scene because a physical model, remember at this stage now we're doing pretty much exclusively CGI, but no, a physical model of the Enterprise E saucer section was built for this scene in particular. And fun fact, turns up in an Enterprise episode, Regeneration. Keep an eye out at the Arctic crash site, by the way. It looks fantastic. I have always enjoyed this scene. I like the tension. I like, this will shock you, I like the music. And yeah, it works for me. Fair play, Troi. There's sort of a rapid run through of scenes here. You know, we have to kill off the Viceroy. We have to make it look like Riker's gonna die. You know, a generation's final journey begins. You know, we get Deck 29 and the Pit of Doom at the bottom of the ship. How big is Deck 29? You know, it's just down for that pit. Down for the manner of death in which the Viceroy dies, because we're just copying the Klingon Commander Krug at this point. And down as well for the immediate breaking of the transporter when Picard beams over to the scimitar, which, by the way, this is something I have to do. Trope of cinema. Trope of cinema. I have to do this. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to do that at all. It's very silly. It's like, it reminds me of scenes like, for some reason it's reminding me of the sword guy in Indiana Jones when Indy just pulls out his gun and shoots him. Or even in Captain Marvel, where Jude Law is like, you know, yes, just you and me, we're gonna fight. And she just uses her energy on him. Send anyone else, mate. You don't have to do this yourself. So it's logical down. And I know I kind of skipped over the whole Riker scene there, but did anyone really think they were gonna kill off Riker? So unfortunately, poor Ron Perlman gets a bit of a squib ending. Down. I do like that, you know, Picard's going to beam over and, you know, basically any Reman who's still there should just shoot themselves. Otherwise Picard will get them from about 4 decks and 4 right corners away. But anyway, Data's just like, yeah, no? And so we get that space flight scene. Up. I like it. And I like that they took the moment to, you know, Data and Geordi look at each other. This starts to feel like, oh, I see where they're going with this. Specific music cue, up, final flight. Jerry Goldsmith, you smashed it with this one. Love it. Picard gets to the bridge of the scimitar. There's a bit of fisticuffs. Anyway, himself and Shinzon end up at the Thalaron generator, which is just about ready. You know, we're counting down. The ship's going to envelop the Enterprise E with the Thalaron radiation. It'll all be a bad time. Down Shinzon's death. You know, they have a bit of fisticuffs, it doesn't really work out. Shinzon runs toward him, so Picard rips a metal bar off the wall and impales him with it. Doesn't run at him. No, Shinzon, actually, to be honest, Shinzon impales himself and then pulls himself along, and there we are. I've seen people try and defend this by going, it was kind of broken already. Okay, listen, I'll allow for that. But he's still bent metal. Yeah. And then we get the really like, oh, ending for Shinzon. And he's not a likable character, you're not meant to like him. But even as a sort of a shock or surprise ending, it's a bit, oh, okay. And the Picard standing there, shocked, Data arrives and slaps the wee little transporter thingy on him to send him away. From this moment on, the scene flips and becomes great. Like Picard's realization as to what's happening, Data's goodbye, and Data firing into the Thalaron generator, allowing the Enterprise to escape before the Genesis wave hits, allowing the scimitar to explode, and definitely not echoing any other film in the Star Trek series. Look, up for the goodbye. Brent Spiner, you did great. Thank you so much. And there we have it. You know, scimitar explodes, Picard's back on board the Enterprise E, everyone's in shock. I really do have to say, like that moment of everyone is so in shock. Picard's like, oh, the Denatra is signaling, you know, they're about to send shuttles over, and Picard's like, they don't know our procedure. Just open the doors. And Geordi goes, I'll look after it. Because even in everything, Geordi's just lost his best friend, but he's still professional, obviously. The fact that he's caring for others, it was wonderful. This whole, yeah, well done. That's an up. The wake for Data, of course, is an up as well. And that, you know, Riker trying to remember what was the song Data was trying to whistle when they first met. You know, I'm sure a lot of people are sitting in the audience going, it was Pop Goes the Weasel, but it's still a very touching, very moving scene, which leads into that wonderful homage to the motion picture where we see the Enterprise in dry dock. And that, okay, you're starting to get lumps in the throat now. Captain Riker is about to disembark for the USS Titan. Yeah, that's an up for me, actually. Captain Riker, seeing those 4 pips finally there just feels right. They have their goodbye. A couple of deleted scenes, which I'll talk about in the Temporal Observations. And we get the ending of Picard explaining everything to B4, and B4 seemingly not getting it, not having the capacity to understand. The first line of Blue Skies, Picard joins him, and Jerry Goldsmith joins in then as well before we go to the credits. Up. Will you join me, please, at the Temporal Observations? I'll get to obviously Star Trek Picard in a moment, because Picard is effectively the next story after this. But, you know, the Romulan Senate, that's not Neral. So that Romulan, the Praetor, is not the one that we saw in both Unification, he wasn't Praetor then, but then later Inter Arma Enum Silent Legis. And speaking of the latter, the Enterprise is not the first ship to visit Romulus. The Bellerophon did it in the 7th and final season of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, where they were also wearing these lovely threads. Alexander Siddig suits this probably better than I do. We get shoutouts to a Tholian ambassador in the opening of this film. John Logan originally teased that there was going to be a Gorn in this film. Alas, it never came to pass, but we did get the redesigned Gorn in Star Trek Enterprise. The Titan gets its first mention here. Now, we would go on to see the Titan in Lower Decks and, of course, in Star Trek Picard. It is there in The Stargazer and Farewell, but obviously then you have the Titan A in season 3 of Picard. Wesley gets his cameo. I mentioned that, you know, we don't really know what the state of Wesley is here, but what we then learn later in Picard season 2 and in Star Trek Prodigy is that yes, he is still with the Travelers and he is still, well, traveling. In the deleted scene, he's seen as a lieutenant junior grade who's going to go and serve on the Titan. Maybe this was his gap year. Guinan is there saying she got married 23 times. Fair play. I mentioned Nola Oksana being a down. Also, no Pulaski. You know, I'm sure there was behind the scenes reasons, but yeah, it just feels like this would have been a perfect chance for a cameo. Alas, it didn't come to pass. Romulan ale is apparently illegal again after the end of the Dominion War. Blue Skies gets its first shout out here. That would go on to become so important in the first season of Star Trek Picard. Fun fact, the wig that Marina Sirtis wore in this film is the same wig she wears in Nepenthe in Star Trek Picard's first season. Jack Crusher. Shinzon is a clone of Picard, but there's no kind of father-son relationship there. If the timeline is to be believed, you know, Picard season 3 is set in 2401, which is 22 years after the events of Star Trek Nemesis. There is the suggestion that Jack Crusher is in his early 20s in Picard season 3, which, I mean, Crusher basically has to be pregnant in this film for that to make sense. So, potentially, Jack Crusher's in the film, sort of. Look, we've spoken about this in the ups and downs for Picard. The timeline does not make sense. And that timeline is confirmed in Picard's first season when Picard and Data are talking about Data's death at the end of this movie. So, I guess we can all just wish really, really hard that Jack was there and maybe he got some of that temporal RNA stuff as well. All 5 then Star Trek series are repped in this film. You have DS9, well, in the fact that Worf is there, but also all of the references to the Dominion War. Voyager, you have Janeway makes a cameo. It's the cast of The Next Generation. Attack pattern Kirk Epsilon is used at one point, and the USS Archer is one of the ships that is waiting in the Basin Rift. And in fact, actually on that, the ships are the Intrepid, the Galaxy, the Valiant, the Ares, the Nova, the Hood, and the Archer. The story goes that Jeri Ryan was asked to cameo in this film, and that her appearance was basically used as a lobby, you know, for Marina. Basically, Marina Sirtis asked for a certain amount of money for this film. She was then told, well, we'll just get Jeri Ryan to cameo to replace you. You know, whoever said that, not realizing that Jeri and Marina were like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. There is this ongoing thing where people just assume people don't speak to each other. Anyway, however, obviously Jeri Ryan's not in the film. And of course, another element of that is that it was originally, there was also a plan for her to cameo at the Riker Troy's wedding, to which Jeri Ryan said, why would I be there? I don't know any of these people. The Riemann uniforms would see use again in Star Trek Enterprise's 3rd season as the uniforms for the Xindi reptilians. Shinzon's knife is called the Jackal. It was designed by Gil Hibben, and it has appeared in quite a few movie productions. In fact, I recognise it as Faith's knife from the 3rd season of Buffy. It also appeared in the 4th season, but of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. B4, well, B4 physically appears in the first episode of Star Trek Picard, although he's disassembled at that point. There's quite a few different branches that B4's story went off in. So the one in Star Trek Picard, for example, was that Bruce Maddox and Alton Inigo Sung were able to rebuild Data's consciousness from a single neuron, suggesting that the memory download worked. And although B4's neural net was not sophisticated enough to handle it, they were able to rebuild a version of Data from that. And that becomes obviously a large plot point in the first season of Star Trek Picard. In the Countdown comic, which preceded Star Trek 09, you get the suggestion that actually the memory transfer did take, and Data returned in the body of B4. I suppose if we just go by what we see on screen, B4 is introduced here, and the last version of B4, if you like, we see at the end of the episode The Bounty in Picard's third season, when this golem in which Data and Lore and Lal and B4 exist, and AI sung, ha 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 ha, oh Noonian. That seems to be like the last kind of nod to B4, but it was nice that it wasn't such a throwaway character. Picard touring the ship before the battle, screaming reference to Best of Both Worlds, an old tradition, or as Guinan points out, seems like that's a tradition before a hopeless battle. The original script, which leaked online, which is never a good thing, but one positive thing came out of it. There was originally a line after Riker kicks the Viceroy to his death. Remember, Remans don't like the light. That Riker was going to quip, "Don't worry, hell is dark." Frakes hated the line. He hated it. He thought Riker would never do that. He wouldn't gloat over somebody dying. And so he really didn't want to say the line. When the script leaked, that line in particular was reviled, and thankfully it was cut from the film. It does, however, remain in the novelization. The ending of the film is the Wrath of Khan. I mean, listen, it's fine. You know, you can do character sacrifice, but it's the Wrath of Khan. And the fact that Data, I think it's even more so the fact that Data transferred his memories to B4 first, search for Spock, and the toast to absent friends. You know, Kirk toasts to absent friends in the search for Spock as well. It's all just a little bit close. Couple of important deleted scenes. One is Commander Martin Madden, the new first officer of the Enterprise E. If you haven't seen that scene, it's good fun. Go check that out. Yeah, Riker has a bit of fun with him before he goes. We get seatbelts finally installed on starships, in which I learned that that new seat is the seat from Enterprise, which I thought was good fun. And we get the reveal of where Crusher went. She went to become the head of Starfleet Medical, and she invites Picard for dinner in a deleted scene as well. Gates was done dirty. All of this then combines for a film that disappointed at the box office, it disappointed in the reviews, and sadly it led to the cancellation of any proposed fifth and final Next Generation era film. There was apparently, according to Patrick Stewart, there was a plan for a fifth film that John Logan and Brent Spiner were going to work on together. Now remember, although old Yellow Eyes had hung up his positronic net, B4 was still sitting there, so there is still the possibility that we could have had a Spock-like revivification. It didn't do great. In terms of the box office, in fact, I think it sits at the bottom of all of the Star Trek films, which is not a great place to sit, and it effectively scuppered any more film plans for that universe. Now, when you combine that with what happened with Enterprise not that long afterwards, and that show getting cancelled, it leads us to the end of the so-called Berman era of Star Trek. Around the time you can see contemporaneous reviews going, get rid of Rick Berman, get rid of Brannon Braga, who was not involved in this film in any way, but he was involved in Enterprise. It leads to a bit of a, at that time, sad ending for the franchise, because, oh man, this had been like, I mean, we'd had Star Trek consistently for, what, 15? By the time Enterprise goes off the air, about 17 years of consistent Star Trek, which is just unceremoniously brought to a close. There was auctions, everything was sold off. I mean, they'd already dismantled the Voyager sets, which is, by the way, why Sickbay, for example, is unique in this film, you know, because they had to build it because they had used Voyager Sickbay for the last two. And yeah, everything was gone. The lights were off. Thanks very much. Don't call us. It was an ignominious end to Star Trek. So when news reached our ears of a new film that would arrive 7 years later, did it deliver or not? Find out next week when we go through all the ups and downs for Star Trek, directed by J.J. Abrams, released in 2009.
Star Trek released in 2009, directed by J.J. Abrams, and it was a box office smash. It reinvigorated the dormant universe at that point, but it wasn't exactly met with universal acclaim by the fans. Some decried it was too different, it was too modern, and it was too in your face. And I'm not going to say that they were all very, very wrong. I'm not here to say that. Because when I first watched it with Dad in the cinema as well, are you seeing a theme? We had a great time. We did have a moment of like, okie dokie, right, this is what Star Trek looks like in the 2000s. And it's a film that I initially really, really enjoyed. And then I thought I didn't enjoy it for a long time. I thought it was just kind of generic sci-fi for the sake of it. And then, as time and rewatches have gone by, well, let's find out what I thought about it, eh? We're gonna go through all of the ups and downs for Star Trek 2009. The first up of the week, continuing our theme with the music, goes to Michael Giacchino. He delivered a blinder. So I was sitting there in the cinema and, you know, the big title theme comes on. And my first reaction going, I miss Jerry Goldsmith. I remember that. I do remember that. And I went, okay, I miss Jerry Goldsmith, because I was so used to that score. I was so used to that theme, even though we'd had different scores throughout the franchise. And so I remember going, okay. I have worn out the soundtrack for this film several times. I've also been extremely fortunate. I've seen this film shown on a big screen with a live orchestra in front of it. It is a powerhouse score. It suits the theme and the mold of this film really, really well. With the incorporation of Alexander Courage's theme and, of course, the big reprise over the closing credits, it's fun. It's a fun score. I mean, the theme is great. For me, Spock's theme played on a musical instrument called the Eru. It's the beating heart of this film, much in a way that Spock himself is the beating heart of this film. But the way that Michael works that score through all of the action, and you've got moments like the birth of Kirk, you've got any time the Narada's on screen, the introduction of the Enterprise. This soundtrack went from, I miss Jerry Goldsmith, to one of my most re-listened to scores in the entire franchise. My next up is going to the USS Kelvin. I really, really like this design. So up to this point in the universe, we had seen single nacelle ships before, don't get me wrong. You know, for example, we had the Freedom class USS Firebrand, which, although it was on screen in The Best of Both Worlds Part 2, it was a kind of a, what's that? But, you know, we had things like the Saladin and the Hermes classes. We would get things like the Archer as well. But the Kelvin seemed like it was strong enough to deal with only one nacelle. And also, what an intro to the film. You were getting camera angles going up, down, left, right, and center, kind of showing off the fact that we have a budget for this one. And also, the choice to not veer too drastically away from the aesthetic of what had been established. We still had our saucer section, we had our nacelle. Now, our secondary hull was placed above the saucer section rather than below. Okay, that was different. Not the only time we've ever gone different. I mean, look at the Miranda class. You had your nacelle swept down underneath, you had that roll bar. You know, we've played with different styles before, but the Kelvin stands out. I do wish it had survived for a little bit longer. Speaking of surviving, poor old Captain Rabot. But I want to give an up to the uniforms aboard the Kelvin. While I will admit, they're not my favorite uniforms in the franchise, I like that they incorporate the per scan device from the motion picture, but it seems like the uniform itself serves as a per scan device. We know this because when Nero shoves that spear directly through the captain's chest, we get from
On the Kelvin, we see he goes from heart rate elevated to heart rate suddenly not there anymore. But at the same time, I do want to shout out one of, I think, the most jarring things, and that's not a negative, but a jarring thing in this film is the modernization. So this is set in 2233, so before the original series, which was of course the 2260s, but long after Star Trek Enterprise. And there was a concerted decision made by director J.J. Abrams not to go with the aesthetic that was established in the 1960s. This is a conversation that would come up again when Discovery aired in 2017. The perceived massive jump in technological advances between what we saw in the 60s and what we would now see depicted, for example, here in Star Trek. I actually have a lot of sympathy for the people who were not happy that a ship was so clearly more technologically advanced than, say, the Enterprise was in the 60s, because at this point in the film, this is meant to be the same, or well, pretty much the same time. And obviously the existence of the Narada changes things, but right up until now, the Kelvin existed in the Prime universe. And it's very different. It's very clearly not the ship that would then would be 30 years old compared to the original Enterprise. I think that this was a bit of a inevitability. I think the 60s aesthetic worked really well in the 60s for an ongoing series. The obvious, kind of callback that will be, well, what about in the Next Generation episode Relics when Scotty visits the bridge? And what about in Enterprise in A Mirror Darkly when they go aboard the Defiant? Those things were wonderful, fun standalones. They didn't have to worry about constructing an ongoing narrative based on a set that was designed back in the 60s. I am of the complete belief that if the technology that was available to us in 2007, 2008, 2009 was available to those making the show back in the 60s. Now, while design eras are design eras, I'm not saying that suddenly, we would, design something that looks like it belongs in 2025. What I am saying is the technology would reflect what was available. In the 60s, touchscreen computers were a dream of the future. Here, even in 2009, touchscreen was fairly commonplace. So you have to extrapolate from what is available to you what would then be the case several hundred years in the future. Again, as I say, this is something that came up with Discovery and Strange New Worlds, which is of course a redesigned USS Enterprise. There is a decision that needs to be made of what is honoring what came before and what makes sense for a story of the day. I do feel that for the most part, the aesthetic of the Kelvin and later the Enterprise makes sense for the technology of the day. I'll come back to the Enterprise now in a bit as well. So I guess I just wanted to do that up front to address that. And even there will be people who are not satisfied with what I'm saying, and that's fine, that's fair. There are very understandably, the Enterprise looks like it did in the 60s, and that's it. And I'm not here to say that you're wrong. There are those who say the Enterprise looked like it did in 1979 in the motion picture, and I'm not here to say that you're wrong. That is not what we're here to do. For me, the update of the Enterprise and the ships makes sense within the context of this film and the way the world looked at the time. We shall call that the Sean covering his ass rant. It's in the opening minutes of the film, the Narada is firing at the Kelvin, sad face, and one of my favorite lines reflecting the modernization of the way people talk is, it's sort of, you hear a lot of chat in the background, and then, are the shields even up? Up! Included in that, the way people kind of speak in this film compared to the rest is, when they send their findings to Starfleet will respond, these findings don't make sense. Yes, that's why we sent it to you. I enjoy that. They speak, so it feels real, the dialogue in this film. We also have, very rapidly, a new captain. Captain God of Thunder himself, Chris Hemsworth as George Kirk. He gets basically next to nothing to do in this film. I mean, there's a lot going on in this scene, but what he does do makes an impact. Now obviously his star would skyrocket after Star Trek and of course becoming Thor in the Marvel films. But in this short little scene, as is effectively summarized very nicely by Captain Pike later on, he does, for someone with such little screen time, he has such a massive impact. Pausing on Kirk for a second, over on the Narada, you've got the redesigned Romulans and you've got Captain Nero. I will talk about Eric Bana in a little bit. I'm actually giving an up to the redesigned Romulans. So for me, although I really like the look of the V on the Romulans, and I really like that Picard gave us the option of V or no V, I like here that you could almost believe that the tattoos are meant as a sort of unity, that even if you don't have the genetic V, you can physically put it on yourself with the tattoos. I'm down with that. I have to say, the Romulans work for me. Nero is a bit on the nose. I will say that. Nero fiddled while Rome burned? Okay. It feels like, was it maybe a placeholder name? I will say this. Star Trek 2009 is many things, but it is not a subtle film. Well, anyway, the Narada, not being a big fan of the Kelvin, kicks 7 levels of crap out of it, leading to Kirk's heroic sacrifice. And Kirk is born in space. To say that was something that met with controversy. He's from Iowa, he just works in outer space. I remember, I think it was at the time, there was an interview with, now forgive me, I think it was Roberto Orsi, it could have been Alex Kurtzman, but basically the joke was like, hey, he said he was from Iowa, he never said he was born in Iowa. Now, Riverside, Iowa might have something to say about that, but overall, I think this scene works so well. I like the little bit of the ribbing about the name. So, we'll name him after your father. Tiberius? No, that's the worst. Let's call him Jim. The scene really works. It's really emotional. It's really sad. You know, that music, again, big shout out to Michael. And the way it's played, hell of an opening for this film. Up. I've given a lot of ups. The Narada looks bloody stupid. I'm gonna say it, it's like, they said the design of the Narada was supposed to be about function, this is about what they're gonna do. It's a sea urchin. And also, lest I even begin to discuss the complete lack of railings on the inside, for as powerful and as much of a badass baddie the Narada is, it's a bit of a silly ship. Now, my next down, I want it known that this young actor is a very nice man who was trying his best, but I'm James Tiberius Kirk. Yeah. Down. I like the run up. I like, you know, stealing the car. I like the voiceover from the uncle. I enjoy that, you know, driving past the brother. You know, doesn't look half the same without the mustache. But young Kirk's always been a rebel, so he's going to steal a car, wreck it for absolutely no reason, and then shout his full name at the cop. By way of contrast, young Spock is brilliant. Not just, as I say, this is not against the two young actors. I'm not evil. It's the construction of the scenes. We wanted Kirk to be a rebel, so that's the way we did it. We wanted Spock to be ostracized from his peers while trying to be the best that he can. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And also, this scene is so full of, you know, Easter eggs. Obviously, Temporal Observations is a fun one this week. I like to think they're always fun, but it's a fun one this week. But this is something that would carry over as well into Discovery, for example, this aesthetic of the study pods. But children, like Vulcan children bullying, is something we had seen before in Star Trek in the animated series yesteryear. But there's something more cruel about how logical they're being about it. It so works. It's so good. And we're introduced here as well to Ben Cross as Sarek. In the same way some people will only ever see Matt Jeffries' design as the Enterprise, I struggle to see anyone but Mark Leonard as Sarek, but Ben Cross and later James Frain both deliver, I think, great Sareks in their own right. Ben Cross gets the least to do, because he's only in this film. I like what he does with it. It's detached, but it's not. It's a hard role to play. Sarek always was a hard role to play. And as he speaks to Spock, explaining that, as the ambassador to Earth, it seemed only logical that I would marry a human woman. I both believe him and I don't, and I think that's a testament to how he plays the role. Also, the design of Vulcan in this film. There is massive benefits to the Star Trek universe that came from the budget increase for this film. Up to the casting of Zachary Quinto as Spock. I just think it was perfect casting. Absolutely perfect casting. In an interview with Trek Movie, Leonard Nimoy spoke ahead of the film's release to say that he didn't have approval on the casting, but he was consulted on the casting. And he thought that Quinto was just the perfect choice. And I think that this film and Into Darkness and Beyond only confirm that. There are things that I'm not thrilled about with what they do with Spock in these films, but the performance is not the issue in any way. Like sassy Spock turning down the Vulcan Science Academy. I've never heard someone throw so much like into live long and prosper. Brilliant. Brilliant. Go off, Queen. Slay. Over on Earth, in Iowa of all places, we get Zoe Saldana as Uhura. Look, you're going to hear me talk about how much I like the casting of this film a lot during this film, so yay! She's brilliant. She's absolutely brilliant. At this point in history, Uhura was a fantastic character in Star Trek history. Nichelle Nichols remains one of the most influential and inspirational performers in Hollywood, in my humble opinion. When it comes to how Uhura was used, often they were hamstrung by the restrictions in place in the 60s. This is something we've talked about so much on this channel. And then as the movies go on, there are movies where she's used better than others. I really appreciate the decision to bump her up to effectively main character status in particularly Trek 09. I think that she always was one of the most interesting characters in the original series cast. Now in the 60s you had your big three. It was Kirk, Spock, McCoy. That's the way they did it in the original series. There was Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and then there was everybody else. That gets a bit better in the movies. It's still there, but the balance is still a bit better. You don't have that here in these films. If anything, you've Kirk, Spock, Uhura, and then you've got everybody else. If we've got to have a big three, I think they made the right choice. As we're walking through this scene, and by the way, shout out to Paul Sutherland, who is of course a friend of mine who's been a long-time contributor to the channel. You can see the side of his head in this scene. Hi Paul. We walk through and we get that great scene where she's ordering drinks and we get the introduction of Chris Pine. William Shatner is not in this film. There was very initial provisional plans that Shatner might be in this film. If he was going to be, it was possibly going to be a sort of a... And it was going to be a holographic message. It was going to be during the scene where the two Spocks meet at the end. I think the film works without him. News reports at the time said that he was furious with his lack of inclusion. Nimoy debunked that and said that while he was, he wasn't exactly thrilled that he wasn't in the film, he wasn't tearing around the room like a bull in a china shop either. And, they all agreed Kirk had died in generations, so there was going to have to be a little bit of finagling to make William Shatner's appearance work in this film. Which is my preamble to Chris Pine, I think does a fantastic performance anyway, while incorporating some Shatner-isms without doing a parody or even satire of Shatner's Kirk. This is Pine's Kirk. I do have issues with how he's written, but in the 3 films, obviously I'll talk about the others in the coming weeks, but all 3, you see an evolution in him, that we go from the hick farm boy, where we get in this scene, where suddenly he's fighting Cupcake, just sort of because he can, to a genuine leader. Oh God, I genuinely want a 4th Star Trek film. I do. I do. Anyway, right, let's go on with this film. You know how it goes. He flirts with Uhura. She's having none of it. We get the whole joke about she's got no first name. Big bar fight, and then he is put down. Hey, by the way, I see you, Matt Jennings. We've been very lucky with some of the people that we've got to meet. Like, Matt's lovely. Matt's my buddy. Matt took me and Chris out to the Vasquez Rocks. That's what a legend he is. Up for Matt. Also, Bruce Greenwood's Pike. Now, let me set the scene. Picture it. Hollywood, 2009, you're making a Star Trek film. You want to put Captain Pike in there. Now remember, in 2009, we had seen him in The Cage, played by Jeffrey Hunter. We had seen him again in The Menagerie, played first by Sean Kenny in The Chair, and then via archive footage by Jeffrey Hunter. After that, he had only been referenced in dialogue, and that's since 1966. So Bruce Greenwood he both did and didn't have carte blanche, but we didn't know Pike at this stage the way we now know Pike via Discovery and Strange New Worlds. I think he delivered someone who is commanding, he is impressive, he is inspiring, he is... Look, if it's not clear, I'm a fan of Bruce Greenwood. And they didn't have to include Pike. I mean, that's it. I mean, like, we who are canon focused, we are very, very glad that they did include Pike. You know, Pike commanded the Enterprise. Pike didn't launch the Enterprise. That was April. So, you know, they did take some canonic liberties in this film. Okay, they took quite a few canonic liberties in this film. But they could have gone with another character altogether. They didn't have to do what they did. And they made him Pike. And the film is stronger because of it. I know in the original series, which has also become a bit of a canon head scratcher with Strange New Worlds, Kirk says that, I met him when he became fleet commander, and they've sort of gone with that for Strange New Worlds, although I love that, what the hell are you doing on my ship? Meme that's going around. Here, Pike is much more of a mentor to Kirk. And thematically, I just like the idea of the former commander of the Enterprise being the mentor to the next commander of the Enterprise. And then we get that speech about, your father was captain of a starship for 12 minutes and he saved 800 lives. It was a great line for the traitor, and it just works. Also, shout out for the Kelvin Salt Shaker. This Kirk is a bit over it. We don't really get more than his dad died, and his mum struggled to raise him, living with his extended family in Iowa, bit of a wild child, and now apparently genus level intellect. The backstory's thin, so I'm glad we don't dwell too long on it. Basically overnight, Kirk goes from this hellion tearaway to, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go to Starfleet Academy. I'm glad we don't dwell too much on it, because we know, like, you have to get people in certain places. You've got to get Kirk on the Enterprise. Works for me. Rocking up and seeing the Enterprise being built on the ground. Oh, that's pretty. There you go. That's my professional opinion. That's pretty. Karl Urban as McCoy. So he was a Trekkie, is a Trekkie. And his McCoy is one of the funniest things in this film. It veers a lot closer to parody, I think, than, say, straight performance in Trek 09. But it works. It's a hard line to walk, and not everyone does it well. I think he does it well. It's definitely a bit more of a, come on, let's get the catchphrases in there. We got Bones here and this. We get that great speech about, darkness, death, and silence, and disease, and everything. It's like, all right, grand, you don't like space, I get it. and you can't help instantly liking the character. Go to rapid scenes then. Okay, you've got the Narada, the jellyfish arrives, you've got that Kirk. Okay. Down pretty much everything to do with Kirk and Gala. Gala's fun. I think she's great. But she is such a plot along. And there's also a deleted scene, which I'm very happy they took out, which is Kirk tricking her into introducing the virus into the Kobayashi Maru. Look, on the one hand, you could say the film needed an explanation as to how he circumvented the test, but it makes her much more of a patsy, and I'm really glad they took that out. There's also I'm gonna sound like such a prude. This was such a, we need something for the trailer. We need women in underwear for the trailer. So let's have this scene. Nah. You get a little bit of plot importance here when Uhura comes into the room and is telling Gala about, she picked up references to what was a lightning storm in space, 47 Klingon warbirds were destroyed, it was by Romulans, Kirk pops up, and away they go. And yeah, all right, some plot points are hit there. Massive down to how Kirk acts in the Kobayashi Maru. It's one thing, full on cheating the way that he does, that's bad enough, but everything about this is a giant middle finger to Starfleet. And that's not Kirk at the end. Even with it, and I don't just mean established Kirk in canon, that isn't this Kirk. It's, haha, screw you, Starfleet, I'm just gonna mess with your test and expect to walk away completely unscathed? Down. Having Spock be the one who designed the Kobayashi Maru, yeah, right, I'm okay with that. Because it does give us this gem of a line up to Spock explaining how Kirk misunderstood the point of the test, to feel the fear of certain death. Okay. Down, how Kirk reacts. Kirk's an arsehole in this film, or at least up to this point. As much as we like where he gets to, I would flunk him out of Starfleet. He's dangerously arrogant at this point. Completely flouts the rules, completely thinks he's above everybody else. And you could argue Pike put that in his head by saying how special he was. But really, at the end of the day, he's so unlikable. So when he's placed on academic suspension, yeah, I completely agree with Admiral Barnett here. It was just, I didn't like at all how he came across. He is not an endearing, plucky, romantic lead in this. He is a dangerous asset during a crisis situation. So when we get to the hangar and everyone's being assigned to their different ships and he's not assigned to a ship, in any sort of reality, yeah, that's right. Because remember, at this point as well, the only thing he'd established himself as good at was cheating. So there was no call that we need him on any of the ships. Yeah, I think they went a bit too hard too early. They walk a fine line with Uhura, but actually I think an up to how she is so certain and, no, I'm assigned to the Enterprise. We get the hint of I won't say I got a hint of a relationship here, but they certainly know each other between Uhura and Spock here. This all works. And then you get the whole gag of McCoy is going to get Kirk on the ship. Is it a bit contrived? 100% yes. But we need him to be on the ship. So, okay. Up to the reveal of the Enterprise. It was designed as a direct homage to the motion picture. I think Ryan Church did a pretty damn good job at the redesign of the Enterprise. To this day, you will get people talking about how this hot rod Enterprise looks, why it's so big. It's bigger than a Galaxy class ship, for example. And, kind of what on earth? Does it look more functional on the outside? I don't know. The nacelles are a little bit ridiculous in my opinion. I think the neck is a bit too swept back. But a lot of my issues, I'll be honest, are aesthetic. And again, how many times have I said my favorite design of the Enterprise is the redesign from the 1979 motion picture? So I'm trying to put that aside for a second. There was an interview with Shatner back in the day, and he made the fair point. He was like, again, they didn't need to keep the overall shape of Matt Jeffries' design, and they did. And yeah, I have since grown to really appreciate the Enterprise. I will say right now, I prefer the redesign for Star Trek Beyond. I think it's a little bit more sleeker. I think it's kind of shrinking some of the proportions down a little bit helped. It is still an up to me overall, and I do like how it is treated as the cream of the cream. It is the flagship, it's the special thing. That overall does work. Even if the nacelles are a little bit ridiculous. Aboard the bridge, we get Pike in the big seat and we get up to John Cho taking over the role of Sulu from George Takei. Really like him in the part. Down, absolutely unnecessary for the experienced pilot Sulu not to realize the external inertial dampeners were on. They needed to do something to delay the Enterprise getting to Vulcan, making Sulu look like a bit of an idiot, wasn't it? Up, Anton Yelchin. God, that still hurts. I thought he was great. He's definitely, like, what they were going for with Walter Koenig in the original series was we want younger officer to appeal to the younger crowd. Well, I mean, they say Chekov is 17 in this film. They wanted younger, they got younger. And some of the jokes, I mean, we've all, at some point in our life, done the, nuclear vessels. And so here, we have Victor, and the computer not understanding him. Okay, it's a sweet, loving little tribute. At this stage, it was a tribute just to Chekov and Walter Koenig, and I think this is something that's aged very well with the tragedy that happened in real life. Up! Majel Barrett makes a vocal cameo in the film. The film was actually released just after she died. She died in 2008 and the film was released in 2009. The announcement of her casting came just a few days before her death. So it was just lovely that she was here in this universe, in this film as well. Because of course, much like the rest of the original series cast, she was there from the beginning. There's also a shout out to Nurse Chapel is aboard the Enterprise in this film. Now we don't see her on screen that we know of. McCoy addresses her off camera. But yeah, I like the fact that Majel's voice is in it and Chapel gets a shout out. All the kerfuffle about, we have the flea vaccine and Kirk is being rushed to sickbay. After Chekov gives his update of the fleet having warped away to Vulcan, lightning in space, Kirk realizes, hang on, this is exactly what happened the day I was born. And so he needs to run to find Uhura. And we get the it's the gag that goes on a little bit too long, get the swollen hands and the tongue, and McCoy keeps jabbing them, and it feels a bit filler, I won't lie. Basically they confirm, yes, this is the Romulans, nearly 30 years later on. And away they go up to the bridge. Kirk bursts in. Pike is not happy to see him, understandable. What the hell are you doing on the ship? Listening to Uhura is an up. The way Kirk acts with Spock is a whopper of a down. Okay, I probably could amalgamate the way Kirk acts into one down, but it's just, then you just get another scene and another scene. But yes. So, but to concentrate more on the up, listening to Uhura. You've got an officer with experience there for a reason. Listen to them. I like that about Pike. Warp is interesting in this film. It's pretty fast. Not gonna lie. These ships are a little bit faster than they were in the Prime universe. The reveal once they come out of warp, as they basically enter the starship's graveyard, that's an up. The fact that Narada was able to destroy the rest of the fleet in the few seconds between, logical down. That does not make sense. I mean, look, we knew that Narada was powerful, but it still took a while to kick the crap out of the Kelvin nearly 30 years earlier. So, Nero aboard the Narada sees the registry on board the Enterprise, the fact that it's NCC 1701, and he calls for a ceasefire. There's that. The hailing, I'm Captain Christopher Pike. Hi Christopher, I'm Nero. I love it because this is not the way adversaries address each other in Star Trek, and I really like it. And I want to give an up here, Eric Bana. We never really talk about him, do we? And I think he's bloody brilliant in this film. He doesn't get an awful lot to do, and does get a few cheesy lines, but he sells the rage of Nero. Nero is not a logical character, and that comes across in spades, but he does sell the rage of him. And straight away we see where we're going. We're going to do a repeat of Captain Robot from the Kelvin. Pike needs to come across in a shuttlecraft. You've got no choice. Pike, you know, he's basically rocking a hard place. Like, well, the Enterprise is destroyed if I don't do this, so I will sacrifice myself if needs be. However, I won't be sacrificing myself willy-nilly. He brings Kirk and Sulu and Engineer Olsen with him because they're going to drop down toward the drill, up to how blatantly obvious Engineer Olsen, the red shirt, is. Just up. Down. Kirk, you're not supposed to be here. So why did you be my first officer? What? Away off they go on the shuttle. Really like the shuttles, by the way. We get that quick sort of confirmation of Spock, who is now in command, promoting McCoy to CMO, as if McCoy didn't already know that, considering the Doctor's dead, he was on Deck 6. I love the orbital dive. Is it a reference to Generations? Very possibly. Is it, hey, look what we can do in 2009? Very probably. I thought it was great, and and to be honest with you, it slapped in the trailer. It really did. It was like, this is Star Trek, but we're jumping from the stars. All right then, okay, cool. And I think most importantly for all of it, love the gag. Sorry, Olsen, you're gone. You were an idiot, soz. Fencing Sulu. Yep, that was an up from me, because we know Sulu's good at swordplay. We've seen The Naked Time. That worked, and then you get that battle with the Romulans, and I like the fact that they've carried over, as they should, because, you know, time has changed, but genetics haven't. Romulans still quite a bit stronger than humans. Not massively thrilled they destroy Vulcan, but for the plot, it's quite a powerful one. I will say, down for the red matter, because this is the MacGuffin to destroy all MacGuffins. We can create a black hole. There's a lot of black holes now. Surely that's bad. The look of the black hole, I mean, listen, we hadn't got what the official picture of a black hole looks like in 2009. So, I mean, it does the job. It's a hole in space. Sci-fi had been doing it for years before that. Grand. But yeah, poor old Vulcan. And also, poor old Winona Ryder. Aw. Amanda, aw. But as grim as this might sound, up to the scene. You know, you get Kirk and Sulu come back aboard the Enterprise. Spock beams down. He runs into the Catrick Ark, nice little nod by the way, to go and save his folks. And unfortunately, she is killed, and it's devastating. Quinto plays the hell out of it. Hey, even Yelchin, you know, he's trying to beam her up, and he loses her. And the Enterprise has to get away from what is now the black hole where Vulcan used to be. It's powerful. And Spock's captain's log, where he says, I am now a member of an endangered species. That was an up. Uhura and Spock in the turbo lift. I think it was the right time to show it. Yes, okay, right, so there's been discussion about, hang on, what? And perhaps our knowledge of Vulcan romance has deepened since then. You know, I think I remember at the time going like, is it Ponfire already? Well, no, Ponfire is when they have to do the do. They can still, I mean, Sarek and Amanda were married for years. So I do remember being in this and going, okie dokie. But I think it works. We do now have an issue. Well, Spock could probably be the first one to say we have an issue of commanding officer. But not the point of this scene. This scene that Spock is still Spock. You know, Uhura asks, what do you need? I need everyone to keep operating efficiently. Okay. Yep, that scene is an up. Between Nero and Pike on the Narada, we get Nero's motivations and his backstory. And it is a down. I believe it's a deleted scene, I believe, with the Romulan IL, who's basically our Romulan number one. And even he suggests, you know, why don't we just go home? And Pike says, Romulus is fine, Romulus is there. And we get the reveal that in Nero's time, Romulus was destroyed by a supernova. Well, hasn't that gone on to become a massive part of Star Trek's narrative, ongoing narrative? But I'm sorry, I mean, even in grief, and you know, he's been here nearly 30 years, he's had time to cool off. That's, I think, my worry. If he was within the few hours of the supernova, you could explain away things done in the heat of passion. He's there 30 years, and he's been stewing in his hate, sure, But would you not warn the Romulans? Nero thinks himself this sort of avenging angel. He lost his wife and his unborn child. Nero didn't warn the Romulan people that barely 100 years later their sun is going to go nova. He could have given them a century's notice and decided not to. Now sorry Nero, but you're a bit of a gobshite. Over on the Enterprise, away from Nero, you've got the crew trying to decide what to do next. Spock is of the opinion, let's go meet with the rest of the fleet in the Reliant system. And they're talking about black holes and everything, and we get, damn it man, I'm a doctor, not a physicist. Kirk sitting in the chair, Spock doesn't even miss a beat out of the chair. Up Kirk gets. I was going to down Spock saying, if you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth, which is of course the quote from Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. And I was going to give it a down, and then I realized, hang on, that's not fair. If I'm given I'm a doctor, not a physicist, an up. And I was going to down it for like, oh, we're just lifting lines from other films. That doesn't make sense. In fairness, I shall give an up to the fact that even in this universe, Sherlock Holmes remains Spock's ancestor. And to address the comments that were left on the ups and downs for Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, when I said the joke was that Sherlock Holmes was his ancestor, and people said, no, they were saying it was Arthur Conan Doyle. I am quoting Nicholas Meyer. You'll see our interview with him is live on the channel, and the joke was, it was a little kind of a cheeky wink and a nod that Nicholas Meyer is such a huge Sherlock Holmes fan and has written Sherlock Holmes novels. That was the gag. Kirk, who it was established that Kirk has genius level intellect. Well, if Nero's from the future, he knows what's going to happen. Kirk doesn't understand alternate timelines. That's a down. And now the next down surrounds Kirk, but it's not Kirk's fault. Down to Spock. Get him off my ship, and maroons him on Delta Vega? Sticks him in an escape pod, gives him a backpack, and alright, yeah, it's within walking-ish distance of a Federation outpost, but surely it came up on scanners that Delta Vega has dangerous indigenous animals? Put him in the brig, Spock. Those aforementioned alien creatures, they're enough. They looked badass. And also, we certainly hadn't seen aliens like this in Star Trek before. I don't know, it's the closest to Hakonan eel in Voyager's basics. You know, certainly, like, I know Species 8472. I'm trying to think of it, like, but just animals that are coming at you. Because, yeah, these are frightening. Run, Kirk, run. Leonard Nimoy. As if it wasn't going to be hit up. Leonard Nimoy cements this film and cements the Kelvin timeline. I think it works. I really do. If you had to have one character carry the crossover and be the sort of crux of everything, have it be Spock and have Leonard Nimoy appear. Brilliant. Leonard Nimoy came out of retirement to do this film. He retired from acting back in 2000 to focus on photography. So this was a gift. This very possibly might not have happened. And to have such a crucial role, I think it's a bit longer. I'd say it's a couple of extended cameos. But because so much of the plot revolves around him, it feels like there's so much more of him in here. We get a couple of, long-ish scenes. This mind meld scene, which, that's the beauty of the Vulcan mind meld, is you can sort of get a lot of exposition through really quickly without having to sort of, okay, folks, we're going to stop the film, we're going to get out the old history book. And so that works for me. So I like how he convinces Kirk so quickly. Down, supernovas don't threaten a galaxy. That just doesn't make sense. I'm gonna give a down on behalf of Spock here. This Spock blames himself for not being able to save Romulus. Even as older as this Spock is, as more in touch with his emotions, I do think it's a logical down to think that Spock would blame himself for something like that. I feel that was we just needed a feeling in this scene. I don't think it makes sense that he would blame himself. Spock and McCoy on the Enterprise, however, young Spock, love their back and forth. They're very good together. Quinto and Urban really bounce together really, really well. McCoy say, if you want to win the dirt, I've got the thing about, you don't put your main stallion out to pasture. And Spock comes back with, interesting metaphor as to use a stallion, it must first be broken. hey, in fairness, you know, green-blooded hobgoblin. Oh, it's just, how many TOS-isms can we cram into a scene? Let's go, let's go. Down on the planet, Simon Pegg taken up, Deep Roy as Keenser taken up. Love the scene, it's very silly. It is impersonation as opposed to straight acting, I would say. But that's fine to a point. It's fine to a point, and I think it works. I like the comedy of it. Down, if anything happens to that beagle, I will take your kneecaps. Look me in the eye and tell me if you see any uncertainty. Transwarp beaming? There is some issues with these films. So we introduced the idea of transwarp beaming in this film. It is a down, and you know, beaming from Delta Vega onto the Enterprise while it's away at work, warp even, that's a down. I'll leave it as a down there for this one because I'm going to discuss it probably in a bit more length when we're going through Into Darkness. Just before they beam away, Spock insists that Kirk must get an emotional response out of his younger self because Kirk needs to be in command of the Enterprise. And, you know, he says, you know, try and emotionally compromise him. And Kirk is like, you know, he's cold, he's unfeeling. You know, he's not emotionally compromised. And Nimoy just does this. Jim, I have just watched my home planet be destroyed. I am emotionally compromised. It is not just an up, but it's my Latinum up of the film. I mean, in a way, Nimoy overall is my Latinum up of the film, but this scene is just one of the absolute standouts. The way he delivers it, I feel it in my core. When we beam into the Budweiser brewery, by the way, that's what that was. I don't mind it, I think, because I don't mind a functional look in engineering. I wouldn't rank it high on my list of favorite engineerings, I won't lie to you, but I get it in the context of the film. But we beam in there and we get the gag of Scotty beams into the water tank and nearly dies, lol. They get brought to the bridge by Cupcake, and we get the scene trying to upset Spock. Here, I can say finally, no, Kirk is trying to be a prick. This is now an act. This scene is an up. And I must say, Quinto in this scene. I once had a conversation with someone that was, I've never forgotten it because I think it was around the time Into Darkness came out. And it was about how often in the Kelvin timeline, Spock shows emotion. One of the things that, you know, we think of Spock from the original series and beyond as, you know, on the surface you would say, oh, coldly illogical and no feelings and everything. Obviously we know better, but, you know, on the surface you would say coldly logical and you know, never shows emotion. And when you have, I mean, at this point, it was, what, 40-ish, coming up on 50 years of history. Sure, we had plenty of examples of Spock showing emotion, but spread out over nearly 50 years of history. In the 3 Kelvin films, particularly the first, I'll say the first 2 Kelvin films, it seems like, you know, oh, an hour has gone by and Spock hasn't had an emotional breakdown. So why is Sean giving this scene an up, you might be asking as you look at your watches. Fair, bear with me. Here, it feels earned, it feels powerful, and seeing Spock lose control like this, in the context of this film, reminds you how young Spock is here. The loss he's just faced, and how it's only Sarek who's able to bring him out of it. And the exchange between himself and Sarek, where Sarek, in his own way, admits his pain by going, I married your mother because I loved her. This really, really works. Oh, I'm gonna have things to say about Into Darkness. Kirk is now in command. He signals to the rest of the ship that rather than going to meet the rest of the fleet, they're going to go and take on the Narada. I mean, yeah, it's not like the other fleet was any use. So the Narada's now headed to Earth because Nero's insane. I think that's just the easiest way of looking at it. Nero's insane. That's why he does what he does. So the Enterprise is going to warp there and Spock comes back up. But at this stage, he says, I want to help. And pretty much we get our crew. So now we have everyone at least working toward the same goal. Spock does give the reason that, You know, his mother was from Earth. Earth is now the last home he has left. Up. That was an up. Because this is something that we all know to be fact, but nice to hear him say it. I did have to kind of question a little bit. Now, revealing, well, we know that Romulans and Vulcans have a shared history, but for him to just be like, Romulans and Vulcans have a shared history, I might be able to decipher something on board the ship. Okay, I don't speak Italian and therefore probably couldn't read much of it. Just saying. As they're planning their arrival in our solar system, they discuss, you know, they're going to have to go aboard the Narada and rescue Captain Pike. Kirk says he's going to go. Spock says he will go as well. Kirk says, oh, I'm going to. I would cite regulation, but you would merely ignore it. Up. Now, one of the most gorgeous scenes in this film, up, rising up out of the clouds of Titan. Oh, I love that. That's a poster right there. It's beautiful. We also get the first on-screen confirmation of Uhura's first name here, Nyota Uhura. Yes, this was the first time it had been said on screen. It had been said back in novels from 1982 in the, you know, the Wrath of Khan, you know, talking about the crew on board that. I mean, it's been around for a while, but it had never been said on screen. Love it. Love it. Railings. Does health and safety mean nothing to the Romulans? No wonder your son exploded. I bet you were messing around with it. Look, the inside of the Narada, it looks like an insect hive. That itself, fine. But the fact that it makes no sense whatsoever. The fact that one of the reasons it makes no sense, one of the reasons that Eagle Moss never made a model of the Narada. Hot Wheels did though. If you have one of those models, show us a picture of it on social media, because I kind of like that one. Possibly controversial opinion, never liked the Kelvin phaser. I don't like the little swap around thingy. Now it's done, now it's kill. Is it not the same energy beam coming through? Anyway. Am I nitpicking? Maybe a little bit. Spock goes aboard the jellyfish, which is aboard the Narada, and I love that. Welcome back, Ambassador Spock. Kirk just goes, oh, that's weird. Love it. This is an up. You know, we have, you know, a 4.3% chance of survival. Listen, Star Trek has done more with less odds. This all of an up. There was an issue here, which has only really become an issue afterwards. In this film, the jellyfish is dated as being constructed in 2387. Picard would put the supernova back 2 years into 2385. That's not this film's fault. So it's like, oh, okay. Why use the supernova and then change the date of it? Anyway, my down here is called Nero's position. Why is Nero gloating about, oh, I've seen your face in history. James T. Kirk was considered a great man, but that's in another life. Now I'm going to take your life the way I took your dad. Okay. What a weird thing to say. What I do like is, you know, Nero then jumps away because, you know, we've got Spock's aboard the jellyfish. He's distracting him. Meanwhile, this whole time, by the way, the drill is extended and it's firing down into San Francisco Bay. So, you know, you leave my Golden Gate Bridge alone. I like that bridge. But yeah, IL has Kirk by the throat. He's like, oh, your race is so weak, you can't even speak. And then Kirk just goes, what's that? I got your gun. Up. Spock aboard the jellyfish shoots his way out of the Narada. He then destroys the drill extending down from the Narada. Thank goodness, because I like Earth, I live there. Then he warps away, the Narada follows. Lisa takes the action away from Earth, which is good if any kind of matter was to ignite. And so they end up in a part of space that allows them to have a bit of a, well, not shootout, because the jellyfish isn't doing much firing at this point. The Narada fires everything at the jellyfish, which has turned and made a collision course with the Narada. Now remember, this very silly MacGuffin red matter is aboard the jellyfish. If it ignites, you've got a black hole. This is what happened on Vulcan. This was the plan to, you know, stop the supernova by sucking it all into a black hole, and would have been the plan to destroy Earth as well. I don't know about your starship, but my starship's not going to survive a black hole appearing in the middle of it. So I can understand why Nero's a bit concerned. You know, Kirk is over unstrapping Pike from the table. He's had that cerulean eel put down his throat. Doesn't look very nice, to be honest, at all. But yeah, Pike's still a bit of an action star by using Kirk's phaser to shoot some Romulans who are chasing them. I'm kind of enjoying all of that. As the jellyfish flies toward the Narada fires all the weapons, and we're, "Sir, there's another starship coming in." And the hairs are on end. Enterprise comes in firing. Oh God, I love this scene, I love the scene, I love the scene. I just love it. It's brilliant, I love it, it's brilliant. Yep, brilliant, you know, and just the music is soaring, the way the ship goes by. I love the phaser turrets. I love that design on this ship. It protects the jellyfish enough for the jellyfish to fly directly toward the Narada. Scotty does get a transporter lock. Drill's gone, so he gets Spock, he gets Pike, he gets Kirk out of there. The jellyfish impacts the Narada, and the red matter starts to ignite, creating a black hole. I do love the Scotty just going, "Hey, I've never beamed 3 people from 2 different places onto one platform before. That was pretty good." Yeah, right. That's an up. Give him that one. We then get the slightly controversial moment here, because Kirk finally, no, at this stage he's earned it. So Kirk is very commanding at this point, and he signals the Narada. Spock asks, "What are you doing?" And Kirk says, "You have to give them the opportunity. You have to offer them escape. You know, surely Spock, you would, you know, agree that, you know, this goes with regulations." And Spock just goes, "No, Captain, not this time." But Kirk does signal the Narada, and he says, "We are ready to provide assistance if you need." And Nero says, "I would rather suffer the death of Romulus 1,000 times. I'd rather die in agony." And Kirk just goes, "You got it, fire everything." And they do. They empty their phaser banks on the Narada, which destroys it and sucks all of the Romulans into a black hole. Oh crap, there's a black hole. Enterprise, start warping out of there. Why aren't we at warp? We are! This whole scene is an up. It's visually a treat. And look, if I'm gonna up, I'm a doctor, not a physicist. If I'm gonna up, if you eliminate the impossible, I have to up. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. Anyway, they detonate the warp core, away they go, flying away. Thank goodness. So they get back to Earth. And then we get the scene where Zachary Quinto and Leonard Nimoy share a conversation on Earth. It is my dilithium up of the film. For me, when you have a crossover like this, and I think another recent-ish example would be X-Men Days of Future Past, when you had James McAvoy and Patrick Stewart on screen together, you're sort of waiting for this moment, aren't you? And I think I am not our father. You know, as our customary farewell would seem oddly self-serving in this instance, I will simply wish you good luck. Yes, but you can be in 2 places at once. All of this is just chef's kiss of a scene. Down. Kirk hasn't completed the Academy, and yet he's given command of the Enterprise. I love the scene. I love Pike, looks great in his threads. By the way, do check out our uniforms ranked video, because we do give this one a shout out as well. But Kirk's still in school. However, he is there in command, finally wearing his uniform. Spock walks on and says, "I humbly submit myself as first officer. If needed, I can provide character references." Up. And of course, that beautiful last shot of the Enterprise about to go to warp, Leonard Nimoy delivering Space, the Final Frontier, into the wonderful, wonderful rendition of Alexander Courage's original series theme as recomposed by Michael Giacchino. Up. Would you kindly join me at the temporal observations? A film like this is funny because obviously it's a prequel, so there's going to be lots of, you know, references and nods and where we saw this before and that before. But really quickly, the overall theme of it, the Star Trek Starfleet Academy, and no, I'm not referencing the upcoming TV series, was an idea by Harve Bennett. So he produced Wrath of Khan, Search for Spock, The Voyage Home. He appeared in Star Trek V: The Final Frontier. But then relations between him and Paramount soured a little bit because his idea for Star Trek VI was an Academy-based movie that would follow Kirk and Spock meeting for the first time. I am, myself, I'm obviously glad that we got Undiscovered Country. It's possibly my favorite Star Trek film. And even if we had to wait a little bit longer, I was very, very, very glad that we got this film the way that we did. Rick Berman, who at this stage had nothing to do with the Star Trek franchise, he was interviewed before, but he credits Abrams for bringing this idea of a younger prequel cast together. So not that it's, you know, it wasn't that anyone was taking Harve Bennett's idea, it wasn't that someone was claiming credit for it, it was that it obviously just felt like this was the time to do this story. I have to give a shout out as well to J.J. Abrams as a director. Now, he was on the record as saying that he wasn't a Trekkie. I think it both shows in that it's not slavishly upholden to everything that we'd seen before, but I think also it honors everything that had come before as well. I mean, he got people around him who knew what Star Trek was. I vividly remember watching the first teaser trailer for this film, one frame of which, or one scene of which was directed by Abrams, the rest was by the assistant director. And it was just before the movie Cloverfield. I remember that was there with UCD Drama Society. We had gone to see Cloverfield as one of our outings, probably before going to the bar. And myself, you could spot the Trekkies, because myself and 3 others sitting in the back row of this pretty empty theater. It wasn't day one of Cloverfield or anything. This teaser comes on and you could see those of us just leaning forward. It was a banger of a teaser, as was the trailer. It was always just going to be called Star Trek. That was always the plan. It takes clear inspirations from The Wrath of Khan, Yesterday's Enterprise, Balance of Terror. Yesteryear from the animated series plays a big part of the inspiration for this. Also Journey to Babel in Sarek and Amanda's relationship as well. Roberto Orci went on the record pretty soon afterwards saying that yes, this film follows now an alternate timeline, but he said that it doesn't change anything in the prime time. He basically wanted to say, look, yes, we're doing our own thing, but don't assume that this has now changed history in the main one. And because of what we've now seen with things like Picard, Lower Decks, for example, yes, the 2 timelines have continued separately of each other. Do you know those lens flares were actually physical? So I interviewed Scott Chambliss, right, who was the production designer on this film, and he told me that he stood off camera with a flashlight, and that's how they achieved that. So whether you love or hate the lens flares, and believe me, I've seen a lot of people come down on either side, that was someone standing at the edge of a camera going, yep, more lens flare. We got a tribble on Delta Vega. As I've mentioned before, Leonard gave an interview about William Shatner possibly being in this film. I don't know, look, yeah, maybe there is an argument that it could have been fun. Basically, so the idea, if it was ever going to happen, it would have been during the scene with the 2 Spocks. Older Spock would say to younger Spock, don't take my word for it, and would show a recorded holographic message from William Shatner's Kirk saying, you know, we are best friends forever. But you would have had, there was like, Kirk was dead. So you might have to de-age him, or, you know, you might have to, basically making it work seemed more of a hassle for just involving it. So yes, he was not in it. At 1 hour, 45 minutes, 45 seconds, you will hear a Romulan saying, sir, if you ignite the red matter, that's Wil Wheaton. So Wil Wheaton, he of Wesley Crusher fame, did record a whole bunch of the voices for the Romulans on the Narada, a lot of which were digitally altered so that you don't basically just hear Wil Wheaton voicing a lot of people. But at that moment, that is clearly the unaltered voice of Wil Wheaton. Greg Gunberg, who is the childhood friend of J.J. Abrams, was the voice of Kirk's uncle Frank over the phone. He replaced there was a deleted scene in which Brad William Henk played Frank in the film. But he's turned up again in Star Trek because he's, you know, mates with J.J. Abrams, and also has turned up in the Star Wars film now because of that. Matt Damon was at one point approached for George Kirk. Adrian Brody was considered for Spock. Dominic Keating, yes, Malcolm Reed, auditioned for the part that would become Uncle Frank, and he's since joked saying they obviously didn't know who he was, because if he had got the part, that would have caused some historical headaches. We get a shot of Pike in the chair, of course. The Romulan relief effort, 2385. So as I say, that's a retroactive issue. So Picard has changed the date of the supernova. We get a reference to the Centaurian slug, which is a more than deliberate reference to the SETI Io and Rora Penthe. So there's a deleted scene in which Nero was a prisoner on Rora Penthe, and the Klingons did appear in this film. And actually, skipping down a little bit, there was a Klingon interrogator who was played by Victor Garber. Now, he would be, I think he's one of those actors, like, you'd know his face. We get Spock saying, "I have been and always shall be your friend." Greg Ellis, who played Engineer Olson, had previously appeared in Star Trek Deep Space Nine in What You Leave Behind as Akor, a Cardassian who survives the assault on Dominion headquarters. The bag that Kirk is wearing when he gets out of his escape pod has 1701D written on it. McCoy, there's a gag about, don't you say suffering is good for the soul? I never say that. That's a gag calling back to the original series episode of the Corbomite maneuver. Emotionally compromising the commander. Well, that's how Kirk gets command of the Enterprise back off a compromised Spock in the TOS episode, This Side of Paradise. Lieutenant Yor. So mine, and I think Chris's, one of our favorite additions to Star Trek Discovery's third season and the Temporal Wars is Lieutenant Yor, a Betelgeusian time agent who is said to come from 2379, but from a reality that was created when a Romulan mining ship went back in time. Yor would then turn up in the Otoy short film Unification as well. Love the look of Yor. I mentioned the deleted scene with Gala being the unwitting accomplice to Kirk in the Kobayashi Maru, that he would give her a letter that she had to open at exactly 3 p.m. the following day, which then uploaded a virus into the Kobayashi Maru computer. I'm very glad they cut that. I'm also glad they cut a scene of Kirk chasing to apologize the wrong Orion girl. Kirk comes across badly enough in this film. We didn't need that as well. Roberto Orci and Alex Kurtzman based the Kirk-Spock relationship on John Lennon and Paul McCartney. The Countdown comic was released in advance of this film. We get great stuff in there as well. Of course, we get things like the Enterprise F. We get things like B4, who, the memory transfer from Data from Star Trek Nemesis, that TWOK. So, love that. Christopher Doohan, son of James Doohan, appears as a transporter technician in this film. Ryan T. Husk is one of the hosts on The Seventh Rule. We've had him on the channel a couple of times. He is a crew member on board the Enterprise. There is a Commander Mark Leonard as well in this film.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ups and downs for Star Trek Into Darkness. Now, if you've been following us for a while, you know that this is one of those films that I've had my opinions on, and of the Kelvin series of films, I've got my opinions on it, but how does it actually stack up against the rest of the films in the series? And when we take a deep dive look into it, is it actually fair how I've been looking at this film before? Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? Will you join me, please, as I go through all of the ups and downs for the 2013 film Star Trek Into Darkness. My first up for this film, because I believe in starting positive, it's for the look of Nibiru. I think this planet actually looks really, really cool, and we jump straight into the action. That's something I know was a deliberate choice when it came to making this film. They knew they wanted to kind of up the ante a little bit, along with everything else they touch on in this film. And I'm glad that they do start this way, because also, bearing in mind that Trek 09 introduced us to the look and the tone of what they were going to do with this universe, this opening scene sort of nails that in a microcosm sort of way. So this scene, overall, I've things in the scene, but overall I think this is a banger of an entry. My first down for the film is an oft discussed down. Kirk stunning their ride out of there. Look, it gets panned for a reason. Why would Kirk not know this plan? McCoy standing and going, "You just stunned our ride." Logical down this early in the film was a little bit of a, okay then. Another down for this scene overall is kind of the sheer number of Starfleet protocols they're breaking here.
You know, for example, Kirk and McCoy running with their hoods down. Look, they broke the Prime Directive long before they ever revealed the Enterprise in this scene. We know that they're there to help save this population from a volcano that's about to explode. So I tell you what I will do. I will actually give an up, and that's to the use of the cast, sort of overall in the Kelvin films. But even in this scene, you get Kirk, you get McCoy, you get Spock, you get Uhura, and you get Sulu, all right there in the action. While of course on the Enterprise, you've got Scotty as well with that great jump scare scene of the fish swimming by. Look, there's bits I like about it, all right? But I do think that all three of the Kelvin films, they do use their cast very well. What are you doing hiding a starship underwater? Are we Star Trek Insurrection? Look, hiding the Enterprise under the water, for me, there is one reason and one reason alone why it's there. And that's because it looks cool. And I'm gonna give them that. It looks cool. The shots of the ship underwater, and particularly, of course, the shots of the ship rising up out of the water, they look phenomenal. Like, I remember on the big screen going, oh wow, that looks good. Of course it's a down. What on earth are you doing hiding a starship there? Logically, it doesn't make any sense. And before you come at me with Sulu saying, you know, too far away, we discussed this about, you know, trying to get closer to Spock. Perhaps we have a direct line of sight. I'll get to Spock in a second, by the way. Like, you know, direct line of sight and the whole plan with the volcano and shuttles. Surely there was another way around this. Send more than one shuttle, perhaps? For the logic of it all, it's a down. For the actual rising out of the water, look, it looks fabulous. I'm gonna give it that. But before the ship can rise out of the water, we see Spock chatting away with Uhura, chatting as he does, you know, Spock, the chatterbox, just talking to Uhura on the shuttle, and she goes, "You sure you don't want me to go instead? That would be highly illogical, as I am already outfitted." That's enough. I like their dialogue together. You know, I remember at the time being a bit, you know, obviously because it starts in Trek 09, but Uhura, Spock, really? But Zoe Saldana and Zachary Quinto just seem to have this natural chemistry that works so well together. For me, I really like this. There's many things, obviously we're going to get to the cetacean observations at the end, but do stick around, because for all of, it's well known that J.J. Abrams, for example, who of course directed this film along with 09, was on the record as saying he was not a Star Trek fan going into these films. Now, of course, one man does not make an entire motion picture, but your top guy is not a Trekkie, okay? But there are so many Easter eggs and references to Star Trek dotted in throughout, you know, Into Darkness, with some fairly obvious ones that we'll discuss, but throughout all three films, that I feel it does show a deep dive reverence to the material they're using. It's different. It's definitely different, these films, but there is a respect there. And, you know, sort of, if you like, a tiny little spoiler for the cetacean observations, look at the suit Spock is wearing. That seems to be a direct extrapolation of the one that was shown in Star Trek Enterprise, but also you could trace it all the way back to the EV suit in The Naked Time. That's something, that's for the fans. You know what I mean? Like, that is, you know, costume designer Michael Kaplan going, this is for the people who have watched it all the way along. And it's little things like that that really, you know, make me have such a soft spot for the Kelvin films. Now, I mentioned some obvious nods, and there's something I'm gonna get the bulk of this out of the way here, because in the volcano, when it looks like things are grim and Spock's not gonna make it, I do love his line, "I am surprisingly alive." I like that. But you get, in the opening scene of the film, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Nothing wrong with the line, but it's here that they tip their hat straight away. Down, Star Trek Into Darkness is a soft, I say soft, but it's a remake of The Wrath of Khan, and it doesn't bring enough new to the story to justify it.
Now, it does do some things very, very well. I have ups for this film. I have plenty of ups for this film, but I want to address that right now from the beginning, because you sort of can't avoid how much it's a remake of The Wrath of Khan. Dropping in Spock might die with one of his most iconic lines in your opening scene, you must be referencing the Kobayashi Maru sequence in The Wrath of Khan, with, of course, the later, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, kind of mashed together. And all it does then is immediately brings me to that film. Now, that seems like a deliberate choice, which there is positives to that, but then you also have your negatives to that. This cast, as good as they are together, had not been together as long as, for example, the cast in The Wrath of Khan had been together, not of course including the new cast who were added. And I think in a way that shows. Natural acting ability does help this a lot. And there are some key character changes and relationship changes that do help this a lot. So by no means does this condemn the film to the bin of you shouldn't have done that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it does mean it will get an unfavorable comparison to that earlier film as the movie goes on. But if I sat there and downed every single time it went, that's the Wrath of Khan, that's the Wrath of Khan, that's the Wrath of Khan, we'd never get through the film. And also, it's been said. So, you know I've said this on the channel, I'm saying it here in the ups and downs as well. This movie is a remake of The Wrath of Khan, and it probably shouldn't have been. There will be more kind of Wrath of Khan-isms to discuss as the film goes on. What I want to do now is just kind of focus obviously on the scenes as they happen. So I did mention that it was gorgeous, and an absolute up to that whole scene where the Enterprise comes up out of the water. Aesthetically, it's beautiful, as indeed is everything that's going on in the volcano. It looks fantastic. It's a logical about a cold fusion bomb, but listen, this is also a film with warp drive and transporters in it, so I'm not going to sweat too much on things like that. And also, but one thing that adds to the up of this as well is Spock's indignation. He is adamant that he cannot be saved for risk of violating the Prime Directive. And so when he is saved, I like the fact that he doesn't just go, well, I appreciate you saving me anyway, thanks a bunch, let's go for drinks, as Spock is wanted to do. But I like that he's straight in there with a, why did you do that? This is the Prime Directive. Now this leads to my issue with Kirk. And my issue with Kirk is effectively, for half of this film, Kirk is not just a bad captain, but he's a bad officer. And it's a very strange way to present who is effectively your lead character. So I do want to go down. So they saw us, you know, basically, who cares? There's Starfleet rules and there's the Prime Directive. Now the Prime Directive, generally speaking, when it's broken, there's a very bloody good reason for it. Or there's not a very good reason, and that itself is what we're gonna deal with. Like, you know, why did you, but there's always, it's a big deal. To be so callous and flippant about breaking the Prime Directive, not only should Kirk have lost his command, but possibly drill him out of the service altogether. So when you see what comes later on, in terms of his career, Kirk gets off lightly. More on that as it comes, because I want to now go to what is my standard up for all of these ups and downs, and it is the gorgeous score. Michael Giacchino just coming back with a beautiful, beautiful score, but particularly this London Calling cue. The introduction to Khan, setting the stakes, how we meet our, oops, John Harrison. If you're watching this, you've seen Star Trek Into Darkness. And the whole scene, it's really well organized, it's really well shot, it's really well presented, but that piano score, because piano really at that point was such a sparingly used instrument in Star Trek. And so to include it here, it changes the tone immediately.
And for me, it's one of the most wonderful musical moments, but also just moments in the film. It's gonna feel like a bit of a flippant up, but Benedict Cumberbatch knows how to stand and serve a look. I'm going to give an up to the first sight of John Harrison here, because it's a heck of an entrance. Also, I love the voiceover. I can save her. Listen, we're going to talk about the Benedict Cumberbatch of it all, but they did a heck of an intro. Returning to our screens and Into Darkness is Bruce Greenwood's Captain Pike. Now, I mentioned this in 09 as well. I really like his take on the character, because at this point, even, I suppose less so because we'd just seen him in 09, but it's still such a blank slate, this version of Christopher Pike. Now, of course, audiences are spoiled with Discovery and Strange New Worlds and Anson Mount's take on the character. But back in 2009, and indeed in 2013, Bruce Greenwood had so much leeway to play with. I love the way they treat this as a real father-son relationship, because, well, you know, selfishly, Chris Hemsworth would, you know, died in the beginning of Star Trek 09. I guess Chris Hemsworth didn't, but George Kirk did. Anyway, and I like that they lean into that, because it gives Kirk's dressing down a lot more weight. Again, Kirk very frustrating in this scene, clearly not understanding what he's done as wrong. Kirk here is so full of bravado, thinking he's about to be offered the first 5-year mission in Starfleet history, when I'm pretty sure we all kind of think, that's probably not what's about to happen here, Kirk. And his obstinance when he sees the problem as, you know, oh, I shouldn't have trusted Spock not to lie for me. You know, again, it's strange, and you know, it's not an additional down, because it sort of continues on from, you know, this version of Kirk. You know, he's an idiot, this Kirk. But the reason this scene isn't up is because both Spock, although not particularly chastising his captain, you can see Spock's confusion of, what do you mean you didn't tell the truth? And it's genuine confusion, where Pike is less confused and more pissed off, and rightly so. This scene was added as also a way of addressing certain audience members' reactions to Kirk becoming a captain within about 12 seconds in the first film. You know, it's about the space of, from meeting Pike in the bar to the entire climax with Nero, is about 3 years. And I mean, you can fast track your way through captain school, but that's pretty damn fast to be commanding the flagship of the Federation. This scene, in which Kirk's command is stripped, was, I think, quite a successful way of addressing that, while also setting up the stakes for later on. Because only Pike, even though Admiral Marcus is name dropped in this scene, only Pike could truly be the person to have this conversation with Kirk. And even things like knowing that Pike still would have gone to bat for him, and including a line saying, Admiral Marcus convened a tribunal to which I was not invited. That's a way of really letting Kirk know just how much he's in deep doo-doo here. Because Pike probably would have spoken up on his behalf, but he wasn't able to. That's how much Kirk messed up. It's a great scene, and it is handled brilliantly by everyone present. That's why it's such an up. Before we leave that scene though, Kirk does introduce a fairly large Chekov's gun. How many people have been killed under my command? No one, no one. That's not gonna age well, is it, Jim? Almost immediately after this, we see Kirk, who's licking his wounds at a local bar. And, you know, this is obviously deliberately mirroring the bar scene from the first one. Especially when it looks like Kirk's about to be a bit of a Jack the Lad and start flirting with that woman, and then who sits down but Pike. And this is a flip version. So where Pike has just absolutely raked him over the coals in this previous scene, Admiral Pike has hung up his hat for a moment. Dad Pike is here to talk to Kirk. And even though Kirk is still sore, and even though Kirk is still a bit stubborn, this is a very different tone. And I think, again, one of the reasons Bruce Greenwood's Pike is so successful in these films is the addition of scenes like this. And, you know, he goes on to say, look, they gave me back the Enterprise, you know, really mirroring Kirk's scene from the motion picture. And he invites Kirk to be his first officer, giving him a second chance, which is something Kirk needs. Everything I said about him nearly losing his commission stands. Prime directive, not the we should kind of follow this directive. But Pike knows that inside all of the ego, there is the makings of a stellar officer. Up. Now the scene is somewhat interrupted by the bomb going off in London and the recall to head office. Yes, they have to go to Daystrom and meet with all of Starfleet's CNC. Now along the way, we bump into Spock. We discover that Spock is now assigned to a different starship. Kirk is still... I didn't say he was going to get better in like the turn of a screw. Like, Kirk takes his time. But anyway, they get there, they have their meeting. Marcus begins to really outline the threat of John Harrison, what's happened. There's also, keep eyes out for familiar faces as well. Kirk highlights something that is a problem with this scene, and I'm going to both confess a little bit of my ignorance, but I am giving a down to all of the top brass of Starfleet being convened in one space at one time. Perhaps this is the done thing. Perhaps this is what military services do, and in which case I am showing my ignorance, for which I apologize. So, if you'll forgive me a moment, Marcus clearly states that John Harrison was one of theirs. So Marcus obviously knows just how much one of theirs he was. But if you knew that one of your agents had orchestrated an attack, would you not then take precautions about sort of procedures or security methods that your agent is probably aware of? Kirk manages to guess it pretty quickly. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Why do this? Because then, you know, all of us would gather together in a room, and as if on cue, Harrison arrives in the jump ship and starts shooting through the window. Where I will give a little bit of grace is that in the moments beforehand, up to Marcus for listening to Kirk. Up to the actual attack scene itself, it actually looks fantastic. And you really feel the scope and the scale and the fear of it. And as sad as I am to say it, up to the way the death of Pike is handled. It sucks for him to go out the way that he does, but it works because we care, because we feel something. And that's because we had those earlier scenes with Pike. Because I think, let's say for example, this was a cameo, and we didn't have those earlier scenes, we wouldn't have had, even as great as he was in the first film, kind of how... It's that relationship that's important. And even Spock doing the mind meld with him works as well. It's a great scene, and although the Kelvin films do tend to get a bit trigger happy when it comes to people being killed, I felt it in this scene. The down in the next scene is something that, again, we've spoken about at length here on this channel, and it's just whatever about Scotty's transwarp beaming equation in the first film, and it was a down there as well. This device, which we learn Harrison uses to beam to Kronos, which is, depending on your source, roughly 100 light years from Earth, thus rendering so much of spaceflight obsolete, is not just a down, this is absolutely a Trellium down for this film. No, it is, because we have a really cool toy and we want to play with our cool toy. But there's too much of a logical break here. You know, we've beamed to other planets. Why is this not standard practice now? You know, and they do throw in a line about Starfleet confiscated it. Why? Do you know what I mean? Like, why invent what? I mean, you can't put the genie back in the bottle, I guess. But it's just a little bit too much of a leap. And it just stands out like a sore thumb. I mean, we do get that, you know, the scene with Scotty, he's gone to the one place we just can't go. It's not that I don't like, it's the how he got there. You know, if we can beam from planet to planet, frankly, why? Okay, Marcus has a plan, sure, but does nobody else go, why don't we just beam a security team there? Kirk and Spock, now fully aware of where Harrison has gone, decide they're going to make, well, Kirk decides he's going to make an appeal directly to Admiral Marcus. And there are many bits about this scene that I quite like. So straight in, we say, we know where he's gone to Kronos. And then Marcus, who by the way, up for Peter Weller, who is just brilliant in this role, because he has that world weariness that, you know, yes, I believe the head of Starfleet Security would have this kind of gravitas. And at this point, I will fully admit to maybe buying into it. Yeah, I'm a little bit. I kind of get Marcus's point, where he's going for war is inevitable. Because at this point of the film, that doesn't say, so I'm going to make it happen. He just believes war is inevitable. And we've seen enough of Star Trek at this point to be like, yeah, there's probably going to be a war with the Klingons. And he seems to listen to Kirk, and he does the reveal of Section 31, which in 2013, Section 31 was still relatively underused. It had been, not by name, but it had been reintroduced in Star Trek Enterprise. You'll remember a young Malcolm Reed was recruited. But this was our first and only reference to it in the Kelvin universe. So again, in 2013, it was still being used sparingly, as opposed to by 2025, everyone and their aunt does a summer in Section 31 on their way to being a Starfleet officer. I do have a down, but I'm going to counter it with an up. So actually, up to the lovely models of things like the ring ship, the NX-01, we have the Phoenix in there, the Kelvin, down. I have a super secret warship, so I'm going to put a model of it on my desk. Up to the conversation in the shuttle between Kirk and Spock. And for some reason, McCoy, who just seems to be kind of twittering around, trying to let the audience know that Kirk's vitals are off. I really like this exchange because although this Kirk and Spock are not as, they're nowhere near as close as, for example, the Kirk and Spock that we would know from the original series days are. They haven't built that relationship together. But what I do quite like about them is Spock, in his way of speaking, is able to sort of cut through it a little bit. Kirk is still quite full of bravado, but also now that's tinged with sadness and rage from losing Pike. And he's getting quite defensive, as Spock says. And Spock highlights this and says, the fact that you are getting defensive means my point, by which he means his point that, you know, this is a terrible idea, what on earth are we doing heading to Kronos? He finds that valid and wouldn't need to be defensive if he didn't find it valid. And I think because I like the way this scene is phrased. I think because we as an audience are sort of asking the same thing. Like, oh yeah, Jim, great, you're so happy to get your ship back that you're just going to accept 72 torpedoes and you're not even going to question that we're flying into Klingon territory. Now, hold up. So it's good that they take the time to address that. We also just sort of slot in here the introduction of Alice Eve, which is an up. I quite like, there's a lot of discussion about how Carol Wallace is used in this film. And there is, I mean, I think we're all thinking of the one scene that was so clearly added so that they could put it in the trailer, which they did, which is doing her a disservice because, well, there's the legacy of the character, but also Alice Eve does a great job in this film as well. Like, I care about her character, and considering we have not seen Alice Eve in Star Trek before and since, it's, you know, it's a big ask. Make us care, and don't sit on the fact that this is a legacy character. Make us care about you in this film, and I feel at least she does. It might sound odd considering we just watched Pike die for me to say this here, but it's at this point where I think it really becomes apparent how wrong things are going. And that's with Scotty's resignation. You know, you have Kirk, who is so single-minded at this point that he is ordering Scotty to accept this payload, no questions asked. And Scotty is absolutely no way. And in fact, asks a question that I think has been asked in fan circles since 1966, and I know continues to be asked to this day. Up. Are we the military now? I thought we were meant to be explorers. And there isn't really a die-hard answer to that. In many ways, yes, Starfleet is the military. But then in other ways, it isn't. If you think back again to The Wrath of Khan, you know, Doctors Marcus discussed the fact that Starfleet is the military wing of the Federation. Because it is. As much as it is explorers. Because then you think of things like the Next Generation, and they are definitely explorers. I suppose the situation calls for certain ways of being and certain ways of acting. And here, everything is so fast, so dramatic, and so to the point that we don't have time for Scotty to ask that question. And that's why it's so necessary that Scotty asks that question. It is a whopper of an up from me. A shout out of an up as well to Kirk and Uhura in the turbo lift, because although there is a moment where it's played for comedy, I do like that Kirk goes, you know, oh, you know, button heads with your boyfriend, I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. And Uhura just goes, it's not just you. And it's quick, and you know, because again, they're not friends. They're colleagues and they work together, but they're not friends. And so including a scene like this, and yes, it's played for comedy, both here and a little bit on the cargo ship as well. But it's just quick enough to work. That was an up. There's also a scene played for comedy, which is like, oh no. And that's, you know, Kirk goes up to Chekov and says, effectively, we've just lost Scotty. You know, put on a red shirt. Okay, Jim, did you just kill him? But no, Chekov effectively serves as the engineer for a lot of this film. Anton Yelchin, again, sadly missed, but great in this film. I would be remiss if I didn't give an up to the gorgeous shots of the Enterprise leaving Starbase 1. Yeah, these films are good for a bit of odd ship adult material, shall we say. We finally get the Kirk that we want, and I want to give an up to Kirk changing Admiral Marcus's plan. So Admiral Marcus wants them to fly to the edge of Klingon space and then fire 72 new torpedoes directly at the area of Kronos that John Harrison is said to be inhabiting. Having listened to Spock, having listened to his own gut and his heart, Kirk knows he can't just go firing torpedoes at the Klingon homeworld. Right? So he's going to fly to the edge of Klingon space, then they're going to board a cargo ship, which is not Starfleet, and fly, capture Harrison, and bring him back to face justice. There's the Kirk we've been waiting for. Kirk did frustrate me earlier in this film, and my down stands, but credit where credit is due, it's helped enjoy the turn of the character as the film goes on as well. We got a couple of quick things here. For example, Spock knows exactly who Carol Wallace / Marcus is, and at this point apparently chooses not to inform the captain. We also then so inertial dampeners are a fun thing. So the Enterprise drops out of warp and everyone sort of nearly falls out of their chair or whatever, but obviously the inertial dampeners are still doing a great job, because presumably if you drop out of warp by losing the warp field, wouldn't you liquefy? So, hey, in fairness, fair play to the Enterprise's inertial dampeners. That does, however, mean they're stranded in Klingon space, as Sulu says, for 20 minutes longer that they hadn't accounted for. So, quickly, hop to it. Sulu's in command. Nice to see Sulu commanding a starship. Some things carry over quite nicely from one universe to another. And Kirk is going to lead this landing party to Kronos. We get a few things in quick succession here. Now, one thing which again it was addressed in Trek 09, but Into Darkness does a great job of, is addressing the whoopsie in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, that Uhura wouldn't know how to speak Klingon. Because they even make a joke of it. How's your Klingon? Rusty, but I think I can do it. That's an up from me. Spock is going to go on this away mission as well. And, you know, Kirk says, is this going to be a problem? Not for me. Unclear. That was fun for me as well. I also like that because there is such a thing as taking a joke too far, and I do think they balance it well in this film, and that's McCoy's metaphors. I think I like what we get, and when Kirk says, stop with the metaphors, that's an order, the joke lands. That's an up for me. Everything to do with the cargo ship, well, a lot of it I'm going to discuss when we get to station observations, but I like it. I even like how he saves the lives of those security officers by saying, lose the red shirts. Taken up. I'm sure Hendorf, the returning cupcake from Trek 09, was quite glad of that. Sulu is then tasked with effectively contacting John Harrison and letting him know the stakes of what's coming. John Cho nails this wee little monologue here, where basically he says he is going to royally mess up Harrison's day if Harrison gives him any guff. Now McCoy does get in with a one-liner, remind me never to play you at poker, but Captain Sulu isn't up. But down, for the love of good, we get it. Special torpedoes, we get it. At this point, they might as well hold a sign up and say, whoa, plot device. Okay, I have 7. Actually, he doesn't say the number, so we have a large number of advanced weaponry that we will fire at your location. Do not test me. We get it. Torpedoes. On the cargo ship, I have to give it down. I have to give it down to, we're going to have a relationship argument on the ship. Time and a place. Whereas I really like both Zoe Saldana taken up in this scene and Zachary Quinto taken up in this scene. Because although it's wildly inappropriate to be having this conversation with Kirk and the 2 security officers sitting right there, we do get this question of, do you care, Spock? And Saldana delivers it perfectly. Quinto's response, the way he discusses the feeling of loss, anger, confusion when he melded with Pike, you know, as he said, multiplied exponentially on the day that Vulcan was destroyed, because obviously that casts a massive shadow over this entire sequel. That really hammers home. It's such a small, short scene, but it's so good for both of their characters and for understanding these versions of Spock, Uhura, and even Kirk. Kirk is really more there for a couple of comedy one-liners. You know, she is right though, Spock. Like, stay out of it, Jim. Down for the bird of prey. Can't stand it. It is... How best to describe it? It's kind of like the muscle car version of like a really small bird of prey, which is fine. I've no problem with the fact that they're, you know, big or small or whatever, but this is all about, when you think about how the original bird of prey design back from The Search for Spock was supposed to be effectively an American football linebacker kind of hunching its shoulders with its arms down, and that looked muscular and yet sleek and dangerous. This looks like a couple of bits of metal flung together, and also, how are those wings staying on? Wouldn't be a fan now of the D4 design, I'm sorry to say. But I will say, I like the Klingons. You know, they had been introduced in Trek 09, but the scenes were deleted, which is why Victor Garber, who played a Klingon, who played the interrogator in Star Trek 09, but his scene was deleted, which is a sad thing. But no, I quite like, and the pierced ridges. That, to me, is very Klingon, because you can be both honorable and yet still wear jewelry. And I really like Uhura speaking to the Klingons. These Klingons are dicks, but so many of them are. You know, we're not always dealing with the Sons of Moog. Sometimes we're dealing with Duras. And this works for me. The whole shooty scene with Harrison versus the Klingons, yep, scratches an itch, good fun. I do like Harrison's surrender. and then we have Kirk trying to punch him, and, you know, obviously doesn't really go anywhere. So I will give an up to that, because I like how it cuts from Kirk to Uhura and from Harrison, just like, you good? Yeah, that worked for me. And especially, you know, immediately, how many torpedoes are there? He is so unconcerned with the Klingons. It's a great reintroduction to the character. He's beamed to the brig, and we get our first brig conversation between Kirk and Harrison. Deliberate choice of name for this brig scene. And, you know, Kirk says, you know, lets him know, you know, I was ordered to end you, and you are only alive because I will it. You know, give me one reason why I shouldn't just execute you. And, you know, Harrison says, I can give you 72, and they're sitting in your weapons bay. You know, because of course this is going to set up our surgery on a torpedo. Every brig scene is great in this film, but it definitely an up here straight away. Up to Kirk, again listening to his gut and ringing, but using his communicator. I suppose a hand communicator, does it travel that far? But I could pretty happily say it was just routed through the Enterprise's communication systems. I'm okay with that, you know, so, and I will say as well, up to Simon Pegg in this scene. Captain James Tiberius, perfect hair. I like it. It's silly, but I do like it. Our conversation on the bridge, I've written down revealing Krall as a Marcus, that's an up. I just love the way, you know, when it became appropriate, as it just did. Fair play, Spock, I'm on board. Down, revealing Krall. I'm not just saying this as a prude. This was a scene that was purely insert to get boys of a certain age in the cinema seats. And it's dumb. And it doesn't play into any part of the character or anything to do with the rest of the film. This is just so we could get Alice Eve in her underwear. What are you doing? You know what I mean? It's so ham-fisted. It's not the most ham-fisted thing in the film. I will get to that. But this is pretty ham-fisted. Saying that, I did like the shout out to Christine Chappell, who was like in like voiceover dialogue in the first film, when she's mentioned by name here again as well. Then we get McCoy and Marcus down on planet Iceland doing surgery on this torpedo. Oh look, it was always going to go wrong, you know. So it does, and it leads to the reveal of the frozen person inside the torpedo. Trope. I pulled out the bit of the torpedo and suddenly it was disarmed. That's a down. I give you this though. Karl Urban's great in this scene. That's an up. But yeah, if through some miracle you hadn't guessed up to this point that we were doing this character and this storyline, the cryo tube in the torpedo was really the last clue now, wasn't it? Before we get to a great scene, down, super advanced shipyard behind Jupiter apparently can't detect a unauthorized shuttle. Bit of a logical fallacy there. The brig scene, up, light them up. Nice and simple for me. Everyone is great in this scene. Because I have already downed that this is so obviously a remake of The Wrath of Khan, the line, my name is Khan, it does feel silly. And I want to give credit, like I've already seen the joke done online of my name is Khan. Hi Khan, I'm Jim, this is Spock. So I can't claim originality for that. But yeah, that would be their reaction. They have not heard of Khan, or at least in this film, Khan is not treated as an historical figure in the way that he certainly is in Strange New Worlds, but even back in Space Seed, he was treated as an historical figure. Here, there is no context as to why that name would have weight, other than we, the audience, know who Khan is. But because this is in such a strong scene, I guess it makes me a little bit forgiving of it. There's also the slight change to the story that Khan, at least, is kind of justified in his actions. He was discovered by Admiral Marcus, who woke him because they needed his warrior's intellect, and his family, the other 72 torpedo inhabitants, were held as ransom. And then when he went rogue, he had no reason to believe Marcus wouldn't simply kill the rest of his family, as indeed Marcus set out to do. So this was a trip of vengeance. So although you can't condone what Khan did, you can sort of understand where Khan is coming from, which I think is one of the most important changes they made to the character in Into Darkness. It's not simply a straight remake. There's a lot of it, that is. But this is a crucial change to the character that is so important to making this film work. We get that sense of impending doom when Sulu calls down to say that there's a ship en route, it's nearby. And as Khan says, yes. Bet you're having warp problems, aren't you? Yeah. So Khan is ordered to sickbay while Kirk goes to the bridge. Kirk, after a couple of seconds, basically Kirk says, I've spoken to Khan. Up that Admiral Marcus doesn't even try and hide it. Yes, okay. Because it helps us in this moment go, okay, well maybe we still don't have the full measure of Marcus here. There's more to the story. And again, he's kind of convincing. You know, there is a bigger picture that no, Kirk wasn't given the details of, need to know Starfleet security and all that, and kind of understand it. There is a thing about this scene, of course it's the arrival and reveal of the Vengeance, which would have been more effective if it wasn't in the bloody marketing. For example, I remember going to see this film in a cinema in Dublin, and there was a big freestanding display unit where it was that wide shot of the Enterprise facing, in the profile, facing the Vengeance. I don't understand marketing decisions sometimes. Some things that are clearly meant to be a reveal in a film are used as the marketing for the film. I know, look, Into Darkness is hardly the only film it's ever happened with, but yeah, not great. Don't show us that. Kirk makes a decision, and that decision is to bring Khan back to Starfleet to face the music. So he orders the Enterprise to warp away. Now that would be all well and good, except down in sickbay, Khan is talking to McCoy and Carol Marcus, you know, who says, well, we're safe, we're at Worf. I wouldn't be so sure. And Carol decides that she will run from sickbay to the bridge. Just use a bloody cup on a string, something. Anyway, to let them know that we're not safe. Sulu says we're getting a very weird reading that he doesn't understand. And it's the Vengeance coming up. And do you remember that Chekov's gun earlier on about I've never lost a single person under my command? Well, Marcus bloody well makes up for that, doesn't he? And beats the snot out of the Enterprise. Now, I hate scenes like this in sci-fi. Not that it's bad. I hate seeing scenes where people are sucked out into space, or blown out into space, sorry. I do know the difference. Because it's horrible. It's a horrible, horrible thing, and I've always disliked it. It was in Trek 09 as well, when the Kelvin was getting pounded by the Narada, and when the Vengeance comes to the Enterprise as well. It makes me so uncomfortable, which I think is a success in the scene. The Enterprise is knocked out of warp, and then they find themselves, they're around the moon. Where the hell is Starfleet? Everything from this point to the end of the film is Starbase 1. Fair enough, Starbase is a starbase. Let's say it can't fly up to them, but not one other ship was in orbit of Earth, and nobody was there picking up weapons fire by the moon. Ah, come on now. That's just silly. Saying that up to the beating the Enterprise takes, that ship survived an awful lot more than most other ships in Starfleet in either universe, if I'm being honest with you. So yeah, all right, fair play to the builders of the Enterprise in the Kelvin universe. Carol goes to the bridge and says, look, let me talk to my dad. You know, maybe I can get him to stop this attack. She does signal across, and Marcus does stop the assault. And she says, you know, I don't believe that the man who raised me is capable of doing this. And if I'm wrong, then you're gonna have to destroy the ship with me on it. And he goes, no, I don't, and hits energize. Up for the performance. Logic is a bit like, your shields are down. What are you doing? That was a bit of a silly thing. But Alice Eve sells it. I'll give it that. It does come across a little bit silly with how it's then like, oh no, I never. Why does she try and run off the bridge? No, sorry. Right, up for Alice Eve, but down to the lack of logic in that scene. Looks like things are all over. An absolute and utter up to Kirk. Chris Pine, the way he delivers this apology, it really, really works. It's believable because he's telling the truth. And the callousness of Marcus just going, I was never going to let your ship live. I was never going to let your crew survive. Like, mate. So when the Vengeance powers down and Scotty signals over to say, guess where I am? Okay, yeah, that works for me. That all works for me. A lovely couple of nods and Easter eggs in that scene as well. So yeah, credit where credit is due. Thumbs up. They need to somehow get aboard the Vengeance. This leads to just, again, the way Zachary Quinto delivers things. So of course, Kirk makes a decision and Spock straight away goes, I have to strongly caution against it. So Kirk says, you don't know what I'm doing. He's like, well, he rattles through. Element of elimination, you're going to align with Khan. The enemy of my enemy as my friend, a proverb attributed to an Arabian prince who was betrayed and decapitated by his own subjects. All right, Spock, cut straight to the core of me there. Taken up. At this point, and I'm happy to say this is an up, Kirk does the smart thing, and he's honest with Spock. He confesses to the fact that he is in over his head, and he's able to say he needs people doing the things that they're good at. And right now, commanding a ship is not what he's good at. For as frustrating as Kirk can be in this film, there are little moments like this that do really help to round out the character. He heads down to sickbay where he has a quick chat with Khan. Tell me what I know about that ship, and Khan gives him everything but the key to the back door. A down so annoying that the film stops to make you know that McCoy is working on a tribble that has been, he's injecting it with Khan's blood. And did you notice the fact that Khan's blood is really important and it can do things to a tribble? And it actually feels, genuinely, and this is probably the harshest thing I'm going to say, it feels like they got to the end of the script, realized that they hadn't dropped a big enough clue about Khan's blood, despite the scene in the beginning in London, and went, crap, we have to shoehorn a scene in, and we get the tribble scene in sickbay. That's how awkward it is. Over on the Vengeance, Scotty, poor old Scotty and poor old Simon Pegg, there's a lot of cardio in this next scene. He gets down to this storage bay where, Kirk and Khan are going to end up zipping through space because we have to have a space flight scene. It's a Kelvin film. And there's a fair amount of running in this, but it does give me one of my favorite lines. And they keep going, Scotty, what's the update? Scotty, what's the update? Give me a minute, you mad bastard. Take it up. I do like that Simon Pegg's version of Scotty feels pretty close to quite a real person. It sounds very harsh against poor Jimmy Doohan's version. Just there's a lot more colloquialisms, if you like, with this version of Scotty. Plus, listen, I've been known to do a bit of jogging in my time, and yeah, sometimes you don't have time for a chat. Although his appearance is quite brief in the film, I do want to give an up as well to Lee Rauerman, who a certain audience might know as Hawk from the American version of Gladiators. He sadly passed away in 2016. In this scene, well, I'm right there with Scotty. Whew, you're big. Khan and Kirk, with some kind of tomfoolery. Yes, there's a bit of, they hit into debris. Did we ever think they weren't actually going to get there? It's a fun scene. Back on the ship, I want to give an up because Leonard Nimoy gets an automatic up for me. He's Leonard Nimoy, of course he does. The most ham-fisted, awkward cameo ever. They could have done this better. Think of how beautifully Leonard Nimoy's inclusion was in Trek 09. I mean, it was so good. It was part of the plot. No, it wasn't overdone. And when he got to the actual, the scenes, it just felt right. Here, oh God, I feel awful saying this, but Leonard Nimoy's final live action appearance in Star Trek is an awkward cameo shoved in to have an awkward cameo. And yes, I get it. Younger Spock wants to know if older Spock ever encountered Khan, and everyone in the audience knows, of course he did, and we do get, his Spock talking about Khan, which if you think all the way back to the Search for Spock and onwards, Spock never really discussed Khan afterwards. So this itself was quite interesting. And so there's bits in this scene that I really like, and I never thought I'd be downing anything Leonard Nimoy did, but for the awkward shoving in of this cameo, that is a down from me. Younger Spock then speaks to McCoy, do you think you could replicate the conditions that caused you to activate the torpedo on planet Iceland? And then we get our perfunctory, but lots of fun. Damn it, man, I'm a doctor, not a torpedo technician. And it is exactly your skills as a surgeon that I require. I do like them together. We get some of their best scenes in the next film, but Karl Urban and Zachary Quinto really bounce off each other very well. Over on The Vengeance, you've got Khan, Kirk and Scotty making their way up to the bridge, which they do after a wee bit of fisticuffs. And at least we do see Kirk saying, I think we're helping him as opposed to him helping us. And poor Scotty's a bit like, I have no idea who this person is that you've brought with you. But we arrive on the bridge. Scotty drops Khan with a phaser set to stun. And things are looking like, right, we might be able to de-escalate everything. Except that phaser set to stun don't really do very much against genetically engineered Supermen. So Khan pops back up. Not only does he knock out Kirk, get rid of Scotty, he, stamps on Carol's leg, breaking it, and then, with his hands against either side of Admiral Marcus's face, crushes the man's head by saying, "You should have let me sleep." Up, but we get our big, Khan was the big villain, hardly a reveal, I suppose, but everything from this point on, he is full mustache twirling villain, and it kind of works. Maybe because we were expecting it for literally every appearance of him in the film, but also Benedict Cumberbatch, Is it physically impossible to get his name right? Maybe it's because Benedict Cumberbatch is incapable of giving a bad performance, or at least, I don't know. Either way, it works. Khan speaking to Spock, Spock goes, "You betrayed us. How observant." It works, but then you get lines like, "I will walk over your cold corpses to retrieve my crew." All right, in fairness, that's a hell of a line. Okay. There is some bait and switch going on. You get, "No ship should go down without her captain." Very nice, but then you equally have Spock going, "Vulcans cannot lie. The torpedoes are yours." He beams them over. Okay, happy out. It's a great scene. Just overall, it's an up. And all the torpedoes explode. Spock, did you just kill his entire crew? He's cold, but he's not that cold. McCoy's got his crew. It works. It works. Now, the slight problem is that from Khan's point of view, Spock just carried out the threat Khan thought Marcus was going to carry out. I'm sure he'll take it very well and calmly. We need some stakes. Part of the stakes is the Enterprise is completely out of power and is somehow in Earth's gravitational field, despite being beside the moon. And which I suppose, of course, there will be gravitational fields there, but no Starfleet. The science of this part of the film leaves a bit. Anyway, down. Listen, Chekov, you might be strong, but you're not lifting Kirk and Scotty strong. Yeah. We do get that great scene though, as the Enterprise is, and even as it's falling down into orbit, or shuttles falling off and sliding down. I've always loved that scene. It's like, oh yeah, you're in a ship full of stuff. That's not good. Up. Another of my favorite lines from the film, again delivered by Scotty. "One day up and off this ship, one bloody day." Up. We do get, what do you say? We just go full, we're remaking Wrath of Khan, and we're flipping the characters at this point. So, Kirk is the one to go in. Now, at this point, he has to realign the warp core. Scotty's like, "Oh, they're misaligned. The ship is dead. Oh, this is bad." Well, it would be bad, yeah. So Kirk's going to go in, first of all, down the angles of those kicks. That just doesn't make sense. But This is a hard, because even in the cinema, first time watching, I went, this is annoying me. Because you're watching it and you know, like, you kind of have an idea what's coming. And sadly, the film doesn't really veer very much off the beaten track from this point. Yes, Kirk saves the ship at this point. He realigns the warp core, power gets on. You do get that awesome shot of the Enterprise. I suppose technically the reused shot, because we had it coming up out of Titan, but that shot of the Enterprise coming up out of the clouds. I'm going to give credit where credit's due. I think it looks great. You know, you have all the gags, seatbelts, the crew not abandoning Spock. I'm on board, honestly, on board with all of that. But it's just, you then get verbatim, better get down here, better hurry, line for line from the Wrath of Khan. You know, you'll flood the compartment, he's dead already, line for line. My logic, if you're going to do a remake, have a point to it. This went too far beyond we're doing an homage. There was no real point to this. Especially with, you know, spoiler, they're going to bring Kirk back in 5 minutes. So this great big emotional goodbye, all to line up. The gag of Shatner's Khan is that it's William Shatner. You know, it's someone who, fair or unfair, had this reputation for over-the-top line delivery, okay? So that, while still being vaguely ridiculous, also, you know, intentional or not, played into the fact that Kirk was defeated and, you know, he was, you've beaten me, Khan, we're stuck down it, even though he wasn't beaten and it was a bit of a performance. Spock delivering the Khan scream, there's no performance behind it. It is pure rage and emotion, and it goes too far off the emotional vector, if you like, for Spock. We had a moment earlier in this film where Spock spoke of his control, how he does feel these emotions, but he controls them and acts in such a way that he chooses not to let them overpower him, even when they are devastating. And this seems to belie that earlier scene. And in a grander scheme as well, is that one of the things that is so powerful about Spock, and in fact Vulcans overall, is they are so restrained that showing any emotion, however small, that is part of the impact. So for example, in Trek 09, when you had a much younger, although there's only about a year chronologically-ish in the difference between these two films, a much younger Spock, you know, before he goes into the academy, for example, obviously a bit more time there, you know, it's kind of sassy, live long and prosper. And then as the film goes on, even thinking that he might not help Nero at the end, these were big emotional moments for Spock. Going here, you have surprise, sure, you have upset, sure, but to go from there to screaming Khan, it was a poor decision, and it guts the scene, which is a shame, because more or less up to that moment, I mean, whatever about it being a remake of The Wrath of Khan with the roles flipped, they were selling it. You know, Chris Pine really sells Kirk's fear of death. I mean, I know he out and out says, I am afraid, but you get that sense. And Spock there, separated by the glass, you have live long and prosper, everything, they were selling it. And then it's just, the mood's gone. So that's why it is, of course, a down from me. And it is not just a down, it's my trilithium down. Just a reminder that a trilithium down removes 1 down from the up counter, just as a dilithium up removes 1 down from the down counter. Now, if Spock was screaming to find out where Khan was, he need only look out the back window, because the Vengeance nearly shears the back nacelles off the Enterprise as it careens down through the atmosphere. As Sulu says, that was close. And we get the, I think, quite effective destruction of part of San Francisco scene. I mean, it's an up for me, because it's quite, I mean, it's not meant to be comfortable. You're watching a city get incredibly damaged, but there's obvious parallels here to the 9/11 attacks in the real world. You know, this idea of, you know, a ship crashing into buildings in San Francisco as opposed to New York, you know, destroying historic landmarks. Alcatraz is the first to be destroyed in San Francisco. And that panic of people running and screaming, including Paul Sutherland, who was also in the first Trek 09 as well. And, you know, I'm quoting himself here, I got squished in Star Trek Into Darkness. Yes. But it's very uncomfortable and it's very evocative of real world tragedies. So in that respect, it's very effective. Spock, not quite in the mood. So he beams down to chase after Khan. They're saying, like, you know, oh my god, nobody could survive a crash like that. Spock says he could. Beams down, chases after Khan, and we get that, you know, chase on the, are they garbage scows or something. And what we do get is actually a nice, fun, musical motif. Michael Giacchino. It's a blink and you'll miss it. But the amok time fighting music is actually used in like 1 second in this cue. That, combined with Spock's, well, single-handed, or single-natured, I should say, attack on Khan, it gives you something to focus on. And it's definitely an up from me. Because, of course, this is playing back into Khan's earlier assertion that someone like Spock could never break bone. Now, between Spock and Uhura beaming down, they do manage to overpower Khan with some bone breaking going on. Now, yes, we get the thing where you stop and the Tribble comes back to life. I'm going to leave that down with that earlier down with the Tribble. Okay, you get my feelings on it. But no, actually, hang on. We need Khan's blood, but we've got 72 other Supermen sitting here in our ship. And what's more, if it's like, oh, but they're all in cryogenic stasis. Sure, but one of them's just come out of cryogenic stasis because we're going to put Kirk into cryogenic stasis. Moving on. They do manage to overpower Khan, they get him to beam back up, and we get the great and utter Kirk's fine then. Down. Not because I want Kirk to die, I don't, but because in about 3 seconds we hit fast forward and we get to the end of the search for Spock. There was no journey. There was no reason for Kirk to die just to bring him back 5 minutes later. I mean, as McCoy even says, you were barely dead. True. And I've mentioned obviously the logic about, well, you know, all of Khan's crew were there, you had access to super blood, why not just use some of them? It does feel a little bit like we have to end this film somehow. And, you know, we get a very nice scene between Kirk and Spock, and I do mean that. I do like the scenes between Kirk and Spock and Kirk's gratitude. This film is not one... There is introspection in Into Darkness, but coming back from the dead, we're not going to linger on that at all. We're going to jump forward a year and rechristen the Enterprise. We then get the utterance of the Captain's Oath, taken up, space, the final frontier. We get actually a musical view of Alexander Courage's original theme. Now, there was a variant of that in Trek 09, whereas a more or less, if you like, direct statement of that theme is played here, which I enjoy. And then we're going to depart on our 5-year mission with our new crew member, Carol Marcus. I can't wait to see what she does in the next film. We do end more or less on a gag where it says, Captain, you know, Captain's got a nice ring to it, Sulu says. Yeah, it does, and I look forward to seeing that for you in your future. Take it up, Captain Zulu. And that brings us to the end of Star Trek Into Darkness, so would you join me, please, at Cetacean Observations. Now, as I already mentioned, the EV suit is very similar to the one that was introduced in The Naked Time and then redone for Star Trek Enterprise as well. It's the Wrath of Khan, done in 2013. The Prime Directive, so many references there to breaking the Prime Directive, which is the most important rule in all of Starfleet. The name Marcus, of course, so we have Carol Marcus from Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, the role originated by B.B. Besh, who has since been mentioned by name in Star Trek Strange New Worlds as well, where this version of Kirk said there is a baby on the way, at least as of the end of Season 2 of Strange New Worlds. The USS Bradbury is the name of the ship that Spock is now reassigned to just before the attack on Starfleet headquarters. Bradbury named presumably for Ray Bradbury, the famous sci-fi author. Daystrom Institute is the name where the meeting takes place, of course named after Richard Daystrom from the original series episode, The Ultimate Computer, and of course Daystrom Institute ever since. The Whovians out there, the keen-eyed, will recognize Noel Clarke, who is the one who was responsible for the bombing of the Section 31 headquarters, or research station. They will know him as Mickey or Ricky Smith from Doctor Who. Kronos, of course, appearing here finally in the Kelvin universe. And in the sky over Kronos, you will see the moon Praxis exploded. So where this fits in the timeline, who knows? Different universe, different rules. Now, the ship models on the desk, as we've already talked about the Vengeance, but you got things like the Ring Ship Enterprise, you got the Phoenix, going back before that, you've got Space Shuttle, you've got the warp test ship, you've got the Kelvin, you've got the NX-01, so lots of fun there. Mention of the Ketha province on Kronos. Well, General Martok from Star Trek Deep Space Nine was said to hail from the Ketha lowlands. Section 31, of course, reference to the neutral zone, the Klingon neutral zone, which is really a throwback to things like the original series and the original series movies. The big question of military versus explorers. This is a question that's been asked about Starfleet for time immemorial. A lot of red shirts jokes in there. And of course, yes, Hendorf, who appeared in Trek 09, he was, the whole cupcake, the bar fight one, and will appear again in Star Trek Beyond, which is fun because if you think about it, after the mission on Kronos, those two security officers just disappear. It's like there was a moment of like, did they make it back from Kronos? Well, anyway, they did. They did make it back. Carol Marcus, as I've mentioned already. Uhura, the reference to the rusty Klingon, reference to Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. Now, this ship is said to be a Kenormian ship. These were aliens who were introduced back in the motion picture. They were designed by Fred Phillips and Robert Fletcher. And of course, Harry Mudd gets a reference there as well. Harry Mudd, of course, originally played by Robert C. Carmel, and then played by Rainn Wilson in Star Trek Discovery. The ship itself was designed in such a way that it would honor, without directly copying, the ship that was in the original series that was then updated by Mike Okuda for the remastered original series, the Class J type scout ship, which was the class of ship that Pike was on when the accident happened in the Prime universe. McCoy's metaphors getting references here, of course. Bird of Prey, okay. The Klingons appear, I'd like to see them. Now, in the brig scene, just behind Khan in each of those scenes, is a light that seems more than deliberately designed to evoke HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey. Now, Roberto Orci was very much inspired by the writings of Arthur C. Clarke when putting together the script for Into Darkness, and you can see that coming across here. Orci was very open about his belief and interest in conspiracy theories, for example. So a lot of that bleeding through into the script for this as well. Christine Chappell gets a name drop in here. McCoy says when he delivered a C-section on Pregnant Gorn that those Gorn bite. Well, what we've since learned from Strange New Worlds is that I surely hope he wasn't bitten, because then he's got a lot of other problems to worry about. So many references to Space Seed in general in this film. Now, one of the crew working under Admiral Marcus is played by James Hiroyuki Lau, who we most saw recently as San in Star Trek Section 31. Scotty is called a miracle worker by Kirk. Obviously, lots of references to Scotty being a miracle worker in Star Trek, but also here's Scotty sabotaging another Starfleet ship, much like he did in Star Trek III: The Search for Spock. Tribbles. Now, as Kirk is waking up from his coma, you get that voiceover from both George and Winona Kirk, and a little bit of a voiceover from Pike from 09 as well. You get the Captain's Oath, Space to the Final Frontier, reference to Captain Sulu as well. This video brings us up to the final theatrically released to date Star Trek film, 2016's Star Trek Beyond. Beyond has a different tone to those first two films set in the Kelvin timeline, and I think that's one of the strengths to this film. It was a very deliberate decision by Simon Pegg, yes, Scotty Simon Pegg, and Doug Young, who co-wrote this script together. Now, they have described that entire experience as being a little bit chaotic. In fact, Simon Pegg described it as standing in your Speedos at the bottom of a snowy mountain, knowing that you have to get to the top of that mountain. Which I thought is quite the visual. Quite the visual, Simon. Fair play to you. Fair play. I would argue they nailed it. The direction is quite different. Obviously, we had seen two films directed by J.J. Abrams at this point. Justin Lin comes onto this project here, and he takes up the director's reins. With that, and with the marketing campaign, yes, I'm going to talk about it, there was this, certainly a perception that we were being given a very action-heavy, plot-light third film in the Kelvin universe, and that's simply not the case. However, if you were to just base it on the trailers that were released for this film, you can absolutely understand anybody feeling that's what this film was going to be. Now that I've set the scene, if you like, for a slightly, hang on, what are we getting at here? I think that transports us quite nicely to 2016. So will you join me, please, as we go through all of the ups and the downs for Star Trek Beyond. My first up for this film, as it often is in the ups and downs, is ship porn. Yes, there is gorgeous shots of the redesigned Enterprise for this film. Now I say redesigned because this ship, while retaining the same overall shape and aesthetic of the film, of the ship that we'd seen in both Star Trek 09 and Star Trek Into Darkness, is a much sleeker version. I mean, the first and most obvious change is the nacelles. These are thinner, they are more swept back, and quite frankly, they're smaller. They look more in scale with the rest of the ship. I'm going to be very honest and say that this is my preferred version of the Enterprise in the Kelvin universe. I have certainly come to love the one that we saw in the previous two films. You know, as I've spent more time going through the films in a bit more detail, I see what they were going for. But also, I must confess, you know, I have a slightly deranged approach when it comes to the ships of Star Trek, and I do like some sleek lines. This ship delivers on that. So it's an up for the ship porn of the beginning, but also an up for, if you like, the redesign of the Enterprise itself. Another up that I want to discuss up front is the jaded James T. Kirk that we get in this film. There's a fabulous captain's log that it doesn't open the film because we get the scene first with the Tinaxi, but effectively sets up the film, if you like, where Kirk, via the captain's log, tells us just how long that they've been out there for. So we're 3 years on from Star Trek Into Darkness, the beginning of their 5-year mission. But also, as Kirk says, it's beginning to feel episodic. They are 966 days into their 5-year mission. All of the Easter eggs, of course, make sure you stick around for cetacean observations. But you really feel that sense of same ship, different day going on here. And I don't think that that's a sour tone to start the film on. I think it's quite clever to address that up front, because if you think back to the TV era of the original series, even though they obviously only got their 3 seasons before the movie started, but then the Next Generation with their 7 years and so on, episodic can begin to feel repetitive. You know, of course, it's the job of the storyteller to keep it from being repetitive, but what must it be like for the characters within that narrative? And I would say there's probably a challenge of keeping things interesting. And Kirk addresses how the crew are getting along with each other, or not getting along with each other. And it feels like a real lived-in ship. I think it's a brilliant way to start the film. I've gone slightly forward, so let me just come back for a second and say up to the Tinaxi. I will be honest and say, when I first watched this film, all the way in the distant past of 2016, I wasn't sold on them. I thought, are we just going straight for, like, silly? Now, I love a bit of silly. I think I've definitely said more than once that I do like my silly in my Star Trek. I thought maybe was this a bit too silly? You know, we have the entire chamber is full of them, and then they all appear and they're actually tiny, and that's the gag. As time has gone on, I really like the Tanaxi. I really do. I think as well, a little bit of behind the scenes knowledge helps, that I know there was physical Tanaxi built before the CGI team came in and took over. There's a great photo of Chris Pine holding Kevin in a science blue uniform floating around out there, possibly beside my head right now. And I don't know, I'm down with it. I really am. It is silly. And actually, because the Kevin we get in the film, I'm jumping all the way to the end, but because the Kevin we get in the film is not wearing a uniform, but he is one of the two Tanaxi that beam up with Kirk. Did they kidnap Kevin? My first down of the film is the very obvious Chekov's gun that is this artifact that is being given by the Fabonans to the Tanaxi. Now, obviously, knowing what's coming helps a little bit here, but it's also a bit of a silly weapon. You know, it's this ultimate power thing that can sort of dissolve you, but also, I mean, what's the range of it? You know, is it any different from a phaser? You know what I mean? And for it to be given the sort of reverence that it's given in this film, let alone before we get into some of the logistical question marks I have later on in the film, it does seem like a whole lot of nothing. It's a big box of, I wouldn't stick my hand in sulfuric acid either, I'm not going to play with the Abernath. I just felt that it was too much of a MacGuffin for it to really work as any kind of threat. Here, even the Tinaxi pretty much say what I'm thinking. Well, what's wrong with it? Well, why don't they want it? Well, why are they giving it to us? So actually, the down stays, but I'm on the side of the Tanaxi here. What's wrong with this? That's a bit obvious. What's this about? Kirk beams up, ripped my shirt. Oh, Star Trek Beyond, you know how to speak to us. For those of you wondering, by the way, if I'm ever going to do a cosplay in a ripped shirt, not until I can afford to pay for it. I want to give an up as well to the depiction of warp travel that's in this film. Because warp has been described as it's space that's moving around the ship, and visually, I think they really capture that in this film. It was quite different to what we'd seen before. I must say that although I understand the use of the sort of, it looks as if they're sort of traveling through a tunnel, if you like, in the first two films, which really works, particularly when the Vengeance closes in on the Enterprise in Into Darkness. I feel that here, this is visually more interesting. And because we don't have any ships chasing each other at warp, in my head, I'm not worried about what that would look like, and if there are ships together, I presume the warp bubbles would join together, which we've talked about in Star Trek before. But here, it's just a ship on its own, warping through space, and I think it's bloody gorgeous. For any of you who were wondering if I was feeling all right, up Michael Giacchino. He returns for Star Trek Beyond, his third Star Trek score. Not his last, I might add. There are those tracks that were included on the original commercial release, like Thank Your Lucky Stardate, which is actually my favorite track on the entire soundtrack, but also A Night on Yorktown, and just, it's a bit more contemplative than the first two were, although the Vulcan theme from the first one is still probably my favorite overall piece, not including the Star Trek theme itself. I could do a whole video on Star Trek music. And actually, to address a lot of people who are asking me why we haven't done that, simply put, rights. It's quite hard to do a video on music when you can't play the music. So It's not a never, it's just why we haven't done that so far, just in case anyone was wondering. Kirk and McCoy meet for a drink in Kirk's quarters, where we get another couple of gags straight out of the original series, but it's quite a sweet scene, because McCoy knows that it's Kirk's birthday, and he knows as well the context of why Kirk is as glum as he is. As Kirk says, he is now 1 year older than his own father ever got to be. They share a toast, but it's not a happy occasion. Obviously, this scene is evoking memories of Kirk and McCoy in Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, but it's done quite differently. And I quite like what they do with it. It is somber, but it still very much remains in the feeling of this universe. And it helps to set up, or if you like, re-establish why Kirk is the way that he is, halfway through a long mission that he was so excited to begin and is now humdrum. You know, he wanted to be a captain so badly, he fought his way and he earned his captaincy in Star Trek Into Darkness. And now he's got there, he's feeling a little bit of dissatisfaction. And I think a lot of us can probably empathize with, you work really hard to get somewhere, and it's the journey as opposed to the destination that is the important thing. This scene, I feel, sums that up beautifully. It is an absolute up from me. Starbase Yorktown is beautiful and is an up from me. However, the physics of Starbase Yorktown is a down for me. What the heck? I mean, it's a giant snow globe, as it's correctly described in the film, and I have seen there is a discussion online of whether it makes any sense or not. Well, it doesn't, and I would be a bit disingenuous if I didn't call that out. I just think it looks very pretty, and I'm going to stand by the fact that it looks very pretty. I love the way that, you know, that when the ship flies in, it's flying under waterways and people are walking around on top, and you get that sense of it being a busy spaceport. That part of it, I love. It's more futuristic than perhaps Star Trek had got to, or at least in the 2260s when this is set. But, you know, at the end of the day, we also have warp drive and transporters in this film. And, you know, force fields are a thing. I think it's a good symbol of that. Trekkies can be very forgiving sometimes, and you know what? I'm here for it. 2 real-world deaths marked the production and the release of this film. Leonard Nimoy, of course, passed away in 2015, and I still remember that day very, very well. And thankfully, he is honoured in this film. I spoke about in the Into Darkness ups and downs my sort of conflicted feelings on the cameo in that film, whereas I have no conflict of feelings in this. I love that they took the time to honour him and actually made it part of Spock's story in this film. Of course, the other death, which is tragic and devastating, was Anton Yelchin and his accidental passing in 2016. Now, this was after production had effectively wrapped on the film, and it is going to see the film, as I remember doing clearly, knowing that. I mean, it just made a very strange experience. Watching the film back now, as I have done several times since, it doesn't, how do I say this? It doesn't spoil the film experience, because I think Chekov is used very well in this film. And there is a moment I'll discuss toward the ends of the film as well that I think helps, especially, I think, honor Anton. But it was strange watching this film with that sense of loss, that sense of tragedy, for people, don't get me wrong, that I never had the chance to meet, and they're so ingrained. Leonard Nimoy in Star Trek for 50 years at that point, and Anton Yelchin, although only 7 years, still so much a part of the franchise. And thankfully, Chekov is as big a part of this film as he is, that Although, of course, nothing in this film is designed as a goodbye to the character or anything like that, there is still, I think, a lot of great use of him in this film that came out the year that he passed away. When everyone arrives on Yorktown, we get that disembarkation scene. We get the, at least, indication that Spock and Uhura have parted ways, although it's a little bit unclear as the film goes on if they've actually broken up or not. It just seems like they're a bit rocky. McCoy chooses that moment to get a dig in, which is a bit mean. McCoy, that was a bit uncalled for there. And this is when, of course, Spock discovers that Ambassador Spock has passed away. We also get the reveal that Sulu, in this reality, seems to be married to a man with whom he has a daughter. The character's name is Ben, and although not spoken on screen, we can infer that their daughter is Demora, even though the years don't add up very well. There was actually a bit of controversy about this from George Takei. So, George Takei's point was that by making Sulu gay in this film, for example, Sulu in the Prime Universe was effectively coded straight. By making him gay in this film, his issue was that the change in the timeline shouldn't have affected Sulu's sexuality. Simon Pegg took, I think, a little bit of issue with that by saying that he had deliberately included this as a tribute to George. And I'm going to be honest with you, I can see both sides of that argument. So let's say from Simon Pegg's point of view, you know, George Takei is one of the most famous advocates for LGBTQIA rights who is still with us. He quite famously came out. He has spoken at length about his experience being a gay actor working on Star Trek and working in Hollywood as a whole. And I can understand absolutely the drive to honor this and honor the man. So I get Simon Pegg's certainly inspiration here. From George's point of view, his point was that Sulu was not a gay character. So having a change in the timeline from his point of view shouldn't change that, as, you know, the point being that you are born with your sexuality. He obviously felt that it was quite shoehorned in and that it didn't honor the character. And I can see his point of view. I'm genuinely curious, where do you land on this? I'm gonna say this right now. If you're just anti-LGBTQIA+, don't bother commenting and go get a heart. But genuinely, from the point of view of, does a change in the timeline like this make any sense when it comes to a character's sexuality? It's an interesting one, I won't lie. And it's one that 9 years later, I'm still scratching my head over. It's certainly very nice to see. Does it make sense? I don't really know. There is a character in this film who I really enjoy despite her limited screen time, and that is Commodore Paris, played by Shohreh Aghdashloo. So taken up for her because she's just awesome in everything she's in, because I think she's now, she's in everything. She's in everything now. And that is fine because she's brilliant and I'm delighted that she's in everything. I will say that I do have a down. Okay, so all of her scenes came from reshoots. Reshoots, not a bad thing. Reshoots happen on like every project, so reshoots are not an issue. And even the reshoots that were done for this film were not to fix problems, but they did add this character. And it's quite obvious because look at Kirk. In no scene does Kirk wear his uniform while he's with her. He's wearing the uniform of Starbase Yorktown, which is fine. There's no issue with that. Don't get me wrong. We have lots of different uniforms throughout the film. But he obviously does an awful lot of wardrobe changes as the film goes on. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I'm gonna go meet Paris. Better put on the jumpsuit. Oh, I'm back on the ship. I'm back in my uniform. Oh, I'm back down on the planet. All technically, logically, vaguely makes sense as well. It just makes it obvious that these are reshoots. And That's the only thing. I mean, I shouldn't know I'm watching a reshoot when I'm watching a film. You know what I mean? So that's my problem with that. Sorry, I'm taking away from the fact that Commodore Paris, brilliant. And yes, Simon Pegg, I should save this for station observations, but sure, listen, here's a treat for you. Simon Pegg did confirm that yes, Paris is a nod to a certain helmsman of a certain USS Voyager that would fly 100 years later. So I really like that. Their scenes together, where Kirk is speaking about his application for Vice Admiralty. As we know, Kirk did ascend to Admiralty in the original series of films, and Paris saying, we're going to park that, but we'll come back to it, which they do. We then get the arrival of Kalara. Now, she claims that she was on a ship that crashed on the planet Altamide, and she needs help getting back through the nebula. Okay, so the Enterprise is currently the most advanced ship in the fleet, with the next one, Wink, being under construction at Yorktown. Naturally, they're the ones who are going to fly through the nebula. The nebula is said to be difficult to traverse. I have yet to see evidence of that. I'll come back to it. We get to the planet of Altamide, and almost instantly the attack begins. And I'm sorry, but down, you really flew right into that trap. Star Trek and Starfleet have this tendency to sort of blunder in without checking the sides first. And in that respect, this is completely on theme. I do feel like some logic had to be abandoned to get them to the well, actually a lot of logic did, but you know, to get them over Altamide. And it makes everyone kind of look a bit dumb, if I'm honest with you. I feel like some more, even in a line or two, that maybe perhaps this fleet was cloaked, something like that, to really suggest that no, the Enterprise couldn't have just scanned this from a few feet away and then hightailed it out of there. The overall attack is an up. It's a bit spectacular. You know, losing the deflector dish, which was a deliberate decision to say that, you know, basically the screenwriters thought, well, every ship flies around with this big massive target on the front of it. You know, you hit that and you destroy the ship. And in fact, if you think of Star Trek First Contact, Picard stops Hawk from shooting at the deflector dish, saying it's charged with antiprotons, you could destroy half the ship. Seems like a bit of a vulnerability. So here, they deliberately destroy the deflector dish, thus proving that it doesn't cause a chain reaction of explosions, which I like. I have to say, I do like that. You know, you also had the, it's funny because there is a bit of discourse around the USS Odyssey in Deep Space Nine. A Jem'Hadar ship flies into the deflector dish, thus destroying the ship. And I myself have made the point before that, well, you're flying around with a big massive target on you. But also, the point has been raised, and I think it's quite fair. If a ship flies into another ship, odds are it's probably going to explode. So there is a large degree of fairness in that as well. So I like taking the time to go, we can destroy this bit without destroying the rest of the ship. They proceed to destroy the rest of the ship. But in fairness, they do it in stages, cutting off the nacelles. I remember watching this in the cinema, horrified. Cut its throat. Oh no. The insinuation. It's just horrific. All of that, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Collision course of the ships. We have these drones walking around shooting people. They're not very nice, if I'm honest. We get the introduction of Krall. Krall's fine. And then we lead up to the saucer separation, which I love because technically we've only seen the Enterprise D do this before. My technically being, yes, I haven't forgotten about the Prometheus, but that was a multi-vector assault mode. And knowing that ships can do this and then thinking, well, we've never seen that before, I like that they've done that. Plus, the original ship was said to be able to do that anyway. And you get that great scene of Kirk looking through the glass, seeing Uhura flying away with Krall. Yeah, it's a good scene. The stakes are quite high, the crew is being taken, some do get away. Scotty manages to get away in one of those long-range torpedoes. Do you remember those from Star Trek Into Darkness? I mean, once you take out all of the consicles from there, I mean, yeah, you've got some pretty good escape pods. I'm actually saying up to the reuse of that. Why would you not reuse it if you could get away with it? I like the inclusion of the Kelvin pods. I like how Spock and McCoy get aboard one of the Altamide ships as well. It's a pretty good overall sequence. We also, well, not that we needed really to worry about it, but yes, Krall is looking for the artifact from that first scene. Continuity. He doesn't get his hands on it, or more so, he does for like a minute, and then he loses it to Kirk. Kirk manages to get Ensign Sill to help as well. That'll end well. And effectively, it's all setting up a pretty painful scene, if I'm honest, up to the crash sequence. A lot of this is very similar to Star Trek III: The Search for Spock, and of course Star Trek Generations. Search for Spock being the destruction of the Enterprise, although of course it was a self-destruct in that film, and here the crash landing of the saucer section. Where the CGI of everything aids this sequence is that you can do slightly more with the saucer crash here. I think that sequence in Generations is perfect. You just need to look at me wax lyrical in the Generations ups and downs. So yeah, I love it. But that's not to say that this doesn't feel like this saucer section is going to take down a mountain. Because remember, of course, the Kelvin Enterprise, because of the Narada incursion, is an awful lot bigger than Constitution class of the contemporary Prime universe. I think it really, really works. And I did feel something that's only grown in the years since. Because in 2016, although 7 years had passed, I was still technically, it was only my third story with this Enterprise. So it was a bit like, okay, I'm sad it's gone, but, you know, do I have that emotional connection? I've certainly grown that emotional connection as the years have passed, even knowing what was coming in Beyond. So yeah, I think this is a scene that gets better as time goes on. Down on the planet, Chekov and Kirk, they are setting themselves up for their away team gear. That was all packed in their Kelvin pods. You have Scotty, who has got out of his long-range torpedo. You also have the rest of the crew who have been captured by Krall and his minions. They're all gathered together, and of course McCoy and Spock are down. They've crashed their ship as well. So everyone's in their places where they're going to be. Now what you also have here is an awful lot of very bright colors, and I want to give a massive up to Sanya Milkovich-Hayes. I love her redesigns of Michael Kaplan's uniforms from the first two films. I really, really dig this design, but also I love the away team gear that she designed for the Kelvin pods, and I really like, slight spoiler, but not really, I like the uniforms she designed for the crew of the Franklin, and also over on the Yorktown as well. There was an awful lot going on. There is a lot of uniforms on show in this film, and you know how I feel about uniforms. This is a great film for that. Everyone looks pretty damn good. I will say, with the greatest of respect to Michael Kaplan, and I love what he did for recapturing the feel of the original series, I feel these are the superior uniforms for the Kelvin universe. There's more of a formality to them, if you will, and I'm here for that. But specifically for this scene, it's that away team jacket. It's just sexy. I'm just gonna throw it out there. It looks gorgeous. So I need to get one of those. Kirk does thankfully call Kalara out straight away, and she admits, in part, her complicity in what happened. I'm glad they did this, because if they tried to present her as someone who was just as surprised as Kirk, yeah, that really wouldn't have worked. You know, she directly led them into this ambush. You might be wondering why I just said Krall's fine and moved on. Down for Krall. By the time we get to a point where Krall has any kind of meaty storyline, I'd sort of already stopped caring, because he is sort of generic baddie for the most part. Part of this down is, why would you cast the incredibly charismatic Idris Elba and bury him under layers of prosthetic and tell him that, you know, he's basically not allowed to do very much? That's one of the biggest issues with this film to me, is that the villain is just not great. Certainly he's effective in that the Enterprise has just been destroyed and he launches a fairly looming attack on Starbase Yorktown. There's a lot of vampirism sort of tied into the character with the way he absorbs lives so that he can repair himself. You know, there's certainly good ideas there, but really I do think this one suffers from the execution. To say something positive, he is imposing, but again, so is Idris Elba. That's kind of the point. And when we get to the more Idris-y parts of Krall, that's when Krall starts to improve and you get a sort of a sense of who he is. But yeah, up to this, he's just sort of roar, roar, I want the thing. Urgh. Okay. McCoy and Spock have crashed their ship, which has led to Spock being injured. Now, he's very lucky because he doesn't get stabbed through the heart. Get some nice callbacks there. McCoy performs a little bit of an emergency surgery, if you will, and by surgery I mean he heats up a piece of metal and burns Spock closed. And we get that great exchange, where Spock goes, "To use a parlance with which I know you are familiar, Doctor, I can confirm that that is horse shit." Up. Scotty meets, just before he meets Jayla, and we will discuss Jayla, and I like Jayla, but he meets, honestly, a cameo I learned today was in the film. Danny Pudi plays one of those 3 aliens. Sorry, I love Community. I watched Community quite recently, in fact. Never knew that this was him underneath the prosthetics. Take an absolute up for that. Yeah, sorry, just absolutely done it. Ahmed, Anyway, sorry, I'm buzzing from discovering that today, in fact. But yeah, I mean, up. Sophia Boutella as Jayla is a highlight of this film. Not only is the design fantastic, she just plays the hell out of the part. I like the fact that, obviously, as Simon Pegg was part of the writing team, look, Scotty's got a bigger role in this film. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I really like what they do with Scotty. I really like how Simon Pegg and Sophia Boutella bounce off each other in this. I love her no-nonsense sort of, I guess in a way you can see sort of echoes of Drax in her. Like, we're not going for sarcasm or anything like this. Montgomery Scott, Scotty, Montgomery Scotty. Just things like that. And the delivery is so well done. I don't want to give, I guess I don't want to give anything away. There was obviously a chance that she was going to be the Latinum up this week. I've got a couple of contenders for that I think people will mostly agree with. Obviously, there's obviously going to be people who disagree, but that's fine. But that's how good she is. And one of the biggest crimes of the fact that we have yet to get a Star Trek 4 is that I want more Jayla. I want it. I want more Jayla. She's brilliant. We get a whole return to the saucer section, and I like what they do with it. It's a fun action scene. There's not really much to it. Basically, they're going to use the sensors to find the rest of the crew because the tricorder isn't enough. It effectively just sort of prolongs the reveal that Kalara is the baddie we sort of guessed her to be. Thankfully, Kirk twigged it straight away, so they managed to trick her and then squish her by flipping the saucer section up and over. It's a fun scene. It is what it is. But really, I want to get to the next bit, which is McCoy and Spock sitting there discussing that Spock is still injured, and Spock reveals to McCoy that Ambassador Spock has died, and McCoy is very empathetic, as we knew he would be. Spock discusses how this has left him feeling that he perhaps needs to finish Ambassador Spock's work. Remember, Ambassador Spock was engaged in repopulating Vulcan, and giggling aside, that's a pretty important job when, as Spock said in Trek 09, Vulcans are effectively now an endangered species. This led to that earlier frosty scene with Uhura, and McCoy says, well, yes, I can imagine her not being very happy with the idea that you have to go repopulate your species. It's handled quite well, but also one thing I really want to give an up to here is in Star Trek Beyond, they really do manage Spock's emotions well. It is an up because they manage to have their cake and eat it too. They can have a scene where Spock is both crying and laughing and yet still make it work within the logic of he has experienced massive physical trauma. McCoy even says, oh my God, you're delirious. It doesn't take away from the fact that we still get Zachary Quinto emoting the way that he does, and it doesn't break any kind of established rules of Vulcan logic. I really, really like this exchange between the two of them. There's a line in this scene where McCoy thinks Spock has passed out and he's like, wake up, wake up! I'm entirely conscious, Doctor. That's another up from me. Jayla takes Scotty to her house. And I might just bundle this all together. Down for a lot of the logic around the Franklin being hidden. So with what we know about Krall and who Krall is, well, we have to assume that Krall knows all about, well, he definitely knows about the Franklin, but presumably knows where the Franklin is, because that thing has not moved in over 100 years. I mean, look at those kind of silt and dirt deposits that are covering the nacelles at this stage. I'm still sat here with the question of, why didn't Krall just use that ship? You know what I mean? You know, Jayla gives a little bit of exposition to say that certainly her family were killed by Krall and his his remaining crew. And, you know, other aliens crash on the planet, and she's effectively managed to fix her house with various bits of technology. And one of the reasons she's so happy to meet Montgomery Scotty is he's an engineer. No issue with any of that. No issue at all. In fact, no issue pretty much with anything with Jayla in this film. But the thing is, Krall would have known about the Franklin. And it just doesn't make sense that it's as undisturbed as it is. So I don't have a satisfying resolution to that. It's a down, it's a plot hole. On the ship, Jayla has some beats and shouting playing. This one, of course, being Fight the Power by Public Enemy. And this is not for the use of modern music. This whopper of a down is in solidarity with the film and the amount of work that went into making the film and how the marketing for this film did its absolute best to ruin it. Oh my goodness, let's talk about the marketing for this film. So there is a very obvious, deliberate and sensical reason why sabotage arrives later on in the film. It is a massive plot point. It ties directly back in to the introduction of adolescent James Tiberius Kirk in Trek 09. There is an arc to that music, including Fight the Power by Public Enemy. I mean, whatever else about it, it establishes the use of modern music in this film. So having it there is a great little tease of what's to come. Brilliant. So far, on board with everything. Giving Justin Lin the job of director did come with a bit of baggage, and that was that people began to assume that because he had worked in the Fast and the Furious franchise, that was going to transfer over into Star Trek. And I mean, as much as there has been lots of action and adventure in Star Trek, one wouldn't necessarily think Star Trek, of course, Fast and the Furious, and vice versa. So there was maybe a bit of trepidation that a director who came from one might not do so great in the other. And before anyone got a chance to see the work that he did on this film, that first teaser dropped and seemingly confirmed all of those fears. Because that first teaser spoiled the use of sabotage, was completely action-centric, and had very little to do with the plot of what Star Trek Beyond was. Simon Pegg, when interviewed, expressed his frustrations with that first trailer, saying that, I'm paraphrasing now just to be clear, but saying that the marketing team completely missed the mark when it came to marketing this film. There was also, he then went on to explain that there was seemingly this worry, this fear of really highlighting anything to do with the fact that it was Star Trek's 50th anniversary. When making the film, there was a hard deadline. It had to be summer 2016. And that was at least partly to do with the fact that September of 2016 would mark the 50th anniversary of Star Trek. You will not get any of that from the marketing campaign for this film. And I vividly remember in 2016 going, what are you doing to mark the anniversary? What are you doing? And I mean, releasing a film seems like a pretty big thing to do for marking the anniversary. But it came down to the sort of the cast and the crew to really highlight that. There wasn't a marketing push. And unfortunately, marketing, and I want to be kind here, not just Paramount, marketing across the board has had issues ever since, and a lot of that is to do with rising budgets. I'm going to get into a little bit more in Station Observations about that, because honestly, I could be here for hours about it. But this down, just to be very clear, it's like, why is he giving the film a down for that? This is for how the film was marketed. It was wrong how it was marketed, and it hurt the film, which is such a shame when everything lives and dies on bums and seats. That directly went against it. I don't think it will be any shock that this is my Trellium down. But I do want to make the point that my Trellium down for Star Trek Beyond has nothing to do with the film itself. I like this film, and I think it's a bloody strong Star Trek movie. We start to reassemble our crew. Kirk and Chekov, after being freed from one of Jayla's traps, meet up with Jayla and Scotty. Spock and McCoy are being faced down by some Altamid swarm ships. Now, thankfully, they're able to be beamed off, but not before we get a great little exchange where, McCoy, he's grumbling away and, makes it sound like, oh, well, of course you're going to die and leave me alone. And Spock turns and is genuinely curious and says, I always assumed that my respect for you was obvious. Oh, because I absolutely believe that Spock probably did believe that. And I think deep down McCoy did as well. And it is quite a sweet moment. And they manage, balancing it with the humor of Spock being beamed away and McCoy going, oh, well, that's just typical, doesn't break the moment. I think they're stronger together. McCoy and Spock are a great pairing. But even more specifically, Karl Urban and Zachary Quinto are a great pairing. The rest of the crew are still alive, by the way. So over to Krall's camp, and we get a lot from Uhura, a lot from Sulu, and they feel that they are managed to escape their cage long enough to send a distress signal to Starbase Yorktown. What they do discover is that Krall has been monitoring Starbase Yorktown and the surrounding starships for quite some time, which is how he knew that the artifact was aboard the Enterprise. He reveals to Sulu and Uhura that he knows they sent a signal. That signal will turn out to actually be a bit of a red herring because it's going to scatter any support ships throughout the nebula, so he has a clear run at Starbase Yorktown. Uh-oh. He goes to effectively kill Sulu, but more so to encourage anyone to help him, if you will. And poor Ensign Syl, trying to save Sulu, does the frustratingly good thing to do, which is she reveals that Kirk gave her the artifact. Doing the wrong thing for the right reason, doing the right thing for the wrong reason, I don't know. I feel for her. What else was she supposed to do? She knew she could do something to save Sulu's life. She does something, and she does save Sulu's life. It will just turn out to be at the cost of her own. I want to give an up to Syl, but also, from a wider stance, I want to give an up to the incredible alien designs in this film. Joel Harlow was nominated for an Academy Award for the designs for this film, which I'm so happy about because it seems like Star Trek rarely gets that, Academy Award nominations. It's not the first time, but, it was nice to see. Less nice that they lost to Suicide Squad, but however. But yeah, Joel Harlow and Richard Alonso, who received the nomination, you're winners in my hearts. And listen, Suicide Squad, I don't want to do that as well. It was very, very, very good designs. They looked fantastic, and they really do stand out. I love that some of the designs have returned since in Star Trek. One of the funniest exchanges in the film is when it's revealed that Spock has inadvertently given Uhura a tracking device. Oh, you gave your girlfriend a tracking device? That was not my intention. Perfect. Also, really liking those Franklin uniforms there as well. Spock is wearing one. Over at Krall's camp, Krall says a line which is actually, it's quite powerful. And he's talking about how the Federation is always pushing the final frontier, but this time the frontier pushes back. And that's a great line. I like that. It does lead directly into the rescue attempt. We had a bit of an exchange over on the Franklin where Jayla didn't want to go anywhere near Krall's camp because she'd watched her family die at Krall's hands. I think that's quite understandable, don't you? We get the scene, the one that was used in the trailer with the motorbike. Is it still a bit Fast and Furious-y? Listen, maybe. But in the overall product of the film, look, I think it works. They use the motorbike, they drive around, they use Jayla's projecting technology, and they orchestrate the successful rescue of the crew. I have a down. When Keenser is beamed aboard the Franklin, there's a scene where himself and Scotty are about to hug, and it goes, oh, we'll just do a handshake here. Can we not do that anymore? Just let men hug. It's a bit nail-biting, but everyone gets out, including a last-minute kind of dive through the air while being beamed away moment where Kirk and Jayla are saved and brought to the Franklin. This sets up Krall and the rest of his swarm heading up toward Starbase Yorktown, so our crew's got to get after them. So, oh god, I wonder if Sulu can fly that thing. Are you kidding, sir? The whole Franklin Rising sequence, I think is pretty good. Does it make a lick of sense? Again, probably not. But, okay, it's fine. It's fun. It's an up from me. Not only is the scene where it takes off, flies down, and flies back up again, really like the inclusion, by the way, of these things were designed to be flown in space, not in atmospheres. You know, like, who's to say this will ever get off the ground? That was a deliberate inclusion of a line by Simon Pegg, because we'd seen the Enterprise sort of sinking down through the atmosphere and into darkness. And of course, well, in fairness, the Vengeance does crash. But it's like, you know, can we get up there? Get up into space, please. And sort of a gentle, if you like, a sort of a loving dig at the Enterprise being built in the shipyards on Earth. Yeah, I like it because there's nothing mean in it. It's just a little bit kind of like, they are spaceships, you know. When we get the full reveal of the Franklin itself, that's an up from me as well, because it's so clearly honoring Doug Drexler's design of the NX-01. Remember, everything prior to the Narada arriving it's the Prime Universe. So all of Enterprise exists in this universe. And actually, as the film goes on, that gets even more and more timely. But the design of the Franklin here, said to be one of the first Warp 4 ships, with the NX-01 being the first Warp 5, you can see the progression. And I like how it fits in. You know, there's obviously a couple of artistic licenses but that is just film, that is just television, that is just how everything works. For me, I really, really like how this fits into it, and I like where you get that moment of the Franklin flying up and out of the atmosphere. I also love in this scene that they give Jayla a moment where she's looking through that viewport and she sees Altamide from orbit. And I like that because for her, Altamide has been hell. And so escaping Altamide is going to have a very different feeling for her than it will for, say, the Enterprise crew, who have been there for seemingly, I think, a day, maybe two. It was one moment in a film that really strengthens the overall experience. Okay, down. So that nebula is not difficult at all to get through, is it? You know, Enterprise is the most advanced ship in the fleet. They can get through, so can the entire swarm and the Franklin. Come on, guys. Let's talk about Krall's plan, shall we? So, what was it? Krall was based on Altamide. He has access to this knowledge of the Ancient Ones who lived there before. He has now access to the entire drone fleet, which means basically he was able to destroy the Enterprise with no issue whatsoever. He can get through the nebula with no issue whatsoever. He's been scanning Starfleet channels to try and, track down this Abernath, this ultimate weapon, this doomsday thing, this thing that can do what a phaser set to kill can do. And he then takes his fleet, goes to Starbase Yorktown, and starts to attack the Starbase. And it's bad. I mean, they overwhelm it in like seconds. Couldn't he just fly his fleet through Starbase Yorktown's glass exterior, thus destroying the entire Starbase? Probably sacrifice, 5 or 6 ships? What a whopper of a down this is. Krall's plan makes absolutely no sense. He wants to make a statement against Starfleet, and particularly the Federation. Okay, all right then. He is armed with a fairly powerful fleet. He doesn't need an Abernath. because they're all armed as well. They can all fire their own, at least, phasers. You know? So, what was the point of any of this? Of getting aboard Yorktown to release this weapon, to then cycle through Yorktown, killing everyone, millions of people on Yorktown. And yes, awful, please don't. But you could have done that any number of ways. You didn't need your MacGuffin that was only aboard the Enterprise, that they only had because they were there to broker a treaty between the Fobonan and the Tinaxi. So isn't it handy that the Enterprise managed to bring the Abernath to him when he never needed it to begin with? Too much time is spent on building up this ultimate, doomsday doodad when there was no need for it whatsoever. And it only serves to make Krall and his motivations all a bit of a damp squib. I will do 1 second of self-correction, actually. I said his motivations. No, I will say his aims. His aims are a damp squib. His motivations I will discuss in a moment. Up for sabotage, for the reasons I discussed when we were talking about the marketing. Also down for sabotage. I may be stupid, okay? So this might be a Sean thing. I understand the very high frequency disrupting the drones. I don't understand why it destroys them. It blows them all up, and I don't really understand that. In a way, I guess I'm delighted it does, because I don't want our heroes to die at all, and I do not want Starbase Yorktown destroyed. As I said, I like it. I think it's a very nice snow globe. But yeah, I don't really understand why it destroys the whole fleet, but okay. It looks good, and it really does. I mean, that scene where the entire wave of ships is coming up and over the Franklin, yeah, it's pretty imposing. Again, this film looks great. And especially when, Krall and his ship gets through the doors of Yorktown, and then the Franklin crashes through the doors. Force fields exist, which is why I'm okay with this. A lot of people get blown out into space in this film. I really don't like seeing that in films. It's not a downside. I mean, I personally, it freaks me out when I see people getting blown out into space. Yeah, I don't like it. Those poor people. Anyway, but yes, Starbase Yorktown is, although pretty much all of its weapons are destroyed, it survives. Then you get the great scenes, similar to earlier on when the Enterprise was flying through Yorktown. You get the Franklin chasing Krall and his other 2 ships through it as well. McCoy and Spock are back aboard their Altamide swarm ship. I have to say, I do dig that, the whole kind of, is that classical music? Why, yes, I believe it is. I see you silly billies. But yeah, it's fun, I'm not gonna lie. And it leads to that great scene, which I really like, where the Franklin comes up out of the water, the 3 swarm ships crash into it, and it basically stops them that way. I really like that sequence. That's an up from me. We're in our last act now. And actually, do you know what? I didn't have this written down, but just off the top of my head. Another way that everything with Commodore Paris was a reshoot is they never check in with her during any of these scenes. What is she doing? Anyway, maybe she was having a nap. She's a busy Commodore, she's got stuff to do. That's fine. But yeah, so this leads up to our confrontation between Krall / Edison and Kirk. I stand by everything I said about Krall. Idris Elba is great here. I do wish he'd been given more to do, but what he does get to do is quite good. You get this really lost soul, full of anger and rage about how he's been left behind by the Federation and how he would do anything to protect his crew. And you can understand to a certain point how that could warp a mind, particularly one that's so lonely and so lost as Edison with the crew of the Franklin were. His crew dwindled until eventually it was only the 3 of them left. And although clearly entirely misplaced, he puts that blame at the feet of the Federation. As he says, he fought in the wars for them. He fought the Xindi, he fought the Romulans. Again, great tie-ins to Enterprise there. But he was just cast aside, he and the rest of the Makos. He is the same character as Krall, don't get me wrong. I feel for him in a way that I never felt for Krall. Well, you're not really supposed to feel anything for Krall, I guess, but it takes stripping away a lot of the prosthetics, putting him in a Starfleet uniform, and having him face off against his counterpart, captain to captain, against Kirk, to really understand that there was a soul in there. You get that exchange where Krall says, I've been reading your logs, I know that, Kirk, you want out as well. And you get that great exchange where Krall says, I was born into death, effectively. And Kirk says, well, I was born into life. And they are a great mirror for each other. Krall can't get over his anger and rage and is intent on releasing the Abernath into the ventilation system of Yorktown, thus killing everyone. You never really get a sense that he's going to succeed. There's plenty of, flashing from here, there and everywhere. There is a little bit of a silly flying sequence. Within the logic of the film, it makes sense that they're playing with the anti-grav. But you never get a sense that he's going to succeed. I feel like in a perfect world, they could have leaned into that a bit more. Highlight his desperation here more than his rage. And I think you would have had an overall better project. It might have helped Krall a little bit. But what we get is what we get, and I think Idris Elba does fantastic with that. So to sum up that whole section, Idris Elba is an up, Kirk versus Krall is generally an up. The fact that it's all resolved pretty simple, down, super easy, barely an inconvenience. And there we are. That's, our threat is dealt with. The Yorktown can start repairs pretty quickly, and then we set up the last couple of scenes. We have Kirk meeting with Paris, where he turns down the Vice Admiralty by saying that, well, Vice Admirals don't get to fly. Where's the fun in that? Oh, I'm gonna talk to you at Station Observations, Kirk. But then we get this beautiful scene where Spock is going through Ambassador Spock's personal effects, and we get the photo taken up. It's a publicity still taken for Star Trek V: The Final Frontier, which means in this film, alongside our entire Kelvin crew, you also get Leonard Nimoy, George Takei, Walter Koenig, Nichelle Nichols, James Doohan, DeForest Kelley, and William Shatner. For the 50th anniversary of Star Trek, to do anything else would feel a bit flippin' weird. Latin them up, making sure that however small, the 50th anniversary was marked in this film. I like McCoy, and I like the way that he effectively tricks Kirk into having a birthday party. That works for me. But really, Kirk's toast. So this is a direct reference to his toast in Star Trek III: The Search for Spock, To Absent Friends. That is used again throughout Star Trek, but just focusing on Kirk for a second. That, of course, it's an up. But now, I have to believe that this was deliberate. In the film, if you watch it, as Kirk raises his glass to absent friends, the camera focuses on Anton Yelchin. And it feels to me like this is a deliberate, beautiful, sad toast to the fact that Anton had passed away. That is why it's my dilithium up of the film. Just that moment. I think it's beautiful, I think it's small, and I think it's perfect. Just a quick reminder, dilithium up has the power to take one down away from the down counter. Beautiful moment. And we come to an end. We're walking around. We get a great moment where Spock and Uhura seem to have worked out whatever issues they had. But we get that great moment where McCoy looks over as Uhura is playing with her necklace, and Spock just goes. It's really, really funny. Kevin, the kidnapped Tinaxi, is walking around in a shirt, but still no pants, I see. And we get Kirk, Spock, and McCoy talking about going back out there into space, and we get the great reveal of the Enterprise A taken up. Sean Hargreaves' design it's gorgeous. My hesitation is not, there's no problem with the ship, just I wish we'd seen more of it, because as it stands, that's it. The film ends with the standard Space the Final Frontier. We get the cast reciting it, and that brings us up to the end of Star Trek Beyond. Now, with all that, would you kindly join me at Temporal Observations? There's lots of clever little moments in Star Trek Beyond. So, for example, Kirk says he's on the 966th day of their 5-year mission. September 1966 was when Star Trek aired for the first time on US television. He talks about it being episodic, which of course Star Trek was, and when it's doing best, is. Himself and McCoy turned down a bottle of Saurian brandy, which they got from their mission to Thasus. Now, the Thasians are the ones with whom Charlie X was raised back in that original series episode. Starbase Yorktown of course being the original name of the starship from Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek Is Bible. Now, the saucer section separation was introduced not in Encounter at Farpoint with the Enterprise D, but all the way back in the original series, the Apple. Yes, the Constitution class, their saucer could always be used as a life raft. The Vulcan heart, its location being where humans keep their livers, that was introduced all the way back in Mudd's Women in the original series. Jayla was designed, it was sort of based after Jennifer Lawrence's character in Winter's Bone. So J-Law, J-La, that's where that came from. The Magellan probe, named after the famous explorer who found his way through South America. The Gagarin radiation belt, where the Franklin was said to be lost. Well, Gagarin, obviously named after Yuri Gagarin, the first human in space, and we've seen the USS Gagarin turn up several times in Star Trek. Star Trek Discovery, for example, it was a Kerala-class ship, and justice for the Gagarin. But the Gagarin radiation belt itself comes from the Enterprise episode Strange New World. Scotty jokes that it may have been taken by a giant green hand. You know the one, it was seen in Who Mourns for Adonai. It's also in the closing credits of this film. Romulans get a name drop there as well. We see that the Franklin was equipped with NX-01 style shuttle pods. McCoy, when working with the medical equipment aboard the Franklin, says, you know, this feels like they're from the dark days. It feels like more than a passing nod to Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. What is this, medievalism? We get a customary, damn it Jim, I'm a doctor, nada, just before he's beamed away. Sulu and Chekov talk about the the polarization of the hull plating, which of course was the Enterprise equivalent of shields. Balthazar Edison and his crew were said to be Makos. Now, these were introduced during the Xindi arc of Star Trek Enterprise. They are effectively the Marines of Starfleet, because obviously that predates the Federation. And Scotty just does say that once the Xindi Wars ended and the Earth-Romulan War, with the birth of the Federation, the Makos were disbanded, because Starfleet's not a military organization. That is a question that's come up a few times through the Kelvin universe and obviously continues to be raised now. The Xindi and Romulans, of course, these are all direct references to Enterprise's later seasons. The 5th season of Enterprise, which at time of recording still has not been made and possibly won't be, but was said to focus on the Earth-Romulan War as well. Kirk says Vice Admirals don't fly. Well, Vice Admiral Janeway would like a word, she who commanded the USS Dauntless in Star Trek Prodigy. The photo, of course, being from Star Trek V, the toast to absent friends. Joel Harlow's design, so I absolutely think of that spiral-headed alien. Well, that's turned up in Discovery in the 4th season. It also turned up in Section 31 as well. I love Chekov saying to her, "Did you know that Scotch was invented by a little old woman in Russia?" Directly referencing his time saying that in The Trouble with Tribbles, written by David Gerald. Kevin. No, I just love Kevin, just wanted to say him again. Enterprise A, designed by Sean Hargreaves and included in this film. I do wish, of course, that we got more of the Enterprise A. It was on screen for such a short amount of time, we haven't even got a model of it. Yeah. Because unfortunately, Eaglemoss went out of business before they could do one, so maybe a company like Fanhome might pick up that going forward. Commodore Paris, confirmed by writer Simon Pegg to be a deliberate nod to Tom Paris of Star Trek Voyager. McCoy wearing his medallion in that scene at the end, direct reference to Disco McCoy from the motion picture. I do love that one. At one point, Scotty makes a joke about not wanting to beam Spock and McCoy at the same time in case they get spliced. So obviously the fear of Tuvix passes across universes. Kirk says something as they're flying into the nebula, that there is no such thing as the unknown, only the temporarily hidden. Now that is a reference to a similar speech that Prime Kirk gives in the episode The Corbomite Maneuver. As part of the marketing, 2 promotional tie-in songs were released with this film. Now I think many of us in the West would be familiar with Rihanna's song Sledgehammer, which, listening back to it again today, it's actually a bit of a banger. I enjoy it. It's grand. You know, the video looks pretty good, lots of Star Trek stuff. Happy out. What we might be less familiar with is that the Chinese pop singer Shang Ji, or also Jason Zhang, also released Lost in the Stars, which seems to have absolutely nothing to do with Star Trek, but I'll be damned if it isn't a bit of a bop. You can find that on YouTube. Do check that out. Jeff Bezos cameos. Greg Gunberg also cameos as well. He is the head of Starbase Yorktown, but not in that Commodore Paris is the head of Starbase Yorktown. Anyway, he's there commanding Starbase Yorktown. He also would turn up over in J.J. Abrams' other property. You might have heard of it. Star Wars The Force Awakens? Yeah, it was a big year. There was also a pretty dark reference. 2 of the crew members that Krall directly kills, now their names aren't said on screen, this is from the script, they're called Martine and Tomlinson, directly referencing Balance of Terror. God, it must suck to be a Starfleet officer sometimes.
Hello everyone, Happy New Year, Happy 2025, and Happy New Season of Star Trek, even if, for now, we're just starting with a long trek, and of course later on this year we're going to be getting Strange New Worlds as well, and at some point we'll get Starfleet Academy, but I think that might be the following year, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Today we are going to go through the very first long trek that we have in Star Trek history, because yes, there have been 13 previous films, but this is the first one that has come in the era of, well, short treks, long treks. So, long trek. Section 31 is something that has been in the offing for years now. It's almost as old as Discovery itself, which of course aired in 2017. And, you know, for those of you who are good at maths, that was neither today nor yesterday. There are those of us, of course, who wondered after Michelle Yeoh won the Academy Award for Best Actress back for her performance in Everything Everywhere All at Once, you know, was that going to be the end of Section 31? Was it going to be the death knell? Surely she was going to be too busy. And then no, within hours, it was confirmed that yes, Section 31 was still going ahead. Now, perhaps a little unsurprisingly, it had shifted from what we had previously known, which was going to be a series, to become a motion picture streaming event. I vividly remember reading the announcement going like, do you know what? I will take it, because this could have easily been the end of it, and yet here we are. Before I even go into the ups and downs, I do want to give a shout out and say, there's some deep cuts in this film. But to get to those deep cuts, let's go through the ups and downs. There is something I want to address right up front, and it's slightly serious, and I don't think this will be a massive shock to many people either. I have my Trellium down for this film. It's Fuzz, but specifically, it's the choice to play Fuzz with that accent. Playing Fuzz with such a deliberately stereotyped Irish with a capital O in the beginning accent feels so reductive. It was a very poor decision, I felt, on the part of the film. This is by no means directed at Sven Roigrok.
And the reason specifically for that is because this feels like he was told 2 minutes into filming, by the way, do that Irish. I have no way of knowing that. I was not there on set. But what has happened is that quite clearly he was not given sufficient time to work with a dialect coach to do an Irish accent. Now, where I want to be fair, Irish is a difficult accent to pull off, and I know there are many of you out there in the internet land who feel they can do it, and perhaps need a little bit more work, and that's fine. Think of the depiction of the Irish in Star Trek. So we're going to go all the way back to the second season episode of The Next Generation, Up the Long Ladder. You will know that that is a fairly reviled episode, because this very stereotypical and frankly offensive portrayal of the Irish as this, you know, the chickens and straw and diddly idle crap that we've been trying to get rid of as an image for quite a long time in Hollywood. Now, there are those who will then go, well, naturally the next one is going to be Fairhaven and Spirit Folk from Voyager. And I was talking about this with Chris earlier on. I find those less offensive because they are a deliberate storytelling choice to play the postcard version of Irish, which is a false, romanticized version of Ireland. I tend to take those in the silly, meaning that they were meant. So that's really, I don't mind those episodes. I mind Up the Long Ladder more. Then, of course, you have Colm Meaney, who was there from Encounter at Farpoint, intermittently in The Next Generation, and of course, in all 7 seasons of Deep Space Nine. There is a story in the making of the episode If Wishes Were Horses that originally would have seen the character that ended up being Rumpelstiltskin as being a leprechaun. Colm Meaney went straight to the writers and producers and said, do not do this. He's spoken about that on The Next Generation. He never had effectively the clout, as he was a guest star at best. And even then he was, he didn't quite ascend to the main cast status that he was on Deep Space Nine. On Deep Space Nine, he had slightly more clout. So when he saw the script called for a leprechaun, he went in and said, are we not beyond this? Have we not done better in Hollywood? We have been trying to get rid of this stereotyped nonsense version of the Irish for years now, and thankfully they listened and they changed the character. And over the course of 7 years, particularly on Deep Space Nine, we got a normalized, realistic depiction of an Irishman. In Star Trek Picard, Orla Brady played Laris, and I was delighted when they allowed her to just be herself as Laris. She was Irish, but it wasn't a part of the character. It wasn't something like, oh, we must lean into this. No, she was just Irish. She was just a normal person, as we tend to be, or whatever I look like as normal. In section 31, it seems as if we have gone so many years backwards, because every single line depiction is teeth-gratingly delivered in a way that feels aimed at pissing off the Irish. And I don't understand it. I do not understand the logic behind this. So for me, unfortunately, it made every scene with fuzz in it very difficult to watch. I've made that point now, and I wanted to do that now because I didn't want to be like every time he was on screen go down, down, down. Because again, I don't feel that's fair on the actor either. As I say, as I record this, I do not believe that this was a choice made by the actor in the moment. I might be wrong. We will find out as the making of this film goes on. But this, to me, was simply too big of a misstep by this film to not address up front. Now, right. Okay, come on, let's discuss the film itself. The first up that I'm going to give this long trek is simply the fact that it exists. Because as I was talking about in the intro there, it has been coming for so long. There has been chopping and changing and this and that we got anything at all is a positive thing. I like the fact that there was the mirrored logo for Paramount and the mirrored ident for Star Trek as well. And I want to give a special shout out and an up to Jeff Russo for the score for this film. Overall, I really enjoyed it. I really do like the Mirror Universe theme that they went with for this film. I find it hit or miss when you open on a quote. Sometimes it's perfect and sometimes it's cheesy as all. I think this leans more into the positive side. So I do want to give an up for the Aeschylus quote that says, "Fate that makes the sword does the forging in advance." And this, I'm not going to lie to you and say I was very familiar with the works of Aeschylus. No, but in my research, he was, denoted the father of tragedies, and was well known for writing about the themes of hubris and about, in life, the unjust not getting their punishment. This very much on brand with the idea of Emperor Georgiou, effectively living in a world where she carries the sins of what she did. And how exactly does one go on in the future bearing that weight upon them? It is then no surprise to me that we go from that quote into the backstory of Georgiou. I will give a down just to the text, "The Terran Empire." I sort of got that. I felt it was a bit redundant. And then a lot of this scene is an exposition dump, which is, it does affect the pacing, but I do want to give an up to Miku Martineau, who in this short scene, I think really captures this divided nature of doing what one believes they has to do. I'm not going to say that one has to kill their family. In fact, I'd really rather you didn't, if it's all the same. But in the context of the Empire and ascending to, the Emperorshipdom? Ascending the throne. Yeah, and she sells the tragedy of this. We maybe perhaps spend a little too long on telling the story of her great love as opposed to reacting to the fact she's just murdered her family. But, actually, this being the Terran Empire, I'm not really as bothered by that. What is wrong with me? If you thought that was bad, I'm actually going to give an up to killing her family, because it shows that this film means business. When your point of view character is as evil as we know Emperor Georgiou to be, you can't just talk about evil. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, they did this. Isn't that very terrible? On with the plot. It's like, no, you got to deal with that, because they did do these things. And the choice to depict them, I feel, is a strength in this film. It is a part of the film in relation to the character of Georgiou that they got right. And I will say, they didn't get a lot more right. With the arrival of San and the rest of the Empire, if you like, and of course a very familiar ship, I do want to throw to the fact that I'm going to discuss a bunch of this in the Cetacean Observations as well. What I will say is that, we spoke about this earlier on, myself and Chris, and we just kind of went, I really would have liked to have known more about this contest to become the Emperor. It is interesting that there is no birthright in terms of becoming the Emperor. Well, as we know, go back to Mirror Mirror itself. Maybe not Mirror Mirror, but at least things like In a Mirror Darkly, crossover, rising to Emperor is done by effectively murdering your superiors. So I do like that idea. I like that idea. What is wrong with it? You'd know it was late and I'm having coffee. I do like that idea. And it is something that if we are to see a sequel, it's something I'd like to see explored a little bit more. Not the contest itself, so to speak, but how the contest came about. With the opening credits to Section 31, I'm not going to stress about it too much. This is a trope of cinema showing footage they couldn't possibly have access to. And it's not just a trope of cinema. Think of the start of Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. How on earth did the Federation Council get those exterior shots of the Enterprise self-destructing? Shots from the bridge? Possibly. Shots from outside? I like watching the movie too. I'm not downing it. That's, we've had that in Star Trek before. We've had that in different films across time. It makes me giggle, really.
As many of you will know, I have been a massive fan of the Halloween series for a lot longer than I should have been when you think about the age I was when I started watching them. So for me, vocal cameo or not in the beginning, Jamie Lee Curtis's voice gets an up from me. I've been sitting on this for a couple of weeks. As you may be aware, we got to go to a screening of this there last week. So I was like, it's Jamie Lee Curtis. So yeah, I was a bit excited about that. Clearly, I mean, it hardly needs to be examined, but like, surely on the set of Everything Everywhere All at Once, Michelle turned around to Jamie and said, fancy it? So yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis is in the Star Trek universe now. I'm very happy about this. As we close in on the space station, the Baram, we get stardate 1292.4. Now, using an online stardate calculator, that translates to April 17th, 2324, locking this film, as we effectively knew / suspected / knew once we heard the name of one of the characters, that this was in the Lost era. That is something I'm going to come back to. The date of this film is an issue. There is one thing that is quite evident as we go through the film, is that, as we know, Section 31 started life as a series. Interviews with the director, in interviews with the writer, and in fact, I really suggest that you do check out the most recent issue of SFX magazine. They speak about the changes that it went through. I feel that this film, which is only about an hour and a half long, still contains the overall structure of a series. For example, Encoded Message 1, One Night on the Baram, to me, that's an episode title. And you might go, is that a problem? Well, unfortunately, I am going to say that is a down, because it is one of the first examples of how this adaptation from series to film was just a little too obvious. As we pass into the big giant... By the way, doesn't that station look like a brooch? That's a nice brooch that you'd wear on your top. Anyway, moving on. As we pass into the station, obviously we're following the masked, but clearly Emperor Georgiou. What we don't get in this film, I guess spoiler, but I'm assuming you've seen the film if you're watching this, is we get no context whatsoever as to her traveling via Krall in Terra Firma Part 2 back to this time. We don't know, for example, how long she's been in the 24th century. I would imagine it's only a couple of years, because the rules were, just to sort of, I suppose, be clear about this from the offing, she was suffering the way that she was in Discovery because she had traveled so far away from her own time and her own universe. So she just needed to go back closer to her own time. Not necessarily the same year. She is alive and well in the 2320s. It was around 2257 she arrived in the Prime Universe. So we're allowing another 60 odd years of difference between times. So in the grand scheme of time and space, that's not that bad. According to Memory Alpha, Philippa Georgiou, Emperor Philippa Georgiou, was born in 2202, which would have put her in her mid-50s by the time she arrives in the Prime Universe, and then we allow a couple of years to go by, and then she goes to the 32nd century, and then she travels back again. I'm going to say she's probably in and around her maybe early 60s in this film, if just, in terms of timeline. That will become important as the film goes on. She walks through the bar and we are visually introduced to our team from Section 31, who are sticking out like sore thumbs across the place. It's a bit funny. We're then introduced to Virgil. Now, we spoke about Virgil when he was revealed in one of the trailers, that he is clearly a resident of the planet Charon. The fact that he exists raised black and white eyebrows over the fandom, because the whole thing of Let That Be Your Last Battlefield was that the people of Charon had destroyed themselves in their pointless racial war. And here we have a survivor. Great, I don't want a species to be extinct. But when I say there's no reason for him to be here, is this being a little too nitpicky?
My reasoning here is that the ending of Let That Be Your Last Battlefield is so poignant and so powerful because it states this once great civilization could not get past their own prejudices and their own racial bias to survive and work together as a species. It is frequently cited as one of the best episodes of the original series and in fact Star Trek overall. Everyone plays a blinder, there's some pacing issues, but look, overall, it's a brilliant episode with a brilliant message. To have a survivor, I don't think, it doesn't dilute it, depending on what you do with it. Having a survivor offers hope. Having a survivor included as a throwaway gag because they look cool is not as good. Including an alien race because they look cool is like the singer in the bar. She is one of the aliens that were introduced in Star Trek Beyond. Frankly, I think they look amazing, and I am delighted that she was included because we know next to nothing about them. It's nice to have a Kelvin alien included in the bar, and it does nothing to raise eyebrows here or there. Including Virgil opens a whole bunch of questions that frankly need answering. And perhaps, with all my ranting, perhaps this is something that would be answered in a sequel, because they sure as hell aren't answered here. So for me, the down is including this Cheronese or person from Cheron for what seems like a gag. However, it's thanks to Virgil we are introduced to Omari Hardwick's Alok Sahar. Take an up, sir. Omari Hardwick is far and away one of the bright sparks of this film, and I will not be satisfied if this is the only time we see him. I think he was brilliant. He really helps focus the film, and from his introduction, where he speaks a little bit of French, and I want to give a shout out. Thank you very much, Jack, for helping me translate C'est dommage, which is apparently, that's a shame. If Jack, in fact, hasn't screwed me. If Jack has screwed me, I've probably said, that's a cheese or something. I don't know. The important part is that it's a cool intro, and I enjoyed it, even if Georgiou's sitting there eating an eyeball, which is not the first time we see her do it. It's a heck of a statement, though, isn't it? Because remember, evil killed her family, eating an eyeball. Hey, we're definitely going to address the nature of evil in this film, aren't we? This scene, playful banter, or so it seems. I do quite enjoy the music of this scene. Actually, I like the club vibe. I actually like the songs that are being sung in the background. Star Trek has an interesting journey with modern music. You might only have to ask people about how they feel about Beastie Boys Sabotage when you think about how Star Trek's relationship with modern music is. I quite liked it. I would not be adverse to a soundtrack release. So I'm giving you an up to that. With some back and forth and pitter-patter, they of course end up in Georgiou's office, because of course they were. Now, knowing what we know, that clearly she's already clocked the entire team, there's no kind of sense of she's let her guard down to let somebody in. So I really enjoyed it when she goes, cut the shit. Because yeah, I mean, Georgiou's gonna spot this a mile off. And although there is a moment on Alok's face where he's like, ah, god damn it, there's also like, come on, you know, it was Emperor Georgiou and she worked for Section 31. All right, we're not really gonna be massively shocked that she knew who we were. What I did not care for, and is a down, is the wallop of exposition we get in this next scene, where we go through and introduce all of our characters in a voiceover rather than organically introducing them into the scene. I don't feel that I will be the only person to make this comparison. This is very Suicide Squad. That itself is not a negative, but it, you know, again, does not feel organic. You know, we are told this is Quasi, he is a Comaloid. This is Mel, she is Delton. Deltons do this. This is a laughing Vulcan. He's laughing a little bit too hard to give us the impression that he's faking the emotions. This is the serious human, you know, who's got a silver rod inserted so far up her backside it's coming out her mouth. So you have that exposition dump, but also, I don't know who coached Alok Sahar on how to look after your team, But turning around and effectively giving everything but her birth cert to Georgiou after this, he doesn't just say, oh, that's Rachel Garrett. He goes, that's Lieutenant Rachel Garrett. She's from Starfleet. All right, was that need to know information at this point? It's things like that that are like, you wanted the audience to know. This wasn't about explaining it to Georgiou. This leads to Alok trying to convince Georgiou to join his team. You know, we get the setup for the plot. It's going to be a big weapons sale. It's all very, very bad, and we don't really want it. And there'll be lots of ruffled feathers and bloody noses. Michelle Yeoh clearly playing this, you know, for the back seats. You know, I'm so over it. It's so silly. And I do get the sense of, you know, I'm playing Alok. You know, I'm not actually as bored as I seem that I am. He does say, giving you a chance to get back in on the action, you can have, or you can stay here and 10 bar for the rest of eternity. Down, I will not be taking casual shade against Guinan at this time. He does say something that is crucial for this film. He says, I would like nothing more than to see your memory wiped and you stay here. But then he pauses and goes, well, actually, there is some memories I would want you to retain, specifically the genocidal ones. And of course, we get a reaction from Georgiou. Now, we don't do a big musical cue and we don't do like, oh, we must stop and discuss this right now, because right then would have been entirely the wrong time to address this. So we'll hope it gets addressed properly as the film goes on. This leads, of course, to the scene aboard the Section 31 ship. Did you enjoy a good look at it? It's kind of the only one you're getting. I am giving a whopper of an up to Zeph. Rob Kaczynski just breathes life into every scene that he's in, which is not to say it's devoid of life without him, but he just brings this comfortable energy in, and there's an awful lot to Zeph that I really liked. He sort of played for dumb muscle, but there's also more to it than that. This discussion of when you talk about the suit, you're talking about me. She calls him a Swiss Army knife, and he's like, I don't know what that is, which I like. Although there's nothing wrong with the Swiss Army knife, and I don't see why it would be retired in the next 300 years, there's also a chance that perhaps it will be. Perhaps he would not know what a Swiss Army knife is by the 2320s. In the SFX interview, Rob Kaczynski spoke about effectively coming up with his own backstory for Zeph. And I would like to say to you right now, take everything I'm about to say with a pinch of salt, because this is not in the film. So you might well be within your rights to be like, John, none of that matters because it's not canonized, it's not in the film. Rob spoke about describing that he believed Zeph had been paraplegic, and that this suit, this mechanized suit, was the reason he was able to have a mobile life the way that he could. So when he says, when you're talking about the suit, you're talking about me, I am the suit, it hits a little bit deeper. As it is presented, he's a man who likes his mech suit. This idea of mecha dysmorphia, which is spoken aloud by Quasi, is very interesting. Star Trek has a patchy history when it comes to representation of disability on screen. Of course, we had Geordi LaForge and his visor. We had Pike after the Delta rays that put him in the wheelchair. We had the entire episode Melora of Deep Space Nine. And it's been very up and down. For where we can laud what was done with Geordi, other ones haven't sat as well. Sort of writing off a lot of Zeph's story, if you like, into he's got mecha dysmorphia. Okay, give us more. We currently live in an age where body modifications are a thing for obviously both elective and for, non-elective reasons. Sorry if that's the wrong terminology, non-elective, but what I'm trying to say here is that the idea of mechanical additions to bodies is a very interesting and I think very important conversation to have. So for it to be sort of presented as very flippant, I feel is a down. I feel it's a missed opportunity here. And especially because, as the film goes on, we're not going to get an awful lot of chance to explore it more, not with Zeph's character. We get pretty much everything that we're going to get with Mel in this scene. A down for me is I wanted more Umberly Gonzalez. You know, she gets a couple of lines, and they're good, but it's very blink and you'll miss her. And considering, as the film goes on, when Mel's not around anymore, we're told what an important part of the team she was, and how, you know, they'd been on missions together, and oh my god, Georgiou's the reason we lost Mel. And it feeds into that problem of, when we're being introduced to the characters, of being told something and not shown something. So she gets a couple of good quips here, and, you know, we see her using her Delton powers. I hope you enjoyed it. We then have a repeat, effectively, of the same issue again with Garrett. While Alok burned her in the office, he effectively says, would you like a list of her fears and her blood type in this scene as well? Take it down. What did Garrett do on you? Keep an eye out the background of this scene. Again, we'll come to it in station observations, but remember when we're set, and this is a Federation starship on which they're standing. I did get, however, quite a kick out of walking through their original plan. Alok was to come in and incapacitate Georgiou. Quasi was then to take Georgiou's form. Joe, I'm just going to say right now, I have no problem with the change in how Comaloids change form. I have no issue believing that if Star Trek VI Undiscovered Country had more of a budget, they would have done something a bit more. I quite like what we got, but then again, I've had 30 years to like what we've got. I've just aged myself there. But, so I have no problem with that. I don't love the effect, but that's an aesthetic thing. That's just me personally. Like, if you love that, you're right. Do you know what I mean? But I've no issue with the fact that they've changed it. And again, as we walk through, I enjoyed that, you know, the joy that Zeph seems to get from knocking out who we will learn to be Data No with one punch. Yeah, I just really enjoyed that whole scene. We then get, I feel maybe this was supposed to be tongue-in-cheek, this scene, where Garrett goes, I will bring the full weight of Starfleet down upon you. Will you? Do you have that power? Let's be kind and say that she does have that power. It's a bit of a weird delivery of that, which is why that's a down for me as well. As is meh. It's all a bit for how serious it's supposed to be. It's all a bit flippant. You know, Michelle Yeoh sells it, but I didn't love it. I am a fan of the changed plan because it does give us the line where Alok says, I'm familiar with sociopaths, and we cut to Zeph going, I said not to bring me. Oh, again, it's just one of those nice little line deliveries that just really works for me. We then get the scene in the quarters where Data No and Georgiou face off against each other, and she pulls out the phase pods. I don't like them. And I tell you why I don't like them. It's not just because of how bloody handy they are, until they aren't. She says, it's a phase pod. It changes the nature of that weapon. And she adds one, and I got it from a client and I got one for myself. That I'm okay with. We have the usual problem of, we have this magical thing that will help us walk through walls. What's the floor made of? Again, Star Trek thing. It does bug me, but because we have precedent in Star Trek, I'm sort of letting it go a little bit. What I'm not letting go is how, do I say his name yet? I mean, we've seen it, is how San has one as well. And it's a different design, and isn't it very handy? And it's a down. Because clearly these were added because we wanted to have a punch-up where we run through a bar and we're running through people and isn't all fun. And it is fun to a certain extent, but it's all a bit silly as well. And because it relies so heavily on this technology, which was introduced a tenth of a second before we see this scene, I know that's, how do I phrase that a little bit better? It's all a bit convenient. For example, now I know we do get a scene where San slaps Georgiou's device, which causes it to malfunction, which means at the exact right moment that he needs it to, it stops working properly, thus catching her foot in the wall. But this is of course the scene as well where they crash into the bar and Mel goes to confront him and he murders her quite horribly. This is going to sound strange. I'm going to give an up, not to the fact of course that she died, but Umberly Gonzalez sells how angry Mel is to have been killed by this man. I mean, she doesn't look shocked. She doesn't look upset. She looks pissed off. And I thought, that's something I haven't seen really in Star Trek before. Or at least not like this, not to this extent. And I thought she sold the hell out of that. Yeah, as I said, Umberly Gonzalez, we hardly knew you. I hope we find a way to bring you back. As they were running through rooms, we get a full frontal shot of an Andorian. And as we learn in that shot as well, in the immortal words of Marta, not everybody keeps their genitals in the same place, Captain. Because that Andorian is a Ken doll. And they make a point of showing us that as well. But okay, good for you, Andorian. The artist, who will become known again as San, takes the weapon out and shows it to Georgiou. This is a magical space MacGuffin that can wipe out all life in a quadrant. In a way, it doesn't really matter. We do get a lot of story discussion about the weapon, but the weapon itself might as well be the 10C. It might as well be the Doomsday Machine. The nature of it is not really important. We just know it's bad, and it is a symbol of Georgiou's evil. So when it leads directly into this flashback to the mirror universe, I'm here for it. I do want to give straight away up to that big dragon train that comes off the end of her costume. First time I watched it, I went, no, hold on. She was on her own. Why would she do that? But also, Emperor Georgiou probably would do that. It was like, I'm going to feel fabulous today. Do you know what? Yeah, why not? So yeah, that worked for me. And on that, I especially want to give a shout out and an up to Gersha Phillips, who has been with Star Trek now for a number of years and designed these beautiful costumes with collaboration apparently from Balenciaga, according to the closing credits. So I'm sure the more fashion forward of you in the audience will understand that. I am aware of them as a brand. Now, they worked on this, or at least were involved in this. So yeah, but yeah, big dragon hanging out the back of Georgiou. Why not? San walks in, holding, with a very steady hand, by the way. I notice these things. He holds up this completed weapon, says, oh, all of your scientists took their own lives after making it. You know, nobody wants to live in your universe. Aren't you a big, terrible person? Yes. Yes, Emperor Georgiou is a terrible person. She has created a weapon that will scorch Earth. Now, we get our exposition in a little bit, but this is bad. This is not a nice thing. You do not want to drop this in a creche or in a room full of puppies. This would not end well. It's a very over-the-top scene, and it does, I have to admit, it's one of the only moments of less than amazing acting that I really noticed in this film as well. It's so much so that I am actually putting it on the down counter. It's, I forbid you to die. I do have a couple of downs for this scene as well. One is that, oh my God, is San telegraphed? You know, was anyone wondering, even when he took the poison, was anyone wondering who was going to be under that helmet? For me, that's a down. And the backstory feels quite forced. We are two. You know, we are one. Yeah, but like, you did burn half his face off. You know what I mean? And this is just after murdering your entire family. It's quite hard to see the romance between these two characters. So it didn't work for me. Cut then to the Section 31 safe house on the planet that farts fire. We'll come back to that. Omari Hardwick, up for this scene. He plays this very, very well. I am, however, going to down. It's the eugenics wars, because there's a couple, it just raises a few questions. For example, if he left with Khan, which I'm not saying he did, but if he left with Khan, for example, that means he left Earth in 1996, according to the first spacey timeline. He was awoken then in the 2260s by Kirk and marooned on SETI Alpha 5. How did he get off the planet? If so, how come he didn't tell his boss? I'm going to take it as a given that he wasn't with Khan. Okay. If he wasn't with Khan, how many ships left Earth? Perhaps many did. We don't actually know. It's not canonized that the Botany Bay was the only ship that left Earth. So, doors open, fine with me. If we are, however, going by the Strange New Worlds new version of the timeline, wherein Khan is still only a child in the 2020s, that raises more questions. So he definitely says 20th century, and he becomes augmented as he grows up a little bit by Geary, who is the warlord who destroyed his village. And so if that's the case, where on Earth was he? Because in the OG version, the eugenics wars were said to really take place in the Eastern Hemisphere. This is bolstered by episodes of Voyager like Future's End, where they go to the United States in 1996 and everyone seems absolutely fine. Then you have the version of Picard, where Project Khan, which is timestamped 1996 on that folder that Adam Sung holds, okay, then feeds into Strange New Worlds, which has Khan as a child in 2020. So it's all a little bit, or 2020s, it's all a little bit confusing timeline-wise. So confusing that it took me right out of the scene. I would absolutely believe in that Giorgio's, oh, you're 350 years old, figure of speech. In the same way that, like, you're 30 odd, or you're 40 odd. That can be anything from 30 to 39, 40 to 49. Do you know what I mean? So that I'm less worried about that, because if he was 350 years old, that would put it, unless you knew his exact date of birth, that would put it around the 2350s, which it can't fit timeline-wise. It's all a bit headachy, isn't it, when you try and keep track of these things? I have a notepad, and I'm struggling to keep track of these things. So, yeah. We then get what is so clearly the end of an episode, or something that was included for the trailer alone, which is effectively, gather the team, we're going to need every one of them. And it is in the trailer. But if this doesn't feel like the end of an episode, again, series to film. Code of Transmission 2, The Godsend, or as I like to call it, Episode 2, The Godsend. Down. So the Section 31 ship is hovering over this safe house with something that is, I know it's not programmable matter, but why is the ship rippling like that? If you think of the Section 31 ships that we saw in Discovery, they didn't have cloaking devices as much as they had projectors that made the ship look like it was an asteroid. The fact that this looks like it's programmable matter takes me straight out of the scene. That's a down. They stand around in a circle and Giorgio brings them up to speed on what the Godsend is, which is the great magical MacGuffin that can destroy so much. We get quite a forced scene of Fuzz screaming about being, that Zeph is a scale shamer. Because inside Fuzz is the alien from Men in Black. The galaxy is on Orion's belt. And I'm really sorry, I could not think of that for the entirety of this film, with the little Nanoken running the puppet that is Fuzz. So much so that it's a down. I've nothing against puppets. Some of my best friends are puppets. But it's an idea that's been done before, and, well, because of how frustrating I found Fuzz, I have to say, I didn't find the story of what they did with the Nanoken to overpower anything else. That's not to say that there isn't up, so do stick around. In this scene, or in this episode, for want of a better word, I did, however, I feel odd saying this, I noticed continuity errors. For example, when Giorgio is telling the plan and we are down on the surface, we see her, gesturing toward her, new team. Then we get a pan-out wide shot where Alok is speaking, but if you look, it's clearly replaying that scene where Giorgio is delivering her lines. And it's not the only time that it happens either. I am going to consolidate the continuity errors into one down. There are a couple more, and when one considers how long this film was in production, it does stand out a little bit. Now, please, I do want to stress, this is not me having a go at the editor. It's not that at all. It's little things like this, which should have been caught, weren't, and have made it into the broadcast version. This is a film a lot of people have been waiting for a long time. That's disappointing. Dada no. It's all a bit colloquial, isn't it? And doesn't sell the heaviness of any of the piece, which is why Dada no is a down for me. It just feels a bit too light, considering, right, he's not a Terran, but he's from the Terran universe, from the mirror universe, and, you know, weapons of mass destruction gonna come over, live here forever. It's all just kind of played for a bit of a joke, isn't it? Thankfully, we do get the scene where, Georgiou says, my own war council tried to depose me. Do you know what I did to them? And suddenly he's talking, and it starts to work. That scene picks up after that. He does reveal that there must be a mole there because someone on their team must have given his buyer the information. Cue a nice big explosion and we lose the nice bridge. I mean, we get 3 different bridge sets in this film, not including the safe house set as well, which I suppose isn't a bridge set. But yeah, this was a nice one. I was sorry to see it go. It does lead to a kick-ass fire stunt though. Yeah, that's an up. Seeing that stuntman walking along on fire. Thumbs up from me. Love that. Then we get our It's a Mole scene, and, you know, usual thing, we kind of straight away start battling each other, and, you know, Quasi and Zeph say, we've been on 10 missions together, well, you're the mole, well, you're the mole, and Georgiou, I think quite straightforwardly says, if I was the mole, I would have killed you all already. Yeah, fair enough. We get I feel this was tongue-in-cheek. We get the line delivery, I'm Starfleet, as though that's automatically, oh, well, you can't possibly be a bad person. How dare we infer that you might have been. Here, have a cookie. And it was a bit like, okay. And unfortunately, it doesn't help that it's another continuity error scene, because Zeph reacts by going, oh, did you feel that wind of righteousness going by? I'm paraphrasing. And then in the wide shot, we see Zeph doing the exact same gestures. It's clearly that scene from a different angle. So, anyway, I've already downed that. If I wanted to be liked, I'd get a dog. Very forced. Down. At this point, the team has to split into 2 because, of course they do. Every team has to split. But it's smart. It's keep people in your eye line. They do discuss it. So, you know, we don't just get a, you know, I walked into the next room. There's a bit of that, but I feel it's handled okay. And I do want to give a shout out to Sam Richardson, who is very good in this film. You know, not all of his lines land and not all of the pacing and timing works, but he's very good. Everyone is very good. But, you know, particularly in this scene when they're aboard the garbage scow, and he asks Georgiou point blank, you know, like, you created a weapon that could destroy quadrillions of lives. Did you not think that was overkill? And she responds with, I ordered it destroyed. Now, I ordered it destroyed isn't up. Not just for the fact she ordered it destroyed, thank you, but the line delivery of I ordered it destroyed. There's this very puzzled look in her face, the way she says it, as though for her, the fact that she ordered it destroyed was the end of the story. I cannot give enough props to Michelle Yeoh. Every story behind this film is that she is the reason it exists. Because I would be, like I alluded to at the start, I would be honest to be like, well, you know, when she got the Oscar, I thought that was it. You know, they're never going to keep her. And not because, you know, she would be, oh, very disrespectful to Star Trek, and oh, Jesus, I'm beyond that now. No, not that at all. Just presumably she was going to be too busy. And then when I saw it went from series to film, before I knew the details, I kind of in my head went, oh, okay, that kind of vindicates that belief. But no, I was absolutely wrong, because every interview has stated this, but also some unofficial chats I've had as well support the fact Michelle Yeoh is the reason this film happened. And I cannot give enough thanks and praise to that. Thank you, Michelle, for ensuring we got more Star Trek. I mean, taking up Michelle Yeoh, but also my latinum up of the film is Michelle Yeoh, both for everything she's done behind the scenes, but also for her performance as Georgiou. I don't feel that this script does justice to the character, And I don't feel that this script does enough for us as an audience to identify with the character, which I will come to. I haven't, you know me, I've got plenty more to say. None of those problems are Michelle Yeoh. And she is the star of this piece. She does bring this film along with a swift pace, and you know, I'm incredibly grateful to her, and I bloody like what she does with it. So yeah, I wanted to highlight that. I also want to give an up to the fact that Kwasi doesn't let her off the hook. He says, "You didn't answer my question." We got Garrett, Alok, and Zeph back at the communications array, just kind of hanging around. And you remember when Zeph was this big, huge, muscly, mechanical guy? Yeah, it's good thing you turned on the silent mode, didn't he? Take it down. Stretching disbelief just a little bit farther. The fact that they can turn around and he's just gone, that wasn't a transporter. That was him tiptoeing out of there in something that sounds like moving a collection of pots and pans. As we learn, that same Zeph must use a silencer on his disruptor when he's firing at the part that's put back into the array. Yeah, it's the same down, but like, okay. The plot required us to not see Zeph for a while, so the silencer was turned on. And, you know, we cut to there searching for him, and I did debate whether or not to down this, but I am going to down the smartphone tricorders. So, 2324. Tricorders will have moved from the old sort of blocky, handheld, over-the-shoulder ones that we saw obviously in the original series, but then right up into the movies. You know, by Star Trek 3, for example, we had still, not quite as blocky, but still as handheld, well, they're all handheld, but you know what I mean? This sort of, I'm going to call it a rectangle with a flappy bit. Yeah, you know the rectangle with the flappy bit. We're going to get to the tricorders of the next generation, which are about 30 to 35 years after this. So I will allow for the fact that as an espionage agency, yes, I have no problem with the fact that they probably had access to technology that's more advanced than what's available for, you know, the commercial markets. That I'm not bothered with. But these are clearly smartphones. Do you know what I mean? As in, they are modeled very much on the phones that assuming you and I have right now. And it made the time a bit screwy. It took me out of it a little bit. I will give props to the sound effects. I liked that. I did like that. But yes, I like the fact there was little L cars on it. Not enough for me. And also, you must think I'm such a grump. Why is the planet farting flames? Down. On this search for Zeph, we get a discussion which I actually quite enjoyed. It was an up for me. It was a discussion on the nature of tyranny, because Georgiou at this point is still defensive about, she describes it very well. It's, imagine being a monster infected with a conscience. And the deliberate choice of words, infected, as though she is angry to have any feelings about what she's done. That I find more believable than, say, this gradual, you know, realization of, oh, I did these terrible things and I feel very guilty. No, I don't feel that's the Georgiou that we got. It's more that this has been something done to her. Now, it hasn't, because she may be Terran, but she's still human at the end of the day. And as has been explored in the past with Terrans, although they are raised evil, you get this great discussion of nature versus nurture, don't you? For me, this is a crucial element to Georgiou's character. It is interrupted by finding the remains of Zeph, and swiftly, Garrett is implicated in his death. It's quite gruesome, actually, his body, and I feel the movie loses something when we lose Zeph. So, yeah, Rob, thanks for being in the film. I liked you. In the interrogation scene that follows, Georgiou swiftly assumes that Garrett and Zeph have been having a bit of mecha boom boom. And actually, she says, you know, a lot of humans are into it. There's no shame. I like how sex positive Georgiou is. That's an up from me. What I do not care for is Chaos Goblin. And that's a theme, unfortunately, I do not like for the rest of this film. It's just a bit like, suddenly you are into chaos, aren't you? Right, yes, nothing about this had made us feel this in advance, but okay. We get access to the footage from what Zeph saw. Zeph is clearly being controlled by an external force and is clearly railing back against this and says, "We were your friends, why are you doing this?" To which Quasi goes, "Oh, why would Zeph kill himself?" Down, are you watching different footage? No, really, like, it's like, what? There is a horrid idea behind this as well. One that it's extra grim if you take Rob Kaczynski's backstory for the character, that he is a paraplegic man who is only able to move again thanks to the suit. To then have that suit that gives you freedom of life, freedom of movement, freedom of expression, to have it turn back against you and become the instrument of your death is a horrific fate for Zeph. You know, in a scene like this, I almost would prefer that, you know, he was just wearing the suit because he liked it. It somehow makes it less horrible if that was the case. But I feel Zeph is interesting enough to have his own episode, as I presume, I've no way of knowing this, but as I presume was originally the plan. Rob did a lot with what he got, to the point where I cared when his character died. It doesn't take long for them to realize that, what could control a mech suit like that? Well, hang on, didn't Fuzz say earlier on that because of his microscopic nature, or at least very, very small nature, you'd be surprised at the places he could get into? Well, they talked about him infecting Data No's augmented parts. Takes them a while to get there, but we got there in the end. And yeah, he controls Zeph. Effectively, Zeph becomes a bit of a zombie, and he does a bit of a runner, and he jumps over, and we get a really blurry chase against the VR wall. Down. It's just because it's so blurry, it's quite hard to see what's happening. Fine with the load being kicked off, you know, Quasi kicking him. I'll be honest with you, Chris didn't love it. I was ambivalent. I get it though, yeah, show off some of Quasi's skills. We have Giorgio having a punch up with the puppet of Fuzz on this platform, and it's all a little bit filler, if I'm honest. And also, what's kind of sad is that Zeph's zombie body gets kicked off, and that's it. That is the last we see of Zeph in this film. This was so meant to be a series. Giorgio does this cool trick where she effectively fires the platform up into the sky, and it hovers there. I thought it was going to go up and come back down again, but no, it hovers there in the sky, and we then get, because this has been 5 minutes, we get another exposition dump. Why would Fuzz know any of the information that he seems to be partial to when he's talking to Giorgio? Why would he tell her any of this information? We find out through Fuzz what we already knew, really, was that clearly San is the buyer. But we find this out because Fuzz tells us, and once again, the movie is telling us information instead of showing us information. Down. It seems like this, and we're about halfway through this thing now, where I think we're kind of into the sort of the final section almost, where you're starting to see the cracks in the script, where you know we're missing scenes at this point, that we're meant to flesh out these characters, that we're meant to give us more time with them, and crucially, for us to feel something about them. I mean, did you feel something when Fuzz turned out to be a traitor? I didn't, and we'll put aside my own issues, obviously, with Fuzz. I wasn't drawn to the character at all. I feel like Rob Kaczynski brought something to Zeph that wasn't really there as presented. The same a little bit with Mel. And it seems where we are racing through character reveals and information, and we are not being given a chance to breathe. And at this point in the film, it is hurting the overall product. Saying all of that, I did like the exchange when Fuzz is on San's ship. Shout out for the origami La Sirena. That's a Chris joke right there, but I like that one a lot. He says, you know, the God's Send, where there's this whole conversation about, is it God's Send or God's End? Who knows? Jury's still out. Perhaps God's End. So yeah, so Fuzz just goes, maybe when you're Emperor, maybe the first thing you can do is make the title a bit less confusing. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Fuzz. The team back on the planet realize that, yes, they do have the parts to get this garbage scow off the ground, which is great, let's go. We've got Rachel Garrett on there, basically giving out about the thing. And I do like it, you know, Giorgio just goes, hey, being judgy never helped anyone. Being lectured on judging by, you know, this emperor, this terrible person, yeah, right, I'll take it as an up. Aboard San's vessel, who designed this ship? There's so many wide open spaces, there's plenty of room to have, oh, I don't know, a kickabout and a rough and tumble. Same kind of big dead space which we are used to seeing, I guess, for a while now. It's a down from me. The garbage scow arrives and they jury rig some tractor beams and, you know, they've made it work and I'm here for it. Works for me. The ship is as ugly as all sin, but sure, listen, not every ship needs to be beautiful. I like when they are, but they don't need to be beautiful. And the ship enters the Crescent Nebula and it begins chasing, and which leads to photon torpedoes. Excuse me, sorry. Photon torpedoes being fired at the garbage scow. And funny enough, do you know what my down is? Quasi, would you react to the fact that they're firing torpedoes at you? It's a bit like, oh, they're firing torpedoes. Oh, it's a bit bad, isn't it? Yeah, well, trying. But at this point, it is a down. Yeah, at this point, I don't think Quasi's quite woken up yet. They need to move San's ship into the radiation field inside the nebula so that they can effectively weaken everyone's shields, that they can beam on board to have our big Act 3. And so, which they do. Spoiler alert, they do. But not before, I have to be honest, my least favorite line of the film. It is spoken by Casey Roll, who, by the way, I loved in Hannibal. I thought she was fabulous in that. I think she is hampered a little bit by the script here. Chaos is my friends with benefits. It is so out of the blue. It is so left field. It is so not what we've been shown this character to be. Yes, we have discussed that actually she does enjoy chaos. We have discussed that she is not quite as structured as we've been led to believe. But we go from, I'm beginning to understand chaos, to chaos is my friends at there might have been, I think there was a bit of ad-libbing going on in this film, which is fine, by the way. I am not anti improv at all. I really am. Just this one was a bit like, oh, righty then. Okay, that is a very strange tone for this scene. By the way, I'm not judging friends with benefits. Have as many friends with benefits as you like. That is not what I'm doing here. Just to make that very, very clear. Just the line was very out of the blue. Aboard the ship, Giorgio and Alok beam over, and for a second, we don't know where San is, and we don't know where Fuzz is. Moments later, they arrive. So, San walked around the corner, got a phaser, disruptor I should say, walked around. Whereas Alok, well, thank God he's genetically engineered, because he gets stabbed right in the back by Fuzz, and we get what is perhaps the most interesting thing about the Nanokins, something which is definitely an up from me. This suggestion that the Nanokins are actually an ancient race that, as Fuzz said, they were here long before the behemoths arrived, and they would be here long after. Now that is interesting, because as recently as Discovery's 5th season, when we finally got to meet a progenitor, for example, meeting the ancient races doesn't happen an awful lot in Star Trek. They get talked about rather than shown. So, although I've got my issues with Fuzz, as you know, I am interested to see more of this race. Yes, I stand by what I said. Look, it's very Men in Black. It's you know, this idea of the tiny alien. That's fine. Just do something interesting with it. This is something interesting. This is something I would like to see explored. There's also, crucial during this scene, that Fuzz, the physical Fuzz, leaves his Vulcan body and flies out and boards another smaller ship while still using the Vulcan body under autopilot. Okay, yep, that's all fine. Pay attention, because Fuzz's ship, which first of all crashes into the garbage scow to sort of give them a knock and knock them out a little bit, then flies away. They chase him. He is in front of them. Aboard the garbage scow, they realize that they've got no weapons, so they need to dump something. So Garrett goes down to the trash heap, if you like, because maybe there's something she can jury rig into a missile. She goes down dancing, chaos, chaos, chaos. Down on board the ship, Fuzz's puppet keeps reacting. It was a down from me because it is not in any way clear why. Is there a neural link? You know, we see Fuzz the Nanokin operating what seems to be servos and levers. So why would then he spend the time operating the facial muscles of this robot? Again, unclear, took me out of the scene. During all of this, Georgiou and San are having a almighty punch-up in the rest of the ship. Hey, it's a good thing there's a lot of space, isn't there? But I'm going to talk about that in a block by itself. So back out in space. So while Alok is fighting, I'm going to call him Puppet Fuzz, you have real Fuzz piloting via autopilot the puppet, and on board the garbage scow, Garrett has found a drone toy. Now we don't like them because they've got a type of paracel that can go boom. This is where Science Officer Rachel Garrett gets to show her stuff. Yeah, that's an up from me. You know, I like that. I know you're probably thinking like, you know, wow, Sean, you really didn't like Rachel Garrett in this film at all. Not true. I promise, not true. I'm telling you rather than showing you. God, I'm as bad as they are. Yeah, I did. This was fun. And, you know, then, you know, getting back up to the garbage sale, going like, right, okay, send that out. Garrett arrives back up on the bridge and says to Quasi, right, okay, we need to make sure that we stay ahead of Fuzz. But the problem is that they also made a point of saying that the garbage scow could barely keep up with Fuzz, let alone get ahead of him. And here they are not only ahead of him, but quite ahead of him, to the point where they can dump their payload, which contains the countdown explosive drone doll. It's a down, because how did they get there? And I'm left wondering that, rather than, you know, oh my God, are we going to get out of this? What's going to happen? It's like, no, how did they get there? And then what I am going to down, that this button can either mean open the doors or self-destruct the ship. I know it's a bit of a trope of, you know, is the red wire the blue wire? It's just, you know, why couldn't one of the options be, or make a cup of coffee? Do you know what I mean? That it had to be such high stakes. And even if it was a figure of speech, it didn't seem to be. And I did like that, you know, Quasi had to make the call. And I did like that. But, oh, it's either door A or pit B. It's just a bit like, all right, okay, you had to finish the scene, didn't you? So they dump the payload and we have this drone doll that goes, we're all gonna die. That's terrifying. Is that doll sentient? And anyway, they explode and it seems to kill Fuzz. And so they cheer and laugh. Okay, on board San's ship. So Alok takes this opportunity to sit down and have a rest. And you know what, he's earned it. Meanwhile, Georgiou and San are not chilling out. They are fighting for the nines. I say they are. San seems to be fighting for the kill, where Georgiou is trying to engage him, is trying to speak to him, and trying to awaken memories in him. But the first thing she does when she sees him is she puts her disruptor down. She talks about how perhaps they can come back from this. Now, San is having none of it. He speaks about taking over the Empire himself, that he can lead the Empire through the passageway, which, by the way, I didn't even mention because there's a passageway, by the way. It's a bit of a MacGuffin. And he will bring his righteous mercy to the galaxy, to which she responds, there is no such thing as a benevolent dictator, which should be self-explanatory, but she says he helped her to realize that. I would argue Michael Burnham played a large role in helping her to realize that, but sure, listen, in the context of this film. This leads to more fisticuffs. She does try to calm him by, she throws her arms around him and doesn't try and strangle him, she tries to hug him. And there is an exchange here where the two of them are so distant, not in inches and miles, but in emotions, that this is not a concept that San is able to deal with. And if you like, we have Chekov's gun in the form of the sword at the back of the bridge, which he does grab, and we get that horribly uncomfortable scene where he is trying to force the sword down through her face, and she grabs the blade, and it's horrible. There's blood running down, and it's there cutting her face open, and it's uncomfortable. I didn't like it. She then kicks his arm, the sword flies up and stabs him in the neck. Down. It seems a bit neat, doesn't it? That was handy. Okay. And leading directly into the scene where, I don't buy any of this, by the way, when he says, "I still needed you, my emperor." Well, you did a very, very, very convincing attempt to kill her moments ago. Unfortunately, the emotion of the scene, all of it, did not work for me, because this character, which was introduced an hour and 25 minutes ago, although yes, station observations, the name of San has been heard before this movie, but this character really was just introduced to us now. The emotional payoff wasn't there. I didn't believe the relationship between them, and a large part of that has to do with something I'm about to discuss. But for me, my emperor, I always needed you, that was a down. San is dead, Fuzz appears to be dead, but we still have a ticking time bomb on board in the form of the Godsend. Because of course, because all good things need a countdown, don't they? So Giorgio walks over and picks it up. And it says biosignature recognized, beginning 60-second countdown. This is the same device that she took pains to say earlier on there was no failsafe. If the activation had already happened, which it seemed to have been happening, we had the little lights were turning red around it, was her biosignature required to start this 60-second timer? If so, what was San's plan? Was he always going to lure Giorgio there to trick her into touching this device, which is not beyond the realms of, possibility? Or was he going to try and do something himself? In which case, why have this thing about biosignatures? That, again, unfortunately took me out of the scene. I did like the exchange where she stands with Alok and she asks him, if you had the chance to go back and do it all again and you could kill Geary, even if it meant sacrificing your own life, would you do it? And Alok says, yes, I would. To which she goes, then I'm glad to know you, Alok Sahar. That's an up. That I believed. That relationship between the two of them, I believed that. Anyway, as I'm sure we were all expecting, I mean, of course they don't die. They are beamed off at the last moment by Garrett and Quasi, who are piloting the other ship, and the thing that is looking increasingly like Sebulba's pod racer from Star Wars Episode 1. Tell me you don't see it. Tell me you don't see it. Anyway, that explodes with this device that was said to be a virus, that would be a chain reaction that would destroy entire quadrants, or it also works as a really handy plug for a passageway. As they stand there, we get the Alexander Courage theme. For possibly the first time ever, I'm giving it a down because it feels like a very strange place to play it. And I feel like that is sort of thematic of the film overall. Where would you play the Star Trek theme in this film? I guess at a victory, right? But it felt very out of place. Perhaps if there was perhaps a more connected musical tissue throughout, it feels like, do you know what? I love the Discovery opening credits. I really do. I do, however, feel that the Alexander Courage theme is a little bit forced at the end of those credits. Do you know what I mean? It sort of comes out of nowhere. I feel it fits better there than it does here, because this really felt like, right, we're going to do it here. Okay then. So yeah, I hate to say I'm downing the Alexander Courage theme, but I actually am. Now we go to our final episode, our coda, or the final coded transmission. We go back to the big brooch in the sky, and we have a sort of a fun-ish scene where Giorgio is standing there and she makes Quasi a bit nervous because he had been Alok, and he's actually not Alok, he's Quasi, and then the real Alok arrives, and so does Lieutenant Commander Rachel Garrett, who arrives in what appears to be a maroon-coloured dress. Right. Let's talk about it. This film was set in 2324, according to that Stardate converter I did. But yeah, we're in the Lost Era. Garrett's red dress is the closest to a visual cue to this period that we get. There is nothing in this film that puts us in that time period. I will, however, highlight the things that come close. Garrett's phaser, for example, when there's some good high-res pictures of it online. It looks like a sort of a hybrid of the Star Trek II The Wrath of Khan phaser, the Star Trek III phaser, and the Dustbuster that would appear in seasons 1 and 2 of The Next Generation. You know, it does look like a bit of a hybrid of the three. You could believe it, if you like, being that kind of weapon. We do not get any sort of rank insignia, we do not get any Monster Maroon, we do not get the blue and green LCARs, which we would understand to be as part of that time period. I feel that there's easy ways they could have gone about doing this. For example, the USS Crazy Horse, which is that Excelsior class ship, which is effectively the taxi of the galaxy, could have been shown dropping Garrett off. Now, I will say that they do take pains to say that because of a treaty, which I'll come to in station observations, Starfleet can't cross the border. Okay, but is that a little bit of a cop-out? They had an opportunity in this film to show us a part of Star Trek history which we've heard about but never seen. They did not do that, in my humble opinion. I feel like this could be set in the same year as Discovery. This could be really set whenever they wanted around that time period. There is nothing particularly cluing it visually to, I mean, we have ships like the Enterprise B would have been the most recent Enterprise. The C doesn't launch for another few years at this point, obviously, because a certain Rachel Garrett will be in command of it. Not necessarily on launch, but you know, you have that entire period there. I mean, this year we have Constitution class ships are still flying around. Literally anything, even a graphic, something like that would have helped to tie this down. Because it doesn't, what we have is a sort of a standalone story, which it was supposed to be, so I'm not criticizing that, but something that does not feel a part of the larger universe. And that, to me, feels like a massively missed opportunity, which is why hearing this was going to be in the Lost Era, featuring Rachel Garrett as a character, and then really not delivering on any of those promises, that, for us, is why that is our trilithium down of the film. This scene where they stand around the table and Georgiou jokes that, you know, she may slaughter them all. You know, she's livening things up, and Garrett calls her, you know, of course, you're a bad bitch. I don't mind the colloquialism. It looks like I do. I don't mind the colloquialism. What I mind is, yeah, she is a very bad bitch. Georgiou has been repeatedly described as badass. What we do not get at any point in this film, in my opinion, is anything to justify why a genocidal emperor is being treated as anything other than. For example, missing almost entirely, apart from a tiny bit of archive footage, is any discussion of her trip via Krall, via the Guardian of Forever. We don't know when she was deposited in this timeline. We just know that she was, and that's fine. But we're then told that she sort of, you know, made her base here on the starbase and has been there ever since. Okay, so what has, you know, if Star Trek does something well, it's redemption arcs. I mean, there's a bloody brilliant two-parter called Redemption. You know, it is something they do very, very well. I don't feel that Georgiou has been redeemed. You know, she is genocidal. And they make a point of saying that several times in this film. We have seen that in Star Trek Discovery. You know, this is not something that, you know, kind of, oh, maybe it's not true. Her first scene shows her via the ISS Charon destroying the settlement, killing Mirror Sarek, Mirror Vok. You know, she delivers on this promise of evil. And then we see her as a fully formed emperor in that season. And it is Burnham who forces this, at least attempt to slowly change. We see a bit of it in season 2. We see a bit of it in season 3 of Discovery. But it doesn't justify how they're all laughing at the end of this. Georgiou, at the moment, is not a character who deserves a happy ending. Look, Star Trek characters have killed, you know, and they have done some not nice things, you know, but they haven't committed genocide. And it's a discussion of the character of Georgiou that was happening when Discovery was airing as well. It's like, how do we do this? How do we depict this character who is so guilty of so much death and destruction? And if I'm honest, it is not something that the show did to a satisfactory level. They did at least address it. I will say that. As does Section 31, it addresses it, but it's done in a, yeah, that's bad, but we need to move on now kind of way. And I really do wonder, is this another victim of series to film? There are too many examples in the world today to show us just how bad genocide is. I mean, it's not something that should need explaining. You know what I mean? And you know, I'm not going to go through and go, there's this example, this example, this example, because we know. So to celebrate a character with laughs and jokes about, oh, I might do it again, is a very poor taste to leave the film on. And, you know, we were debating, does this become our trilithium down? Does this become our trellium down? You know, how do we address this? This is something that you cannot ignore, because from the opening scene to the closing scene, it is something that is not satisfactorily dealt with. That is not to say I don't want to see more stories about this, but what I have to see, if I'm seeing another story, I have to see this addressed, because it is not addressed in this film. And therefore, the entirely, I presume, unintentional message being given off here is that everyone gets away with a spot of genocide as long as they help us out. We get our final cameo. Oh, we get to see Jamie Lee Curtis again, so that's taken up. You know, Halloween fan, that's all great. She was so clearly not on set with the rest of them when this was filmed. It's quite funny, really. Why is she purple? Well, in the words of Data, you know, not being purple seems like a missed opportunity, so I'm happy with that. Why is there bits of metal on her face? There's absolutely no reason. Because it looked fun, I assume. Now, while obviously it's nice to see Jamie Lee Curtis, and I mean, it really, really is, I mean, the way the music swells around her, it's as though we're supposed to know who she is. Do you know what it reminds me of? It's like the end of Solo, when Darth Maul shows up in a hologram. Now, the difference being, we all knew who Darth Maul was. Whereas, I know who Jamie Lee Curtis is, but we don't know who this character is. You know, this whole film, in a way, I mentioned the Suicide Squad thing earlier on. It's a bit like Solo, isn't it? Because, I suppose, where it falls in the timeline, it is a prequel. But, yeah. So, yeah, that was my thought process. Hello, Darth Maul Lee Curtis. You're looking well. I'm down to the Alexander Courage theme again. Why is it playing? It's playing as though we're supposed to know this character, you know? She says, you know, she is Control, which at this stage we presume is Control's like a title like 007. You know, it passes from person to person, which is the only, because there's no way they brought Control back, because, you know, the whole jumping to the future to ensure Control was destroyed. Yeah, so it's a job title. That's fine, that's grand. But yeah, we're gonna play the big Alexander Courage theme tune over that. All right, that's a choice. And then we get, you know, who's been to Turkana 4? Well, the Cetacean observations have been. And we get the end of the film, we get the station going to warp, and Chris will kill me if I don't include this. That's it down, why is the station going to warp? And that's the end of it. I know it's very sudden, isn't it? I've plenty of Cetacean observations to go through, but that's Section 31, the film. I will give my final thoughts after Cetacean observations. Okie dokie. Right, the Paramount logo and the Star Trek ident being backwards is evocative of Star Trek Nemesis, when the E was backwards in that title. Now at the time that was said to show the mirror version of Shinzon to Picard, which, funnily enough, Rick Berman said he wasn't crazy about. The Terran Empire called out very quickly, which of course was always going to be the case with this. We get the ISS Charon making its return for the first time since the first season of Discovery. It's a very unique design. I actually quite like it, I have to say. San. Who is this? Right, so I mentioned that we'd heard the name San before. Well, we had. He was introduced in the episode Scavengers, but he was name dropped in the episode Terra Firma Part 2, where Giorgio says there was a person called San in her past. If we look at the Discovery tie-in novel Die Standing by John Jackson Miller, you will see a very familiar plot to the one you just watched. I don't know how copyright works when it comes to tie-in novels. I did have a look in the credits and I didn't see Miller's name in the credits, but I presume legalese Paramount owns the book, so they probably didn't have to include it. I would have included the name myself. The Section 31 comm badge shows up in those opening credits. We have, of course, reference to Control, who we all know and are absolutely terrified of. A selection of clips that they couldn't possibly have access to. I don't mind it, as I say, it's a trope of cinema. Then we get a shot of the map. Bearing in mind, I've definitely missed some. We have Septimus, Orion, we have Freehaven, the Badlands, Cardassia Prime, Zenketh, Kobliad, Aurelius, Hyperia 5, we've got Zaron, we've got Starbase 25, we've got Argus, we've got Medina, Maxia, Gideon, Sigma Draconis, Pyrithia, Alcor, Mizar, Vega, Korkarol, we've Memory Alpha, we've Zetar, Tellar, Alpha Centauri, Andor, Deneb, Tau Ceti, Inferior Prime, Phalebia, Trill, Chintaka. We also, of course, have Sol, things like that as well. So yeah. We got a few. In the opening credits is the treaty that Control mentions, that why the Federation can't cross the border. It says the Treaty of Catan. Now this was negotiated by Ambassador Villar, who we met in the Enterprise episode Fallen Hero. Now that treaty was vague enough in that episode that you can kind of do whatever you want with it. And apparently it negotiated the fact that Starfleet couldn't go into this section. One thing I really want to highlight, for as much as, I stand by my point about the Lost Era, they definitely did their homework for this film. There is a lot of deep cuts, like I said, in this film. I feel they could have been integrated a little bit better. It's not to say that they're not there. So that was a cool one. The Crescent Nebula, Sarpedian, Galen, Gamma Trianguli. So the star date has this as April 17th, 2324. So what's going on in the universe? Well, a certain Beverly Howard is born in October of 2324. Starfleet Academy wins the Parisi Squares Championship versus the favourites Minsk, which unfortunately leads to 3 weeks of cleanup for poor Boothby. And the USS Republic, I mentioned Constitution class ships, returns to the Sol system where it will not leave for another 50 years. It's the training ship. The Smuggler's ship from Unification. Now this was a cool visual cameo. So that ship that is, accidentally destroyed by Worf in Unification shows up, rather a few of them, sitting around that station. The alien from Star Trek Beyond, well not the alien, but an alien from Star Trek Beyond, Virgil, who is one of the Charon, of course was seen before in Let That Be Your Last Battlefield. We have Giorgio eating an eyeball, which is something she's been shown to do in the past. Giorgio has a wall of weapons. These include batleths, we have Discovery mechleths, we have knives, we have phasers, we have ducktogs. There's quite a few of them, really. Now, Quasi is a cameloid. We last saw the cameloids in Star Trek VI: The Undiscovered Country. Martia, played by Iman, was introduced in that film. That was our sort of precursor to the Changelings. So I really enjoyed that. And in fact, in an interview with Sam Richardson, he said that he made sure that Martia's golden eyes were incorporated into the character of Quasi. Giorgio highlights the fact that he's green-blooded, which we saw when Kirk punched Martia in Star Trek VI. Mel is a Deltan who were of course introduced in Star Trek The Motion Picture with the character of Ilia and brought back again in Picard Season 2, the opener The Stargazer. And of course we know the fact, walking honey trap. I like that description. Reference to the laughing Vulcan, which is our first sign that something's a little bit off about Fuzz. And of course, the serious human is Rachel Garrett, who we all know as the ill-fated captain of the Enterprise C. Staying on the station and tending bar for eternity feels like a deliberate call out to a certain Guinan. If I'm being very kind, perhaps the fact that Fuzz's accent was so dreadful, and you know, poor Sven Roygrok, who is a South African gentleman, he seems very, very nice. You know, I don't want to direct any of this against him. I mean, listen, you only need to see some of those earlier episodes to be like, Irish, difficult accent to get right. Maybe that's what they were going for here. On the Section 31 ship, you get sort of LCARs, and they're sort of in the right period. And it's, you know, they're red as if it's red alert, so I'll give them that. But it's a little bit. I will give them the fact that it looks kind of right, and they should be blue and green, but sure, listen, here we are. Dadano, who is said to be a Deltan as well. Now, it's supposed to be selling this to the Minosians. There's a little bit of an issue here. Okay, so the Minosians were introduced in the first season episode of the Next Generation, The Arsenal of Freedom, where the Enterprise D went to the planet of Minos because they had lost contact with the USS Drake. We had the Echo Papa weapons, which were introduced, which were said to have wiped out the Minosians. Timeline-wise, I think we're okay here. It doesn't specify when the Minosians were wiped out in that episode, just that they had been. What they were not was on Minos Corva. Minos Corva gets name-dropped a few times in Star Trek The Next Generation. For example, Chain of Command. Gul Madred really wants to know about Minos Corva, you know what I mean? And, yeah, there's also a quote, now it's only in text, the Minosians said to have taken part in the Ursal Rope, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Ursal Rope Wars. And yes, that is from The Next Generation as well. Like I said, they did their homework for this film. Zeph references Latinum. Rachel Garrett, who in fairness is speaking ahead of this happening, says Starfleet does not do assassinations. Well, it's a good thing she sort of bit the bucket before Sisko came along, and, well, I'm sure some people liked Senator Vreenek. Mel delivers the immortal, don't get your prime directives in a bunch. I quite liked that. I would have liked some more Mel. The phase pods, it's the same issue that we saw in the next phase. You know, the walls are nothing, but the floor is quite solid. And as I say, because there's precedent, I'm not going to lose too much sleep over it. We see a naked Andorian, played by David Benjamin Tomlinson, who we've had on the channel, who's lovely, who you might recognise as Linus from Star Trek Discovery. The weapon wall, we have another Star Trek 3 phaser, there's a DOC tag on it. Skipping ahead to the Emperor's clothes. Finally, we see those mirror universe clothes that Emperor Giorgio was introduced in back in season 1 of Discovery, which I really, really like. Alok's backstory is, I mean, obviously we're evoking Space Seed here, the Eugenics Wars, Khan. We have both Space Seed and, of course, Strangely Wars Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow. We are obviously not sure where it fits in the timeline. We had a look as well. He's not one of those augments from Enterprise either, because he said he slept for a long time. So, I mean, he might have slept as an embryo. Who knows? I'm not one to judge. The ship rippling like it's made of programmable matter. Again, as I said, it's probably not programmable matter, but visually it makes us call out to that. On the bridge of that Section 31 ship as well, we got TOS era noises. We have an ion storm passageway. So again, very evocative of the original Mirror Mirror episode. Well, Mirror Mirror, I guess. And the Halkans. Another planet that was on that map. Once we start using the tricorders, we do hear that Next Generation era tricorder noise, which I really, really liked. I've mentioned already that Garrett's phaser looks like a hybrid of the Wrath of Khan phaser and the later Dustbuster phaser, the vaguely timely LCARs, like I've said as well. Now, we do get a bit of it seems like a deliberate joke where Fuzz starts naming his kids Trip, Trip 2, and of course, well, Trip the third would be Charles Tucker, who served as engineer aboard Enterprise. Interesting family connection there, but all right then. Section 31 is a place for officers who bend the rules, never quite breaking them until they do. Well, I mean, I guess like genocide against the changelings does count as breaking rules, but that would sort of be on trend for Emperor Giorgio. The whole fight aboard the platforms in that VR wall is very Star Trek Into Darkness, which feels deliberate. Origami La Serena, as we said. The entire idea of that garbage scout, it's very Malon from Star Trek Voyager, isn't it? And again, feels deliberate. We're going to dump all of the rubbish out into the radiation for it to dissolve there. Yep, I'm on board with that. The Bridge of Sands ship, very wide open spaces, like the, completely evokes the design style of Discovery as well. And Giorgio's sword, of course. So it must have been mass produced, because this is a sword clearly thematic. It's the one she burned Sands' face with. We did, however, see her stab Lorca with that big sword in Discovery Season 1. She then left the sword behind her, which exploded aboard the ISS Charon. However, as I said, who's to say there wasn't more than one? So, not the end of the world on that one. I did have a bit of a giggle at one point where Giorgio, throws her arms around San and says, "San, we can come back from this. Remind me of the 76th rule of acquisition. Every once in a while, declare peace. It confuses the hell out of your enemies." I'm sure it wasn't deliberate, but like I said, San's ship. Sebulba's Pod Racer, Episode 1. Anyone? Just me? Okie dokie. The Alexander Courage theme tune, of course, plays a couple of times. Here's something new. Quasi can change the colour of his eyes, which seems to be unique because Marcia couldn't. Because when you look at a Loke, or who you think is a Loke in that last scene, he's got his normal eyes. And we don't see Quasi pause to go, let me just take this contact lens out. Lieutenant Commander Garrett is wearing a maroon coloured dress, feels deliberate. When Wisp walks out, it's not really an Easter egg. I had just I was quite busy talking about the nature of genocide. When Wisp walks out in, not Fuzz's body, but in Sven Roygrot's body and starts speaking, this feels, listen, to all my friends in the southern states of America, can I just say, I know how you feel right now. I really know how you feel right now. Jamie Lee Curtis arriving as Control. The theme tune plays again. And of course, the reference to Turkana 4, while a variation of the original series theme plays, Turkana 4 being the failed colony where both Tasha and Ishara Yar were born and grew up. Tasha got out, whereas Ishara didn't. And who are two characters that were joined in The Next Generation? Tasha Yar and Rachel Garrett.